And stay out, you filthy beggar. Dominic heard the shopkeeper's voice shout as he picked himself up from the dusty roadway. That made the fourth time this week he had been physically thrown out of a noble-run establishment after he had gone in attempting to sell his salvaged goods. Stupid noble shopkeepers, it wasn't like they were the only ones with a claim to this continent. They just had better weapons and more population than the non-human nations. The only problem he had with that fact was the small matter of his birth as a dragonkin, a demi-human species, more commonly known as sorcerers, for the power they wielded. A lineage of innate magic users with a hint of magical beast blood in their veins. In his case, it was the blood of a golden dragon, which had given him the horns that had alerted the shopkeeper to his non-human status when his hat slipped to the side. But also, more importantly, his blood had given him the ability to channel mana for spells without using his own internal reserves, an ability he had never heard of anyone but the dragon princes of his home nation possessing. However, his homeland had already fallen under the might of the Dago's armies, and he had fled to Cygnia. Referring to himself as a prince of wavemates was a bit pretentious these days. Today he was flat broke and hungry. Far from royalty, even minor royalty living in a country manor. Giving up on finding a buyer for his goods now wasn't an option. Perhaps one more stealthy trip to the recyclers would yield something too good to pass up if he could avoid the guards. He was always good with his hands, and plenty of these rich snobs would throw out perfectly good stuff that was only a little damaged. Change a watch strap or replace a crystal focus, and the items they called junk were as good as new. But none of the dealers in the uptown district would buy from him, and he had been regretting coming to this city from the very moment that he had arrived. A week of continued rejection hadn't helped his mood at all. Even sleeping in the forest was an improvement on this filthy city. But this was where he needed to be. Cygnia City was the seat of the Cygnia Royal Military and home to all of the greatest minds in the nation, not to mention the wealthiest ones. Alone, Dominic was no match for the foreign army that had burned his hometown, and his entire nation, to the ground. Not that he hadn't tried. When the Dago's army had come to raze his nation to the ground, dozens had fallen to the childish magic of an enraged preteen Dragonkin sorcerer before the remainder of the raiding party had been forced to flee. But he had been too late to save the people of the village. It was a senseless tragedy, civilians wiped out for territory that nobody actually cared about. That was his home, and Dominic would not forget. He was certain that with sufficient dedication, he could gain enough influence that he could convince the army to claim the lands along their border and pay back every life that the cowards had taken 1,000-fold. Even as he thought it, Dominic knew that it was a childish fancy, completely unrealistic in the real world. But he was still going to try. All he had to do was make it to the royal family's apprentice induction, which should be announced within the month. Well, he also needed a proper apprentice's trade skill stone to prove his worth, then an impressive enough showing that they were convinced to actually hire him. But that was a minor detail. With a position within the royal palace, he would gain the right to propose new ideas for consideration by the army. But more importantly, if they adopted one of his ideas, he could ask for a boon in lieu of financial compensation. Taking control of the lost bit of forest where his home used to be was a small thing for the Cygnian army. While Dominic wandered the streets of Cygnia City, he took in the appearances of the people around him. Almost all wore fancy coats and hats. Some were even wearing goggles or gas masks, and steam-driven or Magitech vehicles were everywhere on the road, spewing constant streams of steam and smoke into the air. He might have been born in a rural border village, filled with magic and alchemy, but Dominic was certain that he would never belong inside these overdeveloped technology-built cities. Half of the locals didn't even have the decency to power their steam carriages and trucks with magic, like civilized beings. To save money on construction, they used coal or liquid fuel instead. Why would any intelligent species do that when they could just solve their problems with magic? Dominic knew the answer to that, though he didn't want to admit it. Most of the humans didn't have any innate affinity for magic. The best that they could manage was to attune themselves to a magical gem or Magitech device to gain access to the magic contained within, and then recharge the item with a mana core, either extracted from a monster's corpse or artificially created. But even with all his complaints about the cold burning, there was abundant magic in the city as well. He could see it in the skilled gems worn on jewelry, and the street lamps overhead that looked like gas flames but were burning mana. What is going on with the shopkeepers here? Is there something wrong with their brains? Who refuses to buy quality goods at a discount? He whispered to himself as he stood against the filthy brick wall, looking up at the sky for answers. But there were no answers to his troubles, only more questions. Questions and airships, floating on huge balloons and driven by propellers through the sky. His presence was starting to attract attention, a lone young man standing still while everyone else was rushing to get somewhere. So Dominic adjusted his hat over his short golden horns and pulled his hood back over his head for an extra measure of safety as he joined the flow of foot traffic toward what appeared to be a library. Welcome to the Cygnia City Conservatory. Do you have a pass, or would you like a day ticket? The valet at the door asked. Dominic hesitated. He didn't have the money for a ticket, no matter how nice the filtered air inside the conservatory was. He hadn't even noticed that he was trembling with hunger until the valet spoke again. Would you like me to call you a doctor? I get a discount rate for call-outs from the conservatory. The young man asked. Dominic shook his head and focused on the world around him. If he was going to find something to eat today, he was going to have to come up with a plan. He quickly read the valet's name from his name tag. My apologies, Mr. Dalton. I should be fine if I can rest for a moment. Is there somewhere to sit here? Yes, young sir, the benches for waiting are on your right, Dalton replied with a professional smile for the slender youth in front of him. With the hood up and his hat firmly in place, the valet hadn't noticed the horns on his head that marked Dominic as a demi-human. If he had, his attitude would certainly have changed. The sorcerers and their kin had a reputation as troublemakers in the city. They were generally marked as trouble, according to most people. Unlike the techno-witches, the artificers, the mages, and the wizards, all of whom were still humans who could use magic, the sorcerers were part magical beast, and their tempers could be volatile, with a physique to back up their threats. Valet Dalton did his best not to look judgmental as he stared at the stranger. He seemed a bit disoriented, but that could happen if you spent too much time outside in the heat, he heard. Personally, he didn't like to leave the filtered air of the conservatory, and he even paid a premium for an apartment right here within its walls. He was about to extend his hand to assist Dominic, but the boy was already out of reach and moving toward the bench to rest. Dalton couldn't help but notice that, despite the heat, he was still wrapped in the long oilcloth jacket he was wearing. It was battered with years of wear, but quite fashionable, with the brass cog work on the sleeves and the hood's row of brass rivets. Still, it was far too warm to be wearing it buttoned to the neck on a day like today. Dear World Dragon, where have you led me, and why isn't there food? Dominic muttered as he watched the elaborately dressed people hurry about their day. A tap on his shoulder brought his attention back to the present and the flow of wealthy people around him. Excuse me, sir. The benches are for paying customers only. If you're not going to buy a ticket, you need to scram. An older security guard informed Dominic while giving Dalton an annoyed glare for letting this obvious beggar into the conservatory. My apologies. I will be on my way. Dominic whispered, not wanting to cause a scene in this new city where he didn't know any of the unspoken rules. His long strides took him out of the noble district and down the increasingly crowded streets toward the clanging of steel on steel that he recognized as the sound of a smithy. With luck, he should find some answers there. A blacksmith always knew where to find what you needed. You just had to catch them between projects, as they didn't react well to being interrupted. As he stopped to catch his breath and straighten his clothes in front of the building, Dominic heard the smith talking to a customer. I will get that to you as quick as I can, but steel and copper are both in short supply these days, so you will have to wait until I've got another shipment in to make it from. A raspy voice that he assumed was the smith was saying, "Well, make it quick, or I'll find a smith who can get me what I need, understand, old man?" The deeper voice sounded incredibly frustrated in its retort. Then a few seconds later, a large nobleman in a black leather jacket, which had brass and silver decorations all over it and dragged on the ground when he walked, stomped out of the building and got into one of the waiting steam carriages. It seemed to have mystic runes all over it, but they weren't in any magical language Dominic had seen before. He might not know how to read most of them, but he had grown up in a village full of techno-witches, dragonkin, and artificers, so he had at least seen the more common ones. The vehicle gave a whistle as it pulled out into traffic, and Dominic sensed the magic that was fueling the furnace of the oddly decorated contraption. "I don't suppose that you're looking for work, young lad?" The raspy voice of the blacksmith asked from behind him, pulling Dominic's attention from the vehicles on the road. Dominic had always been fascinated by the blacksmith's craft, despite his parents' insistence that such common jobs were not for him. Though, with his home gone, such considerations no longer really held any weight. But so far, he hadn't been able to obtain the trade skill core that was necessary to begin his training for the profession. The trade skill cores were a Magitech item that would attune to their users the first time that they were upgraded, and the ability to create them was limited to master level or higher tradesmen. The trade skill core for blacksmiths was one of the acceptable base cores for an apprentice magical engineer, which Dominic hoped to officially become with the next Cygnia Royal Apprentice trial. The other options for the trade would be Archmage and Runemaster, both of which required a much higher level of difficulty to obtain. The old smith continued, "You look capable enough for a dragonkin sorcerer your age. You don't see many of the sorcerer sorts around here, but I would know the scent of dragon magic anywhere. How about we work a deal? You bring me the materials I need, and I will help you level up your trade skills. I'm sure you know a thing or two about making a deal." Dominic laughed despite himself. Yes, who would know better about making a deal than a refugee prince who had been living in the forest? Other than bartering for goods, he didn't recall making a formal deal in his life. But if he had grown up in the city, then shady deals would certainly have been part of everyday life. Dominic shook his head as he smiled back at the old smith, with his thick white beard tucked under a long leather apron to prevent it from being singed as he worked. "As much as I would love to take you up on your offer, I'm in a bit of a predicament. You see, I have no idea where I can find you the materials you need, and they shot at me when I tried to scrounge in the city's recycling yard," he explained. "A bit afflicted in the head, are you? I've heard that happens to the magical sorts on occasion. Never fear. Pops will take good care of you. You're in Cygnia City, the capital of Cygnia on the eastern shores of the Dragon continent." Dominic resisted the urge to roll his eyes at the obvious. Pop sounded like he was going to help him out with his short-term needs, and a smith's helper was a job that should pay very well. "What I need are any items made of steel or copper, and I know just where you can get them. There are daily groups headed out to the forests to deal with the goblin infestation in the regions surrounding the city. Now, I wouldn't dream of telling a young lad such as yourself to go alone, but with a group, even a fighter without any skill crystals or enhancement gems should be fine. As a sorcerer, you should have a bit of the magic of your beast blood, so just blast them if they bother you, and the goblins should be easy work for the soldiers in your group." The burly old blacksmith stopped talking to take a long puff on an ornate silver tobacco pipe while Dominic considered his options. "How many of them would you need to sell me a trade skill core and teach me the basics of the smithy?" he asked. If he was right, and the rules here were similar to those in the other cities he had been in, then a master smith such as Pop should be allowed to create a trade skill core and teach him the basics through a skill book, a magical item that masters of a craft could create to train their apprentices more rapidly than individual lessons, and attune the trade skill core to the new tradesman. Displaying the trade skill core would show the world that they were a real apprentice smith while they practiced the trade to unlock the accumulated knowledge that the master had sealed within the skill core. Well, it just so happens that I'm in a bit of a hurry myself, so I will give you a discount. If you can bring me 10 fists of copper before the 7th afternoon bell tolls, then I will teach you the basics of the forge. Dominic looked at the clock on his wall, an intricate brass device with exposed gears and an etched silver face. An item far more ornate than he had expected in this part of town. It read 11:15, so it was not quite noon yet, giving him a little over 7 hours to find and kill a bunch of goblins or find somewhere to obtain a bag full of copper. That wasn't quite how he had imagined passing his afternoon, but it would have to do. With a bit of luck, the goblins might even have some stolen money on them, and he could find a proper room for the night after he found something to eat. Where do I find one of these groups going to kill goblins? Dominic reluctantly asked. They're right here. You see the steam carriages for the hunting group stage at the station out in front of my smithy. Just go ask around if anyone needs a spellcaster, and you'll find a group in no time. The stout old man was in a much better mood now that he had made a deal to get the materials that he needed. There were plenty of adventurers, mercenaries, and soldiers moving through Cygnia City these days, but everyone took their materials to the uptown district, where the majority of the magical devices were made, and the shops could afford to pay a higher price. The trade skill core and apprentice smithing book that he offered the Dragonkin boy were worth 1 silver coin combined, less than 5 of the goblin's daggers, but it would take 15 of them to make 10 fists of copper as he had requested. He felt a bit bad about taking advantage of the downtrodden Dragonkin, but perhaps he could show him a bit of kindness to make up for his stinginess. Overuse of the magical power that came from greater beings was known to periodically wipe some of a young demi-human's memories. This is what he assumed had happened to Dominic, who was actually just suffering from heat stroke. But keeping the coat button was the only way to hide the fact that the clothes underneath were little better than rags, completely worn out and in need of mending. So Pops decided that he would offer Dominic the apprentice's bed at the back of his smithy for a few days until he got himself settled in the city. If the boy never chose another place, then perhaps he would take in a new apprentice. Dominic looked like he would be much better at dealing with customers than Pops was, that was for certain. If nothing else, the snobbish sorts should bugger off as soon as they saw him at the counter, with his horns showing. But first, the boy needed enough strength to actually go hunting goblins. Pops knew just how it felt to go hungry. He hadn't always been a master blacksmith, and the locals hadn't been much kinder to him when he first returned home to take over the shop as his father got ready to retire. Like Dominic, the dwarven master smith was born with a touch of magic, but without any visible signs of his powers. The locals hadn't forgotten, though, and the combination of jealousy and greed had led to a lot of resistance to him taking over the failing smithy. So, with a smile, he handed the boy a bag of fried pretzels he had purchased that morning and turned him toward the door. Unaware of the full extent of the bad deal that he had made or the actual value of the attuned skill core he had agreed to purchase, Dominic made his way out to the street, where he noticed that there were dozens of people just standing around in tarnished copper-covered alcoves designed to protect them from the direct sun. As he got closer, it was obvious that this was the right place. Group leaders were calling out for members and waving down anyone they thought was promising. Apprentice 3 or higher spellcasters needed. We've got 2 journeyman paladins. One of the group members called out. Journeyman 8 and higher, we're leaving in 3 minutes to go hunt dire wolves in the North Woods. Any skill set is welcome. We have a solid core group. Another called. Hey, you in the long coat. We're short on casters, want to come with us? A young boy called from Dominic's left after noticing the single magical gem visible on the amulet worn around his neck. It was a skill gem 4, minor illusion, and the only spell gem Dominic owned. But being born of the Dragonkin's now virtually extinct royal lineage, he had an innate ability to use an arcane blast, at will, and once a day, he could use Dragon Flame, though it burnt his throat every time. Aside from the spell itself, his arcane blast had a secondary effect, to heal him a bit when it was used to kill. His mother had called it the dragon's blessing, but Dominic was a bit dubious about what sort of blessing required killing to work. The boy who had called out to him was a full head shorter than Dominic, and couldn't be more than 14 years old, but he had some muscle from training, and his gear looked expensive. Dominic could see the magical crystal in the hilt of his sword, so it was definitely an enchanted blade, and those weren't cheap in any city. "Dominic, my name is Dominic," he replied, holding out his hand to shake the other boys. "Darley Stevenkroon. Don't worry, I don't mind going hunting with commoners. Hop in the truck bed. We're ready to leave." The boy replied in a somewhat haughty tone. "These are my classmates from the Cygnia Royal Academy, Senior Academy Year 1, Class A. I knew it was a good idea to come to the Commoner Square first. You see, we don't have any real spellcasters in our group, only the paladins and an arcanist." Darlys explained as the vehicle began moving with a whistle and the driver pulled out into traffic. Paladins were warriors who had received a skill core from the church to attune them to holy element magical gems and devices. It let them use some limited healing powers but didn't hinder their ability to use skill gems and devices that held combat skills and physical enhancements. The arcanist wasn't a real spellcaster either. They couldn't cast spells without the magical devices that they carried, and an apprentice arcanist that young wouldn't be carrying much. Most likely the boy they were referring to wasn't even a proper arcanist, but some nobleman's kid who wanted to become one and had obtained a combat-type magical item using his family's wealth. You could only have one base skill core attuned to you at a time. The paladins had theirs, and with luck, Dominic would have a blacksmith's core by the end of the day. The cores, gems, and magical devices all had limitations on which other ones they would interact properly with, and if you tried to use incompatible ones together, you could end up with none of them activating at all. The blacksmith's core was one of the more flexible options, since smiths worked with all sorts of equipment and materials. The only thing Dominic knew that they couldn't do was use holy or unholy items. No casters. Forgive my ignorance, as I'm not local, but how does that happen? He asked. We're from an academic academy, not a combat academy. We are in training to join the royal court as clerks and assistants, as well as completing our noble family's training to run our households. Those who wanted to pursue the path of the mage or the clerics instead of taking up the responsibilities of a high noble went to the church or the arcane academy, the boy seated on the other side of Dominic explained. The wagon held a mix of young boys and girls, but all of them appeared to be 13 or 14 years old and not at all suited to combat. He really should have asked at least a few important questions before they were moving. Going monster hunting with children just seemed like a terrible idea. I take it that this expedition is a school requirement? Dominic asked. A tall blonde girl with an enchanted steel chainmail jacket smirked at him. In a way, yes, but also no. You see, killing goblins yields mana cores, and we can save them to enhance our trade skills in order to get ahead of our classmates. We all need our trade skill core to be at Apprentice 2 to finish the year, and it will only take a few trips out of town to get there this week while the others struggle through the early stages with actual study and practice. The boy next to her nodded. My chosen trade skill is inscriptionist, and you can't start doing anything useful until Apprentice level 3, so I really need to get a head start on upgrading my skill core, or I'll be stuck doing the basics for a year when my tutors taught me all of that ages ago. In the ancient times, it was said that the Assembly of Grand Wizards had cast a spell over the world, the Monster Blessing, that rewarded those who killed the creatures which plagued the land with treasures. They were formed from the accumulated mana in the monsters' bodies, condensed at the moment of their death. The reward could take the form of nearly anything, but for the most part, what you got was a monster core, a simple ball of condensed mana that could be used to upgrade skill and enhancement gems. Dominic heard the cobblestones under the wheels turn to dirt or some softer surface as they passed through the gates, and everyone began to gather their weapons. The driver opened the small window between the cab and the canvas-covered rear area and looked back at them. 2 minutes until we reach the drop-off point. Best to get your gear ready now, sirs and ma'ams. It was obvious that most of them had only ever trained with a noble sparring instructor. They had no scars on their hands or arms, no hardened muscles, and the excitement that they had built up was making their hands shake nearly as much as Dominic's had been before he got the blacksmith's gift bag full of soft but slightly stale pretzels. You look like you've done this before, but your spell gem is still level 1. Did you perhaps train somewhere before your ability to attune reached maturity? One of the boys asked Dominic as they got ready to disembark. He nodded carefully and made up an excuse for having never upgraded his only spell. I was training to be a guard before I came to the city. That wasn't precisely true. He had wandered the mountains after he lost his parents and his home, looking for anyone who had survived, and later anyone who would take him in. Although he could attune magical gems from birth, Dominic had only recently obtained the minor illusion spell gem while rummaging through a Magitech scrapyard here in the city. And by then, every mana core from the beasts he had slain in the past had been pawned for food or shelter. He had nearly gotten himself shot by the security guard for his theft, but it was worth it. The girl in enchanted chainmail gave a fist pump in excitement. Perfect. A guardsman's son will know a thing or two about how to handle himself in a fight, not like you losers. She taunted. Just wait and see. We are going to destroy those filthy green beasts. Darlise laughed. Somehow, that didn't assure Dominic at all. In fact, he was already regretting getting into this carriage almost as much as he was regretting going into the city, and they hadn't even made it to the location in the forest where these students expected the goblins to be found. We're here. Everyone out and be on your guard. The goblins like to ambush as soon as the vehicle is out of sight. The driver reminded them, looking as concerned as Dominic was feeling. Thank you, Jeeves. We will see you this evening back at the academy. Walking back to the city is an important rite for a first hunt. Darlise replied proudly. Yep, they were definitely idiots. All the students rushed out as soon as the carriage stopped, waving their weapons around like idiots, while Dominic and the girl in chainmail went last, neither of them with their weapons drawn. Just stay close to me, so those idiots don't smack you accidentally. My dad is a guard as well. Well, a guard officer. The younger son of a viscount and holder of a baron's peerage himself. The younger girl whispered. Don't worry, I've got your back. Dominic whispered back with a conspiratorial wink. The thought that a girl half his size and years his junior was going to protect him was quite amusing. But she seemed quite confident in herself. The girl might be a Cygnia noble, but she seemed to have more common sense than the rest of these kids put together, and Dominic was beginning to wonder if this trip was officially sanctioned by anyone in charge of the academy. If it was, then surely there should have been at least one proper guard with them. The majority of the students began to run off into the woods, spreading out and not keeping any sort of formation as soon as the carriage was gone, and Dominic's fears were confirmed. This was just a field trip to them, and they didn't take the goblins seriously at all. Dominic had spent years in the mountains, often foraging for food when villages had simply run him off for being dragonkin. He was no stranger to the dangers of monsters in the wilderness, and he had spent years learning the best way to hide from danger. Only a handful were moving together with him and the guardsman's daughter and keeping a proper watch for threats. Eyes to the right. I hear something moving, one of the men in their small group announced. How he could be sure of that was anyone's guess, but the rest of the students were making so much noise that it would be impossible for the goblins not to have heard them if they were even remotely close to this location. The crashing was audible to Dominic only a few seconds later as an injured student ran past them with two goblins chasing close behind. His armor was damaged, and there were signs of blood on his face. Red human blood, not goblin blood. Stand and fight, man. You're a warrior. Where is your sword? The guardsman's daughter shouted, moving in between him and the goblins while Dominic prepared his arcane blast spell. A moment's focus sent a blast of energy, one that felt a lot like nature magic, with a hint of ancient power, flying out from his hands, taking the lead goblin off its feet and leaving it nearly dead. The ranger next to him, wearing a light leather vest over his school uniform, let loose an arrow into the unfortunate creature, ending its life, while the second one charged around their attempt to block and continued to chase the fleeing warrior. "You idiot, get back here. We can't protect you from that far away," the ranger shouted, but the boy kept screaming and running, slowly losing ground on the goblin, who was not showing any signs of fatigue. Dominic focused again and unleashed another arcane blast into the creature's back, flaying its skin apart and dropping it dead on the ground. Still, the boy didn't stop, and he kept running down the road until he was out of sight. The sight had disheartened a number of the students, who hadn't really considered that they might get injured. Dominic noticed that they were beginning to slip away into the forest in the direction of the city. They had left town with 20 people, which seemed like enough at first, but now that they were here, only 6 were useful, and the others were either running away or wandering solo through the woods, shouting and laughing, not realizing that they were in danger. "Can you get them back here? All that shouting is going to bring goblin patrols down upon them, and we don't even know where they are," Dominic asked the small group that was with him. "No, Darlis is a duke's son, and he's the only one the rest of the group will listen to. We're almost all children of lesser nobles and knights. He did us all a favor to get permission to leave the academy grounds in the first place. They're not going to listen to anything we say," the ranger boy informed Dominic with a rueful sigh. One of the girls snickered, and the boy amended his comment. "Correction, we're almost all children of lower nobles. But nobody ever listens to anything that Eleanor says anyhow, despite her being a lesser princess." Eleanor was a silent figure at the front of their group, as well as one of the student group's 2 paladins, armed with shining plate armor and a sturdy shield paired with a brutal flanged mace, but the boy was right. She was just there, and nobody was asking her to do anything or acknowledging her presence. In fact, with her visor down, Dominic hadn't even realized she was female, much less a princess. He just thought she was another young teen boy. "Eleanor, would you like to take the front line with our other brave warrior? You can stop them from getting to the 2 ranged members, and then—" Dominic paused to see what the magical gems mounted into the clothing of the other 2 were. "And then our scribes can throw rocks at them or something," he finished. The 2 boys who had gotten the scribe trade skill cores looked back at him in embarrassment. The pair had no magical combat skills, but they did have magical blades and some combat training as the children of nobles. Eleanor smiled back at Dominic and nodded, then moved up to the front of the group. It was a good thing that the goblins were all under 20 kilos, or Dominic would have felt awful about asking the princess to lead the party, even if she was a fully armored paladin. They continued on as a group until they heard more screaming, followed by an abrupt halt to the screech, which was replaced by a soft gurgling noise. "Straight ahead, it might not be too late if we can get Princess Eleanor there," Dominic commanded. The group moved up and saw 3 students, 1 boy and 2 girls, on the ground. The boy had his throat slit, while the girls cowered in terror as the goblins taunted them and slowly moved to encircle them. Eleanor cast her only healing spell on the dying boy as soon as she got in range, then settled into a fighting stance as the goblins realized someone was interfering with their fun. Dominic fired off another of his arcane blasts, and the ranger let loose an arrow, each taking down a goblin while the other monsters rushed their frontline defenders. A second arcane blast dropped a goblin, and the 2 scribes ran forward with battle cries to support the girls in front. There's their courage. I knew it was the right call to stay close to the 2 cutest girls in class. The ranger laughed as he continued to fire, pulling arrows out of a leather quiver hung across his back. So that was the reason the boys were so energetic about fighting, despite not pursuing combat-capable trades. They wanted the attention of the girls from their class. Well, they had it now, and the guardsman's daughter even looked a little impressed with them, while Princess Eleanor maintained the same neutral stance as she had from the moment they had engaged the goblins. Calm, assured, and experienced. None of which were words Dominic would normally associate with anyone her age. A particularly agile goblin tossed a crude spear at Dominic, which scraped across the top of his hand and left a deep gouge that burned with whatever toxic filth was on the blade. His next, arcane blast, tore the creature apart, and the wound quickly began to close, pushing the filth back out of the wound as it did. Now that's some enhancement core that you've got, sorcerer. Being able to use a healing on kill type item must mean that your ancestor was a brutal sort of creature, though. The ranger commented, clearly impressed by the magic. A dragon of balance, actually. Life for life. Dominic explained. That was the way of the world dragon that his lineage was supposed to have come from. Nothing was for free, and even the greatest of gifts often seemed to come with a caveat. For most of his life, Dominic had considered them to be the whims of a bored magical beast, putting conditions on its help for personal amusement, but later, the clerics had explained to him that it was the way of balance. Too much of a good thing would breed arrogance, so the world dragon tempered its gifts to its mixed blood descendants with a cost. He still suspected that was utter nonsense and that his theory about a bored dragon was the correct one, but he never dared to speak up against the clerics, especially after his parents both fell ill when he was 5, and the clerics were the only ones who could help at all to ease their pain. A foreign sense of amusement entered the back of his mind, and Dominic nearly missed with his next spell. He had never heard of a dragon interacting with any of its descendants before, much less directly intervening in their lives without a request or a dragon-scale talisman, but as a royal descendant of the mighty world dragon, it wasn't completely unreasonable to think that the creature had taken an interest in him. Perhaps his notion that the world dragon was simply bored and watching its descendants from afar wasn't so far-fetched after all. The 2 warriors were holding the goblins in place, but they were heavily outnumbered now that the other goblins had heard the sounds of battle, and the 3 students they had come to rescue were no help at all. "Get up and fight if you don't want to be desecrated and killed by goblins," the guardsman's daughter shouted at the 2 girls, who were still cowering on the ground in horror. That was the wrong thing to say, as she realized the moment that the girls got to their feet and fled screaming. That was 2 fewer allies for them, and the boy they had rescued was barely stable at the moment. "Does he have a healing potion? Get him to drink it," Dominic instructed the ranger, who was closer to the boy. Alex, you need to drink the healing potion. You're not dead, but you need to drink the healing potion," the ranger pleaded. Slowly, the boy started to focus, then took a small red bottle from his pocket and downed the contents in one shot. Dominic sighed at the waste. That looked like a high-grade potion, and they were only kids without any physical enhancement abilities, much less high-ranked ones that would require that much healing to recover. It would heal him from many times his total health instantly. But on the bright side, he was now up on his feet with his blade back in his hand and ready to fight. "Thank you, Princess. I don't know what I would have done without you," the boy formally declared, complete with an elaborate bow that dropped him down on one knee. He nearly lost his life for his idiotic gesture, and only Dominic's fast reflexes managed to block the goblin's club with a dagger before it made contact with the back of his head. Save the formal announcements for when you're not in combat. Royal Protocol, Section 17, Part 6. Dominic informed him instinctively, reciting a line that he had heard many times before. He had many fond memories of day trips around the village, and the guard training grounds were next to the market, where his parents plied their trade as magical item vendors. For him, it was just common sense not to do stupid formal things in battle, but the group of noble children all looked at him strangely. "How did you know that?" Section 17 is all about the Royal Guard Protocol. Nobody studies that unless they're planning to guard one of the princes or princesses. The freshly recovered boy asked as he attacked the goblin in front of him. Dominic just shrugged and breathed a sigh of relief that the 2 nations' royal guards used the same set of training manuals, And he hadn't quoted some completely erroneous section of the local royal protocol to these students out of instinct. At least his speech seemed to have gotten the boy moving again, and he was no longer an easy target. His trade skill gem, mounted on his necklace, said that he was a rogue, the base skill core for spies, personal bodyguards, and many similar jobs. So he should be decent in combat, even if the gem was an apprentice one at level 1. He had clearly been training, and his actions were quick and agile. If Dominic had to guess, he had tried to be a frontline fighter in the previous battle and had gotten overrun by the goblins who were more interested in getting to the girls behind him. The same girls who had fled and left him behind the first chance that they got. Dominic fired off another, arcane blast, and the ranger looked at him in confusion. "How is your mana doing? You can slow down if you need to." Nobody expects a commoner with a level 1 spell gem to be doing constant damage. He reminded Dominic quietly. That was a good question. How was his mana pool doing? The arcane blast didn't use any of his body's stored mana, it just pulled it from around him every time that he activated the spell. That wasn't something that the skill gems could do though. It was an ability unique to him as a dragonkin, and he didn't want to draw more attention to the fact he was not like them when these noble kids were being so kind. "I think I will be fine. It's a blessing thing," he replied, not sure how to explain to someone else without at least somewhat referring to his lineage. Shot after shot, Dominic fired his arcane blast at the goblins, taking them out with precision that was increasing with every kill. They were a trash mob to the skilled guards in most villages, and in any case, they normally only held value for the mana core that they would grant. Anyone with a trait skill core, a suitable Magitech item, or a magical lineage, like the Dragonkin sorcerer, could extract it, or any other loot granted by the monster blessing. The extraction was done by touching the body, and then a mana core would appear in the person's Magitech storage item, or a pocket that they focused on during the process. The Magitech storage item was preferred, as it would keep the fragile mana core safe until they wanted to use it to barter or to enhance a skill gem. The only time that the physical gem would normally appear in the hands of the extractor was if the monster blessing happened to have formed an enhancement or spell gem. Those were much more valuable and could be mounted into clothing or weapons and attuned to the user to gain access to new abilities. If the kill granted an item, it was an entirely different matter. It would appear near the body as a solid object if you didn't have a Magitech storage item. It could only appear somewhere that held a larger volume than its exterior dimensions, so you could be in for a hard time getting your loot home if you didn't bring the right equipment. Dominic had one, inherited from his deceased parents. It wasn't of high quality, but it held great sentimental value to him, and currently held all his worldly possessions. As they fought, the sounds of screaming in combat began to fall further and further behind them. "You, Dominus or whatever your name was. Do you hear what I hear?" the ranger asked. "That your friends have all run away back to the city with the goblins chasing them." "Yes, I hear it. Once they make it to the road, they should be safe. The caravans travel with guards, and they shouldn't have a problem with a few goblins." Dominic agreed. "Where does that leave us?" the rogue asked. "Killing goblins for fun and profit until mid-afternoon, then we can go back to town before it gets dark," Princess Eleanor the Paladin explained. The two scribes didn't seem all that enthusiastic about staying out here that long, and Alex the rogue was more than a little paranoid after his close brush with death. The number of goblins they were in combat with was increasing by the minute, and now each of their frontline warriors had 3 of them to deal with while Dominic and the ranger fired at the ones who were just coming into view. "I'm low on arrows. We need to move so I can recover some more of them," the ranger noted. "Alex, can you dart out and grab us some arrows? I will take your place at the front while you run," Dominic suggested. The rogue didn't look happy, but the young man gritted his teeth and rushed out to grab a half-dozen arrows from the closest of the goblins. "Here you go, make them count." He informed his classmate, then ducked under the female warrior's blade to stab a goblin in the heart. I had more arrows, but they were with one of the other students, a big barbarian clan warrior who can carry way more than I can. He should have rejoined us by now. The ranger informed them. Could he have run back to the city? The princess asked while wiping goblin blood from the handle of her mace with a filthy rag during a short lull in the fighting. It's possible, but he didn't seem like the sort. The ranger sighed, his dark brown hair falling over his eyes. The forest was beginning to fall silent as the goblin horde fell under their blades and Dominic's spells, while even the pair of scribes were putting on an excellent show for the princess and the guard's daughter, despite the fact that they had no magical combat skills at all. Keep moving through the bodies. Collect the arrows where you can. We will need them to get back home. Princess Eleanor instructed the group, falling back on her years of childhood training to command soldiers and run a household as a minor princess. Dominic was learning a lot about how to successfully interact with others in a group from her style. There, I see footprints in the mud, someone large, 6 smaller footsteps and far too many goblins. There is blood on the ground, but they're moving fairly well as they fight. The ranger explained, pointing at the ground off to one side. They're also headed for the city. I think we're the last one still out here. The rogue agreed. They followed the tracks for a few meters when they saw the first signs that they were headed the right way. One dead student in arcanist robes and a large number of dead goblins. They didn't need tracking skills to tell them that the group had gotten surrounded here and had a brutal fight, likely at the same time that their own group was going to rescue the rogue. Crap. He was an earl's son. I don't know how we're going to explain all this to not only the academy but the students' parents. The way things went down today, it's unlikely that he will be the only one who didn't make it back. One of the scribes muttered. You don't seem all that concerned. Princess Eleanor remarked, looking at Dominic. Well, for one, I am the group's pickup member. I met you all for the first time at the staging lot. It's tragic that the group lost members, but there was nothing we could have done. We saved who we could, and there is no shame in that. Plus, I'm not from the academy. I'm not going to get detention or even a reprimand for this fiasco, and I have no parents for them to contact. Dominic reminded them. Despite his deceptively youthful face, he was older than all of them by about 4 years. How fast you matured depended on your lineage. Most sorcerers would mature much faster than humans. But not Dragonkin. Dragons often took a century to reach the stage they would call young adult. So, Dragonkin matured and aged much more slowly as well. The princess might have been under the impression that he was younger because he was still using a level 1 spell gem, but for people in his economic situation, it wasn't that uncommon to never have the funds or chance to upgrade more than your trade skill. If the princess were a regular student, studying at a regular academy, the chance to gain levels on her secondary gems would have only come after she graduated. Dominic could only hope that things were the same here, but the way that others had accepted his apparent skill level when they met suggested that a slow advancement as a teenager wasn't unheard of, even for the nobles. Can we at least bring the body back? It's customary for the families to hold a full funeral rite for noble children. One of the scribes suggested. That's an excellent idea. Who wants to cut a pair of long branches? Dominic asked. Why branches? The scribe asked. Eleanor snorted in amusement. Well, you're not going to physically carry Jeff's body, are you? Tie his cloak around 2 long sticks, and you can drag him behind you. Hasn't everyone seen the medics carrying the wounded before? The scribe facepalmed as he realized that he had missed something obvious. Then frowned as he realized he just volunteered to be the litter bearer. But he couldn't ask one of the girls to do it. It would be an insult to his dignity as a nobleman, and the 2 scribes were well aware that they were the worst combatants among the remaining students. He quickly got to work, looking for long branches while the rogue and ranger scanned the area for threats. Hey, good luck, cousin. I found your arrows here next to a damaged bough. No sign of blood, though, so I think that it just took a blade to the bowstring. The rogue whisper shouted from a few dozen meters away. Finally, some good news. There have to be 100 arrows there still. They had barely gotten started when they lost the use of their bowmen. But that means they were down a ranged fighter right from the start, and they might be in trouble if there are a lot of goblins headed their way. We had 2 strong ranged members, and they were without both the Arcanist's devices and the other ranger. They would have had to fight everything up close unless they had another ranged fighter with them. Did we even have one in the class? I don't think so, but they have the other paladin with them. I can sense the use of healing magic on the body, and we didn't bring a cleric. Eleanor replied. Let's just get out of here. I get the feeling that we aren't alone. The rogue muttered, and Dominic couldn't agree more. Once the litter was made and the young student's body safely secured, they began to make their way back to the city as quickly as possible, given their group size and the extra burden they were carrying. The tracks that they were following weren't headed for the road, which would bring them closer to a chance to be rescued. They were headed straight back for the city walls. It was more direct, but the only real reason to do that was if you were afraid of luring something dangerous to the road. Going through the forest was shorter, but not in any way faster. We are getting closer. The grass here is still working to spring up after being stepped on. I would say that they're no more than 5 minutes ahead of us now. If we shouted, they would probably hear us. The ranger whispered. Dominic sighed. Or if they shouted, we would hear them. Which means they're likely not in combat anymore. If they were, we would be able to hear it by now. Can we pick up any more speed? It would be best to catch up with them before anything happens to either group. There is safety in numbers, and of the students who didn't run to the road, there are still 2 separate groups of us. The scribes nodded and shouldered the litter between them so they could move faster through the woods than dragging it would allow. Eleanor looked around the group to be sure they were all prepared, then gestured forward with her mace. Alex, take the sorcerer and watch our backs. Everyone else, I want at least to jog until we have the others in sight. The young princess ordered. The order did make some sense. They were the 2 most agile out of the group, and the rogue could defend Dominic if anything got close, while he was their only ranged member who could reliably attack without stopping. Using a bow accurately while on the run took a lot of skill, so the ranger wasn't a good choice for fast-moving combat at this age. But the thought of being the first line of defense against an attack and not having any more armor on than the threadbare outfit that was under his long coat was still unnerving. In the villages, he had always been able to count on having a guard somewhere nearby if he had to venture out of the walls to do errands or day labor on the farms, and they came fully equipped, not in worn leather pants and a tunic that he had salvaged from a charity drive. It was made of durable cotton, but it was not much better than wearing nothing if he got attacked. The pair kept a careful watch for any sign of the goblins as they jogged along behind the group, but there was nothing to be seen other than the trees and their own footsteps turning up the soft dirt of the forest floor. If anything was following them, it wouldn't have a hard time of it, and it would know that they were running, as the footprints were distinct even to Dominic's untrained eye. I hear battle up ahead. Princess Eleanor shouted, picking up the pace until the pair of scribes carrying the dead mage's body began to fall behind. Dominic did his best not to give any sign of annoyance that a full-out run for these young students was little more than a jog, even for a young man like him. They were getting there as fast as they could, and they had already proven that they were willing to fight for their lives when needed. The sounds of shouting and horse hooves grew louder by the second, until they burst into the open fields around the city walls, where a large training exercise was going on. There were over 100 soldiers and Royal Guard candidates gathered around a half-dozen terrified students and one muscular young barbarian noble with blood all over his leather armor. False alarm, it's the royal training grounds outside the walls. Somehow, we ended up on the other side of the city. The princess sighed. They had been following the tracks of the other group, though, so they should all be here somewhere and hopefully rescued without any further casualties. Princess, it is good to see you safe. Your classmates told us that an outing to gain experience went horribly wrong, and they weren't sure that any others had survived. A guard captain announced as he rode over to where they were catching their breath near the tree lane. I believe that most of them escaped with minor injuries at worst, though there might have been other losses that we didn't see. We personally watched most of them run for the road, but we were engaged with a group of goblins while we helped rescue Alex, who had been injured while providing cover for other classmates. Eleanor explained. Let me guess, the Nala twins. I told you those girls would be the death of you, but I didn't mean for you to take that literally. The captain laughed while their rogue blushed. All right, let's get this unfortunate one cleaned up, and I will send for his parents. The Royal Guard will deploy another team from here since I have your tracks to follow, and there is a guard detachment headed out from the main gates as well to make sure that all the noble children who managed to wheedle their way out of the academy for the day are safe. I don't recognize this one, though. Who might you be? The captain was clearly looking at him, so Dominic straightened his back and gave him a polite fist-to-chest salute, suitable for the man's status as a knight. My name is Dominic, and I am new to the city. I needed a bit of coin, and I was hoping to get it off the goblins, so I went with the students when we met at the staging grounds. He explained. And here I thought they had the good sense to bring a senior with them on their trip. No offense. It looks like you did all right, though. I don't see any wounds on you, and you aren't showing any signs of mana exhaustion. The captain's look held a fair bit of approval, and Dominic did his best not to give in to the temptation to brag about his skills. A team of royal guards came up and surrounded the princess, separating her from the group, while another team was headed for the tree lane, accompanied by a group of dogs and one man in a strange outfit with 4 layers of glowing goggles on his helmet. The fashion here in the city was strange, to say the least, all in dull browns and blacks with a thing for using gears as decorations, but no matter what it looked like to his more flashy sensibilities, they did still have the skills to blend magic with technology to accomplish what they needed to. On the city wall above the training ground, a slender figure in elaborately engraved armor bearing the insignia of the royal family turned away from the scene. Her sister was back safely, and she had many questions that needed answers. I have arranged a coach to take these ones back to the academy, and the princess will be headed home. Do you need a ride anywhere, young man? I can call you a cab. The captain offered. Dominic wasn't sure how much a cab would cost to get across town again, but he really couldn't spare anything right now. According to his storage cube, the Magitech item inherited from his parents, which exploited the laws of space and nature to collect items from dead monsters and store much more than should be possible, he had 24 copper coins to his name, all of which were gained from the goblins, and that needed to get him some food and a place to sleep after he traded the copper daggers that the goblins dropped into his storage to the blacksmith. If he had been thinking, he should have checked the Arcanist's body to see if his companions had looted his corpse. He might have had something good on him when he died. He was rich, his family wouldn't miss a few little things. Not all of the goblins gave him a copper dagger, some dropped broken spears, and one had given his a piece of tanned leather, but it was enough to fill the smith's order. With a final wave to the guard captain, Dominic headed back into town and started walking. The air in the industrial area of the city was unpleasant, to say the least, and he wished he had a bit of cloth to make a proper mask. But after only a few blocks, he saw a transit stand with an odd bus waiting at it. The vehicle had some sort of external piston drive, like a steam locomotive, but it was powered directly by magical crystals, with a mage at the helm. The crude drawing on the stop said that it went all the way across town for a copper coin, so Dominic hopped up into the exposed rear seating area and dropped his money in the jar. We will be off in 1 minute, sir. Schedules to keep in all. The driver informed us with a smile, then returned to watching the clock on the dashboard. The device gave a distinct ring, and the driver slammed the controls forward, violently throwing the large vehicle into motion and totally ignoring the people running toward it. Two of them grabbed the handrails and hopped on, while the others stopped chasing and walked back to the station to catch the next one, a sight that made Dominic wonder if this was a normal situation for the bus. By the driver's attitude, he suspected that the schedule was more important to him than if anyone was even on the bus at all. The first rider hopped off a few blocks later, not at a stop. He just picked a spot when they were close to the shoulder and hopped off. That was the same way that the next two passengers got on as well, with one not bothering to come up and pay, just hanging off the rear bumper until his stop came a few blocks later. The driver didn't mind. He just kept up his pace, and the passengers got on and off at their leisure, waiting for safe moments in the slow-moving afternoon traffic to jump down to the sidewalk. "Thanks for the ride," Dominic called as he hopped over the side in front of the blacksmith, while the driver laughed. "The stop's in one more block if you need to catch another ride." He called back as the transport rounded the corner to the meeting area for departing groups and slid to a stop with the brakes locked up. It was probably safer to get off early. "Master Smith." "Pops, are you in?" Dominic called over the clanging of a hammer on an anvil coming from the back room. "Come on back. Did you get the copper that I need?" The stout dwarven blacksmith called out from the back of the smithy shop. "Indeed I did. It was a bit of a mess since I didn't pick the best group to go goblin hunting with, but I still managed to get the job done somehow." He agreed, then took out the stack of filthy copper daggers from his storage cube and placed them in a bin by the smith's workstation. Pops looked over the pile of filthy weapons and nodded happily. "That will melt down to more than enough. I hope that you haven't used the cores you got yet. You'll need them to start learning blacksmithing." Dominic wasn't sure how many he had gotten, but he checked the items in his inventory cube, scanning past the trash, items under repair, and broken Magitech weapons. 18 level 1 cores. He replied with a smile. As he remembered it, a level 1 mana core granted up to 10 points toward a chosen gem, core, or Magitech item. The points weren't really a measured thing, but a convention used to measure how much progress it would cause at various enhancement levels without all the complicated math. That would be spells, combat skills, and trade skills. It was quite the boon, much more valuable to him than anything else he had gained today. They were also tradable items, unlike the spell gems, which were only tradable before they were upgraded. But they were also consumables, and in very limited quantities, so the market value of mana cores was quite high. He needed 300 points to take a skill from level 1 to level 2, according to the classroom lessons on spell gems and Magitech items his mother had insisted on teaching when he was young. 18 goblin kills of your own. I would say that was a pretty impressive day for you, lad. I can't imagine that the students would have traded you theirs. Those cores are quite costly on the open market. Pops mumbled as he washed the copper daggers in a sink full of something that bubbled and hissed when the weapons entered. The acid bath is the best way to get rid of goblin filth. Now we're ready to start slagging them down. Watch close, lad. It will help your smithing skills. Dominic laughed. I don't have any smithing skills yet, remember? Right, the trade skill core and the training book. Here you go. Use that, and then watch me work. Dominic wasn't quite sure what the smith meant by use, but when he held the core in one hand and the book in the other, a notification appeared on the cover. Attuned to trade skill of smithing. Created by Master Dwarven Smith Pops, will improve the user's skill to Apprentice Smith, level 1. Then a string of tiny words appeared on the trade skill core's polished gemstone surface. Skill gained, Smithing Apprentice 1. He finally had a trade skill. Ironically, he didn't yet have the big muscular body to actually suit the smith's trade, but after watching the old man use magic to heat the forge and melt the ingots, Dominic thought that perhaps he might still enjoy this trade just fine. He would be much larger than average eventually, but Dragonkin aged slowly, and were often mistaken for elves in their younger adult years. If you didn't see their horns, that was. Now that the gem was attuned to him, it would never attune to anyone else, so it was worthless to thieves, and could be openly worn to show off your status, assuming that you had a properly sized socket in your clothing or accessories. For the moment, Dominic tossed it into his shirt pocket. The attuned gem wouldn't grant his any benefit from inside his storage cube, and trapped against his chest was good enough for the small sphere to be usable. Pops, as the smith preferred to refer to himself, stood by the forge with the cleaned copper daggers in a thick crucible made of a stone that wasn't familiar to Dominic. The trade-skilled gem had called him a dwarven smith, but he was clearly not a dwarf, or at least not entirely a dwarf, as he stood only a few centimeters shorter than Dominic did. Watch closely, boy. What you need to do is fire up the forge either with magic or with coal, and then pump air through. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. It's the combination of burning and airflow that gets it properly hot, he explained as he began to work. Now magic does the job better than coal, so the copper will be ready in just a minute. If you have to use a conventional forge, it could take a half hour or more. We are going to have to make it molten today, since I need to make a special blend of naval brass to complete this compass that the customer wanted. I've got the zinc and tin. I just needed more copper. It's become difficult to come by here on the lower side of town, since the resellers in the Noble District pay better. Forget I said that part. I don't mind if you keep bringing more copper directly to me. Most of the clothing makers use it for making bronze and brass ornamentation, and it's on most of the magical items that are made by the wizards, so there is no shortage of demand for copper in the city. They even use it in all of the steam vessels, though that's making them increasingly expensive to build and maintain these days. Now, the copper is already liquid, so we add a third as much molten zinc and a tiny splash of melted tin, and there we go. Give it a nice stir and a hit of mana to blend the alloy, then pour it into the mold. Then we dunk it in the water and let it cool for a few minutes before working with it. Dominic looked around as he waited for the metal to cool. He had somewhat expected there to be weapons or fancy armor of some sort, given the smith's age and personality, but it looked like it was almost all common tools and small useful metal items. There were sewing needles, nails, hand tools, some sturdy-looking metal dishware that would be good over a fire, thick cast iron pots and pans. All were very well made, but none of them were fancy, and Pops had said that they were making a compass today, which was usually a very ornate item, more of a decorative accessory if it wasn't going to be hard-mounted to a ship's bridge. The bell rang, signaling that someone had entered the store, and Pops waved his hand in that general direction. Go take care of that, would you? I need to watch the metal. The prices are on everything, no discounts. There was an odd man wearing a long leather coat over black enameled plate armor with the same style of bronze gears as ornamentation that Dominic's own coat was adorned with. He had a matching leather top hat with round purple lensed glasses over his eyes, but a friendly smile for Dominic when he came out to help him. The old man has a new helper, does he? I need a grappling hook. The target we're looking for is at the top of a cliff. The man explained in a slow, drawling accent. He leaned forward to smile at Dominic, and he noticed that the man had a pistol on either hip and a pair of short swords inside his long coat. An odd combination, but everything about this city was new to him, and common sense appeared to have very little to do with their decision-making processes. I see one over here. 2 silver pieces each. How many do you need for your group? I'd recommend at least having a spare in case one of your ropes breaks on the way up. The tall man stood with a hand on one hip as if examining the quality of the hook, which appeared to be made of entwined pieces of stainless steel or similarly shiny metal, which were forged into one piece for the eyelet. It's so bright. It will give us away instantly. Don't you have one in bronze? It's much more fashionable. He asked. The old dwarf had said he was out of copper, but Dominic knew that they could dull the hook without any real issues. The soldiers he grew up around did it all the time for blades to be used during evening guard rotations. I could darken the hooks to match your armor. Perhaps give them a bit of pin striping for a small upcharge," he suggested with a wink. "Darken will have to do. I've got to meet my group in 10 minutes, and we forgot to buy one in advance." He sighed, clearly upset that he couldn't get a fashionable bronze accessory. "I will be right back." Pops was silently laughing as Dominic walked in with the 2 grappling hooks, but he had the forge ready and a bucket of oil for quenching hot metal. The oil would give it a durable black finish, and Pop's magic cooled the hooks to room temperature in seconds. "There you go, only 6 silver coins in total for your custom grappling hooks," Dominic informed the fashionable man with his best smile. "Of course, these are perfect. I'm sure the others will agree. I will see you again, lovely young Dragonkin." The man flounced out of the shop, and Pops finally let out the laughter he was holding in. "You're a good one, boy. Got 2 extra silvers out of him to blacken them. I usually do that for free if they don't like the shiny bits." He commended Dominic. "The grappling hooks aren't all that expensive, though. Are they? Everything in here looks to be quite reasonably priced, and there aren't any weapons or other high-priced items," Dominic noted. In fact, the hooks were one of the more expensive items compared to the housewares. Only the specialty tools cost more. Nobody makes it this far across town without a weapon. We're too near to the staging area for the coaches heading out to the battlegrounds and wilderness regions. No, what they need are the last-minute essentials, things they forgot to pack, not the things that they carry with them everywhere. So, that's what I sell. 100 small transactions instead of one big one," Pops explained. "Now, watch as I flatten this out and start the engraving. That's where the smithing skill comes into play, and I'll show you a trick that only a few know." Pops had the copper laid out in a dozen small ingots, and Dominic wondered just how large this compass was supposed to be. It should just be a box with a carrier liquid and a floating dial under a glass dome. But he didn't see any glass in this shop at all. What we are going to make today is a dimensional compass, not a ship's compass. It will tell you what plane you've gone to and what direction you need to take to get to the one you want. It's a bit of a specialty item, and not many know how to make it, so my customer has been a bit cranky. His sword doesn't often come out to the common quarters to get anything, much less in person. Once he was finished ranting, Pop snorted with derision, making his long white beard fluff up for a moment. Dominic smiled at his version of a pouting face, and instinctively knew that it must be for his benefit. He couldn't see that old man being that emotional about some odd mage. You don't need to know how to make the whole thing, and you would not be able to make it at your skill level anyhow. But what I want you to remember is this. See how you need to lay all the magical materials perfectly on it in the exact pattern. If you get any bit of that wrong, the item is scrap metal, and you'll lose most of the materials. But if you do like this, make a paper cutout that you stick to the copper sheet. You can just paint that crystal paste over the top in the right brush stroke order and call it a day. As long as you don't try to add any extra mana before you touch up all the edges, it's fine. The old man was practically rolling with laughter as he did just what he said, using the template to paint the symbols on the copper sheets until they glowed with magic and the runes engraved themselves into the surface. Now we take our hammer and our chisels and get to work. No hard edges. I use this one here to round them off, then the flat one to make a nice hard bend. Light taps with the hammer. The hot brass is pretty soft. The pieces all interlock like this, all 70 of them, until we end up with this. He had an ornately decorated cube in his hand, slid together with such precision that there were no visible seams. Then he put a bit of magical power into it, and the freshly crafted dimensional compass glowed. A word to the wise. Dimensional mages and demi-humans don't mix well. It's best to stay out of his way, and if he's fool enough to suggest you follow him on a trip, politely decline. If you leave your home world, there is no guarantee that you will end up anywhere but where your ancestors live, you see. If you signed a pact with or descended from an infernal being, you would send your entire party straight to hell, and you'd be the last one to die. Pops cautioned It's a dragon. A world dragon. Dominic mumbled, unsure what the reaction to the revelation about his obscure and powerful ancestor species would be. Pops chuckled. I'm not sure the others would appreciate the distinction between being eaten by demons and dragons, young sorcerer. Just because he is related to you doesn't mean he will be happy to see a bunch of strangers showing up on his doorstep. I understand. I suppose that I should probably look for a place to stay the night, now that your lesson is over. I didn't get a chance with all that happened today. Dominic sighed, regretting being so broke. If you've got one more of those daggers or 3 copper a night, I've got a room upstairs that you can stay in. I'll even pay you if you want to sweet-talk the customers for me during the day. Pop suggested with a wiggle of his bushy eyebrows. I've got a few more of the daggers on me. I'll trade you one for the night, and then we can talk about an ongoing arrangement in the morning. I will warn you, though. I do intend to apply for the royal apprenticeships during the next intake. Dominic agreed, then set the dagger on the workbench by the anvil. Perfect. You'll need to work hard to gain some skills if you're going to succeed. Now, come over here, and I will show you a bit more about the fine points of smithing. We're nearly out of the etching chisels that the scribes and arcanist sorts use to make their runes and the decorative bits and bobs they like so much. They're not too hard, and I've got a template for the metal. Pops began. He already had a number of chisel blanks formed out of iron. They just needed to be worked into the final chisel shapes and given an edge and a handle. You might think that chisels are a waste of time, but they're the easiest edges to do. Do you know where most apprentice smiths at the academies make their tuition fees? They sharpen swords and tools and repair equipment for their team members and classmates. That ability to fix things is the true value of a smith to an adventuring group or an army, not in making new items all the time, but in keeping the good ones they've got in top shape. Once you gain a few levels and start grouping with the sorts who can afford Magitech weapons, you will understand that a lot of their money goes to just keeping up their gear. If you can do that for them, they will want to keep you around, even if you don't fight much. Dominic smirked at him. I might not look like much, but I'm no pushover in a battle. But he was also excellent at maintaining and repairing Magitech items. He had been salvaging them from the scrapyards to fix and sell ever since his parents had been killed during the invasion of his homeland, over a decade ago. Pops laughed and shook his head. You're not following me. What I'm saying is, why do all the fighting and the fixing when you could do the fixing and only fight when you felt like it? The kids who want to be adventurers don't learn a working trade, they pick a base skill core that gives them an advantage in combat. They learn their fighting style, and they go to battle and risk their lives. But a smart young smith can have them do the fighting while he does all the side jobs and gets the real experience. I get it. Make the tools, fix the weapons, then find some suckers to go out and use them to get what I need. Only then I will be the one smelting the copper, not the one chasing after a bunch of noblemen's children who fled at the first sight of goblins. Now you're getting it. So, let's show you the first step. How to make the tools. They worked late into the evening that night, making an assortment of chisels, hand tools, and kitchenware that sold well at the shop. By the time they were done, Dominic had made most of the essentials for a camping trip, and he was actually getting some decent experience on the first level of his chosen craft. Apprentice smithing, level 1, 190 points. He was over halfway to the second level of smithing, but Dominic was beginning to realize just how basic the trade skill gem he had traded for was. It taught him the very minimum of the basics when he attuned to it. So little that one night in the forge with a competent smith had nearly doubled his knowledge base. There would be a whole journeyman smith's worth of knowledge locked away in the skill core, but at the start, you couldn't access any of it. The room that Pops led him to was a simple place, with only a bed and a small table. The bathroom was down the hall, presumably shared with Pops and whoever else was living above the shop in the small dorm rooms. But at least it had a latch on the door and a thick window that didn't leak. The constant burning of coal for the steam vehicles made the air terrible outside, but inside the bedroom, it seemed to be filtered somehow and much cleaner than it had been either outside or in the forge. The answer lay in a simple device hidden on the far side of the bed, a fan with a filter mounted to the front of it. The filter had clearly caught a lot of filth on the back, but the fan was blowing clean air around the limited space with a gentle breeze, making it much more pleasant in the bedroom. It was a magical device, and presumably ran on mana, but Dominic had no idea if he could even recharge it. He could use spells, but this was dwarven magic, not human or dragon, so it was possible that he wouldn't be able to recharge the device and would have to ask for assistance when it stopped blowing. Assuming he was here that long. But if one day out hunting goblins was enough for a 2-week stay, then he just needed another day to get enough for the week's food. Or, he could work the shop and find out what Pops was going to pay him as an apprentice. That might be enough all by itself. The thought of food made his stomach growl, but it was now late at night, and he wasn't going to wander the streets after dark looking for somewhere to eat. He would do that in the morning. Morning that came much too soon, with the shops opening at sunrise and the sound of steam-driven cargo carriages whistling and bouncing down the road with their terrible suspension, waking him from a deep sleep. Dominic wanted to go back to bed, but hunger wasn't going to let him, so he reluctantly got dressed and went to the single bathroom on this floor to freshen up. There were fresh towels and a selection of unused soaps in the shower, all of which smelled of various liquors. Dominic shook his head at Pop's version of scented body products, then chose one that smelled of peppermint schnapps. It had a definite alcoholic note to it, but the peppermint wasn't bad. He made his way downstairs to the smithy, intending to head out to find some food, when the scent of roasting meat reached his nose. Pops had 2 plates out on the workbench and a pot of something boiling over the forge. "Take a seat, breakfast will be just a few more minutes," he instructed. While he talked, Pops dropped a large amount of butter and a mug full of a yellow slurry that Dominic hoped was beaten eggs into a cast-iron skillet, then stirred the pot. "Smithing is hungry work, so we eat heavy in the morning and again at lunch, then snack in the evening, or just drink ourselves to sleep," he laughed. The pot turned out to be a thick beef stew, served with scrambled eggs and fresh bread. "That bread comes from 2 doors down by the way. If you need more, just head over there and tell the old woman not to cheat my apprentice," Pops instructed. "Will that get me a discount, or will it double the price?" Dominic asked in his best serious tone, but the aging blacksmith just laughed at him. "With that old woman? Who knows? She likes kids, though, and you're a good 2 centuries younger than she is." 2 centuries? Dominic asked in shock. He had assumed the old woman would be human. That's most people's response, and she will deny it, but she's been an old woman for as long as I've lived here, and I was born in this forge. Pops laughed, making his freshly braided beard dance with the movement of his head. The first customers of the day came in as Dominic was washing his bowl, a group of 5 teenagers in practical leather armor and carrying ornate rifles. No, that wasn't quite right. One of them was in cloth robes and carrying a staff, not a rifle. That must be the group's cleric or spellcaster. "What can I help you with this morning?" Dominic asked politely. "We have need of a very particular sort of tools. I need a 5mm engraving chisel suitable for wood, a fine point auger no more than 1mm thick, and a silver engraving pen," the leader of the group explained. "Well, I know we have the chisel and the auger. Those are here and here. Let me see if we've got a silver engraving pen in stock," Dominic replied. The first 2 were tools that they had made last night, but they hadn't worked with any valuable metals. In the storeroom, 3rd shelf, 7th box. Pops called up from the forge. How he heard anything over the noise was anyone's guess, but the tools were right where he said they would be. "And here is your silver engraving pen. That one's a bit more expensive than the standard tools. Your total will be 24 silver coins," he explained. Can't you cut us a bit of a deal? The leader asked, while aiming a conspiratorial, and entirely too friendly, smile at Dominic. That was going to get old fast. If someone was going to treat him like a gullible kid, why couldn't it be some cute guardswoman or a barmaid? He might just let them get away with it. Maybe he should stop shaving and let a beard begin to grow in. No, he hated the scratchy feeling, even if it did make him look closer to his age in human years. For a fine and upstanding gentleman like you, 22 silver and 20 copper. Dominic agreed, and saw him begin to celebrate before realizing that the price hadn't actually changed. He's got your number, Nick. Don't worry, we know how Pops is. The price is the price. Hey old man, come say hi. The spellcaster called out. I can say hello just as well from back here. Bother my new apprentice, I'm busy. The adventurers laughed and shook their heads, used to his antics. We will see you later, don't work the boy too hard, you hear? Pops chuckled at the interaction as he watched from the forge. Young Dominic hadn't realized that the innate magical charisma of dragon blood didn't discriminate, and all humans would find themselves drawn to a smiling dragonkin, like they would be drawn to a puppy. The door didn't even have time to close before another customer walked in, looking hurried and somewhat panicked. Are you the one named Dominic? Princess Alexis requests your presence to accompany herself and Princess Eleanor on her hunting group for the day. The man asked the moment that he stepped foot inside the small shop. Well, that was certainly unexpected. But Dominic would have rather not gone out again with the children from the academy, even if the youngest princess was the most competent among them. You might as well get going. That's not the sort of summons that common folk like us can turn down. Your room will be safe and waiting for you, and there will be just as much work tomorrow. Pops chuckled when he saw his hesitation. That wasn't actually the issue. The issue was that yesterday's mission to get copper daggers for Pops had been attempted with the youngest princess and her classmates, who had left them all behind with the goblins. The request might have come through one of her older sisters, but if this group was anything like that last one, Dominic wanted nothing at all to do with it. In fact, he might be safer off on a journey through the plains with that flamboyant playboy of a mage from earlier. I guess I will see you later then, Pops. I will bring back whatever good stuff I can find. Dominic told him with a wink. It would pay for his room and board here at the forge, as well as his continued training. At least he hoped there would be more training and not all standing around the front of the shop with customers. Dominic followed the man outside to where a string of ornate carriages on steam-driven truck chassis, all in matching livery that seemed to get great respect from the bystanders, were sitting and waiting on the side of the road. Soldiers and assistants were coming back out of all the shops along the street bringing goods to their carts, while more mounted soldiers on gearwork mechanical horses stood nearby. Using a mechanical horse when there were so many other transport options seemed a bit silly to Dominic. But there was likely an excellent reason for the choice other than the ability to move between trees more easily than a truck or carriage. This way, young man. The princess has requested you accompany her youngest sister as a personal escort. The butler who had been sent to find Dominic explained as he opened the door to a steam carriage. He could sense that the butler was not happy about the situation, but the man wasn't actively trying to stop it. Thank you, Lord Butler, Dominic replied with a short bow, and the butler smiled. It wasn't often that anyone remembered that the royal butlers were minor nobles themselves, and not just ranking servants. Such good manners. If only the brats from the academy would learn them and stop teaching the princess's bad habits. He muttered as he closed the door behind Dominic, leaving him alone with the youngest princess of Cygnia. That alone was generally considered to be highly questionable behavior, but Dominic suspected that they weren't nearly as alone as they appeared to be. Someone would be keeping a very close eye on the situation, in case he tried anything, and to protect her reputation. He deliberately avoided the thought that they were simply treating him as a royal servant, and not a strange man alone with a princess. It's good to see you again. I heard from my tutor that you had come here last night, and when we stopped out front, I knew that we just had to bring you along again. My sisters were super eager to hear more about your exploits when I told them about yesterday. Princess Eleanor explained. This looks like quite the group. What are we going out to do? Dominic asked, gesturing toward the other vehicles and soldiers lined up outside. We're going out to hunt the goblins again, but this time with a proper group of soldiers. There are currently 2 noble daughters missing from an attack on a lone carriage, and there is a fear that they might be alive. Eleanor explained. A fear they might be alive. Dominic didn't want to think about what that could mean, but his mind was telling him anyhow. It's best that we do a thorough sweep until they are found then. He agreed. Dominic had often dreamt during his early childhood about a day like this, guarding a princess while riding into battle as magical support behind the guardsmen. These might not be the men and knights of his old hometown, but they were still well-trained soldiers, and he was still the one asked to accompany the princess. Though he was peripherally related to the royal family of his homeland, his branch of the family was so far separated that the manor house run by his oldest uncle was the extent of their holdings and status. So, his ambitions were a bit less restricted than the Cygnia nobles that he had met so far. All that was missing from the childhood dream was the fancy armor and the muscular build that a princess's personal guard should have. That was the life of ultimate luxury, following a pampered royal lady around. At least in the mind of a child, it had been. Is it just you and the soldiers? Who is leading the expedition? Dominic asked carefully, not wanting to insult the princess who might be his first new friend in this city. My 2 older sisters, Alexis and Josephine, are at the head of the group. It took a lot of convincing to get them to agree to let me come along today, since I was put in danger yesterday. I don't think that we will get to do much. The guards have orders not to allow it, but we can try. Eleanor explained. Are there any other civilians going along? Perhaps they could be a distraction to keep the guards from stopping us from entering combat. Dominic whispered. Eleanor smiled. There are 10 boys from the senior class at the academy along on the trip. I'm not sure how they will help us, though. They're not going to be willing to let me get into combat, and they're all single noblemen hoping to get their hands on a minor princess to tie their noble houses to the direct royal lineage. But I have faith in you. You will find a way for us to do more than just watch the action. Dominic thought about what they could possibly do. This would be a wasted day if he didn't kill anything for the loot, and he was still incredibly poor. It would be embarrassing to say that outright, though, so he had to find a subtle way to make this trip profitable. What if we pit them against the guards? All teen boys love a good competition, right? 10 of them against us and 8 guards to give the guards a handicap. Whoever does better wins. Then we've limited the number of guards and encouraged them to fight more, which will keep us close to the battle and not at the carriages like a servant guarding a trophy in armor. He suggested. Princess Eleanor nodded in satisfaction with his idea. All right, I will offer the suggestion as soon as we get there, and it should get the boys worked up enough. They need a good excuse to show off their prowess, and they will jump at the first chance to impress me, guaranteed. Dominic snickered to himself and remembered a phrase his mother used to use. The gods have blessed men with 2 heads to do their thinking, but only enough blood to operate one of them at a time. As long as they were focused on the chances of marriage when the youngest princess came of age, they wouldn't think too hard about the chances she was setting them up. So, Dominic knew that she could get them to go along with the plan easily enough. The carriages began to move out without any warning, trundling along the street in a cloud of steam and smoke. Dominic pulled the thin curtains over the windows to keep the filth of the coal-burning vehicles in the city out of the carriage and leaned back to enjoy the trip. At least if we do it this way, we will have 8 trained guardsmen with us. They all have suitable skills, right? They're not chosen for decoration. He asked quietly. Not at all. The 8 with us will be my own personal guards, assigned by my sisters for the day, and not city guards like most of the team. Father would never forgive them if something happened to me while we were out. Eleanor replied, rolling her eyes at their overprotectiveness. Well, you are a princess. Just not the helpless and dainty one. Maybe they need a good thump on the backside with your shield, your highness. That made the young paladin princess laugh. The chance to thump her big sister with her shield would be a long time coming. They were all nearly a decade older than she was, fully trained and in active service to the crown, not entering their first year of advanced schooling. While Dominic rode in a royal carriage to go hunt goblins, Pops prepared an emergency travel bag for him. He wasn't up on current court politics, but he didn't trust the nobles not to attempt to dispose of a rogue Dragonkin prince once they realized he was attracting the attention of the Cygnia royals, who valued magical power and intelligence over lineage. By the time they arrived at the battlefield, even Dominic was feeling protective of the princess. Despite her attempts to be a strong and serious paladin and the fact that Dominic knew she was a capable fighter, Princess Eleanor was a very sweet young girl under her facade. She didn't get to do things with friends very much, and the palace servants wouldn't dare to be so familiar with her. So the chance to bring Dominic along once she realized that they were close to his place of work was too much temptation to resist. She claimed that she wanted to prove her worth in battle so that her sisters wouldn't look down on her, but after only a half hour together, Dominic could tell that she just wanted to make friends, even if they were the guards assigned to her and a random spellcaster she met in the staging area. All right, we're here. Let me make the bet, and you can back me up to get the guards on our side. Princess Eleanor whispered to her new partner in crime for the day. Good luck. Dominic hopped down from the wagon while the guards assisted the paladin behind him. Formulating his plan, Dominic assessed the group of 10 seniors from the academy. They were all wearing a plethora of level 4 and 5 physical enhancement skill gems, and they all had combat-oriented base skills. It would be a tough fight to beat their accomplishments, even with a lot of luck, but Dominic had promised the princess that he would help her, and he really did need the money. Boys, aren't you looking dapper today? Might you be out for a stroll in the park? I thought we were going to kill goblins. The young princess teased as they waited around for orders. Well, now, look at that. The princess brought a friend with her. Is he a classmate of hers, princess? The largest of the men, standing nearly 195 centimeters tall and wide enough that he had to turn to get out of the carriage door, asked. I'm a bit more grown than that. Dominic laughed, waving one particular finger at the students, but out of sight of the princess. How about we make this day a bit more interesting? You are all trying out to be guards, right? Why not prove that you've got what it takes? The 8 of them can take us on as a handicap against the 10 of you, and whoever kills more goblins wins the wager. He offered. And what do we get if we win? The big man asked suggestively, glancing at the princess before turning on Dominic with a cruel smile. How about the winning team gets dinner with the princess? Chaperoned, of course, but a proper sit-down meal to have a good conversation. Dominic offered. That way, if they lost, the boys got a hint of what they wanted, a chance to impress the princess, and if his team won, he got a free dinner. The guards looked shocked at the offer. It was a big event for a lower noble of their status to join a member of the royal family for a formal meal, and the way that Dominic had worded it, the winning team would get the chance. That meant the 8 of them as well. They might be a few years older, but none of the guards assigned to the princess was married, a precaution by her parents and older siblings to help the princess pick a suitable suitor from among the men her family had already vetted. All 18 men answered in unison. If the princess doesn't object, you've got a deal. The guards' equipment had been carefully improved, with the most important of their enhancements being at level 6 and 7, with a level 10 combat gem visible on the sergeant, giving them a distinct magical advantage. Plus, they were all paladins from the same order that the princess had chosen. Going from level 1 to level 2 wasn't bad. But the requirements doubled with every level. So, By level 10, it took a tremendous amount of work to improve a skill gem by another level. Evidently, the order that the day's assigned guards belonged to was a more open-minded one than most, as they had taken the princess as a proper paladin while she was still young and hadn't left her as some token squire with no trade skill core. That alone was a green flag in Dominic's books in favor of the guards. Entirely paladins seemed like a strange group choice to Dominic, but many of the guards carried short bows or spears along with their blades and shields, so they weren't completely lacking in ranged defense, and all of the members of their team, except him, could heal the wounded. The students were a fairly well-rounded group, with a healing dedicated cleric, 2 mages, and 2 archers, along with their melee fighters. They shouldn't have any problems dealing with the goblins that they were expected to face today. The hard part would be finding them. All teams to the ready. We have our orders. Clear the area of goblins and all other monsters. One of the elder princesses shouted above the din of the crowd with a magically amplified voice. Yes, Your Highness. The crowd shouted back, and then they began to split up to begin their hunt. Can you run well enough to keep up? I know that most spellcasters don't have great stamina. The leader of their team asked. While it might not be my strongest point, I can run well enough, and I'm agile. I'm also not weighed down by a load of metal plates, so I should be all right. Dominic shrugged. Good, no offense to the princess and your escort, but we fully intend to win this challenge. The paladins took off at a jog, running in time instinctively after training with each other for so long. Eleanor kept pace behind them while Dominic took up the rear. At first, it was easy, but after a kilometer, he was beginning to hope that they would find goblins very soon. Just up ahead. There is a goblin village right where we scouted it. Caster Dominic, stay with the princess in the middle of our formation. It's too dangerous to leave you out here in the open while we raid the village. The team leader instructed. That was just what the two of them had been hoping for. The fight would inevitably force the team to surround them, and then, as the guards spread out, the two of them would get a chance to fight. Dominic wouldn't even have to wait, as he had nearly 40 meters of range with Arcane Blast, so he could take the goblins out as he pleased. The damage done by the spell was outstanding for a young caster, far beyond what most mages his age could manage, and he had confidence that he could kill enough goblins to make it worth the trip. The goblins squealed in their guttural language as they saw the approaching mass of polished armor under pure gold tabards, and the paladins broke into a full-out run, forcing Dominic to struggle to keep his position, much less move forward into the center of their formation as they had requested. The front rank slammed into the goblins, and the creatures didn't have a chance. These were trained royal guards, all using heavily enchanted weapons and armor, and well experienced with the task of eliminating small monsters. Princess, fallen toward the center of our formation. We are going to push forward. Gerald and Tony, you are on the spear duty. Keep the second rank cleared. Everyone, keep the bows stowed until we see a shaman or a lord, their sergeant instructed. Dominic didn't know what a goblin shaman or a goblin lord looked like, but he did know that there were plenty of targets for his arcane blast, and they were going to run right over the corpses for him to loot them. Just a touch of his boot would do, as long as the guards in front didn't get to them first. Dominic aimed at a goblin charging them from the side and dropped it with an arcane blast, then picked out another for his wrath. Go easy on the mana, boy. We'll be at it a while, and you don't want to run out before things get too hectic, one of the guards warned him. The princess laughed. We told him the same thing yesterday, but it appears that one of his gems has a blessing, and he doesn't run out of mana if those spells keep killing goblins. That was a good excuse for his seemingly unlimited mana pool, and Dominic did his best to remember it for later. As long as nothing gets to me, I should be fine, he agreed. It did take energy and focus to keep casting, but that was mental weariness and would recover much more quickly than mana exhaustion would. The guardsmen in the front ranks lit up their swords with bright white light, some sort of paladin-specific attack skill that Dominic didn't know the name of, and began to hack their way through the goblin village. Dominic looked to his right and saw a thick swarm of goblins coming their way. He had a once-daily dragon flame which would create a 5-meter cone of fire and would be perfect for that, but he remembered the warning, don't use up his magic quite yet because things might get worse later. They were competing against the senior class students, after all, and with a handicap of Dominic and the princess, who were both underleveled compared to either group. So, he began picking the goblins off with Arcane Blast as quickly as he could until they got close enough for the paladins to deal with them. When they did, it became obvious to Dominic just how much the paladin's extra skill and enhancement gem levels counted for. There was a flash of light, and dozens of goblins simply disappeared as if they had never existed, leaving mana cores on the ground, which quickly vanished into someone's storage item, as there was no more body left. Push forward through the village. Let's get this finished and find another. No way are those students going to outwork us, the guard sergeant ordered as Dominic took the opportunity to grab most of the mana cores off the ground. The group of paladins pushed forward into the goblin encampment, clearing the last of the monsters from their hovels before a shrill whistle sounded from the edge of town, and suddenly, goblins burst out of every destroyed building and from under every rock. The whole village was built over a network of tunnels, and the majority of the warriors had been hiding, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Shields up, surround the princess, the guards ordered, closing ranks around Eleanor and Dominic. The princess was clearly annoyed by the tactic, but it was their job, and they weren't going to risk her getting hurt. Dominic moved back and forth, looking for openings between thick armored shoulders so that he could get a good shot off at the goblin horde which had surrounded them. They weren't charging. They had taken up rocks and spears, preparing to launch a ranged attack on the group. Charge out. Get them before they attack, the team leader uttered just the words that Princess Eleanor had been hoping to hear. Dominic stayed close to her, keeping the paladin only a few steps away so that nothing could get behind either of them, and continued his barrage of arcane blasts. Eleanor charged straight into combat, leading with her blade but lacking the glow of magic that the higher-level paladins were using constantly. Dominic's attacks made up for the princess's limited mana pool against these more powerful goblin warriors, even as more and more of them appeared out of the tunnels. Did we pull every goblin in the region to us? Eleanor muttered as she hacked down a particularly muscular specimen of the normally diminutive species. The question answered itself as a group of hobgoblins, the much larger cousins of the goblin species, climbed out of a hole in the ground, revealing their 1.5-meter tall bodies behind the lines of goblin warriors and carrying massive clubs, too large for any human Dominic had met to wield. They should all be level 5 and 6 monsters, as ranked by the power of the mana core they dropped, giving Dominic hope that the paladins had this under control, but more and more of them were coming up out of the tunnel network. This isn't right. There shouldn't be this many goblins in the entire duchy. Clear the area and retreat. We need to report this to the captain, the team leader ordered. It was a great sentiment, but clearing the goblins wasn't going to be easy. There were simply too many of them for the limited number of guards in their team, and they had to protect the princess, who was currently being eyed like a prize by a pair of hobgoblins. She activated a skill that swept the area in front of her with white light, cutting down a whole row of goblins and giving her a chance to catch her breath, while Dominic killed the first few of the creatures to attempt to come forward to fill the void. Princess, back up, and we will close ranks again. They are too close to use their ranged weapons now, the team leader ordered. The hobgoblins were enraged when the princess and the spellcaster were back behind the lines and began to charge through their smaller kin to get to the paladins. They had waited long enough for their chance to fight, and they weren't going to let the humans keep taunting them. Dominic heard shouting in the distance as the hobgoblins closed the distance, but his focus was on one of the large creatures that had been heavily wounded by a javelin made of light. It was bleeding heavily from its chest, and he saw his chance to get some real rewards. An arcane blast to the chest tore the hobgoblin apart, and it stumbled over its feet as it died, trapping one of the smaller goblins underneath it. That was more than he had expected, as the hobgoblin was easily heavier than most grown men, thanks to its wide and muscular build, and must have gotten some advantage from the difference between their power levels. Arcane Blast was an innate skill due to his lineage, and not a skill gem that could be improved as he spent resources on it. But more importantly, if he could get that hobgoblin's mana core, he would be able to stack a lot of experience on his blacksmithing trade skill core and possibly even bump it up a level. With the extra confidence that the hobgoblin had given him, picking targets became much more important to Dominic. While it was considered rude in most situations to steal kills, that rule was more for warriors fighting together. Plus, they were in a rather desperate situation right now, and the more of the large beasts that died before they reached the front lines, the better off everyone would be. There was another wounded one with an arrow sticking out of its eye, and Dominic aimed for its exposed chest, hoping to finish the beast off. The arcane blast fired off on a perfect trajectory, only to have one of the larger monsters throw a pathetically gaunt and wounded goblin in the path of the spell, killing the tiny creature but saving the hobgoblin for a few more seconds before another arrow took it through the heart. Dominic aimed his next spell for a wounded goblin warrior with a large copper blade, taking its life and eliminating the last of the visible goblin leadership. The captain of the guard team pushed forward with a few of his men to kick the bodies, collecting the mana cores and items that might have been dropped by the hobgoblins, then tossed a handful of gems to Dominic. "Here, sort through these and take what you need. It's nothing that we can use," he instructed. That was incredibly generous, as those resources could be sold or turned in for rewards from their order, but Dominic couldn't deny that he could and would use anything that he could get his hands on right now. Spell gem, alarm, sounds an alarm if the set boundary is crossed or the marked door is opened. Spell gem, mage armor, creates minor magical armor which can be used with or over clothing. Spell gem, quality kibble, purifies food and drink from any non-magical poisons, rot, or toxins. Those weren't bad abilities to have gotten from any monster at this threat level. Especially the mage armor spell gem, which was almost exactly what Dominic needed at the moment. He activated the armor and felt the worn linen outfit under his coat solidify with magical enhancement, but as more of the hobgoblins appeared, Dominic realized that what he really needed was some reliable area damage. 1. Dragon Flame. Cone of fire a day was not going to be enough for days like this. One of the hobgoblins made it to the line, swinging its mighty club down at the guard in front of the princess, but Dominic hit it in the face with an arcane blast, and the club dropped wide, smashing into the ground and leaving the creature's throat open to the paladin's counterattack. Dominic was beginning to feel a bit like a one-trick pony, but with a whopping one ranged attack spell, it really wasn't an inaccurate description of his combat ability. At least his one trick was a good one. From what he could tell, a stand-up fair fight was not ever going to be his preferred fighting style, even if he could develop the powerful build that Dragonkin sorcerers were famous for. But there were some options, even in a melee like this. The team leader was holding off 2 hobgoblins at once, while the fighters on either side of him kept the smaller creatures away. He took a brutal hit to his shield, and Dominic saw his chance. Minor illusion made it look like the captain was crippled, with blood running down his arm and side. It wouldn't fool anyone who touched it, but it drove the monsters into a frenzy, even as Princess Eleanor cast a strengthening buff on him. It wouldn't be much of an increase at his level, but she was trapped inside the circle and able to recover her mana more easily than anyone else. The team leader didn't even notice the illusion, but the goblins weren't as smart, and they began to swarm, thinking that he was on the verge of death with so much apparent blood loss. Though he couldn't see the reason why, he did see his opportunity and cast Consecrated Ground, an area attack with a long duration and even longer cooldown to protect the group and damage the goblins around them. The holy light burned the smaller goblins' flesh away, and Dominic aimed once more at the injured hobgoblins, hoping for another easy kill and a new chance at some sweet bonus loot. The sounds of battle were coming from all around them now, and more teams from the subjugation effort were charging into the village where the goblins had gathered. The battle cry of the city guard echoed from all directions, and Dominic smiled. With so many reinforcements, they would only have to hold on for a few more minutes, and the influx of green-skinned monstrosities would be dealt with. The goblins charged forward, swarming the paladins, who fell back to keep the monsters in front of them, finally inadvertently allowing the princess into the lineup, and Dominic saw his chance to try out dragonfire. 3 hobgoblins were packed into a tight triangle in front of the team leader, and the ground at their feet was swarming with smaller goblins who were climbing them in preparation for a leap that would take them inside the encirclement, where they could overwhelm Dominic and attack from the back. Dominic activated the spell, and a gout of fire poured from his mouth, engulfing the hobgoblins in a horrific conflagration that roasted them into burnt husks in seconds, leaving only charcoal bodies and a cone of burnt earth in front of the team leader. Sudden exhaustion overcame his body for a moment, leaving Dominic winded, but it faded a few seconds later, and he was ready to continue the fight. Now, that was an impressive bit of magic. "Good job, caster," the team leader cheered, and Dominic smiled as he caught his breath. There would be many cores to be collected. But more importantly, he could see that the hobgoblins had been carrying a magical item. Dominic darted forward under the attack of a paladin to grab it before the goblins could, and retreated to safety before using the analysis abilities of his new blacksmith trade skill core to identify it. Filthy Dagger, common grade magical item. Adds lingering poison damage on hit. It might not be much, but it was a magical dagger, and it should do much more damage than the ones he had started this battle with. He took the blade into his hand to admire it and looked at the small creatures still trying to overrun the rest of the team. He might as well try out the dagger while he had the chance. With a lifetime of observing and discreetly joining the local guard's training and his determination, even a common grade dagger should be lethal enough in his hands. Dominic lunged forward with a straight thrust and found that not only did a dagger feel comfortable in his hand, a result of his faithful practice with them for self-defense, but his agile body made hitting the targets much easier. The blade easily sank into a goblin's eye and pulled back out before the creature had even realized it was dead. The blade was much easier to work with in these tight confines than his magic was, and he could attack twice as quickly, slicing throats, piercing hearts, and keeping the goblins from overrunning his teammates while the sounds of fierce fighting grew ever closer to his team. Finally, he heard a friendly voice. "Princess Eleanor, it is good to see that you are safe. Sergeant, good work in finding the hiding spot of the goblin attack force. I will be sure to see that you are rewarded when you get back to the palace." The voice of one of the elder princesses greeted them. Dominic saw the team leader's back straighten before he saluted the princess. "Thank you, Your Highness. It is an honor to serve. But tell me, have you seen the senior class students? We had a small bet going with them over who would get more done today." The heavily armored princess laughed at the words, and there was a pause before the team leader began to laugh as well. From inside the encirclement, Dominic couldn't see what was going on, but it seemed that they had won the bet. They looked quite dejected. "What might you have bet them?" "I hope you didn't take advantage to empty the pockets of a group of our loyal nobles," the princess remarked. Her voice was especially authoritative, and Dominic guessed that it was Josephine, but with their visors down and all the flashy bits removed for battle, he couldn't tell most of the paladins and guards apart. That was likely intentional in the matching design, so that enemies were unable to react to individuals' known weaknesses. But it did make life difficult for strangers. Dominic wouldn't even have known it was a princess, and not one of the guard officers had someone not addressed her personally. "Not at all, Your Highness. The wager was that the winning team would get a chance at a fully chaperoned dinner with Her Highness, the youngest princess," the team leader replied. 2 deep voices burst into laughter as the other princess came up with her guards. "So that is your taste, is it, little sister? I'm certain that these young paladins will be fine dinner guests once we get them cleaned up. Father won't mind if we chaperone for you, and we can hold the dinner tonight. Bring your Dragonkin friend as well, since I'm assuming that he was in on the wager, and we will arrange dinner at the Gorgon Head." Dominic sighed in relief, then froze as he realized that she had addressed him as Dragonkin. The royal family of Cygnia wasn't known to be any more fond of the demi-humans than the nobles were, and as Dominic had heard it, they had refused entry to the refugee nobles from his nation after it was taken. Dominic looked to the guard nearest to him for an explanation, as he had no idea what or where the Gorgon head was. It's a popular inn inside the noble district, next to the clock tower and the Magitech pistol vendor, if you know where those are. The food there is outstanding, but it's almost impossible for regular folk to get a seat without reserving weeks in advance. There is a private room for use by the royal family, so Princess Josephine will likely set us up there, the guard explained. Do you have a change of clothes? They have a dress code, and even coming in with a lesser princess, wearing your combat gear might cause issues, the royal guard whispered in response to Dominic's concerned look. Dominic shook his head, but Eleanor smiled. That's fine. The guards will have packed a spare clothing gem in the wagon. They always do when there are royals going out of the palace. You can have it as a reward for agreeing on such short notice to come with me today. I know you were supposed to be at work and all. Dominic resisted the urge to question what exactly might have been prepared for a trip with the princess. But it might be an item gem with a somewhat generic magical clothing outfit or uniform, and part of the royal carriage's standard equipment. They were rare and exceptionally expensive, but the carriage was prepared for a member of the royal family, and they likely had someone on staff who could just make them as needed. He hadn't seen any such thing since he was a small child. But for a formal dinner with the nobles, he might not have a choice but to wear whatever was provided. Showing up as he was currently dressed was definitely not going to work. He had been thrown out of half the shops in the noble district for his appearance already. Getting banned from the restaurant during his first attempt at a high-class meal was not on his to-do list. The guard closest to Dominic tapped him on the shoulder, and Dominic accepted the small gem that the man offered. Once he had it in his hands, Dominic realized that it wasn't quite as strange of an outfit as he had expected. The outfit was all black with gold embroidery, from what he could see in the gem's miniature display, and didn't look like it was childish or excessively feminine in cut. Given the princess's age, he had feared the very worst about how the spare wardrobe would look. Dominic quickly gave thanks to the creator that it wasn't a dress. The guards would laugh every time they saw him if he wore one of her dresses to dinner. Even if some of the noblemen did find such things fashionable. Princess, might we escort you back to the carriage? One of the senior class students asked hopefully. His high hopes for the day had dissipated when he realized that their chance to impress the youngest member of the royal family had ended with a resounding defeat and that the day was being cut short due to the surprising number of goblins they had found and the tunnel network that would need to be properly investigated. It would be a pleasure, I'm sure, the princess replied, extending her arm to set it on his, while his classmates quietly cheered him on. The carriages had been brought to only a few dozen meters away in preparation to take the royals back to the city, but the young man was over the moon with excitement at the opportunity that it represented, and Dominic hung back while the nobleman took his chance to speak with the princess. Unfortunately for him, all he chose to talk about was money and status, and neither of those things was going to impress her from what Dominic had learned of Eleanor's personality. He was about to follow the princess into the carriage when one of the students stopped him with a hand on his arm. You're her friend, right? Where did Dawn go wrong? I can already tell she wasn't into him, he whispered. Did you really think that a junior princess who put so much effort into becoming a paladin would be into long talks about money and status? He picked all the wrong topics, Dominic whispered back, then stepped forward to follow the other two princesses and the procession of royal guards back toward the carriages. We should change before we reach the city limits. The academy will have staff waiting there to welcome me back, and I told them that I was only going to observe and cheer on my sisters, Eleanor informed Dominic with a wink. Oh, sneaking out to go fight goblins. You rebel you. But that should be fine, as long as this outfit fits, Dominic agreed, making Princess Eleanor laugh. Then he froze as the words he had just spoken sank in. This was a bad idea. A get his head removed from his shoulders for bringing doubt about the royal family's honor sort of bad idea. He was about to exit the vehicle to change when Eleanor spoke again. I've never seen a gem-equipped item not fit, so I think you're safe. Don't worry about returning that one either. I was already caught trying to sneak out in it once, so they won't fall for it again. Eleanor equipped a dress of her own, and her armor shimmered out of sight, replaced with the outfit in the gem without a hint of undress. One outfit was simply replaced with another. Dominic followed her lead and found himself in floor-length black robes with long, flowing sleeves and a cloak made of the same black silk, with golden runes all along the edges and a hooded cloak. He looked like the nobleman version of a stereotypical wizard. Rather like his own Uncle Dave had in the pictures hung around the manor. His former outfit was in a pile on the floor, so Princess Eleanor must have a magical gem for her armor as well. It only took a second to grab the pile of cloth and toss it into his storage cube, then Dominic spread his arms to show off his appearance. Wow, that's not what it looks like when a paladin equips it at all. Or perhaps it is because of my status as a princess. You would be able to infiltrate the Magic Academy as a new student, no problem. Dominic considered that. If they all had the same skill cores and an abundance of spell gems available from their parents, what exactly were the noble mages even learning at the academy? More spells, or was it for trade skills relating to magic? Some of those might actually be useful to him in the future if he had any intention of or ability to go back to school. He didn't think that he would be able to take being stuck in classes with a bunch of kids who were barely teenagers, but if he had to, there might be a way to get some knowledge out of them that would make a trip to the academy worth it. My sisters are going to be totally fighting over you when we get there. Don't let their friendship fool you, they actually compete over everything. Ooh, maybe one of them will want to claim you as a personal crafter. Then you would always be around the castle. What trade or combat skill have you taken up anyhow? I never thought to ask before, Eleanor continued. Blacksmithing. I haven't had much time to really study, but I am an apprentice smith, Dominic explained. A smith? I totally thought you would have taken up calligraphy or runology or something esoteric. Most sorcerers choose something like that so that they can try to craft new spells or fulfill requirements by their patron. Is your bloodline's ancestor a demanding one? Do they still communicate with their offspring with mixed blood at all? Or is that too personal? I don't really get a chance to ask these sorts of questions to many people, Eleanor rambled as the carriage made its way back to town. My draconic lineage doesn't actually affect me at all until I have to interact with other people, and they notice my horns, Dominic shrugged. Except in combat, but that part could remain unsaid. Observing was pretty much all that the world dragon whose lineage Dominic's family was sired by supposedly did, as well as granting boons to those who were worthy. What exactly the powerful ancient beast's duty or role was seemed unclear. There was a common belief in his old hometown that it was the world dragon that maintained the monster blessing, but nobody had ever proven that, and the pantheon of gods certainly had influence over it, as they all had their own clerics and favorites. In this part of the world, he had no idea what the consensus was. Who is your ancestor? Can you say? The princess asked. The world dragon, Dominic answered on instinct. A dragon. That is wonderful. So you're a dragon priest by birth. No, that should be a dragon warlock because you don't use healing spells. How does that even work? I've never been allowed around people outside the nobility before, and there aren't a lot of mixed-blood nobles. The princess was quite the chatterbox, but it was rather soothing after the stress and adrenaline of the battle. Technically, Dragonkin are nobles. Or were when we still had a nation of our own. But I don't think that we get any sort of official, or even unofficial, designation here in Cygnia or from our ancestors. We just kind of are what we are. My mother worked as an arcanist, and my father was a technomage, Dominic explained, fondly remembering his early days in the village. Eleanor was lost in his thoughts for a while, then suddenly shot up straight. Right, Wavemate's region had Dragonkin royals before Dagos invaded to claim Kinwin City and bring the region under human control. I remember that from politics class. Wait. You said world dragon, right? As in the world dragon. Not just any dragon. Yes. Dominic replied tentatively. Oh my goddess, you really are blessed. I have only met one blessed of the world dragon before, and he is an immortal at the Magic Academy. His luck is supposed to be insane enough that they banned him from the casinos. They even say that he defeated the last demon lord by himself, and that he can create an army of monsters to do his bidding. But what brought you to the city? You're clearly not raised here, she asked, staring intently at his face, as if she could detect any sign of falsehood that way. The village that I was raised in was near the Cygnia border, up in the hills. It was wiped out in a surprise invasion a few years ago, and I eventually decided that I would build my skills and settle in Cygnia City so that I could join the royal apprenticeship intake. I know it might sound silly, but when you reach journeyman status as a royal craftsman, you're allowed to make a request. I figured that if I could make a name for myself, I could request that the army go and wipe out those scum that took away my home. But you said that you met a blessed immortal. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. How did everyone find out that he was an immortal? When did you meet him? Dominic finished, not wanting to talk too much more on the subject of personal tragedy. I met him on my 10th birthday when he came to the celebration in the palace. But the demon lord was defeated about 1500 years ago, I guess. The exact date is a bit blurry because the calendar changed with the change of kingdoms, and they didn't record everything properly. But if you're going to go for the apprentice intake, not only are you going to need to go through as many monster cores as possible to build your trade skill stone, but you're also going to have to leave the city limits and get some real experience on your resume that will make the servants raised by the noble families look like the higher risk option. Dominic couldn't argue with that logic. If you didn't have overwhelming skill and connections for the apprentice intake, you had to have accomplishments. He would ask Pops about it when they got back. The carriage pulled up to the restaurant with a hiss of released steam and the squeal of brakes. You know, one day, they will update the rest of these things to start using magic instead of coal or wood. The smog out here past the palace is awful, but the commoners would riot if we told them they had to start walking again just to have cleaner air in the noble districts of the cities. Eleanor sighed. You can only do so much at once. But we should head inside for dinner. I can sense them waiting for us already. Dominic replied with a smile for the normally cheerful princess. He did agree with her, though. If he had to stay in the city, he would definitely prefer that they cut back on the number of coal-burning boilers. Not just the vehicles, but many of the buildings burned coal for steam equipment, heating, and hot water. Dominic checked the runes and the embroidered golden scrollwork on the mage robe that he was given, ensuring there was no damage or wrinkling of the thick fabric, and stepped out of the carriage before offering his hand to help the princess down. There was some murmuring among the crowd as they walked into the venue, but it wasn't loud enough for Dominic to pick up on what it was, only the generally shocked mood. They didn't expect us to be here as well. My sisters must have caused quite the scene coming in with a whole unit of the royal guard. Eleanor whispered while smiling and waving at some of the nobles in the crowd. The whole table stood up to greet the princess as she entered the private dining room, and her sisters came over to give her a hug. Good work out there, little sister. I know that you've tried hard to get the chance to prove yourself. Josephine, the older of the twins, whispered to her before leading Eleanor to her seat. Alexis, the younger of the twin princesses, pulled out a seat between her and her sister's chairs at the other end of the large round table for Dominic and smirked at the young caster's startled reaction. Then she gave a meaningful look at the paladins in the group and back at the chair. The message couldn't be clearer if the princess had shouted it at Dominic, who gently took his seat, nearly forgetting to tuck his robes forward, as he hadn't worn a formal robe more than twice in his entire life. They were kind of comfortable, though. He could see why the mages liked them. The elder princess stepped to her seat, then tucked her long blonde hair out of the way and addressed the group. As agreed, you have the chance for a chaperone dinner with our lovely little sister. But don't expect us to make it too easy on you. That said, we have found an interesting new person to talk to, and we will be rather busy through the first course. Waitress, the wine, please. Eleanor giggled at her sister's antics. She knew all these people, so it wasn't like she was having dinner with strangers. But the two princesses had already turned away from the crowd to talk to Dominic. Thank you for serving as our foil to anyone attempting to sit with Eleanor. I won't apologize for using you to keep others away, but I can tell that you don't have that sort of intention toward the youngest princess. Josephine began. No, he had no intentions of a romantic sort with the youngest princess. But he quickly realized that every other man on the mission was looking for a royal bride, and the two older princesses had their own arrangements for the journey. I heard that you only just arrived in town. How are you liking it here in Cygnia City? Princess Alexis asked, her long blonde hair falling around her face now that it was out of the chain mail coif of her armor. It is quite an incredible place, I must say. The air is a bit thick for my liking, but not much worse than in the forges. So, you really are an apprentice smith. Will you be applying at the castle and working toward the journeyman's badge then? She asked, with a meaningful look at Dominic's horns. It was clear that she knew something about him already, and had likely looked into his past as much as possible when her younger sister asked for him to accompany them today. Dominic nodded. If he were going to train his smithing, he would certainly want to get it to the standard of a journeyman eventually. He also had many more monster cores on him now, after killing and looting so many goblins, and he could likely advance his skill a second time after using them all up later that night. Perhaps there would be value to upgrading one of the other spell gems as well, but with under a month to the intake exams, he really couldn't spare the cores. Marvelous. We can always use more smiths in town, especially sorcerers with nimble fingers, to set the gears of the magical devices. The crystal shaping and clockwork are beyond most smiths, but the metal craft is beyond most watchmakers and inscriptionists. Making magical items sounded like a very lucrative trade, but Dominic wasn't sure how to get into the market. So far, he hadn't had good experiences in the noble district, where such things were typically sold. As interesting as the creation of magical devices is to a young apprentice, I'm still in my first level of apprentice smithing skill. I have a long way to go before I will be ready to move on to such detailed work. The princess chuckled and took out a dagger from her inventory. She placed the weapon on the table, and Dominic looked it over, noting that it was a crudely hammered steel blade with a poorly set gem. The gem had magic in it, though, so the weapon would be formidable despite its poor quality of construction. What do you think of that dagger? The princess asked. Poorly hammered, the gem is only partially set, and I can see the impurities in the steel from here. It looks functional, but nobody would ever call it a display piece. He shrugged. It was dropped by one of the hobgoblins today. That is the quality standard of the common magical items that an apprentice in the lower levels needs to compete against. I suspect that with an old dwarf as your mentor, you wouldn't turn out something worse than that even now. Dominic looked the weapon over more closely. All the magic was in the stone. It was only the effect of the magical stone that made it a magical item. He wasn't certain of precisely how the magical gems worked, but in his childhood, magical items were ornate things with runes and special materials. Not this crude approximation. Well, perhaps it is possible. I certainly wouldn't do worse on the dagger. I don't know how to make the gems, though. Perhaps I will ask Pops later, once we're done with tomorrow's tools. Dominic agreed. The eldest princess burst into laughter, startling the table. Yes, ask Pops about making magical weapons. Perhaps he will show you when he politely refuses to make them for the royal family. He says his weapons aren't up to royal standards, but we all know he makes the best tools around." Dominic frowned, an expression that scrunched up his face and made Princess Alexis want to tease him just to see it again. "Are you that short on weaponsmiths? I thought that this city was full of them, since I've seen forges and artisans everywhere since I arrived." He asked. "Artificers, steamsmiths, carriage makers, airship docks, clockmakers, brasswork inscriptionists, and a dozen other specialties that use forges, yes. The whole city specializes in Magitech devices, but only a select few of them make practical weapons." The older princess explained. "Magical weapons are much cheaper, thanks to the chance to get them from monsters, and crafted ones are in lower demand than a new part for an aging or damaged Magitech carriage, you see. So, all the graduates learn to become mechanics and factory workers instead of the daily drudgery of a weaponsmith or toolmaker like Pops." The younger twin added, mischief twinkling in her ice-blue eyes. They hadn't even noticed the wine being poured as they were so engrossed in the conversation, and they certainly didn't notice that their odd trio had become the interest of all the serving staff at the restaurant, who wanted to know who the new mage boy was who had captured the royal family's attention. When the first course came out, Dominic realized just how fancy this place was. There was real gold on the trim of all the dishes, actual silverware, and the hostess had mentioned a total of 8 courses. Fortunately, they were all small, so he wouldn't be embarrassing himself by having to decline portions of the meal, but still, the nobles here really went all out. Or perhaps it was because the guards were courting the princess that the older sisters had gone all out at a public restaurant. Not that it was hard to avoid embarrassing himself. Josephine, the elder of the twin princesses, was a boisterous sort, and had a wealth of stories about combat actions and the antics of bored princesses in the palace to keep them going, while Alexis filled in the details and made sure that her older sister didn't skip over any of the embarrassing parts. Dominic kept up polite conversation with the 2 older sisters, while the paladins all did their best to impress Princess Eleanor. They had a much better grasp of her personality than the students had, and Eleanor spent the entire meal smiling and laughing. But eventually, everyone was stuffed and half drunk, so it was time to return home for the evening. "Gentlemen of the Order, it was a pleasure to have you all dine with us tonight. We will arrange a ride back to the barracks for you, and we wish you luck on your next mission." The oldest princess informed the group of royal guards, who all made a point to say a formal goodbye to the 3 princesses before following the team leader out of the private dining room. "Eleanor, you're riding with me, and Alexis will take your friend back to the smithy," Princess Josephine instructed in a dry tone. "Of course. It was a lot of fun. I will be sure to look you up the next time I can get leave to head out of town," Eleanor declared, waving her goodbyes to Dominic on the way out under the envious glares of the other patrons. Their attitudes were making Dominic a bit nervous that they would come to make trouble for Pops, but Princess Alexis had no such concerns. "Head up, shoulders back. Don't look like you're going to murder them in public. Remember, half of these people have no magical defenses at all. A single flame attack would wipe out half the restaurant," the princess whispered, making Dominic smile. He bent his arm for her to take, and the princess walked out of the posh restaurant at his side like they were on a date, and he wasn't just some random adventurer friend of her little sister's that she met that morning. Once their ride started moving, she started to chuckle quietly. You should have seen their expressions. "You see, us twin sisters are the last ones unmarried. Well, the last ones who are of age. Those floozies have been crashing every event that we attend for years now, and they haven't figured out why they don't have a chance." Dominic smirked at her. "So, who is the lucky lady?" The princess laughed even harder. "Oh, that tongue is as sharp as your dagger, but it's not a lovely young lass, but a book that has captured this princess' heart. My father is against it, so I can't announce it in public, but I have been putting off the news as long as I can. Perhaps one day we can spend a quiet evening at the library, if you should manage to make it through the selection. Now, it was Dominic's turn to laugh. The younger twin princess, with her fitness model looks and casual attitude, was actually a bookworm with no interest in romance. That was unexpected. Well, I'm cheering for you. I have heard that fictional characters give the best hugs. Dominic joked. Alexis smiled at some hidden memory. You know, I didn't always prefer books to humans. But being a twin, the number of disgusting offers that my sister and I have gotten from noblemen and noblewomen alike has long since turned me against the idea of ever letting one of those oversexed lechers touch my body. So, she wasn't quite a recluse, just jaded by the nature of her own existence. It was probably inevitable, given their lives as princesses. But Dominic wouldn't have guessed that they were twins, just going by their personalities and demeanor. When people referred to Josephine as the elder of the two, he had originally thought it to be by months or years, not minutes. They looked very much alike, but so did Princess Eleanor, so the family genes were strong and ran true through all the daughters. The carriage took them directly back to the smithy, and Dominic wondered if there was a way that he could switch back into his adventuring gear when he got close to their destination. A fancy mage robe wouldn't do him any good at work, and the other clothes were his casual wear, as much as the fancy ruffles and silk shirts were the princess's version of casual. It was a pleasure meeting you, young Master Dominic Wavemates. I do hope that we can see you at the Royal Apprentice intake next month. Tell Pops that I'll say hi when it won't cause any misunderstandings. There are still people following us. Princess Alexis informed him with a smile that made Dominic's heart stutter. Got it. Should I get dropped at the end of the block and enter through the alley doors? He asked. That would just leave you alone with them in an alley, and I really don't recommend that. Nobody here will challenge one of the shopkeepers. The group is too tight-knit. Just head in the front doors, and they will realize you're working there and back off. Have a safe trip back to the palace, or do you need to do some shopping first? Dominic replied with a smirk, expecting that the palace would tightly monitor the reading material stocked in its libraries. A real inconvenience for a literature-obsessed princess. I think I'm a bit short on perfume. I hear that the shop by the guardsmen's tavern has some. She replied very seriously as he opened the door and stepped out. Perhaps she just needed a drink instead. Princess Alexis was rapidly changing Dominic's storybook impression of human princesses in palaces, swooning over news of their husbands' exploits. In fact, he was wondering if the man who spread those stories had ever actually met a human princess. The Dragonkin princesses of Wavemates were known to be even more violent than the princes, so it certainly wasn't about them either. Dominic didn't waste any time getting inside the shop as the lumbering vehicle made its way down the road, but he did notice that there were no fewer than 5 different people, all wearing clothing with noble house crests on it, watching his every action. Pops, I'm back. Do you need a hand back there, or should I put these boxes of tools out on the shelves? Get the front organized, and then you can come back to help out. It's been a slow day today, so I'm nearly done already. I don't think it will be quiet for long. There was a group of people following me back from the restaurant just now. Princess Alexis gave me a ride on her way to pick up perfume. Dominic replied. Remind them that if they're not shopping, they're not customers. It works every time, and we can get a good sale out of them. Pops laughed. Only then did Dominic realize that Princess Alexis referred to him by his full name. Dominic Wavemates, a family name shared by all members of the royal family of the fallen Wavemates nation. Pop's predictions about the potential for profit were uncannily accurate, Dominic decided, as the first 4 of the noble retainers entered the shop, pretending to be customers. Welcome, welcome. I knew when I saw you that you were a discriminating group. We have the finest of gear in the city right here for you to peruse. What can I help you find today? He greeted the group, who smoothly transitioned from investigative mode to pretending they were here on legitimate business. The sudden shift in demeanor nearly made him laugh, but Dominic managed to keep a straight face as he made his way out from behind the counter to pull them into his trap. Do you perhaps have a skilled masseuse on your mistress's staff? We have the finest of silver needles for acupuncture here, made to the most exacting of standards, he suggested. They weren't intended for that purpose. The silver needles were for tailoring damaged magical clothing, where other metals could interfere with the enchanted cloth. Oh, I see that you have quite a few prepared. I am not an expert in the art, but perhaps the masseuse might like a set. One of the servants agreed. As I said, a truly discerning eye. They are only one small gold coin apiece, but I can offer you a small discount if you purchase a full set of 50. Only 45 small gold coins for the set. Dominic pretended that he didn't notice when the man blanched a little at the price, but the man didn't want to make his mistress seem cheap in front of the others present, and his hand went to the coin pouch at his hip. The others looked around quickly while Dominic boxed up the needles and wrote up an official receipt for his first customer of the afternoon. Were you out gathering materials with the guard today? I couldn't help but notice that you got down from a royal carriage. One of the others asked. Indeed I was. Then afterwards, Princess Eleanor invited the victors of the day's martial contest for a meal. A fine meal is a reward for fine work, as she said. The youngest princess is truly blessed with her family's signature beauty and generosity. Dominic replied, trying to deflect the topic away from his getting a ride home with the princess' older sister. Indeed. Our kingdom has been graced with an entire generation of beautiful souls. The servant agreed, and then gestured to the shelf of tools. Our carpenter requires a new plane. Might you recommend one? Dominic nodded and tried to recall what Pops had told him about the tools. There were 5 different ones, and they all looked very similar, but had different uses. Which one does he need? Or do you know what he is making? He asked hopefully. The servant looked relieved that the question hadn't led into a trap of an overpriced bulk purchase right away, as the last one had. He is our in-house furniture maker, and the rough shaping tools were inherited from his grandfather. My mistress wants to replace one as a birthday gift. Dominic stepped over to the rough shaping tools and took 3 out to place on the table. These are the 3 tools most commonly used for rough shaping. A wedge chisel, a rasp, and an adjustable hand plane. Now, these are fine quality and durable tools, made to last a lifetime, but the materials for a workman's tool that needs constant sharpening and sees hard use aren't the most precious. 30 silver will get you all 3, and for another 10 silvers I can have his name or initials monogrammed on them, to make the gift even more memorable. He suggested. It would take Pops all of 2 minutes to add a name to the tool, so 10 silvers seemed to be a reasonable amount to extort the noble spies for the service. The servant held out his hand and shipped Dominic's, then handed over 4 small gold coins, equivalent to the 40 silvers. The carpenter's name is Jack. I don't know as that he has a family name. The servant informed him as Dominic wrote up his receipt. Dominic took the tools to the back, where Pops was silently laughing at the forge so hard that tears were running down his face, leaving streaks in the soot. Dominic gave him a smirk, assuming that the laughter was for his antics with the nosy servants. But when he pointed at the pricing sheet, even Dominic had to laugh a little. Pops took the tools and used a hot poker to burn the name into the handles, then gave them a quick coat of oil varnish, bringing a shine to the handles that usually wasn't necessary for a plain hand tool. The heat of the forge dried it in under a minute, and Dominic brought back the tools to face the impatiently waiting servants. We appreciate your patience. We had to make sure these were worthy of being presented as a gift by your lady. Would you like a gift box? I have one here. He suggested. No, thank you. I have the lady's preferred packaging at the house. The servant replied stiffly as he put the items carefully in a pouch. Did you get a chance to meet the twin princesses? Are they as lovely in person as they are reputed to be? One of the female servants asked as she admired an ornate bronze tool that Dominic recognized as a spell-casting focus for technomages. "You have no idea, even fresh off the battlefield, I doubt any man in the kingdom could hope to measure up beside them," he replied with a wink. "Did you learn about anything that they like? Or were they all strong silent type?" Another of the servants asked, getting excited now that Dominic had admitted to having been in close contact with them. Dominic considered his answer for a moment, and then a brilliant answer came to him. "They're quite sensitive to scents, it seems." They had mentioned how they disliked the artificial scents of cheap perfumes, and people who just generally smelled bad. The younger twin princess is not fond of floral scents, and has a preferred scent of gentleman's cologne that she buys regularly, but I didn't get a chance to ask anything about it. Princess Alexis had actually smelled like sandalwood and leather, most likely from her equipment. But if these people asked, the description would send them on a fruitless hunt for the right product. If these people stalked the princess, they should know where she regularly shopped, and cologne was insanely expensive by any standard. Surely, sending some paying customers the other shopkeepers' way wouldn't hurt anything. The rest of the group made their excuses, and they nearly ran out of the shop, leaving Dominic with a laughing Pops. "Not bad, boy. Only 2 sales, but you more than doubled the day's revenue. You just might have a talent for this, even if you never set foot in the forge itself." The old dwarf congratulated him as he looked over the shelves for anything that needed to be restocked. Hopefully, whatever perfume shop the princesses purchased their perfumes from does just as well. I believe that the princess was actually headed to the Guard Tavern, but I suggested that the ones trailing her get new perfumes and colognes that the princess would like from where she shops. The dwarf looked at Dominic, confused. The only scents that dwarves usually wore were from the forge, food, or ale. Perfume is insanely expensive. If her preferred shop actually has their own line, they will make a fortune from the nobles trying to impress the princess. The 5 spies for the noble families weren't the only ones who were interested in the royal carriage dropping off a young man at the smithy, and the front of the shop was much busier than usual, with customers steadily arriving right until the moment that Pops came out and flipped the sign from open to closed. With the last customer of the night gone, they settled down into the comfortable chairs along the wall of the smithy, by a small table that was used mostly for planning the next project that Pops wanted to design. The comfortable silence enveloped them, and Dominic took out the dagger that had dropped for him today, carefully placing it on the table so he didn't accidentally poison himself. "The princess told me something strange at dinner. These common-grade magical weapons are supposedly as good as what most of the shops are turning out here in town. Are magical weapons that difficult to make? Or does nobody care about them when there is a chance to get weapons free from the monsters?" he asked. The old dwarf smiled and picked up the crude weapon. "Mostly the second, but the knowledge of making advanced magical weapons is a well-guarded art. You can fumble through trying to create one on your own, but you'll fail dozens or hundreds of times before you get it right, and the master smiths control access to almost all the magical weapon and plate armor recipes. So, you see, even if they wanted to, and could turn out a decently made blade, the majority of the city's apprentices couldn't reliably make it a halfway decent magical one. Most don't even know what the materials are to make a proper magical weapon. Unless they've got an appropriately knowledgeable master and a well-leveled blacksmith corps, that is. The apprentices of real master blacksmiths get access to some recipes straight from the trade skill corps as they level it, and at higher levels they can make magical items with a random effect. But those are uncommon grade and better, so they're beyond the budget of most low-level workers and commoner guards. Of course, there are shortcuts, like the alchemical concoction that the army uses to turn out pseudo-magical weapons. But those hardly count, and nobody would give a smithy credit for items made that way. Dominic frowned as he listened to his explanation. So, even if I wanted to make magical weapons, there are no recipes available. Pops tapped his fingers on the hammer hanging on his belt as he hummed a soft song and stared at his new apprentice. Well, I wouldn't say that there are none at all, but I've never been fond of letting those greedy noblemen think that they can just stomp in here and demand that I work for them." Dominic laughed. "The princess said that you had told them that your skills weren't worthy of making weapons for royalty, but I have seen what they were using in battle, and while it was pretty, it wasn't anything special." Pop smiled back at him and nodded. "The really good stuff has skill gem level limitations put on it by the crafters. Letting incompetent children run around with your masterpiece would just be insulting to the smiths, so they build the restrictions into their designs. Most of the ones that drop from the monsters are the same way. They will have some sort of restriction on them. Minimum or maximum combined skill gem level is the most common, but for higher grade weapons and blueprints, skill type, species, and even personality requirements are a possibility." Dominic was fairly sure he was joking about that last part, but Pops looked serious behind that bushy beard. Pops looked toward his forge with a wistful smile that said his thoughts were somewhere else and not in the present situation before he snapped his fingers and got to his feet. "We've got time tonight, so how about I show you how to make a basic magical blade? A step up from the trash they give to the enlisted soldiers, but still a simple one that we can do with just monster cores, if you're willing to forego the free experience for your blacksmithing core. A few cores for the chance to learn something new. I will make that deal." He agreed, and the old dwarf smirked at him. "Spoken like a born warlock. All right, we need 1 monster core at grade 1 or higher for this most basic of weapons. Then we just need to make a weapon to put the enchantment on, and we're good to go." Pops explained as he headed for the forge. Next to the forge, there was a collection of tool blanks, roughly formed and ready to be made into whatever they ran short on. Pops looked at Dominic and then at the chunks of metal, and back at him, before he decided on a chunk of steel that weighed about 1 kilogram. "This should be about right for someone your size. Come over here, and you can stoke the forge as I work. Watch close, I will show you how to do this right, and then you can try one of your own." Pops wasn't a big talker, and as soon as he explained the basics, he started to forge the chunk of steel into a blade a little longer than Dominic's forearm, a short sword of a long and slender variety that looked like he was making it a double-edged blade. The material didn't seem like it was going to be enough for such a blade, but Pops kept hammering it wider and thinner, which increased Dominic's curiosity about what he was doing. Once it was extruded to twice the width that Dominic would have considered reasonable for a short blade, he slathered it with flux, which looked like the same powdered borax that was used as laundry soap, and Dominic pumped up the heat in the forge as Pops inserted it again and got the thin metal glowing hot. Then, he folded the metal and pounded it flat again while whistling a happy tune. "A magical blade isn't a farmer's scythe. We need to cleanse the impurities, and I don't have any weapons grade steel on hand," he explained, then silently went back to work, folding and heating the metal over and over until he was satisfied with the quality. Then he began to shape the blade properly, turning it into the gently curved and narrow blade of a saber. That was not what Dominic thought he was planning to make at all. But as the weapon took shape, Dominic could see that it was a beautiful blade, and light enough that even with his lithe build, he would have no problem swinging it. Pops took a piece of flat iron and made a simple hand guard to bend over the grip, with a few thumps of his hammer to lock it in place using the hot metal from the butt of the hand guard like a rivet. "Now, hand over the core, and I will show you the trick to making a basic magical weapon," Pops demanded. Dominic handed him one of the level 5 hobgoblin cores, one of the most precious items he owned, but he wanted the very best from this learning experience. Plus, a good magical blade would be real peace of mind next time he was out of town. He hadn't forgotten the princess reminder that he needed to gain some sort of positive reputation before the intake exams. "You had a good day on the field, I see. All right, all that you need to do for a basic weapon is one of 2 things. You can either carve in the rune for the attribute you want to add, or you can randomize it with an invocation. Save the invocations for the priests, though you might have some luck with them as a sorcerer. Today, we will use the Dwarven Forge rune for speed." He carefully carved a single angular symbol on each side of the blade, and then popped it back in the forge to heat as he crushed the mana core with a mortar and pestle. Once the blade was hot enough for his liking, Pop sprinkled the powdered core over it like he did with the flux, and smiled as the blade surged with magical power. It instantly cooled as the enchantment took effect, and the steel turned faintly silvery, while the hilt went flat black. That's the true sign that you got it right. A properly forged magical item will take on its own coloration, not just the color of the metals you used, he explained with pride, before handing the blade over to Dominic. Now, put that away, and it's your turn. The piece of rough iron that Pops handed Dominic for his second attempt was much smaller, so he assumed that he would be making a dagger for his first attempt. He had made a number of edged tools already, but they had just been shaped out of the blocks that Pops had already brought up to his standard for tool making. He hadn't had to try to refine the metals before, and he was overjoyed that Pops didn't want him to try to bring the metals down from ore to a workable standard. For times he folded it before the crudely smelted piece of metal was beginning to look decent for use on tools, and then another 6 attempts before it was starting to look like a decent carbon steel, the way that a good knife should. Then he began to work the metal into a simple dirk, with the handle and crossbar integrated as a single piece. That was similar to what Pops had done for the saber, to create the landing to mount the handguard, and Dominic found that once the blade was formed into a simple wedge dirk that he actually enjoyed hammering the curved shape into the handle's grip, forming ridges so it wouldn't slip out of the hand when it was wet with blood. It was a lesson he learned the first time that he had to help his dad skin an animal for dinner. Where he grew up, most would wrap their handles with wire for that reason, allowing the slippery fluid to flow down from the surface without impeding the user's grip. A round of dimples completed the look, and Dominic was satisfied that he wouldn't be embarrassed to take out this dagger anywhere. Now for the rune. Pops instructed him with a gesture to the diagram he had made on the chalkboard by the forge. Very carefully, Dominic carved the rune on each side of the blade, and took out a level 1 goblin core to crush while the blade heated enough for the last step. Pop smirked at Dominic as he carefully crushed the least valuable of his cores for the attempt before taking the dagger back out of the flames and crossing his fingers for luck before sprinkling the dust over the blade. Unnoticed by Dominic, as the item was in his pocket, words appeared on his trade skill core as the enchantment finished. Creation successful, recipe learned, blade of swiftness, skill advanced, blacksmithing apprentice level 2. Just like the saber, the dagger had turned slightly silvered, with a blackened metal hilt, but it wasn't as shiny and the feeling of magic on the item was weaker. Not shabby at all. It might only be a level 1 dagger of swiftness, but the nobles would pay good money for a dagger that pretty. You have a talent for art and sculpture, apprentice. Pops laughed as he picked up the cooled metal between his fingers to examine it with a critical eye. Dominic sighed in relief and slumped against the bench, exhausted from his work, and only now realizing that he had been at it for hours, and it was nearly midnight. Pops handed the dagger back and Dominic put it away into his storage cube, satisfied that he had just greatly increased his combat abilities with a single evening's work. Just how much would this sort of weapon sell for? Dominic asked curiously. Usually, a common weapon sells for 100 silvers per magical level, uncommon for 1,000 a level. Anything more precious than that doesn't sell for money, it trades for something else of value. Dominic examined the 2 new weapons using the magic of the trade skill core, and his eyes opened in shock at the descriptions. Dagger of Swiftness, uncommon dagger level 1, saber of Swiftness, uncommon saber level 5. These 2 weapons were worth much more than the monster cores that he had made them with, and even if he had used more valuable materials for the blades, it would still be a large profit to make them. With that sort of prices, why don't you sell them? The old dwarf shook his head. Once you start selling magic weapons, you can't stop. They'll always come to you for more and more, and they won't stop until they've worked you to the bone without so much as a thank you. It's better that you make your own and let the others hunt for theirs. The same goes for armor, but a spellcaster normally can't use plate, and I don't do leather working, it's not my thing. Is there some sort of book to learn the runes from to do different enchantments? Dominic asked hopefully. Pop's beard wiggled as he laughed. You've got expensive tastes, boyo. The dwarven forge runes are the secret to our success as forge masters. There is no written book. We memorize the entire language and never write it out on anything permanent except on our work, where it will vanish the moment that the enchantment is finished. He was right. There was no sign of the rune that he had written on the dagger, and if anyone else looked at it, they would only see the effect, not the rune that created it. Pops had also erased it from the chalkboard, but after the success, the rune was engraved in Dominic's memory, allowing him to create another blade with the swiftness aspect again in the future. So, learning the whole language is one of the secret requirements for dwarven smiths to advance, is it? I am honored that you have taught me something so precious to you. He replied with a polite bow to his teacher, then straightened quickly as his hair nearly swung into the forge. You're a quick learner, and you made great progress in your smithing. Tomorrow, we will get you a proper welcoming gift made, but for now, go to bed. Pops replied with a smile. A warm bed sounded like a wonderful idea after spending so much time in front of the forge. The heat seemed to have seeped into his bones, and standing away from the fire felt cold. It was easy to see why the old man was known to sleep in the workshop, where it was sweltering hot. Once you were used to it, anywhere else was just uncomfortably cold. The next morning, when Dominic came down for breakfast, there was a small pile of gear in the middle of the floor that he knew hadn't been there the night before. What's all this? Do you need me to put it away while you work? He called out to Pops, who was in the storage room. No need. That's all for you. You made it to level 2 apprentice blacksmithing, and it's traditional for your master to gift you your first set of tools when you advance for the first time. Know that after this, you'll need to make your own tools, so take good care of them. The old dwarf called back. There was a collection of chisels, files, and sharpening stones, a small anvil, a stone travel forge stocked with coal, tongs, pokers, a leather roll pouch with pockets for everything, and a short-handled 2-kilogram hammer, much like the one that Pops used, except brand new. This is beautiful, thank you. Dominic informed him with a heartfelt smile when he came back into the forge room. I'm glad you like it. Pack all that away and head out front. We should have morning customers soon, and as a level 2 apprentice you'll need to take a traveling mission soon. Even if you weren't planning on trying for a job at the palace to make weapons for the lovely ladies of the Royal Guard. Pops explained. Dominic had never heard anything like a travel requirement, so maybe it was just a blacksmith thing. But then, above apprentices were journeymen. Perhaps the name was literal, and you really had to go on a journey before you could advance. But he was only level 2 right now, and his blacksmithing trade skill gem had to reach level 5 before he could move from the apprentice to journeyman ranks. The bell above the door rang, and a pair of adventurers came in looking for a shovel, and then another group for a saw blade. It was the usual rhythm of the morning, just as Pops had warned him. A few last-minute purchases by the adventurers headed out early, and then the farmers and tradesmen would come in an hour or two for tools, after which the morning would get quiet, and they could work. He was just about to head into the back room to join Pops when a stout man in a gaudy purple coat and gold vest came wobbling into the shop, looking somewhat disdainful at his surroundings. "How might I help you this morning, good sir?" Dominic greeted him. "Who are you?" "I'm here to talk to the master smith. Go fetch him," the man demanded. "Master Smith, there is a portly gentleman here to speak with you." Dominic called back into the forge, while pretending that he didn't hear the angry grumbling of the man behind him. Pops came out with his signature dour expression, and the snobbish man actually smiled. "It is good to see you again, Master Smith. I was told that you might be able to help me find an apprentice smith who is qualified for traveling work. My blacksmith quit on me, and there are 22 steam wagons in my caravan, ready to leave for Aramo's village." Pops chuckled and tilted his chin toward Dominic. "That's my apprentice, but I don't know that he's going to work for you after you insulted him. Since when do dwarves take little mixed blood mutts as apprentices? Now, where is your actual apprentice? I need to get these goods underway, and we can't go without a maintenance smith. The man replied. They both just stared at him and waited for the merchant to realize that they were serious. But that never happened, and instead he stomped out in a rage only a few seconds later. The next half hour was quiet except for the ringing of hammers on anvils as the pair worked at making the day's tool orders, and then finally the bell jingled again, marking a new customer. I'll be up front in a second. Which order was yours? Dominic called out, assuming it was one of the farmers or craftsmen there to pick up tools they had ordered yesterday. Actually, I need to speak to one of the smiths here. A pleasant male voice called back. Dominic came out to greet the customer and found a slender man in a bright gold coat over a black suit with cod work accessories and a matching top hat. What can I help you with today? We've got a pretty good stock of equipment for merchants. He suggested. Well, you see, some blithering jackass came to my caravan and stole my blacksmith away with the promise of a huge bonus, so I need a repair worker for my next trip. He replied, while nervously rubbing the back of his neck. Dominic heard Pop's laughter from the back room, and he gave the merchant a sad smile. I'm afraid that's partially our fault. He was being an ass, so we refused his employment offer and kicked him out of the shop. The merchant smirked. Serves him right. I'm sure my man will come back once we get to Aramo's village, and he gets his bonus, but I need someone to get us there. You never know when something is going to break, and for that, we need a smith. Pops gestured to Dominic. My apprentice has just reached level 2, and he's ready for his first trip, but this is a toolmaker's forge, not a steam smith. While he knows his way around the forge, we don't work with steam motors, Magitech drives, or any other sorts of vehicles. The man just shrugged. At this point, any smith will do. I know how the trucks work, but I don't have the skill to fix them in anything resembling a timely manner. I took merchant as my trade skill. I can show him what to fix if it breaks, as long as he has the skill to fix it. That shouldn't be a problem. He can help with the weapons for your guards as well. That is part of the job he excels at. The old dwarf informed him proudly. Dominic took out the dagger he made last night and set it on the counter between them. To someone with a merchant's magical skills for item evaluation, a crafted item's creator was easily discernible, and the man's skepticism turned to shock as he saw that Dominic had indeed been the one to create the weapon. Once he was done examining it, Dominic put the weapon away and waited for his verdict. That is incredible workmanship for an apprentice. All right, I will hire you at the standard rate, 2 gold coins a day, plus materials for any services we need. He agreed. 2 whole gold a day, plus he supplied all the materials. That was almost too good to be true. He suspected that there would be a lot of work to be done, but for that sort of money, he wouldn't argue. After only 2 hours of traveling with his temporary employer, Dominic learned just why the wage was so high for a simple trip down the road. He had been using his newly minted skills to repair blunted weapons and poor attempts at sharpening when the cries of warning had sounded out from the back of the caravan. Goblins in the woods. Send the guards back, they're almost on us. The driver of the last transport wagon in line was shouting. More goblins coming from the flank. The guard beside Dominic's carriage yelled. He was halfway down the convoy, the most protected spot during most ambushes, and equal distance to both ends to distribute the spare ammunition and weapons. All of the guards climbed down from their position by the drivers, while the team members who were skilled with ranged weapons moved to the roof of the armored cargo boxes. There weren't nearly enough of them, only 3 archers, 1 mage, and a gunner to cover 18 wagons, but the goblins were closing fast. Traveling through the woods, it made sense that they hired more melee fighters, but there were also guns in the blacksmith's carriage for times when they could react before the enemy arrived. Those with no combat skills or even those with a melee skill set could use the shotguns while relying on their own hand-eye coordination, which was a blessing for the merchant caravans. But against monsters with higher defense, the shotguns became much less effective as the monster hides got tougher. The gunslingers, rangers, and a few other specialties could use skills or spells to enhance the weapons and keep them effective against more powerful enemies. For the first part of the battle, Dominic only had to toss weapons to anyone who lost or broke their weapons, but this group was pretty professional and the chances that someone had a lost or broken weapon they forgot to mention was pretty slim. Spears. The caravan leader shouted, and the guards took out what looked like fence panels made of poles, linked with one metal rod and topped with brutal barbed spearheads. It helped make up for their low numbers, and the first few goblins didn't even have an opportunity to stop before they skidded into the spear lines and were crushed by those behind them. The guards didn't hold on to them. Once the momentum of the goblin charge was stalled, they switched to their usual weapons. Steel meat goblin flesh and copper while Dominic picked his first target. He was about to unleash an arcane blast on the goblins when a sharp whistle caught his attention. The driver was motioning for him to wait and not draw attention to himself. Everyone on the team could and would fight, but they only had one blacksmith, and the carriages were almost guaranteed to take damage during the fight. As the number of goblins increased, the drivers took shotguns from their storage items or from under the seats and prepared to defend their livelihood. Smoke filled the air as the guns began to fire, and the closest goblins fell one after another. The defenders were still greatly outnumbered, and Dominic sighed at the lost chance for mana cores and loot, but his carriage was well defended, and his driver had taken a staff out of his inventory instead of a gun. Dominic hadn't noticed before, but the driver of his carriage was a cleric, the caravan's healer. It explained the number of defenders that collected around them, and the way that everyone in the ranged team kept track of what was happening around their carriage. One goblin made it past the guards, and Dominic took it out with an arcane blast, dropping it instantly. One kill was better than sitting and doing nothing, and at the rate the guards were eliminating the goblins, he wouldn't get many more. It all looked like it was going smoothly until there was a loud clang and a hissing noise. A goblin had managed to hide from the guards and attack a carriage, puncturing the steam chamber to immobilize it and buy time for more of its kinsfolk to get there. Blacksmith to position 7. The driver yelled, marking the location of the damaged vehicle. On it. Dominic yelled back as he grabbed some spare metal plates, then the torch and a handful of brazing rods. It would be a quick and dirty repair, but it would be better than letting the water completely drain. He ran across the top of the carriages and up the line to the damaged vehicle, where the driver was dragging the goblin's body out from underneath. He got the return valve with a club. The driver called as he heard the blacksmith land on the roof of the cargo box. "No problem, I've got it." The driver knew his vehicle, and he'd released the pressure after he killed the goblin, saving most of the water and making it possible for Dominic to work as soon as he arrived. The valve wasn't completely knocked off, so Dominic used a block and hammer to knock it straight again, and then sealed the crack with a seam of new brass. Good to go. Give it a moment to cool and you can pressure it back up. He informed the driver, then spotted another goblin headed toward them, crawling through the grass. He fired another arcane blast while he searched the ground for bodies that weren't actually dead. Everywhere that he saw one still twitching, Dominic attacked, keeping the area around the wagons clear until the fight was over. Everyone back on board. Let's get gone before their friends arrive. The boss shouted, and Dominic ran back to his ride. The smithy wagon's driver was busy healing the guards, but he looked up when Dominic returned to the mobile forge. Might as well get that heated now. We've got lots to fix. How bad off is the carriage? The cleric asked. Damaged valve, I've got it fixed already. No worse than a broken tool handle. He replied. That's a relief. Those delaying tactics are the worst. It's like every monster in the forest knows when you're broken down. He muttered as he prepared the carriage to get moving again. Do these attacks happen a lot? Dominic asked, fearing the worst. Come to think of it, they've gotten a lot worse these last few months. At first, I thought it was our bad luck, but we've been attacked more than once every trip, and everyone else is complaining about goblins as well. We're not in the mountains where you expect dangerous sorts of monsters, so this many attacks is unusual. As soon as everyone was on board, the steam carriages started moving again, trundling down the rough dirt road and out toward the grasslands and open fields that surrounded their destination. Once they were out of the trees, they should be relatively safe from attack, as the town guard patrols would be able to see and intercept any threats that might be coming their way. Or so Dominic had hoped. Instead, what they found was an ongoing battle between the guards and a much larger band of goblins, along with nearly 24 destroyed carriages. The guards saw the wagon caravan emerge from the road behind the goblin force, picking up speed as the road's quality improved closer to town, and began to frantically wave them forward before the lead steam tractor could try to stop. Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop. Once you're behind the lines, you will be safe. The guard captain yelled as the caravan approached. The team leader shouted back down the line of vehicles as he got the command. You heard the man, keep the speed up. Ranged fighters, give it your all. Everyone else, protect the wheels. Don't let them get us bogged down, or we will be stuck in the trees. The first vehicle cleared the tree line a second later, and the gunner on the second carriage began to rain bullets on the goblins. Dominic had never seen a skill like that before, and the gunner hadn't used it during the last battle, but it was magnificent. They fired until their guns were empty, and then reloaded in the blink of an eye and did it again. That had to be incredibly hard on the gunner's ammunition supply, but it kept the goblins away from the carriages, and the first few trucks were quickly past the melee without incident. The archers and mage were next up to guard the lines, while Dominic unleashed Arcane Blast on anything that got close enough to the vehicles that he could see it from his position halfway down the line. As his carriage got close to the tree line, where he would be able to see a wider angle, Dominic noticed that there were precious few casters and ranged fighters at the back. Only warrior classes with bows as their secondary weapon, and drivers with shotguns. They had been doing a decent job on the front half of the convoy, but they also had the support of stronger ranged classes, who had actual specialty skills to support their attacks. You don't mind if I move back, do you? The back half is short on casters. Dominic called to his driver from the roof of the smithy carriage. Why would you do that? I know you're a decent caster, but they can take care of themselves. Trust them. The driver called back. As much as Dominic was tempted to be stubborn, the man had a point. The team leader had set things up this way on purpose, and they hadn't lost anyone since the start of the trip, so it should all be working as intended. The guards had also brought the goblin swarm more under control during their battle, as the front of the convoy had done so much damage to the nearby enemies that the defenders who had already been in combat were able to regroup and force them away from the road again. If he had been thinking clearly and not caught up in the excitement of actually getting to be part of an adventure story, Dominic should have recognized the strategy. It was one that the knights in his childhood village were well versed in. So, from his spot on the roof, Dominic continued his barrage until the goblins were out of range, and the whole convoy was safely on the cobblestone road that led into Aramo's village. As they bounced down the road, Dominic made note of 3 important facts. The quality of the workmanship on the spring steel made a huge difference in how the various vehicles rode. Secondly, the trucks that were custom-built for cargo were much more stable than those retrofitted from a horse-drawn carriage template. And third, the guards and merchants were hiding all their good weapons in their storage, or in hidden compartments of the carriages if they didn't have a storage item. What are they doing? He whispered to the healer who drove the mobile smithy. Oh yes, this is your first trip. You see, there is an entry tax based on the value of goods that we carry, and we are supposed to show them everything that we've got so they can assess it. Take out your worst gear and pretend that the carriage's tools are all that you have. The boss has already accounted for their value in the trip's fees. The lower we can value our gear, the cheaper it is to get a trade caravan into the village. That seemed incredibly petty for a village that relied on trade goods for their survival, but perhaps that was just the way of the world in Cygnia. Dominic decided as he put his good weapons away and took out a non-magical goblin dagger to slip into the plain leather sheath on his hip. Even the fine traveling cloaks went away, replaced with threadbare, unenchanted versions for the benefit of the guards. Dominic didn't have that luxury. All he had was the leather coat and the work clothes that he arrived in, and he hadn't been working anywhere near long enough for a new leather apron to wear out. You should at least try to fool them. Don't you have a piece of goblin armor in your inventory? The healer laughed when he noticed that Dominic hadn't changed his outfit. Dominic swapped his coat for a hobgoblin shirt that he had in his inventory cube, intended to be washed and used as a shop rag. Then shuddered in revulsion as the filthy cloth touched his skin. The healer chuckled and waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. Better change back. They'll believe that even less than they would a boy in a set of palace initiate's armor pretending to be a merchant. Maybe put your smithy apron on instead of the coat, and they'll just see a penniless apprentice on his first trip. That was precisely what Dominic was, though. He didn't get paid in advance, so he was still very much a penniless apprentice, but he had a good apron, courtesy of Pops, and he changed into that instead of his only leather coat, then swung down into the smithy carriage to wait for their turn in line. As they reached the front of the line and prepared to enter Aramo's village, Dominic heard a pounding on the armored door of his carriage, and swung the entry open to greet the guard. As he saw the guard's clothing, rough linen under his guard-issue chain mail, Dominic got a great idea. He had, minor illusion, available to him, and it wouldn't take much to change the appearance of his leather apron to a cheaper plain leather one, filthy with soot, as if it had been in the forge all day. A shimmer passed over him as he altered his clothing, but in the heat haze coming from the door, the guard didn't notice anything at all. Only a few seconds later, when the heat of the forge wagon had dissipated a little, did he look back in the door again to actually inspect Dominic. The man leaned in the door, then stepped back as the wind shifted and a wave of heat from the forge burst out of the entry. He did have time to take note of Dominic's sweaty but smiling face in the entryway. "Move the apron aside so I can check your weapons," he demanded in a monotone voice that let Dominic know he was just doing his job. He nodded as he looked at the crude hilts of the daggers, and then the plain linen clothes under the brand-new, but dirty apron. Must have been a rough day if they brought a fresh, green apprentice as their smith, he commented. Dominic chuckled as he remembered the words that the boss had used. Some pompous jackanape offered their usual smith a big bonus to go with him for the trip, so I got the call up at the last minute. Most money I've seen in my life. The guard laughed along with him. I'll bet it is. It's not often that an apprentice sees a whole gold coin, and even more rare that he will earn more than one at a time. I suggest that you ask him to split it into golden pennies or silver coins when you get paid tonight so that you don't have to hope that the shops have enough change. That is an excellent idea, thank you, Dominic replied, honestly impressed with the professionalism of the guard, who he noticed carried both a sword and a pistol on his hips. He passed on to the next carriage, and the healer gave Dominic a thumbs up and a sly wink, then lit a cigarette while they waited. He considered saying something about them being bad for his health, but that was the healer. He didn't really have to worry about such a small thing. Once the inspections were finished, the carriages passed through the gates and the leader directed them down a path that seemed familiar to everyone but Dominic, winding through the streets toward whatever customer had requested their goods today. They eventually found themselves in a smaller version of the gathering square that was across from Pop's Forge in the city, and Dominic noticed that it was set up more like a flea market than a parking lot. Do you just sell everything right here? He asked his driver, confused by the sight in front of them. Some do, but we have a buyer. The problem is that the streets get crowded, since the whole village is filled with tightly packed apartment buildings. So we park here, and the buyer sends someone to get it. The big transport vehicles can't make it down the side streets without completely blocking them in both directions, he explained. One by one, the boss handed out the day's pay as he made his way down the row, but he paused just before Dominic's wagon as a man on crutches with visible wounds and bandages on his face hobbled his way to the convoy. "Goddess, Tom. What in the world happened to you?" the boss shouted, then ran over to help the man up into the smithy carriage. The healer followed them in, quickly casting a series of spells on the wounded man, who was slumped in the well-worn bench seat of the carriage like he was home. "That idiot and his damnable promise of a big trip bonus is what happened to me. We were running from the goblins, and we had just made the clearing outside town when he ordered that we spread out and fight. Those idiots listened to him, but they didn't have a decent fighter among them, and the goblins had 3 shamans. We didn't have enough ranged fighters to take on the shamans, and the caravan guards were scraped up from the street, mostly academy dropouts who couldn't tell their ass from a tea kettle. They managed to lose to a bunch of ragtag goblins, and they probably would have even without the shaman's help. When the guards showed up to help, I packed my things and moved to the back to keep them supplied with arrows. It cost me my whole stock, but I made it back to town. They didn't have a healer left to deal with the injuries, and the goblins got the convoy leader as well. Turns out, he didn't even have enough on his body to pay the wages. He was betting that he would get enough from the sales to make a profit and pay us out the promised bonuses. The carriages are all trashed now, and the goods are mostly ruined, so the survivors couldn't even sell those to make up the difference," Tom explained. The healer patted him on the shoulder and pulled a blanket from under the seat. "Go to bed and sleep it off. We can scold you for greed and stupidity in the morning. It's good to have you back." The smith chuckled as he stretched out on the seat, finally noticing Dominic in the carriage, sitting next to the forge. "Is that my replacement? Heck, as cute as he is, I'm surprised you didn't kick me out on my ear," he joked. "He's a fine spellcaster as well. Picks off goblins like nobody's business, and each spell is a sure kill. If he was a fully trained smith, you might be in trouble." The convoy leader teased his old friend, before handing Dominic his day's wages and silver coin. "Oh. Where did you find that kind of multi-talented smith?" Tom asked. "He's Pop's apprentice." "Well, that's good luck for me. He will want his apprentice back after the return trip, I suppose. The old man doesn't take to very many people, so if he took an actual apprentice, he won't let his new one go so easily." Dominic laughed as the smith and the boss shared stories of their trip, then realized it was beginning to get late, and he hadn't made any arrangements for the night. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. With their usual smith back, he wouldn't be welcome to sleep in the forge carriage, even if it was big enough, so he should start looking for a hotel now that he had his wages. There was an inn nearby, but it had marble walls, with guards at the doors in fancy armor and high-level skill gems. That looked far too expensive for his wallet. "Hey Tom, is there an inn here that I might actually be able to afford?" Dominic asked as he made sure he hadn't left anything in the other man's forge. "That's the only one in town with an open room. I was going to stay there if you lot got delayed for the night. You're welcome to put up a hammock on the far side if you like, but I will warn you that I snore. But if you can catch her, I think our gunner, Bella, has a friend here in town, and she will likely be staying over there. You might be able to get a couch with them. The farmers are always happy to have a real smith stay over for a few hours' work," he suggested. Bella, the gunner, was still laughing with the ranger up near the front of the convoy as the locals unloaded the cargo. The guards' jobs weren't finished until the cargo was unloaded and paid for, while the smith was on duty until the carriages were fixed and good to go again. They were lucky and didn't take much, if any damage, this time, so the boss hadn't requested anything of him after they arrived. He had just paid and left him with Tom, who was nursing his aching bones after being healed of his injuries. Dominic waved goodbye to the smith and hopped down from the oversized carriage with a shiver as he adjusted to the lack of heat from the forge. "Bella, was it?" "I'm Dominic," the smith for this trip. Tom said that you might know a spot where I could rent a bed for a few nights. Somewhere more reasonable than that gaudy inn, Dominic asked as he approached the guards. The gunner pulled her hood back, revealing a mass of ginger-orange curls and an engagement ring on her hand, then smiled at him. A smith and a caster. Yeah, I suppose I might be able to find a room for you. I might even be able to find a hunting party for you, if you'd like to join us on a quest. You see, I've got my gunner skill gem up to level 4 and halfway to level 5, where I will get a pay increase, so I'm looking to head out of town for the week that the caravan is here and try to get some experience. What do you say, you join me and my friend? She asked. Well, I know that you're good, but who is your friend? The ranger you've been flirting with? Dominic asked. Oh no, he's just a good driver. We would make lousy party members. You'll like Wiz, he's a crusader, so he can double as our group's healer and our main tank. He's already got his level 7 holy stone, so he wouldn't normally go with a pair like us, but he's good-hearted, and the goblins have become a problem for his farm, Bella explained, using hand gestures to emphasize her points. One of the other guards chuckled at her animated response, then smiled at Dominic. Normally, I would caution against 2 kids in love and a half-grown smith going out to fight goblins together, but Wiz doesn't count. That's not a kid, that's a pit bull in a kilt, with a face to match. He laughed. Bella smacked him on the arm. Don't let him hear you say that, or he will beat you again. The clock on the nearby hotel chimed 6 o'clock, and the group began to conclude their meetings to start cooking dinner. The caravan leader provided the supplies for meals as part of the deal, and technically, they were all still employees for the rest of the day, so Dominic sat down next to Bella and helped her chop potatoes for the evening meal. The stew was simple, but that was normal for traveling groups everywhere Dominic had passed through since his hometown had been destroyed. Only certain foods traveled well, and it was best to pick the ones that were cheap and plentiful. In this case, cured rabbit, potatoes, and beans Dominic wasn't certain would be soft by the time the meal was ready. It seemed that the caravan guards knew what they were doing though, and after half an hour, the beans were splitting as he stirred the stew, and the handful of premixed spices that one of the others had added smelled delicious. Even Tom managed to make his way out of bed to come for dinner, drawn by the smell of the stew pot as the last of the goods were cleared out of the carriages. Dominic filled himself a bowl and then helped serve the others, dishing out stew as fast as they could hold out their bowls. The pot was huge, and Dominic wondered if the plan was to have leftovers so they didn't need to cook for the next day or two, but as he served, more people started to arrive. There were the warehouse workers who had moved the goods, along with a few downtrodden locals who looked like they could use a good meal. The boss gestured for them to keep serving until the pot was empty. The number of happy locals made Dominic realize that he had overlooked one of the most important parts of being a merchant, public relations. If the people didn't like you, it cost more to get unloaded, it got harder to sell your goods, and you didn't get as good prices for them when you did sell them. It was getting later in the evening when the meal was finished, and Bella pulled Dominic to his feet. We need to get going. They closed the gate in an hour, and Wiz lives outside the town walls on a farm. It's only a few minutes from the gate, we will make it there well before dark, the surprisingly muscular mystic gunner declared. All right, I'm with you. There is no need to panic, we're only a few minutes from the gates, Dominic agreed. They rushed through the crowded streets, earning amused glances from the locals, who assumed they were off to some shop or another before everything closed for the night. The village didn't keep lanterns lit during the evening, so other than a few taverns, the villagers mostly closed for business at dusk, using the closing of the gates as their last call for customers. 15 minutes later, the duo found themselves in front of a small whitewashed farmhouse, with chickens in the yard, pigs out back, and one big shaggy dog on the porch. It was the perfect picture of farm life, and to Dominic, who was used to a culture that was a mix of techno-magic or sorcery-infused everything, it was like someone had made a rustic postcard a reality. As they approached, the door swung open with a bang and a massive man in a simple tartan kilt, with his muscular chest bare, came running out with his arms spread. "Bella, it is so good to see you again. I was just telling Mother that we should come looking for you tomorrow. I was sure that it was your caravan that we saw charge through the battle this afternoon. Was anyone hurt? How is your gear holding up?" he asked in a rapid-fire barrage that even Bella's guns would struggle to keep up with. His youthful eagerness was at complete odds with his massive body. It was rather cute how happy he was to see her home safely. "We're fine. Better than fine, since Dominic here spent the whole trip fixing our gear instead of pretending that he was too busy. He's agreed to come along with us to hunt goblins, and he's a caster as well as a blacksmith," Bella explained. An older man's head stuck out of the window at the word blacksmith. "Did I hear that right? Little Bella brought us a smith. An actual proper smith, not some hack from the farrier that doesn't even have the skill?" the older man asked. Dominic smiled at who he assumed was Wiz's father. "Yes, I'm a proper smith, though I'm still a new apprentice. This is my first trip out of the forge, and that's only because Bella's team was short of a smith to fix the vehicles if they were attacked." His face lit up with joy at the news. "Good, perhaps you can fix this for me." He gestured to something inside, and Bella motioned for him to go ahead while she caught up with Wiz. "Good to meet you. You can call me Terry, and over here is my wife June. Now, we had a minor incident a few weeks back, and I don't know how to fix it myself, but I'm betting that you do," he explained, with a gesture toward a sword on the table, broken into 3 parts. It had been a common-grade magical weapon, but not a great one. Now, it was scrap iron, and Dominic wasn't sure how to tell him that you couldn't just fix a magical sword so badly damaged. "Well, I don't think that I can fix that at my level of skill, but perhaps I could use the material to forge a new blade for you. It looks like it was made of decent iron," he suggested. It was made by the journeyman in town, and it was my son's favorite blade, until it suffered a minor incident with the flooring." Dominic gave him a confused look, and the man looked sheepish. "Well, you see, I didn't have a tool narrow enough to pull up that old floorboard and you used the sword as a pry bar instead of letting the board keep squeaking." "You're lucky you're his father," Dominic laughed. "Can you make him another blade? I know that most apprentices don't learn weapon making, but if you can make the raw material into something for him to use until he can acquire another suitable weapon, I would be in your debt." Dominic smiled at the concerned father, who had made a massive mistake with his overgrown son's prized weapon. "I come from a toolmaker's forge. I can rebuild the sword easily enough, and if he has a monster core, I might even be able to bring back a bit of its magic," Dominic agreed. "Well, I've got a pile of coal out back if you've got a travel forge. That should be enough to get you started, I hope." Terry led him to the back of the house in the fading light, and into a small shed full of crudely made farm tools, with a pile of coal and a crude forge. That would be where he repaired his tools, but going by the quality of tools on the farm, it was clear that he didn't have much of a clue what he was doing, and just did his best to keep the farm running without burning through what little money they had. "Your forge will work well enough if I use the bellows from my travel forge to get the heat up. Let the others know that I'm out back, and I will get to work so that I can have this done by midnight," Dominic agreed as he inspected the forge room. "All right. They'll be a while anyhow. It usually takes them hours to talk when Bella comes back home for a visit," Terry agreed. "Are they related?" Dominic asked. "No, she grew up on the next farm over, before her pa passed away with a bad fever. That's when she went to the city and learned those fancy pistol tricks, you see. But our Wiz is taken with her, and we're hoping for a spring wedding. All right, I'll learn the story from her in the morning. Unless you want to give me a hand with the bellows, I think I'm good to go." The older man laughed and tossed a bit of coal into the forge, then lit it with fire magic and kindling from a basket that looked like it had seen many years of use. "I can get the forge going well enough. I might not be good for much, but I'm good for that." Dominic looked at him more closely and noticed that Terry's trade skill core was for a farmer, but he didn't see how that related to having fire magic, unless it was just enough to get the hearth and forge lit. He was good at it, pumping the bellows with a smooth rhythm born of practice, which got the metal heated and glowing in no time at all. I hope things get better soon. There's been a lot of talk about something riling up the goblins lately. They've been attacking everywhere, and they're far more organized than they should be. I reckon that the town will set a bounty on them soon, so keep an ear out for them when you go hunting, he explained as Dominic pounded the metal back into one block and tossed it back into the forge to heat. There are problems with the goblins closer to the city as well. Do you think that there is something else behind them? I had always thought that goblins weren't particularly bright, Dominic asked. Might be. But the hobgoblins are smarter, and if they've got shamans or, deities forbid, a lord, then they could be a real nuisance. Dominic nodded. The goblin shamans were trouble. They've got both hobgoblins and shamans. I've seen both this week. Hopefully, there isn't anything worse. Dominic and Terry talked for hours about the trials and tribulations of being a small-town farmer, and Dominic even found time to fix a few of his tools while the sword steel was refined and folded in preparation to make a new blade. Wiz was huge, over 190 centimeters tall, though neither of his parents were particularly large people, so it would be best to craft him a longer and wider blade than the original sword had been. It would fit his stature better, and even if he fought with a shield, it would still be comfortable to wield one-handed. Terry looked concerned as Dominic pounded out the rough shape of the blade, but as it began to take shape, he looked more impressed than any customer Dominic had dealt with in the past. So far, the weapon wasn't even magical, but he was still glowing with joy that the damaged blade would be repaired to such a high standard. Wiz and Bella came in just as Dominic was starting to hammer the shape of the grip, and gasped in shock at the sight in front of them. "You didn't say that you were a weaponsmith," Bella gasped. "I'm not. I'm a toolsmith. I just happen to know a few things about weapons, though it's not something I usually advertise. Dad said that you needed a monster core to try to reactivate the magic in the steel. Does it matter what it came from?" Wiz asked. "Well, there are no guarantees that it will work, so don't go wasting something you need, but I think I can get some magic out of this blade," Dominic agreed. There was no need to tell them that he knew a forge rune to guarantee that he would get an effect, and he could always chase them out of the forge as he worked. It would be excellent practice for his trade skill core, and it would buy a lot of goodwill from the big crusader. "You know you have dragonfire," a voice whispered in his head. Dominic tried to ignore it, so he wasn't distracted from his work. "You don't have to show them the forge rune if you use dragonfire," the voice insisted. "And how would that help?" Dominic snarkily replied to the voice, wondering if he was going insane. "Dragonfire has magic. Use it in place of the rune." The voice insisted. "Fine, but if this fails, it's on you." How he would hold a voice in his head liable for his failure was a mystery, even to himself. But it had seemed like the right thing to say. While Dominic was talking to himself, or rather the voices in his head, Wiz had taken out a goblin shaman core and placed it by the forge. "Will that do?" he asked. "It will be perfect. Now, I just need to grind it while this heats, and we will be ready to start. The process is quite unique, and I'm not sure that anyone else would do it this way, but it should awaken some magic in the steel," Dominic offered, just in case the process didn't work. "Even if it's not a magical weapon, I can already tell that the blade is much more durable than the original ever was." "Goblin-dropped blades tend to be trash for durability, even if they have decent magic," was replied. With the core ground, Dominic pulled the blade from the forge and sprinkled the dust over both sides of the blade, allowing the heat to bond it to the surface, then stepped outside and unleashed Dragon Flame on the blade, lighting it up white-hot and merging the core dust into the surface. Tiny words appeared on the blacksmithing trade skill gem: "Creation complete, random dragon magic effect, blood boil, causes additional burning damage on hit." Uncommon magical item, Blade of Blood Boil, created at apprentice level 2. The blade was jet black, with a red hilt that seemed to shine a bit in the dim light. Dominic admired it for a moment, then handed it to Wiz. "How does that feel in your hand?" "It came out really well, and the dragonfire seems to have really brought the steel to life. I tried to make it a bit larger than average, since you're larger than average, to give you more range," he explained. "This is beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen weapons of this quality before, much less actually held one." "Can you always make this quality of weapons?" Wiz asked. "Magical quality. Unlikely. It's a somewhat random effect from the dragonfire. I have no idea what it will create next time. But the blade itself is something that I can make given enough time," he reluctantly agreed. "Well, then I'll have to make sure nobody else gets their hands on it to inspect it, because any of the merchants would be able to tell who made it," was explained, then immediately had the blade taken from him by Bella, who was staring at it in awe. "It really does have power. A crafted uncommon magical blade. You know, even if you haven't made it to journeyman blacksmith, you could make a fortune at the magical item shops with this sort of craftsmanship," Bella gushed, before having the blade stolen back from her. While making money was always a goal for anyone who had nothing, that wasn't Dominic's goal. Getting into the palace forges, where he could be around people with real influence, was more important to him right now. Wealth and fame could come later. "Are you trying to get him kidnapped?" "You know how those shops are. If they see a chance to make a fortune, they will do anything to get it. Selling crafted items would just draw their attention to Dominic, and he's only a new apprentice right now," was reminded his gunslinging fiancé. "Right, I forgot about that. But that thing is worth some serious money. Like, new farm money." "Well, maybe not a good farm, but you get my point." At this level of enhancement, Pops had said that it should sell for about 4,000 silver as an uncommon blade, so 400 small gold coins. That would definitely buy a small house in town, or a bit of bad farmland, which was generally more valuable and desirable than a shack in the city. "Well, at least we can go hunting now that our team leader has his sword back. Is there any other gear that needs to be fixed, or can we call it a night?" "It got late before I even noticed," Dominic asked. "Get some sleep, we will head out first thing in the morning after breakfast," was agreed, and Dominic turned to the forge shack. "Where are you going?" the big woman asked. "It's warm in there." "I've gotten used to sleeping over the forge," Dominic laughed. "There's no room for a bed in there." "I'll get you an extra blanket, but the air shouldn't be too cold overnight with so many of us in the house," Terry joked with a gesture toward the small, two-bedroom farmhouse. He was wrong. When Dominic woke up on the thin mattress spread out on the floor in the living room, he was freezing. Nobody else seemed to be cold, and Wiz's mother had the window open in the kitchen as she cooked breakfast for everyone, so it had to be an issue of perception. "I really need to get used to sleeping somewhere other than over the forge," Dominic mumbled as he got to his feet and brushed his hands through his blonde hair. It was getting rather long now, and he should probably cut it soon. "I'm sure you'll adapt quick enough once you're away from the city for a bit. But there should be food. Wiz's mom is a fantastic cook," Bella assured him. Wiz nodded in agreement and smoothed his tunic shirt before gliding into the kitchen with surprising grace for his size. While they ate, Wiz outlined the plan for the day. There have been numerous attacks near the tree line coming from Cygnia City, but on other sides of town, the attacks have been mostly in the forest. I have a theory that is because the goblins are avoiding camping near the main road and can only catch the convoys when they get close. It's not perfect, but I think that if we go along here, we should find some smaller groups that will be easier to clear out. There is a guard patrol going to the same region today, so we will stay near them and pick up what we can for kills. 3 of us isn't really enough, no matter how high our individual damage output is, so staying near the patrol is for our safety," the big crusader explained. "I won't disagree with that. My first trip out was with 24 students, and it was a disaster. Even a few more competent people around can make a big difference. Dominic agreed. Bella gave him a suspicious look. 24 students. That wouldn't be the students who went out with the Duke's son and the princess, would it? Dominic sighed. I didn't realize that the fiasco was public knowledge. Bella shook her head. Not quite public knowledge. My friend in the city is obsessed with the royal family, and when she heard that the youngest princess had brought a young male friend with her to the dinner, she immediately started looking into it so she could plan on how to make it her turn next. Wiz laughed. And what did she say when she found out that she would have to go out into the wilderness with the paladin princess and risk her life twice? I know who Bella is talking about, and she's definitely not the type. Dominic looked at the big crusader. Seriously, does everyone know? Wiz shrugged. Bella told me the story last night. I just had to connect the dots when I found out it was you. Then he got to his feet and carefully equipped a ragged set of plate armor over a rough leather base, while Dominic patiently waited to finish equipping his own seasoned warrior's attire. It looked sturdy enough, but very crude and poorly made. Dominic wouldn't say anything, but the next time was asked for that to be repaired, he would try to improve it at least a little bit. Not out of some sense of chivalry. Simply because that crude workmanship was painful to look at. The shield was likewise very crude, and Dominic realized why. They were both common-grade magical items that had been obtained from killing the goblins. The crude appearance and poor workmanship was a common theme to all items gained from the goblins, even though the actual defense that it provided was still better than most non-magical items. When he got back to Cygnia City, Dominic hoped that he would be able to get another forged rune out of Pops, one for defense, so that he could create magical items without the need for the secret dragonfire trick that he had just learned from the voices in his head. Come to think of it, he should really be more freaked out about that. Hearing voices in your head was not normal. Hearing voices that gave you accurate magical crafting advice went way beyond not normal. In fact, the more he thought about it, the less plausible it seemed. And now the voices were laughing at him. Well, it wasn't like it was the first time that he had heard the voices. They had just been silent for a while now. Since he entered Cygnia City, come to think of it. We should get going, or we're not going to catch up to the guard patrol, he suggested, hoping to change the topic away from his dinner with the princesses. You're right, we need to go. Just know that this topic is not over, we need to know everything. Bella informed him as she checked her gear for the day. She had chosen cloth pants and shirt with a leather jacket, none of which were going to be great for armor value, as they weren't magical in any way, but they gave her great mobility to shoot. They were definitely going to need some more close combat fighters. Wiz led them out to the road and then stopped with a smile on his face, looking back toward the city. What's up, Wiz? Bella asked. Garrison Commander Asher is in the group today, he replied, without looking back. How he knew that, Dominic didn't know, but seconds later, he saw the banner of the guard patrol over the fences, with an additional banner that must be the mark of the garrison commander. Wiz had simply seen them first because he could see over the fences and hedgerows. The column marched right up to them without slowing, but Dominic didn't miss the smile on the commander's face when he saw was waiting for him, or the curious looks the other guards were giving the trio. They fell in beside the column, and the commander raised his voice to give an order. These young adventurers will be joining us on our hunt today. Include them in one of our teams when we split to hunt for the goblins. I've got the feeling that today is the day, he announced. Dominic ignored the fact that the commander hadn't even questioned what their skill set might be, and looked at the soldier beside him, who whispered an answer as he marched along in the line. The commander already knows both of them well enough. He believes that someone is guiding the goblins. The attacks don't make sense as goblin tactics. If there really is a champion of some sort among the goblins, he intends to be the one to find proof of it and stamp out the threat before it gets worse. The guard quietly informed Dominic, with a determined look that said he agreed with the sentiment. I think he's right. I just don't know if we're going to find it here, or if the answer is in some other village's territory. Dominic whispered back, earning himself a smile from the guard. We will see. But I heard that whoever finds it will get a special reward from the royal family. Maybe even a promotion to officer, or a titled acreage. The guard's eyes shone with eagerness at that. Becoming a baronet through acts of valor was rare, but it was one of the few ways that anyone could ascend into the nobility. Even if the farm barely earned a living, or the baronet leased it out to sharecroppers, they would ascend into a new tier of society. The commander raised his voice again as they got near the trees. We're in luck, gentlemen. Fresh footprints. Who is taking the crusader and his friends into their team? He called. Team 1 could use the ranged firepower. No worries, Commander, we will take good care of your whiz. The man beside Dominic called back, while the rest of his team tried not to chuckle at the commander's look of sheepish annoyance. Dominic didn't quite understand who he thought that he was fooling. Even he could tell that the commander was trying to recruit the big crusader. The group of guardsmen was made up almost entirely of soldiers equipped with warrior skill gems, with combat gems and spell stones around level 5, but with one cleric among them for healing. Each additional level applied to a spell stone would increase the effect of the magic by somewhere between 20 and 25% compared to a level 1 magical skill. So, for the common masses, 1 or 2 extra levels on a primary attack gem made a huge difference. The addition of the 3 adventurers gave them a slightly stronger lead fighter, as well as a ranged fighter with higher damage output and Dominic, whose abilities none of them really understood. They would find out soon enough when they got into a fight, but with crafters, it could be hit or miss what actual combat abilities they had when they were still young. But there was one thing that they all knew. Dominic was the blacksmith that came in with the caravan last night, and if you got in good with an apprentice blacksmith, you could save a fortune on repairs and new equipment in the long term. The village had multiple smithies, most of which focused on vehicle repairs and Magitech items. Those that were willing to take the drudgery of repairing armor and properly sharpening weapons were much harder to find, and most of the guardsmen either did it themselves if they could, or took it to the toolmaker. So, they wouldn't turn down his help, despite the fact that he was only a level 2 blacksmith apprentice. As an innate magic user, that mattered less than for a level 2 enhanced frontline warrior, who would take much more damage and be less able to block attacks. A lower-level caster simply didn't do as much damage. But most goblins died against any magical attack, so it wasn't as much of an issue. The guards was lead the team into the trees, following the footprints that the garrison commander had found. They didn't follow the main group, instead, led them down a side path to see where the goblins had branched off to. If it was not a diversion, it would likely be an ambush site, or a hunting camp where they were collecting food. Both were important targets to eliminate, and with 4 guards, a cleric and Dominic's group, they shouldn't have too many problems taking out an ambush team. The signs of movement through the forest became more and more clear the further that they went into the trees, and before long they could hear goblins talking and the crackle of a campfire. Looked back at the team and gave them a series of hand signals to close in tight behind him when he charged, and to keep 2 of the warriors back to prevent the goblins from surrounding the ranged attackers. Bella carefully moved forward until she could see the camp, and then climbed up into a tree to give herself a better firing line, while Dominic moved behind the cleric, so that if anything came from the back, the healer wasn't the first one to take the attack. The goblin camp was similar in size to the group that had ambushed the convoy, about 40 goblins in total, but this time they didn't need to guard a set of steam carriages full of valuable trade goods, and they could just fight. The team didn't make a sound as they charged into the goblin camp until they activated their first skills. For Wiz, that was Consecration and Area Damage ability. While for the warriors it was Cleave, which sent out an energy blade in an arc that followed the path of their weapon for a few meters in front of them. The skills themselves didn't make any noise, but the flashes of light as the gems activated and the sound of wounded and dying goblins were unmistakable. The skills cut a swathe through the goblins and forced them to regroup if they wanted to survive. Bella began to fire from her perch in the trees, and Dominic aimed arcane blasts between the warriors to pick off the goblins who tried to circle around them. Every goblin that he got a clear view of received a matching spell to the face, dropping the small green monsters into a growing pile of corpses at the edge of the semicircle of melee fighters. "How is your mana holding up?" the cleric asked as Dominic used 2 arcane blasts in rapid succession. "It's good. I get a bit of regeneration on kill," he replied, to hide the fact that his primary attack spell didn't actually use any internally stored mana. That was much too strange to explain to others, and far too easy to exploit if they knew about it and wanted to make him do all the work. Mana on kill is a fantastic gem bonus. But it's a bit savage for a smith, isn't it? The cleric asked a bit dubiously. Fighting is fighting, and smithing is smithing. It's better to keep the two separate in your mind. But there are more advantages to having combat bonuses than just a bit of mana regeneration. Besides, the goblins have materials that I need. Dominic replied with his best gentle smile to set the cleric's mind at ease. While they were joking, Dominic took out 3 more goblins who had tried to encircle their position, keeping the pressure off the guards on their flanks and allowing Bella more time to reload. She wasn't wasting ammunition on grand volleys like she had when they burst into the fight yesterday. Instead, she was picking them off one at a time, carefully placing her shots so that the fight didn't cost her more than it earned. The group began to push forward as the goblins were cleared from the camp, and the stragglers started to run, which made Bella jump down from her spot in the tree and jog over to the group past the piles of corpses. Looting this is going to suck. Sure, the cores go straight to your storage, but the bounty on goblins demands a left ear. She muttered to Dominic under her breath. It was the only sure way to prove that you had really done the job, and someone would notice pretty quickly if there was a group of goblins running around without one ear. The forest around them fell silent, marking the deaths of the last visible goblins, but Dominic didn't relax just yet. He had seen how sneaky they could be with their underground hiding spots. The guards had also been informed of the tricks they were playing near the capital, and the attempt to ambush the princess during her hunting trip. So, each destroyed hut was checked while the bodies were stripped of any spare weapons and their ears, a task that the guards were kind enough to take on themselves. "Did anyone get anything good from the drops?" the team leader asked, checking faces to see if any of his men were hiding something from him. As city guards, the drops belonged to the town, and the guards got a portion of the revenue when they were sold. It was one of the ways that the council kept everything funded and running as smoothly as possible. Dominic sorted through his drops. Copper daggers, mana cores, filthy cloth, a few bags of coins, a common magic dagger, and finally one blue-colored scroll caught his attention. He had gotten a rare drop. Mana revolver pattern, according to the introduction at the top of the scroll, that should be usable by those with blacksmith, gunsmith, and artificer skills. Dominic quickly read the next paragraph. Creates a revolver that may be reloaded for 6 mana. Damage determined on creation. It was beautiful, everything that a weaponsmith could ever hope for. Well, it was still a revolver, which Dominic didn't really know how to use, but still, it was an actual rare recipe drop. Maybe in this life, fate really did favor him. Pops had been adamant that the masters were hiding away all the good recipes. But perhaps that also worked the other way. Those who got the good recipes became master smiths. "I got a magic dagger," Dominic offered while taking it out of his storage cube to show the team leader. "Not bad. We can always use more magical weapons. How do you feel about a trade?" the team leader asked. "Yeah, I got an armor drop, but it is only really good for ladies or magic types. It's also a common magic item, so the values are equivalent, but I see that you're using ordinary armor with an excellent magical dagger and sword," Dominic offered. I would feel better with some magic armor, even if the drops from the goblins tend to look pretty shabby. Dominic chuckled as he handed him the dagger. You're right about that. The monster blessing does have a strange sense of aesthetics when it comes to goblin-dropped loot. If we were a bit higher level, we could head out into the hills and join the guards there, but level 10 on both your primary attack and defense gems is the minimum, since they get level 12 and 15 ogre clans. You might be fast enough to run off, but at our level as warriors, we would just get squished. One of the guards laughed. Dominic smiled at them and shrugged. It's a gift. Unlike the warriors who solve everything with brute strength, I'm much happier when things die away over there. The guard laughed as he passed him the pile of cloth, which Dominic examined carefully to see if it was going to be worth equipping. The guard had said it was mostly for women and mages, which was a touch insulting. But he was a magic user from their point of view. What he got was a somewhat tattered black mage robe that could be worn over his existing leather pants, decorated with simple magical runes along the edges, and a simple cloth harness to carry potions and weapons on, should you prefer not to keep them in storage. Paired with his long leather coat and the brass cobwork down the sleeves, he actually looked like a normal traveling mage, and he no longer needed to keep the stifling coat closed to hide the battered state of his combat gear from embarrassing him in public. The mage robes looked like they were in rough shape, but they were magical, and that made them immediately better fashion than what he had in the eyes of the guards and most others. I like it. It's comfortable, not too heavy, not too breezy. Plus, it's got some decent armor increase magic on it. Dominic informed them with a smile. Not a lot of increase, but as a common grade magical item, that was to be expected. Still, it was better than what he had, and now he was more comfortable in the summer heat. All right, let's get a move on. If there's one raiding camp, there's got to be more. How is everyone on mana and healing? Was called out to the group. We're all good if the cleric is, boss man. One of the guards called back. Wiz's attention turned to the cleric, whose weathered face wrinkled as he smiled back at him. I'm back over 3/4 of my mana. That fight went remarkably smoothly with 2 extra ranged attackers. Lead the way, and let's try to create an incident-free day for the caravans. Was picked up on the trails of more goblins right from the edge of the camp, and led the group further into the woods, back toward the city. The guards weren't as loud as Dominic had expected, given their heavy armor, and it was only a few minutes before the sound of combat alerted the group that there was an attack on the road. Wiz and the guard team moved with well-practiced efficiency, nearly leaving Dominic and Bella behind as they shifted position and rushed forward. The 2 ranged fighters ran along behind the group, keeping the cleric safely in the middle of the formation while the warriors crashed into the goblins' backs. Dominic picked off the goblins who were going for the caravan instead of the guards, while Bella targeted any spot where the goblins outnumbered the defenders. With the additional forces, the fight was over in seconds. The goblins didn't have the tactical knowledge to fight while surrounded, and once their backs were exposed, it was a simple matter to dispose of them. The cleric and Wiz both moved through the caravan guards as the last of the goblins were eliminated, healing the injured, and making sure that the vehicles would be able to go on. This caravan was a bit different from the one that Dominic had been employed by. They didn't use the steam trucks, they used a row of Magitech steam-powered tractors, each pulling a pair of trailers. The setup held a remarkable amount of cargo, but looking at the design, it was much better suited to good roads or soft fields than the bumpy and rutted back roads to the village. Once the trailers were stuck in the mud, even the steel spikes of the tractor wheels would struggle to pull them out, he assumed. But the merchants looked to be fairly well off, and the guard team was higher level, so maybe he was wrong, and those tractors were more capable than he gave them credit for. The caravan leader bowed to Wiz and the team leader. Thanks for your assistance, the trucks are almost ready to go, just a few repairs to make and we will be on our way. One of the push rods was damaged in the attack, we just need to get it back on and that's the worst of it. Dominic jogged over to where an aging dwarf was glaring at the mangled metal beam and the snapped bolt that should have held it to the input shaft for the axle. This was a great chance to learn a bit more about vehicle repair, which seemed to be a pretty lucrative trade for a traveling blacksmith. "Need a hand?" he asked. "You know anything about steel?" The dwarf retorted, inspecting Dominic through a brass-framed monocle. "Enough to know that's not made of steel, and that it will soften up quite nicely in my travel forge if you've got a good oil to temper it back to standard afterwards," Dominic replied. "Thorin, son of Domar, Thane of Graska." The dwarf introduced himself, extending his hand for a handshake. "Dominic Wavemates, apprentice of Pops, from Cygnia City," he replied. The dwarf burst into laughter, then looked at his serious expression and began to laugh even harder. "Boy, I wouldn't go telling people that name if I were you. They'll put you right to work when they find out," Thorin chortled. He pointed back to the middle of the caravan, the usual spot for the caravan smithy wagon, and then continued. "Get that arm pulled, and I'll get the forge ready. I've got a spare spindle bolt, so we won't need to make one of them today." Dominic double-checked that the team wasn't going to leave him behind, but it looked like the caravan guards were taking out the soup pots, so they should have an hour to get the tractors in working order before the food was ready. Normally, they wouldn't cook while they were on the road, they would eat something cold and simple, but as they weren't going anywhere anyway, there was no harm in it, other than the smell of cooking food. One swap with the hammer and chisel had the nut loosened on the front of the shaft, and then Dominic realized that he was going to have a small problem. The beam weighed well over 60 kilos, and he could barely carry the weight in both arms, but to get it repaired, he would have to lift it into the forge trailer. It was a bit of a depressing reminder that his body was still in the growth phase, even after his 20th birthday, but he wasn't going to let that get him down. Given time, he would get his strength up to a more reasonable standard. "I don't suppose I can borrow one of you fine gentlemen for a moment? This thing is surprisingly heavy," he asked with a sigh. "Of course. Jack, John, grab an end and bring that beam to Thorin. He should have the forge hot by now," the caravan boss shouted to a pair of his larger members. Dominic gave one last swing of the hammer to knock the damaged spindle bolt out of its hole, and then followed them to the forge. A bit of observation would go a long way to teaching him about how the experienced dwarves would fix a bend like that without weakening the metal. The guards took the large bronze pushrod to Thorin's forge, where the dwarf had a pair of sawhorses set up, along with what looked like a hydraulic jack on rollers. Dominic had never seen anything like it before, but after inspecting it for a second, he could understand what the dwarf was thinking. Once the shaft was placed over the fire to heat, the dwarf took out a box full of rollers and a gear-driven wheel that would roll the whole contraption down the length of the shaft, bending it back into shape as the contraption passed down the length. That was the real advantage of being a full-time smith for a merchant. You could make up specialty tools like this and jigs for commonly broken parts that the vehicles used. It was so much more efficient than working from a travel forge with makeshift stands and a string line to tell you when the rod was actually straight. Dominic hopped up and worked the bellows on the forge, keeping the heat up as the dwarf prepared everything for the task at hand. Fortunately, his forge was an enchanted one, and the thick bronze was glowing hot in a matter of minutes, ready to be transferred. 1, 2, 3, lift. There we go. Just settle it in the rack and I will get the roll press set up. Have you ever used one? I know Pops is old school and doesn't use jigs and cheats to make his tools. Thorin asked. Nope, but I get the concept. With the eyes of the shaft and the jig to keep the length right, you'll roll it back to shape. Dominic replied. Close. You will be the one to roll it straight, and I will keep the heat on it and hammer out the stress points so we don't have to put as much work into getting it finished. That was something that Dominic hadn't practiced at all, and it was a fine art form to even recognize where the stress points were. But as he started to roll down the pushrod, adjusting the pressure with one hand while he moved the gears driving the rollers with the other, Thorin's tapping and the resultant change in the tone when he got to a stress point told him that it was not going to be a short process. The first pass straightened the shaft close to straight, and in an emergency, they would have likely called it good and slapped it back on. But they had some time, and the forge was hot, so they got it glowing again and made another pass, then another to make it perfectly smooth, and to give Thorin a chance to work out a few more stress points. Then he nodded happily at their handiwork and cast a spell on the bronze, cooling it instantly. Journeyman blacksmiths have some advantages. Especially dwarves. I don't need a bucket of oil to temper my creations. He laughed at Dominic's confused look. Unfair advantage, he muttered, while the dwarf continued to laugh. Here, install that spindle, and I'll call the boys to bring over the shaft. Just don't forget the washers when you tighten the nuts. Thorin reminded him. A quick swap with the hammer set the new spindle bolt in place, and the guards brought over the being with shocked looks on their faces. How did you do that? One of them asked. Do what? I just worked the roller. Thorin did the hard parts. Dominic replied. Yeah, that part. How did you complete a task without getting yelled at? Dominic shrugged. Just work the roller properly, and you don't get yelled at. Thorin's laughter rang through the woods. See, boys. The sorcerer gets it. If you could follow directions, you too could complete a simple task without getting yelled at. The fact that none of them had any blacksmithing skills meant that none of them knew when to adjust the pressure, or which way, so of course they would mess it up every time. Any other vehicles too damaged to travel? Dominic asked after he tightened the last nut and checked his work. Nope, we're all up and running. Come and grab something to eat, and then I think your team wants to be on their way again. The guard informed him with a friendly pat on the back. One bowl of stew and a hard bread loaf later, they were ready to head back into the woods, looking for signs of more goblins. Was stood to address the team. All right, listen up. The caravan boss said that the group they were attacked by had one much larger goblin, nearly hobgoblin-sized, but wearing armor and jewels. That's not normal goblin behavior. They won't allow any of their tribe members to try to look more impressive than the others. So, it has to be some sort of leader to the group. Maybe even a goblin lord. If there is a goblin lord, it means they're getting organized, and that we will be facing much more dangerous attacks along the road over the next few weeks. So, I want to try to find where it went. If we find more goblins, that's great. But if we can find a lord, or even more shamans, the town will be grateful for our efforts. Grateful didn't pay extra, but it would earn them some goodwill, and goodwill went a long way when you needed something in the future. Things that weren't for sale to outsiders would become available to those with a good reputation, and even the farmers' stalls would get you a better price on provisions if you had a reputation for keeping goblins and other dangers away from their farms. The guards' wages weren't high, but they always ate decently, thanks to the gratitude of the farmers. All right, let's go find this tacky goblin. How is your ammunition doing, Bella? Dominic replied. I'm still good. I stocked enough for a month of hunting before I have to go back to the city to get my ammunition refilled. There isn't anyone in town that sells it at a reasonable price. The gunslinger replied. We're all good on arrows as well. No worries, little Smith, you can just look after our healer, and we will take care of the rest. The guard captain laughed. The cleric flipped him off for suggesting a boy who looked half his age and magical ability should guard him, but the boss wasn't wrong. He didn't have much for combat skills. With their skilled tracker in the lead, the patrol headed out searching for the possible goblin lord. The guards were all understandably nervous to hear about the chance that the goblin attacks on their town were more organized than they had suspected, mixed with a sense of eagerness to find the truth and hopefully eliminate the threat before things got even worse for the village. The bonus pay for a confirmed goblin lord elimination would be enough to give them the easy life for a few months, and perhaps even buy a few things for the family that they had been waiting for the right time to fit into the budget. Every guard set aside a lot of their pay, just in case they didn't come home one day, but now and then they had to splurge on their family to keep things happy at home. For Wiz and Bella, it was somewhat the same. They didn't have a family of their own to take care of, but Wiz's family farm relied on the income that he brought in to keep them from struggling during the winter months. It was just part of living on a farm, only the best years were really comfortable, and you had to save some of that in case the next year wasn't a good one. There are footprints headed back toward the city. Goblins, with hobgoblins for sure. The prints are the same four-toed pattern, but too big for a regular goblin. The scout reported. Perfect, we're on the right path. Can you tell how far ahead of us they are? Wiz asked. Not far. It looks like they're setting up for an ambush. The footprints keep splitting off like they're looking for something. He reported. Or hiding their numbers. The guard captain added. That put everyone on edge. Hiding their numbers was unusual for goblins, but the hobgoblins were a bit smarter, and if the report was right and there was a lord, they might actually manage a proper ambush. Everyone form up in the hostile territory pattern. I've got a bad feeling about this. Was whispered a few seconds later. Everything was quiet around them. Too quiet. The guards fell into a circle around the ranged attackers and the cleric, the usual pattern for defense against goblins. Defending the ranged attackers meant that even after the goblins had engaged, they wouldn't be forced to stop shooting. The guards just had to trust their ranged support not to shoot them in the back. As long as that much trust existed, moving to this formation wouldn't reduce their damage output, even while it shrunk the size of their position. They followed the trail a little further, until the scout reported that there were convergent footprints. More goblins were joining the group and doing their best to step in the footprints of those who traveled before them. They weren't actually skilled at it, and the tracker picked it up right away, but most groups would have never noticed that the number of goblins was growing rapidly. I say there are nearly 50 of them, with 5 hobgoblins. Are we ready for this? The tracker asked. Wiz nodded. Let's get this done. They moved past a group of trees, and the wind shifted, bringing the stench of goblin to them a full second before the screams of the attackers shattered the silence. It was more than enough time to get their defenses set, and the charging goblins were quickly mowed down by Bella's guns combined with Dominic firing off arcane blast as fast as he could. The goblins who were hanging back screamed in rage and joined the offensive as they realized their front ranks were dying. That brought out another dozen goblins, as well as 8 hobgoblins. They had estimated 5, but the guards could still deal with 8, as long as they didn't waste too much time fighting with the smaller ones. Do we shift positions? One of the guards asked. He was facing away from the hobgoblins, where the heaviest fighting would be, and where his blade would be most desperately needed. Hold your formation. They will circle around us looking for a weak point. The guard commander ordered, keeping the soldiers in their circular grouping. Dominic went straight to hurling arcane blast at the hobgoblins, felling one with a lucky hit to the face, and severely injuring 2 more before the smaller goblins had even reached combat. You get the big ones, I will help clear the front ranks. Bella shouted as she fired her pistols dry into the green tide, then rapidly reloaded. The hobgoblins were just as fast as Dominic remembered them, and it was a matter of seconds before they were crashing into the shields and blades of the guards, the perfect moment for Dominic to hit their exposed faces. But then they did the strangest thing. A shrill voice yelled something in the goblin language, and they all ducked their heads to tackle the guards instead of trying to fight them. That took half the guards off their feet and ruined any semblance of formation that the group had. Dominic managed to kill another, while Bella got 2, one with each pistol, but the smaller goblins were swarming out from behind the rocks and trees, not giving any time for the guards to get back to their feet. With a roar, Dominic unleashed his dragon flame into the densely packed group of goblins and across the backs of the surviving hobgoblins, roasting flesh from bone and making them rear up off the guards, who jumped on the opportunity to stab into their exposed chests. That's the Lord. Drive them out of our formation and don't let him escape. The guard captain ordered. That was easier said than done. The hobgoblins might have been defeated, but there were still dozens of others between them and the goblin lord's position on a log overlooking the battle. The moment that he realized his side was losing, he would flee, and there would be nothing they could do to stop him. They didn't have the ranged firepower, but there was a chance that they wouldn't need it. He had perched himself on top of a fallen tree, and if someone could blast it out from underneath him, he would tumble down into the fight where the guards could get at him. The guards managed to get back to their feet, other than one with a broken leg that the cleric's flash of light, healing ability wasn't enough to totally repair. Reforming the circle to push the goblins back to a manageable distance with Dominic and Bella's firepower thinning their ranks. That was the moment. Dominic was sure of it. The Lord was about to flee, so he threw an arcane blast at the rotted tree under his feet. But his aim was off, and the spell severed the goblin lord's leg at the ankle, sending him tumbling forward down the hill and right into Wiz, who grinned with delight as he lifted his blade and drove it down through the goblin lord's head. That was one loss too many for the rest of the goblins, and they fled, dropping their weapons and anything else that was slowing them down. "Who is too wounded to walk?" Wiz asked, starting the triage process for his limited number of healing spells. "I think it's just me. But once they splint my leg, I can hobble back with the group," the downed guardsman replied. Everyone else, except for Dominic, had various wounds all over their bodies, even Bella, who had only been up close to the fighting for a few seconds after the hobgoblins pushed through the line. But if anyone noticed that it was strange that the Dragonkin wasn't injured, nobody said anything. Instead, they focused on taking out bandages to treat their own wounds first, before helping their comrades with the wounds they couldn't reach. "Get the ears and the Lord's whole head. Let's get out of here," the guard captain directed. That was the greatest thing that Dominic had heard all day. The guards on duty were waiting at the town gates to welcome back the patrol when they returned, eager for news of how the hunt for the suspected goblin lord had gone. The merchant caravan had already reached them and passed on the news, as well as the fact that there was a team hunting the vile creature. "Did you find it? Was there really a lord?" the gate guard asked. "We did. And there is more news. Can you send a runner to tell the mayor we're headed his way?" the captain requested. That was news to Dominic as well. He hadn't mentioned anything except the death of the Lord, so what was this extra news that he was so excited to tell the mayor? Did he maybe get a rare or valuable drop item? Wiz leaned over to whisper to Dominic as they walked. The mayor doesn't like finding things out secondhand, so if it's not relevant enough that it affects the mission, the scout teams go together to tell him about news and important events before the rest of the town finds out. The captain stopped at the entry to the mayor's house and knocked, then patiently waited until the door opened, and a harassed-looking clerk with thick spectacles perched on his oversized nose opened the thick wooden door. "Get in here already. We've heard that you were hunting a goblin lord. How did it go? Did you find out anything else?" the clerk asked. "Send them in here. Why are you making them tell the story twice?" a booming voice demanded from the other room. "Sorry, Mayor, sir," the clerk responded before ushering in the group. Nobody seemed to even notice the fact that one of them was still limping a little, even after another 2 heals by their cleric, or that there was filthy green goblin blood on all of them. The mayor and his staff had seen it so many times now that it barely even registered. "Well, get to it," the mayor demanded. The captain took out a piece of paper and handed it over with a grim look. "I got that off the Lord's corpse. It is a set of orders to attack the caravans coming to town, so we don't get nosy. I think everyone here understands what that means," he said with a sigh. "That the goblin lord wasn't in charge of anything but harassing our trade caravans. There's still something nastier than that, waiting for the city forces to show weakness while they are making plans." The mayor agreed with a deep frown. This wasn't something that would have changed anything about their mission. They were already headed back to town to inform them about what had happened. But it still struck Dominic as odd that the captain hadn't filled any of them in before they got to the office. Maybe that was just how things were done here, but it still seemed odd. As he considered the message from the Goblin Lord's body, the mayor began to move pieces around on a map that took up an entire table in his study, while tapping his fingers on the surface and frowning. It looked like a collection of reports of attacks and confirmed kills, almost all goblins from the greenstones he was using. Did any of the guards get a lottery drop? The mayor asked. The team all shook their heads. None of them had gotten anything good enough that it would be auctioned to the highest bidder, with the profits split between the lucky guardsmen and the guard as a whole. It was their way of making sure that those with great luck didn't hoard items they couldn't use. Letting wealthy merchants and nobles buy them made more sense and kept everyone safer. What about you three? Did you get anything you'd like to auction? We can get you a good price for your items. The mayor asked. Dominic shook his head. I did get a decent item, but it's a blacksmithing plan, and I'm a smith. I hope you understand. The mayor smiled. Well, nobody would expect a tradesman to give up an item as valuable as a recipe or blueprint. I wish you luck with your crafting. We should be able to get you anything you need if the merchants in town are being difficult. Dominic smiled at him. He didn't seem as annoying as those nobles in the city were. Maybe his time in this village wouldn't be half bad. I'll keep it in mind. He agreed. Wiz led them back toward the farm, where Dominic could see a whiff of smoke from the stove gently blowing in the breeze, and Wiz's father out in the fields working. He couldn't wait to get the forge fired up and start making the parts for the new mana revolver plans he had obtained. If he could actually make them on his own, it would be a huge bump of experience for his blacksmith skill core. Not only that, but being able to present one at the apprentice intake, made by himself, would likely put him well ahead of the average competitor. He had a decent number of goblin cores again, and he would be able to put them into improving his skill, but for now, it would be better to hold off and gain through practical work instead of relying on the theoretical knowledge from the magic of the trade skill core. I take it that you want to do some work before dinner? Bella asked as they reached the farm. If there is time, it would be great. I really want to try out this new plan, and if it works, we will be much safer from the goblins. Dominic agreed. The gunslinger knew the excited Dragonkin wouldn't be easily dissuaded from his goals, and left him to his own devices while she followed was inside to clean up and help with dinner and the chores. In the forge, Dominic had a drop sheet out and was digging through the scrap items he had collected for any parts that might come in useful for his project. Here was a trigger, there was a spring, and a likely bit of steel that would only need a little work to reshape. The two hardest parts would be the precision fitting of the cylinder to hold the rounds perfectly in place, and the actual barrel of the revolver, with rifling, which he didn't have a specialty tool for. Spring steel was the hardest part to make, but fortunately, he had plenty in his pile of pilfered scraps and spare parts. So, half an hour later, when Wiz's father came in, he had managed to reduce the pile to only the essentials, as well as a small stack of iron scraps that the goblins had been using as armor plates. One of them appeared to be an old cast-iron frying pan, now split nearly in half, but he was going to reforge it anyhow, so its current state didn't matter much as long as you ignored the smell when he put in the forge to heat. Did you find everything that you need? He asked as he watched the Dragonkin sorcerer pump the bellows to heat the forge. Yep. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. There was an iron pan on one of the goblins, and it gave me all the material I needed for the frame. Please let me know if you need me, I'll be here most of the night. Dominic replied, not even looking away from his work. Dominic didn't even notice when the food came out. He was busy shaping the frame for the pistol, and he didn't notice when the lights in the house went out. He was finishing the cylinder. But after that, he was beyond grateful for the consideration that Wiz's family had shown an eccentric stranger who got too focused on projects. Drilling the barrel out took hours, and rifling it took nearly as long, but the actual inscriptions that would give the design its magic went much more smoothly. As Pops had taught him, Dominic drew the designs on paper and stuck it to the weapon before selecting a monster core and crushing it into dust to make the paint with for the magical runes. It still felt a bit lacking, but when the sun came up in the morning, the mana pistol had taken shape and was ready for the infusion of mana that would imbue it with the final surge of magic that it needed. Dominic had drawn the Dwarven Swiftness rune on it, along with the runes and magical circuitry from the plan that should allow it to be reloaded with pure mana. It felt like it should work as it was, but his throat was feeling better, and Dominic was certain that a bit of dragonfire was just what this project needed. What was the worst that could happen? He would lose a monster core and a night's work. That was acceptable because if it worked it would be magnificent. With a huff and a burst of energy, the weapon was engulfed in flames, finalizing its creation. Creation complete, rare item created, mana pistol of refreshing swiftness, holds 6 rounds. May be reloaded at the cost of 1 mana. Rounds fired from this weapon do additional fire damage and restore a minor amount of mana on hit. Attack speed increased by 10%. It was an actual rare quality item, and a superbly balanced one. It had everything that you could ask for in a pistol, as far as Dominic knew, and he was eager to show it to Bella. A magical gun would be a massive increase in damage for the mystic gunslinger. There was only one problem with having created a rare quality magic item with perfectly balanced stats. Nobody he knew could even afford to buy it. It was a nice notion to give it to his new friend, but in the city, that gun was worth more than the farm they were staying on, and not just by a little bit. Dominic wasn't flat broke anymore after the trip with the caravan, and he would be getting his share of the bounty from the goblineers, but a rare quality magical pistol was so ridiculously valuable that it hurt the heart to even think of giving such a thing away. But he didn't know how to use it. Well, in theory he did, but he hadn't trained in it. Not just that, but his core skill wasn't related to gunslinging, and he didn't own any other Magitech orbs or skill gems that would help him to target. It would just be a waste to use it himself. So, he was left with a dilemma. Should he return to the mayor to arrange the auction of the newly crafted weapon, or should he try to work out a deal with Bella? It wasn't an easy answer, at least not when he was looking at a single piece of adventurer's gear that could buy him a farm or a simple life like Pops had, making tools in the city and a smithy that he owned outright. Of course, getting a shop was the easy part. Getting customers was much more difficult, and many shops closed down every year after their clientele was drawn away by a new business opening somewhere else in the city. Plus, the air in the big city was terrible. The only thing it had going for it was the fact that the people with all the money lived there. This was a whole new experience for Dominic. Everything that he had scrounged, made, and sold in his whole life wasn't worth what he could make from one item made with a lucky recipe drop as an apprentice blacksmith. As he understood it, from his family's intensive tutoring as a child before tragedy had befallen his family and he had been chased off by the invading soldiers, the drops were a result of the monster binding tower, a Magitech device somewhere in the world that rewarded those who killed the threats to humanity. Ironically, while he wouldn't get a drop item from human bandits, there was an excellent chance that he would give them one if they killed him. It was completely unfair in Dominic's estimation, but that was how things were, and the majority of monsters, such as the goblins, were a menace to everyone. Then a sudden realization came to him. He didn't have to stop at just one pistol. He had the plan, and he had more materials, so he could make another. But if he remembered right, Pops had said that you couldn't buy rare quality items with coins, you had to trade valuables for them. Perhaps he would be able to get more plants from the sale if he made another that came out at rare quality. But that would have to wait, he had been up all night, and he didn't know what everyone else had planned for the day. Bella came out while Dominic was considering what to do, only to stop and stare at the pistol sitting on the table by the forge. "Is that what you were doing all night? It's beautiful. And powerful. What sort of core are you going to mount into the butt of the handle?" She whispered, as if speaking too loudly would make it disappear. "I'm not sure. I don't actually have any enhancement gems, and I don't have a recipe to make any of the relevant combat trinkets. In fact, I have never shot a pistol in my life. Dominic explained. So, the first real recipe that you got as an apprentice blacksmith was for a gunsmith, and it's a weapon that you can't even use properly. That's the strangest thing that I have ever heard of. Normally, the rewards are focused on the things that you need. Bella's confused look was rather entertaining, so Dominic handed her the pistol. Here, tell me if that works properly, and if it's balanced correctly. I mean, I think it is, but since I'm not an expert, I can't guarantee anything. Bella gave the weapon an expert spin on her palm, and then popped the cylinder open before pausing and smiling. You can reload it with mana. Just a single mana for 6 shots. Do you have any idea how much that will save on ammunition? They're a copper coin a shot when you buy in bulk. Most of the time, I barely break even after restocking on ammunition for the month. Then there are all the enchantments that are already on it, and it doesn't even have a core in the socket yet. She whispered reverently. There was a noise outside, and the barking of the guard dogs, which caused Bella to race outside to see what the problem was. There were foxes at the edge of the farm, going for the chicken coops, and they weren't scared of the guard dogs. Instead, part of the fox pack was distracting the guard dogs, while the rest of their group looked for a way to get at the chickens. Bella fired a single shot, and the closest fox spouted fire from a hole in its head for an instant before falling dead. The sound of the gun startled the other foxes, and they bolted for the tree line. Their agility was impressive, but they weren't fast enough to escape Bella, who worked the pistol with blinding speed, firing over and over, then pausing for a split second while she reloaded, and firing again. In a matter of seconds, 8 foxes lay dead, and an overjoyed Bella was cradling the pistol as if it were her firstborn child. Asking her for it back now was likely to break her heart, so Dominic did the next best thing. He suggested payment. You know, I would be willing to sell that if you have something that's worth it in trade. He suggested, expecting the mystic gunslinger to pass back the valuable weapon. But instead, her eyes lit up in joy, and she ran into the house. That was not at all what Dominic had been expecting, so he followed the dark-haired young woman into the small farmhouse, where the smell of pancakes and frying bacon filled the air. Hey, old man, there are 8 foxes out there that need cleaned and skinned. I'll help you in a minute, I need to get something out of the safe. Bella was calling, while Wiz's dad laughed at her stumbling steps. She had kicked her boots off at the door, but she hadn't slowed down to regain her footing, and she was doing her best just to remain upright. It was like a slow-motion train wreck as she staggered across the house and into the wall, where she bounced off and turned into her and Wiz's bedroom. Wiz's startled shout was followed by a thump and a curse, while his parents laughed. The safe is under her bed, you see. It looks like everyone is up bright and early today. Wiz's father joked as the burly crusader made his way out of the room in a hastily donned set of trousers held up by suspenders. Bloody mad woman. What did you do to her? She used to be somewhat sane in the morning. Wiz complained. I'll explain later. I think your mom has bacon ready. Dominic deflected. Don't think that I'm going to forget. You owe me an explanation for whatever was so important that I was tossed out of bed this early in the morning. The food's not even ready yet. Bella came running back out and pulled Wiz into a hug. He made one. I never thought I'd find one out here, and we both know that only a noble can get one in the city, but he made one, all by himself. Bella explained, without actually explaining what she was talking about. Was understood right away. A rare quality pistol. Bullshit, there's no way that's what he got as a recipe drop from a goblin. Wiz retorted. Bella placed the pistol on the table, along with 2 scrolls and a fistful of enhancement cores. These might not be quite the equal, but it's everything that I have. Bella explained. Common guns word recipe, uncommon cogwork plate armor recipe, enhancement gems, mana recovery, spell power, endurance, Magitech orb, minor skill gain rate increase now. Those items individually wouldn't add up to anything close to the value of the rare pistol. But it looked like these were all duplicates of the ones that Bella was using for herself, which made for a balanced and potent combination of enhancements. Unfortunately for Dominic, the only sockets that he had on his equipment to mount them were on his necklace, which now held minor illusion and the blacksmithing trade skill core. He was going to have to improve his equipment to something better so he could actually use the enhancements that he needed in combat. There should be some drops in his inventory cube, Dominic hoped. He hadn't actually sorted through it after the fights yesterday, but the goblins usually dropped a load of trash that would end up in the recycle piles in the city. Sometimes that trash had something good, though. A few mechanical bits, a damaged universal socket that he could fix and resell, or even a few coins hidden in pockets that weren't sorted by the cube until you checked them. A quick search showed him what he had been hoping to find. There was a socketed item in the pile of junk that the goblins had given him. It was a non-magical item, a leather bracer, but it had 2 spots for enhancement cores to be fitted into. But then, he also had quite a bit of scrap iron and copper from the goblins, as everyone else left it behind as worthless, and he now had an armor recipe. It didn't look like he would be getting any sleep today after all. As they ate breakfast, Wiz looked over at Dominic with a smile. You know, with you being awake all night, we didn't have to keep watch at all. Nothing came close enough to the farm with you banging away. Are you normally on a night schedule? He asked. Dominic shook his head. Not really. I am normally in the shop during the day. I just got excited last night. I'll probably be in the forge all day again today after a short nap, working on armor from that recipe Bella traded me. With a bit of luck, I might have enough materials to improve my own gear and then make a second piece for sale. Wiz smiled and looked down at himself. It might take a bit of extra material to make gear in my size. Good thing that the drop items from the monsters fit themselves to the one who gets them. If they didn't, I'd never get gear. Terry laughed at his son's antics, then sighed and looked out at the field. Before we get too far into planning, can I borrow Dominic for a bit? The harvester has some broken blades, and the scythe needs a fresh edge. It's not often that we have a proper blacksmith around and all. He began. It's no problem at all. Bring what you need fixed. I'll have the forge hot all day anyhow, and I can work on it while I'm reheating the armor. Dominic agreed. He was a guest here, but room and board weren't really free when you were on a farm. Every hand was needed to get things done, and if that meant fixing tools as he crafted gear, then that was his room rent. Everyone split up to go to their morning chores, and Terry followed Dominic to the forge, which was still hot from his overnight work. He looked down at the pile of coal, barely touched, thanks to the teaching of Pops on how to keep a forge properly stoked so that it gave off the heat you needed with a minimum amount of fuel. There turned out to be far more than a little wrong with the harvester. The teeth had broken on the reciprocating cutter because they had gotten caught on each other. They had gotten caught on each other because the upper blade had rotated downward, and that had happened because the frame had been bent by what looked like multiple kicks from the plow horse. Wiz's family couldn't afford a steam tractor, so the horse still pulled all the farm implements, and from the condition of the harvester, the creature wasn't particularly impressed with the situation. Dominic didn't say anything as he took the machine apart and contemplated how he was going to get it bent back straight. Pops had a magical torch to make this job easier, and so did the mobile forge in the caravan. But there wasn't one among the basic tools that Pops had gifted to his new apprentice. The only real solution seemed to be to take the whole side off the harvester and heat it on the forge so that it didn't crack when he started to hammer the dents out. Terry was looking quite sheepish by the time that Dominic had finished the disassembly process, as he was ultimately responsible for leaving the horse unattended with an expensive piece of machinery that it despised. But Dominic wasn't judging him at all, just collecting the scraps of iron from his storage cube and tossing them into a crucible. "How much steel do you need for that armor plate?" Terry asked while Dominic sorted through what looked like a pile of salvaged trash. "Not too much. A kilogram or so is more than enough to do a chest plate with shoulder and upper leg guards. Dominic replied with a shrug. Terry ran out of the forge building and quickly returned with a large chunk of something rusty in his hands. It's not pretty, but it's iron. More than enough for the job, I dare say. I picked it up in the woods a few years back where a caravan had left it by the road as unsalvageable. I was hoping to cut it down and use it to fix tools, but I never got around to practicing. He explained. That will do perfectly. Just let me get out the saw and I will cut it down small enough for the crucible. Dominic agreed with a smile. It would have to be smelted down to get rid of all that rust, but there was bound to be some good steel left in a bar that heavy. The clanging became a constant counterpoint to everything that Wiz and Bella did around the farm that day, setting a rhythm that they worked to, and eventually even made up silly songs in time to, much to his mother's annoyance. The harvester was finished in only a few hours, but still, the noise continued as Dominic worked and Terry kept bringing him broken items from anywhere he could find them. Even the damaged kitchen cleaver and one large pot managed to make it out to the forge by the middle of the afternoon. Aren't you working him a bit too hard? You know he's been up all night. June asked her husband. He's still working on armor plates. They're going to be right pretty, I reckon, with all that work he's putting into them. Terry replied with a shrug. The clanging ended just before dinner was ready, and Dominic came in with a large sack slung over his shoulder and a smile on his face, wearing dark steel shoulder plates with a matching steel chest plate over the tattered black mage robe that he had gotten from the trip to fight goblins, and thigh guards strapped over his leather pants, though those weren't visible while he was wearing the robes. That's crazy, you're better armored than I am, and you're the spellcaster. Wiz laughed. Dominic dropped the bag on the floor between them. Not for long. Your father had some spare steel, and I practiced my blacksmithing on it to get my skills up before I tried doing my own armor. I'm up to level 3 on my blacksmith trade skill core, by the way. Now, try that on and we will see how it fits. He announced. Inside was the first attempt that he had made at the cogwork plate armor. It had come out as uncommon, but only barely. The armor rating on it was fairly decent, as it was a solid steel plate armor piece of uncommon magical quality, but the only other bonus it had was a single mana regained on hit. It certainly didn't seem impressive, but the shoulder pads were the same way, for a second mana on hit, and the full leg plates he had made were extra durable. That seemed like a good enough bonus for the set, as the legs were the most often attacked body part in a fight against goblins. Plus, the 3 pieces had the cogwork armor pattern's signature magical effect. The pieces latched together on their own when you put them on. It was a small bit of magical circuitry, making the armor technically a form of technomagic, despite its mundane function. Was hurried to equip them over his work pants, smiling more and more as he maneuvered the plates into position. Getting into a full plate set actually required 2 people most of the time, but if you attached the shoulders to the chest before you put the larger piece on, or if you had a bit of flexibility, all the pieces of a cogwork armor set could be equipped by yourself. For Wiz, as he was a frontline fighter, Dominic had pounded out a skirt of overlapping steel strips to protect his hips and lower belly, where the plate might ride up as he moved. It gave him nearly complete coverage from his boots to his neck, far better than the common grade goblin items he had been wearing, and stylishly blackened to take off the shine and prevent rust. I didn't have an opportunity to do your arms, but the rest of you looks very stylish. Dominic congratulated the stocky crusader before being engulfed in a hug that rang with steel plates colliding. Maybe he was too soft, giving away a fully functional test piece. But Pops had done the same for him, and the saber was much higher quality workmanship. The next morning started predictably, far too early in the morning, but not because they were feeling energetic. Instead, the family woke up to one of the neighbors ringing the alarm bell, signaling that monsters had made it past the forest and were in the fields. Wiz had been so excited last night that he had slept in his armor, and the banging of him getting out of bed woke Dominic, who was sleeping on a futon cushion near the fireplace in the main room. Get up, they need us out there. None of the nearby farms have fighters at them, they're all younger families. He insisted. All right, I'm getting up, just give me a minute. Dominic sighed, then pulled his robes over his head and began working on equipping his armor. His own armor was uncommon quality, the same as Wiz's, but it had all formed with a small amount of spell haste and spell damage, thanks to the swiftness forge rune that he had learned and a bit of luck. If it had been all mana on hit, he likely would have traded it to Bella and tried again when he got home, as his primary attack didn't burn through his mana pool at all. Eventually, he would get a gem or a Magitech orb that would give him a regularly used spell that needed mana, but that day hadn't come yet, so Dominic was still working with what he had been born with. It didn't take them long to get ready, with Bella helping Dominic and Dominic fastening Bella's armor buckles. The warning bells were still ringing when they burst out the door, chasing after Wiz, who was already running toward the next farm out toward the forest. Damn, that boy can run. Dominic complained, wishing that his dragon side had given him supernatural strength and endurance instead of cat-like agility and a pretty face. Especially the face. That had gotten him into more dangerous situations than anything else, even more often than his hobby of digging through damaged and malfunctioning Magitech parts looking for treasure. They only caught up when Wiz crashed into combat with a hobgoblin. Literally crashed, as he put his shoulder down behind his shield and his sword forward to impale the creature and throw him backward away from a terrified farmer who was holding a broken pitchfork. As far as weapons go, the pitchfork was severely underrated in Dominic's opinion. It was long and pointy, with multiple spines to seek out weak points in the opponent's defense. You could certainly pick a worse tool for the job. The major concern was how a hobgoblin had gotten past the guard patrols. They weren't small enough to hide in the grass, so someone should have seen him coming. But the guards from the town were still on their way here, as they had only left when the warning bell was rung. Then Dominic reached the peak of a small hill and realized the truth. It wasn't just the hobgoblin, there was an entire raiding party in the fields. Dozens of goblins, a total of 3 hobgoblins, and 1 shaman. That was far more than any farmer could be realistically expected to fight off. Even if they had money for proper weapons, it would go to improvements to their farm or their farming skills, not to combat equipment. Even Terry didn't ask for any combat equipment for himself, only replacements for his combat-loving crusader son, who had chosen to take up the sword instead of becoming someone's burly farm husband. The first hobgoblin was in a bad spot, being both shorter and less violent than the crusader, who was hacking the creature apart as it bled out from the initial wound to its chest. The roar of the hobgoblin's companions echoed through the fields as the attackers gave up their pretense of stealth, and the other hobgoblins moved to surround Wiz. Their smaller kinsfolk split up, attacking the farmers and trying to charge Bella, whose new pistol was picking them off faster than they could decide if they were going to fight or run away. "This thing is amazing," she shouted, then fell to the ground to let a flurry of goblin arrows fly over her head. "Glad you like it," Dominic called back as he finally reached the battle. The shaman was hiding in the back, casting some sort of spell that had his staff, a gnarled oak branch, crackling with lightning. The creature's strange feathered headdress came into clear focus as Dominic drew on the magic in his body, letting it flow through his eyes and channel an arcane blast directly into the shaman's face. The lightning spell faltered for an instant as the vile creature's face was scorched, but a single spell wasn't enough to take it out, even with the help of his newly enhanced equipment. If he had a higher level enhancement core socketed into his gear, his innate magic surely would have been enough to take out the shaman, but there hadn't been time to do it before the goblins had attacked. Attunement took some time, and he would have to finish fitting it into the armor as well. But most importantly, he would need monster cores to level it up. Unlike the trade skill cores, the enhancement gems and Magitech orbs wouldn't level up on their own, unless you had some cool special ability, or another Magitech item that would allow them to. The goblin's lightning magic came to a crescendo, and a single bolt of lightning streaked down from the sky, hitting the house and lighting the thatch roof on fire. All that effort and he targeted the house. Dominic wondered. But then he realized that it was actually a brilliant plan on behalf of the goblins, as 2 women, an elderly man and 9 children came running out of the burning house, where a swarm of goblins was charging toward them. Bella, the house. Dominic called as he ran toward the farmyard and prepared another spell. The lightning began to charge again. Dominic could feel it on his skin, pulling his attention away from the goblins as he ran toward the children. A shift of his attention and the second, arcane blast, hit the shaman square in the chest, dropping it to the ground dead, but the distraction left Dominic far too close to a packed swarm of goblins, without time to cast another spell, and only a dagger in his hand. His advance was stalled as he swayed to avoid a filthy goblin blade, then lunged forward to drive his dagger through the creature's throat. That was one down, and Dominic skidded to a stop between the children and the goblins, giving himself time to get his saber out of his storage cube. They were all clustered together, headed for the same target, and when his fiery breath spread out, burning through his throat and scorching his lips, the entire pack of them was engulfed in dragon flames, a sticky magical fire that was incredibly difficult to put out without large amounts of water. Then Bella was beside him, cycling her new revolver at a rate as fast as both of her other pistols combined, dropping the burning goblins like targets at a carnival. Dominic was fairly sure that you could operate that weapon one-handed, but the fancy thing she was doing with her other hand to cycle the weapon seemed to be helping to increase her firing speed by quite a bit. "Can I get a little help over here?" was yelled out as he fought off 2 hobgoblins at once. Dominic and Bella shared a smile before they turned their attention on the last attackers. 3 rapid-fire bullets and an arcane blast took one of them in the back, and it swayed on its feet, already dead but not quite bright enough to have realized it yet. Was kicked it over backward and raised his shield to fend off the final attacker. "Thanks for that. If we can get them all down before the guards get here, we get a small bonus for the defense." Was laughed as his oversized blade chopped an arm off the hobgoblin at the same time that a single round from Bella's pistol hit its temple, splattering green goblin blood everywhere. "And the bonus is ours." Bella agreed. As was collected all the ears to turn in for the reward money, Dominic and Bella went to greet the guards, who were jogging down the road toward the site of the battle. "Gentlemen, thank you for your timely response, but we have already taken care of the goblin breach of the boundary patrols. Do we have any idea what went wrong? They so rarely miss anything, much less a patrol with hobgoblins in it," Bella asked. The guards shook their heads. "We have no idea. There haven't been any reports of strange activity today, and you took care of the last big incident a few days ago. I suspect that we won't know what happened until someone fails to come back tonight," the guard replied. That was a harsh truth, but he had a point. The most likely reason that they didn't get a warning about this patrol was because they had overrun the guards who were supposed to be holding them off. The leader of the guard team went forward to make a note of the number of ears collected by Wiz, as well as any damaged property on the affected farms, in case they were going to need some sort of relief. The guards did their best to protect the farms, but there were no guarantees, and a particularly bad attack could cost them everything, even if they managed to escape. In those cases, the locals would chip in to help the family get set up again, but it would normally take years for things to really get back to normal after a crop was lost and a home was raised. "We need to head back to the gate. We're on standby for the next attack, but can you keep an eye out on the forest for us? We could use as much advance notice as we can get if there is another attack," the guards asked. The farmer scoffed at the notion that he wouldn't be watching for more attacks today. "I don't think I'll be sleeping anytime soon, so that isn't a problem. I'm just thankful that these fine folks showed up on time to deal with the problem. We thought it was just a couple of goblins at first, then suddenly there were hobgoblins running at us, and it was chaos." The leader of the guard team looked over the familiar faces of Wiz and Bella with a trained eye, making sure the local adventurers were ready for battle and weren't injured, and then nodded. Their enhancement gems might still be low level, but that's nothing that time won't fix. Their gear is good, and they have crafted magical weapons. That's what matters most against these beasts, being able to hack cleanly through them, and not letting that leathery skin turn your blade away while they pounce on you, the guard assured the farmer. It wasn't like the farmer needed to be sold on the strength of Bella and Wiz. They had grown up here, and he'd known them all their lives. He just needed a little positive affirmation to help settle his mind after the attack. We're going to head to the tree lane and see if we can find where they crossed over. One of the teams might need assistance, was informed the guards as they were preparing to head back to the city. That didn't sound like the best idea the big crusader had ever had, but if he was right, there might be injured local guards in the woods, or even more goblins coming their way after finding a gap in the lines. Both were terrible news for the farmers, who couldn't even properly run away with young children on the farms. Dominic had to jog to keep up with Wiz as he headed for the trees, but that kept him from overthinking the situation and talking himself into turning around. Because he really wanted to turn around and not go into the woods hunting goblins in the dark with only 2 other people, no matter how good their gear was. Their lack of numbers wasn't slowing Wiz, and his tracking seemed to be pretty good, as he found broken branches and fresh goblin blood almost immediately after reaching the tree line. Now we just follow that in. It looks like at least one was injured when they arrived, so it shouldn't be too hard. Goblin blood is stinky, oily stuff. It might make good lantern oil if it didn't smell so bad, he explained. Just don't get us too close. I can't shoot my way out of close combat, and Dominic is literally half your size, Bella reminded him. No worries, we're just looking for the patrol team in this zone and wherever the blood starts. I'm hoping that's the last of them, but I've got a bad feeling about this, was explained. A bad feeling settled over all 3 of them. Slowly they made their way through the woods, following the blood trail and the obvious signs of passing hobgoblins. The creatures got mad at the branches for poking them, so they would smash them with their clubs and blades to clear the way, leaving a distinct path behind them, even if one of the goblins wasn't bleeding. Not long after, they came to a clearing, where there had been a vicious battle, which included at least one spellcaster, as there were scorch marks on both the goblin bodies and the trees. Was checked through the bodies of the fallen goblins, which were all missing their left ear, and pointed to the east. It looks like our scouts won the fight, but a bunch of goblins fled the battle and made it to the farms. There are signs of a litter being dragged in this direction, and something large following behind them, too large to be a human. Dominic looked over the crusader, and Bella laughed. When he says too big to be human, he means bigger than he is, the mystic gunslinger remarked in a wry tone. Well, that's not good. We should probably find them, now that we know they're alive and moving, Dominic agreed. If they were dragging their wounded with them, they wouldn't be moving very quickly. The goblins had headed straight for the town, and they were running, so by Dominic's less than expert guess, they were only 10 minutes or so behind the patrol. They could make that up and know the trio followed along the path left by the wounded patrol, which did not seem to be moving as fast as expected. Some of the prints were circling the group or pacing back and forth, a sign that they certainly weren't moving at a full walking pace, compared to Dominic and the others' fast walk. Then they heard the sound of combat up ahead, much closer than expected. There were shouts from the guards and the squeal of goblins, but also a deeper voice yelling at the goblins for their incompetence. The healer, take out their cleric, you worthless sacks of snot. Not that one. Do I have to do everything myself? Then they heard the sound of wood splintering and a pained yelp from one of the guardsmen. See. Hit the healer and they don't fight as well, the deep voice declared as was burst through the tree line with his shield raised. He made a hard left and Dominic saw his target. An ogre was leading the goblin patrol. The brutish humanoid stood a whole head taller than their burly crusader, and the knotted log in its hand was stained with fresh blood. The guards hadn't gotten a chance to set up their defensive formation, which had left the cleric exposed when the ogre advanced. He was now bleeding on the ground, but conscious and trying to work a healing spell on himself. Dominic moved to follow Wiz, while Bella opened fire on the backs of the goblins. Now that she could reload with mana, she wasn't shy at all about her firing rate, and only aimed carefully when the angle brought her trajectory close to a guardsman. Dominic hit the ogre in the head with an arcane blast, but the spell barely scorched its head, and the creature didn't even look his way. Ogres are magic resistant, was wheezed as he skidded to a sudden stop between the ogre and the beleaguered guards after taking a hit to the shield from the ogre's massive club. The Crusader and the ogre traded hesitant blows with each other, testing their opponent's defenses, and it became obvious that both of them were incredibly durable and could respond with similar reaction times. "Isn't that just great?" Dominic mumbled as he adjusted his plan. He had 2 decent daggers, one self-made and one laced with goblin poison. If spells didn't work, maybe poison would slow it down. He could start with the saber, but Dominic suspected that his current physical strength would not match up to what would be needed to do real damage with a long blade. Though, it was possible, as the blade was uncommon grade and forged by Pops. He barely reached the creature's chest, but today that wasn't going to matter. Dominic put his head down and charged toward the back of the monster, which allowed him to slice both daggers across the back of the ogre's knees, then dart away. It roared in pain as one knee buckled and was managed to land a hard blow to its side. But his luck was cut short as the log that it used as a club crashed into his side and knocked the Crusader to the ground. The ogre moved to stomp on his head, but Dominic was right there, and the poisoned dagger cut deep into the top of its planted foot, sending it tumbling to the ground. The guards were on it before it even landed, slicing into its arm tendons and stabbing into its chest with spears. Nothing was cutting as deep as they hoped, but the spearman had it pinned down as the others worked to take it out. Was glowed with a shining green light as he activated his healing spell, but his combat expertise was no longer needed. The goblins were dead, and the ogre was being methodically hacked apart as the guards surrounded it. Dominic helped the cleric back to his feet, and he sighed in disappointment as he saw the ruins of his helmet. "I like that one, it fit just right," he complained. "How many of your team members were lost? Should we call for more clerics from town?" Dominic asked in return, wondering if the cleric's brain was a bit addled from the hit. 7 in critical but stable condition when the fight started. Now I don't know, but we need to inform the city. None of these were coming for us, they passed by town headed for the city. But how did you know where we were? Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful you found us, but we weren't expecting reinforcements. Part of the first group you found split off and went for the farms. One was wounded, and we tracked it back. Well, was did, Dominic explained. You're the good kind of crazy, little Dragonkin, the cleric laughed, then dusted himself off and went to check on his team. There weren't any major injuries, the real danger had been the ogre, and had taken the brunt of that attack. Was in rough shape from a pair of solid hits, but he had healed himself of the worst of the damage, and he would recover. If it hadn't been for Bella clearing out the goblins so quickly, which allowed the guards to swarm the ogre, things might have turned out very differently. The cleric stumbled as he tried to walk, and Dominic moved to offer his arm. Let me help you until you're a bit more stable. I'm sure you're exhausted from the fights, but we need to get everyone out of the woods and another team sent here to cover this zone for the day. And someone sent to the road to have the next rider or caravan warn the city about the incoming monsters, the cleric agreed. His words seemed to motivate the team, and they were up and moving in seconds, helping each other toward the road. Nearly every one of them had a body part visibly bandaged, as the healer was out of mana and exhausted, but they were all alert and prepared in case there was another attack. 2 scouts were sent ahead with a letter for the city, to either deliver in person or to hand to a faster-moving rider along the way. They had no way of knowing how things were going in the city, but if they weren't warned, it would be even worse for the city guard than it had been for the village patrols. When they reached the road, there was a small group of mechanical horse riders present, speaking with the scouts in an urgent tone too quiet to be understood from a distance. The animated hand gestures on both sides said that they were in agreement, and it was not an agreement about something good. Hey, Dominic, you're from the city, right? Come over here for a moment. The city is talking about shutting the gates for the next few days, or even a week. So if you want to get home, you should do it now, the scout called when they approached. So they have heard the news? Dominic asked, running over to the mechanical horses. Not yet. They have been seeing numerous attacks on the farms and the outlying areas, so they're considering closing the gates to keep the city's civilians out of the way while they deal with the issue. We were sent to the town to inform them, and now we're on the way back to let the nobles know that things are getting ugly out here, one of the riders informed him. Dominic looked to Wiz and Bella, who just shrugged. The choice was up to him, but they would obviously be staying at Wiz's place. With all that was going on, Bella wouldn't be accompanying the caravan on its next leg. Assuming it was planning to leave the village at all. The caravan you came with isn't leaving the town for another week at a minimum. They decided, after all the reports of attacks, it was time to take a little break and get everything polished up and ready, the writer added. Well, that settled that question. I should get back to work. If there really is something big going on, they're going to need tools and supplies much more than a single spellcaster. Plus, I need to prepare for the Royal Apprentice intake exams, and that requires more time to actually work in the forge. Just stay safe, and don't do anything dumb while I'm gone. You know, like charging an ogre alone, Dominic joked. Wiz smiled. I'll bring Bella with me for sure. Don't worry, we won't be headed out on any patrols until we get the news that the problem is solved. My parents are a farmer and a garden witch, they're not fighters, and I couldn't bear to leave them exposed right now. That explained why he was intent on getting so powerful but was still at home and not adventuring like others as well-trained as him normally would be. Well, if you need a ride, hop on up here, and I will run you back to the city. What part do you need to go to? One of the riders asked. I'm Pop's apprentice, the smith by the staging area, he replied. Really now? That's perfect, we were going to the staging area anyhow. That will be the first spot that needs the news, so we wanted to tell them before we let the nobles know, the leader of the riders informed him. All right. Let's go then, Dominic agreed, and took the rider's hand to toss himself up on the horse. I forgot how easy that is with someone who's not in. Wait, you are in full armor. How light are you without it? The rider asked. I'm not some muscle-bound giant of a soldier. Plus, good armor is light and doesn't tire you out just wearing it for the day, Dominic shrugged. The riders took off, their banter cut short by the need to hold on to the mechanical horse as it raced through the woods along the rough road. Crossing that terrain made Dominic appreciate the strange contraptions a little more. They were far smoother to ride than the carriages, thanks to their ability to step over bumps and potholes in the dirt road, and when they weren't escorting a convoy they were remarkably fast. The way that the gears worked together, activated from a complex set of camshafts that adjusted the gate, was a marvel of engineering, and while they were technically a magical device, the magic only kept them moving, the rest was all mechanical actuation. In short, he wanted one. He really wanted one. Dominic intended to find out how much they would cost when he got back to the city, but if his estimate was right, it would be most of a year's wages for a blacksmith, even if he kept taking the escort missions once the city was sending out convoys again. The only other option would be to learn to make one of them himself, but that wasn't realistic unless he could either get himself enrolled in one of the universities or sneak into their library to copy the plans. Perhaps Pops could hook him up with a little something to make some side money. He had been the one to recommend that Dominic take this trip, so there were likely more ways to make money that he didn't know about yet. As they approached the city, an ongoing battle between the Cygnia city guards and a swarm of goblins was blocking the road, and a pair of ogres in the distance could be seen giving orders. That's the craziest thing that I've ever seen. Since when do ogres and goblins get along? The soldier that Dominic was riding behind muttered. We saw another one today. It attacked that patrol you met on the road. We took it down, but even with half a patrol, we could barely keep it restrained until it died, Dominic replied. Well, the city guards have a bit more advanced gear. The noble officers have high-pressure rifles, higher-level enhancement orbs, and some powerful magic items. I'm pretty sure they can take care of them well enough. What I don't understand is why there are so many of them, and why they're all here. I hope you've got a gun ready. There isn't room for a bow when you're riding second seat. Dominic chuckled and shook his head. I'm a sorcerer, I attack with magic, he replied, startling the rider. Well, that's a bit shocking. I heard that you were a blacksmith. I'm that too. Trade skills and innate magic don't always match up evenly. But give me some time, and I'll make good use of them both. The riders moved into a wedge formation, with the lead 5 riders taking out extendable lances from the side packs on the horses and charging through the goblin force, while the rear 5 shot down everything that was getting back up. Dominic fired Arcane Blast and lamented the fact that he couldn't reach them to loot them. It felt a bit petty to consider that in this circumstance, but the need to get what he could, while he could, was trained bone deep. Plus, Pops would want as much of the copper from their daggers as he could get. The horses came to a sliding stop as the ground seemed to explode in front of them. Dominic searched around for a shaman, but he couldn't see the trademark bone necklaces and feathered ornaments of the goblin spellcasters. Then another explosion hit only a dozen meters to their left, and he realized what was happening. The city was firing cannons at the goblins, and they didn't care enough to avoid firing toward the inbound riders. Get in past the guard lines as fast as you can, the team leader ordered, pushing his steed forward, running over the goblins as he advanced. The riders were kicking goblins away as they charged, doing their best to avoid being unhorsed. It was going fairly well, right until they reached the front ranks and realized that the guards weren't going to part for them to pass through. Dismount and fight your way clear. Dominic pulled his goggles down over his eyes and lifted his feet to stand on the mechanical steed, then launched himself over the front rank of mechanical horses with a dagger in each hand. The goblins there were already unbalanced, and if he played his cards right, he could not only stab one to death, but also be the first to loot the corpses. The unfortunate goblin had no chance when a pair of daggers dug into its back, and Dominic landed on the soft, but filthy, pile of corpses. There was definitely loot to be had, so he didn't try to run between the guardsmen right away, and instead turned down the line, unleashing an arcane blast into a hobgoblin, then slicing at its knee tendons, the same as he had done to the ogre. Against the weaker monster, the tactic was brutally effective. The hobgoblin's legs both collapsed, sending it to its knees, while the guard it had been battling crushed its skull with a warhammer. His tactic of the day was to slice and loot, cripple the enemy, and keep moving so they couldn't break free from their opponent to fight him. The word quickly spread through the guard line of a small assassin moving through the battle, crippling goblins. Everywhere Dominic went, the guards started to make an effort to turn their opponents away from him, allowing his strikes to take dozens of the creatures by surprise before he found a gap in the lines and fired another arcane blast to clear his path to freedom. Once he was behind the guardsmen's lines, Dominic dropped to one knee to catch his breath and slowly fired arcane blasts at anything that tried to exploit the gap he had run through. Once he caught his breath, Dominic got back to his feet and noticed for the first time that he was completely covered in goblin slime. If he was going to go back into the city, he would need to be rinsed off first. The smell was foul, and the only thing keeping him from gagging was the knowledge that opening his mouth would only make the situation worse. Need a rag? I've got a bundle. A voice asked from behind him. A young boy had a wheelbarrow full of torn rags, mostly intended for bandages, but Dominic greedily grabbed two. One for wiping himself off, and one to fashion a crude mask under his goggles. Thanks, kid, he laughed as the boy ran off to the triage center with his precious cargo. Dominic wiped the filthy rag off on the grass, then tucked it in his belt for next time. With his hands free and his face clean, he continued his spell barrage until the goblins stopped coming near his position. Their numbers were dwindling, and the guard patrols were beginning to cycle out for freshly rested fighters. The mechanical steeds he had arrived with were all behind the lines now, and a few of the men had returned to them now that their section of the fight had been relieved by fresh soldiers. Soldiers like the ones headed his way. "Good work, adventurer. Thanks for the assist. You can head back to the city now. They've got a water which they're creating a shower to rinse everyone clean," the first soldier in line informed him. "Thanks for the relief." "I'll see you soon," Dominic replied. "Not on the front lines, most likely. But the guardsmen were always at the commoners' staging areas anyhow. It was where all the affordable drinking establishments were. There was a large lineup for the showers, and the guards were happily stripping down under the pouring water, rinsing off their gear so that no goblin filth was brought back into the city. Dominic stepped to the side of the line, looking for a separate area for non-communal showers, and not finding one. That was a dilemma. He wasn't really up for public nudity like the guards, but he also wasn't going to be allowed into the city in this state. When he made it to the front of the line, the water which gave him a disgusted look, and Dominic gave up on any hope that the woman might take pity on him. Instead of asking, he stepped forward into the water, allowing it to wash the goblin blood from him, then removed and scrubbed his coat and hat before stowing them in his inventory cube. He could let them dry later. Dominic had just begun to use his face mask rag to scrub down his armor and pants when 4 large guards stepped up beside him and offered him a bucket full of soap bars with coarse grit in them to get the dried and caked on goblin blood off. "You did good out there." "It's the least we could do," one of them mumbled. "Thank you." Once he was clean, Dominic quickly stripped and changed into the fancy black mage robe and cloak that the princess's guards had provided him, ignoring the fact that it was now soaked as well. Then he put on his only dry footwear, a pair of soft slippers, and stepped out of the shower area. Once he stepped out in his fancy robes, he saw the Water Witch's expression turn from open disgust to shock, but he didn't wait for her to say anything, and moved toward the gates, letting the breeze dry him a little while he walked. There was another line for the gates, and the city officials were checking everyone who reached the entrance to the city. "What are they after?" Dominic asked the man beside him, without looking up. "Loot. The fight is a guard fight, so they don't want anyone coming out and claiming the good stuff for themselves while the guard takes all the risks," a familiar female voice informed him. Dominic looked up to see Princess Alexis, the younger of the 2 unwed twin princesses of Cygnia City, standing next to him, soaked to the bone, the same as he was, and in a black silk suit that closely matched the black silk robe and cloak that Princess Eleanor had gifted Dominic for the dinner after their second battle together. "Then this should be fun. I've got all sorts of stuff on me from my trip to town," Dominic muttered. "Don't worry about it. Hand me your inventory cube and we will walk right through," Princess Alexis whispered back. He reluctantly handed her the small magical device with all his worldly possessions inside, and then fell into step a half-pace behind her and to the left, covering her non-dominant side, and allowing the princess to escort him back inside the city. As they got closer to the front of the line, Dominic adjusted his robes and pulled the hood up to cover his head, despite the heat. The princess shook her head, but Dominic was well aware of how the nobles felt about a sorcerer who was openly mutated or non-human. Not that most of them made the distinction, they just despised everyone who wasn't a noble. The appearance of the duo caused quite a stir among the city's civilian nobles, who were watching from behind the gates as the guardsmen came back inside. The princess was with an unknown young man, returning from the battlefield, and both of them were soaked from the combat showers. It was deluxe, extra juicy, scandalous gossip for their dinner parties. The thought that the princess might have been nude in front of a potential suitor put their chosen candidates and romantic ships way behind the game. Most of them couldn't even get an invitation to the palace outside official functions. Was that man the princess's type? Had they been pushing the most prestigious of established noblemen at a princess who preferred some younger boy who would go out and fight goblins with her? "I could let them see my horns and totally ruin your reputation," Dominic joked as the princess's expression got more and more annoyed as she heard whispers of the idle noble's gossip. "Honestly, it might make things easier if I did." With a ruined reputation, none of their idiot noble sons would want anything to do with me anymore. My father would be furious, but the idea of never having to hear another incestuous suggestion involving my twin sister would be completely worth every bit of father's disappointment. Dominic was quite certain that the princess had mentioned that her father understood her position. Plus, she was close enough to the king to be considered in line for the throne, so it was shocking that something like that had happened more than once. But the history books said that there were always politics and perverts among the elites, and the Cygnia nobles would not want one of their nation's prized princesses to escape their clutches. They reached the gate guards, who gave them a suspicious look, and then gestured for Dominic to raise his arms. He complied without hesitation, as he didn't have anything at all on his person, other than the single-crafted dagger at his hip. The other dagger and the saber he didn't own a holster for, so he could only really carry them in his inventory cube, or in his hand in combat. The guard made a show of patting him down, even checking to ensure that his horns were real, and not just stuck to his head to disguise a storage item. "Where are the rest of your belongings?" the guard demanded. "At home, of course. What use does a sorcerer have for random trinkets in combat?" Dominic replied with his best attempt at the snooty tone that the nobles used. The princess nearly choked on her tongue at his sudden change of demeanor, but the guard just accepted it as normal for a companion of the princess. "Go ahead then." They stepped into the street, headed for the princess's chosen meeting point with her carriage and driver, as the gossip spread. A sorcerer. The princess had been out fighting alongside a strange sorcerer, and he was so confident in his skills that he didn't even bring along anything but the jewelry with his enhancement cores and spells. "It looks like the rumor mill will be in full swing tonight. How about we head somewhere to eat before I drop you at home?" Princess Alexis asked. "Food sounds wonderful. It's been a rough day, and I have news to pass along as well. But not in public, unless we want to start a panic." The princess raised her hand and a large steam carriage, marked with the royal family's crest, trundled over to them. "Your Highness, and her esteemed guest. Please allow me to assist you," the driver announced as he hopped down from his seat and swung out a set of steps before opening the door. Then Dominic helped the princess into the carriage, while the noble ladies waiting around for glimpses of the freshly washed guard officers swooned. The sight of them getting all worked up because a guard was a bit kind to someone was an entertaining contrast to the brutality of his days so far. But when the princess closed the door behind Dominic, she was all business. "What did you need me to know?" "I'm sure it's more important than getting to dinner in a hurry," she asked. "We found a goblin lord 2 days ago, leading a large team to ambush Eramo's village, and then just today, after the farms were attacked by hobgoblins, we traced the attackers back into the forest and found another group being led by an ogre," he explained. "Damn it. Where is the ogre now?" Princess Alexis asked, pulling a topographical map from her pocket. "It's dead. We managed to trip it and hack it apart. The guardsmen got off lucky, there were a lot of injured, but nobody died on that patrol. I can't be sure that is true for the other patrols in the region, though. There were countless goblins coming from that direction when I arrived here with the riders. The message that the riders were ordered to pass on was that the goblin hordes were mostly bypassing the town and headed straight for the city. That might not be news anymore, since there are so many of them here, but with the timing, I doubt that wave will be the last of them," he explained. Princess Alexis nodded and held out the map. "Where did you finish off the ogre? And which farms were attacked?" she asked. "We finished the ogre about here. I'm not great with topographical maps. But the hobgoblins attacked a farm on this side of town, and we went straight into the woods, then turned toward the road at the first battle site. The team will have a full report for the guard with more details. My team showed up late." "And where is your team now?" Alexis asked. "Back at the village. They grew up on the farms there, so they're staying to protect their homes. Not many of the locals can fight, and they've both got good magic weapons," Dominic shrugged. Alexis nodded. That makes sense. Nobody wants to fight with the next town over when their own farm is exposed. It's not official, and I will deny if asked, but that's most of the reason that the gates were locked. If they let everyone head home, half the reserves and a good chunk of the guard would be gone, and who knows how many of them would be lost to goblin attacks along the roads to the nearby towns. The carriage made its way through the streets, and Dominic noticed that they weren't headed for anywhere that he was familiar with. It was an upscale area, but it seemed that they were taking an alternate route into the noble district to get to wherever the princess planned to eat. Then the carriage just kept going as the princess made notes on her map and Dominic rested against the wall, exhausted from the day's battle. He really needed to work on his stamina because combat was proving to be even more strenuous than the forge. The change of sounds from the bustle of the city to a suspicious silence brought him out of his reverie, and Dominic's eyes shot open to see Princess Alexis staring at him with a smirk on her face. "I was wondering how long it would take for you to notice. Welcome to the palace, Mr. Dominic. Don't worry about heading home for work in the morning. Pops is already here at the forges, and I will have rooms arranged for you after dinner." Seriously? Is he chained to the forge or something? I can't see Pops willingly leaving his shop at the staging area on a day like this, Dominic joked. It didn't quite come to that. I will admit that it might have come close to having to use force, but eventually a royal decree summoning him here to make gear for the palace guard was enough to get him to move. At least temporarily. Dominic frowned as he took in the princess's features. Still stunningly beautiful with those sharp, almost elfin features, and a hint of a bruise along the jawline, but there was not a hint of mockery or deceit in her expression. They really had gone all the way to issuing a royal decree to bring Pops to the palace. "Do I have to ask him how things got to that point, or can you tell me?" he asked. Princess Alexis just shrugged. "All I know is that the royal armorer suddenly quit and left the city in the middle of the night the day before yesterday, along with a number of other wealthy crafters. The timing seems incredibly suspicious, but I prefer not to pass speculation when it might have been another kingdom poaching them away. That happens more often than you might think when it comes to top craftsmen." The carriage came to a stop, and Dominic adjusted his hood before stepping out. It was a good thing that he did, as there were hundreds of upper nobility members standing around in the garden nearby, having some sort of party. "Why do you have your hood up?" Alexis whispered. "Have you forgotten that I have horns?" Dominic replied, then smirked as she froze in realization. "Maybe. Let's go inside a moment and I will get you a more appropriate hat. Even playing the mysterious sorcerer doesn't get you a pass to wear a hood inside the palace during an event." They stepped through the door, and Dominic was grabbed by a pair of strong but slender arms. "Princess Eleanor, it's good to see you again," he greeted the energetic young paladin. "I knew it was you. The whole palace is abuzz with the news that my sister brought back a date in what sounded suspiciously like Academy mage robes. And they say it was someone who she kills goblins with." Princess Eleanor giggled, then pulled Dominic's hood down. "Here, I have a hat. I thought that this might happen, and everything else you were wearing is likely filthy right now. Stay in those robes, though, even though they're still a bit wet. We want to remind the nobles that you can kill them if they annoy the princess." Alexis thumped her sister on the head. "We are not encouraging them to think that Dominic will kill them on my behalf, no matter how annoying their sons are. They'll find out in the next day or two that he's the newly drafted royal smith's apprentice anyhow. You have a point. I need to get him more outfits if he's going to be around the palace all the time. If you haven't guessed yet, my father and elder brothers have assigned guards to keep me from sneaking out to fight." The last part was directed at Dominic, who was trying to fix the wide-brimmed hat over his head. Unlike the robes, it wasn't enchanted to automatically fit, and it wasn't designed to go over his horns, which kept making it slide up at the front. That's no good. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. "Here, let me adjust that," Alexis laughed, then slid the hat in place and fixed it with hairpins. Perfect. It's not going anywhere, and after you wear it for an hour it will form to your head. New hats are like that. Now, let's rejoin the party, Eleanor explained. The two of them led Dominic back out into the party, where nobles were sipping wine and snacking on appetizers being passed around by the staff. Dominic was the center of everyone's curiosity, walking between Princess Alexis, who he had arrived with, and Princess Eleanor, who was known among the nobles to be a bit eccentric in her choice of friends. If both of them liked this strange man, then it didn't bode well for their son's chances to land a princess as a wife. Everyone knew that the line of succession was already secured, so the few remaining bachelors and bachelorettes could afford to be picky with their choices. But asking the nobles' eligible sons to be polite to some random sorcerer whose lineage they didn't even know, just to get close to the princess, was a big request. And the princesses knew it. Is the boy a commoner or a lower noble? Does anyone know where he comes from? I heard that he's a sorcerer, but that can't be right. We would know if there was an elder sorcerer in town with a son his age, the guests were whispering to each other as the trio entered the garden. An older woman came up with a very young boy to introduce to the princess, and Eleanor pulled Dominic back a step, forcing Alexis to let go of his arm and leaving her to face the noble alone. Dominic didn't miss the look that Princess Alexis shot her sister as her human shield was removed, but she greeted the woman with grace. Duchess, how pleasant to see you again today. Might this be your eldest daughter, Molly? Alexis asked, not so subtly insulting the masculinity of the boy brought before her. The woman giggled and covered her mouth. Such a sweet talker you are. This is my youngest, Maserati. He desperately wanted to meet you today, and thank you for your valor on the battlefield. The effeminately dressed little boy couldn't have been more than about 8 years old, and looked completely starstruck at his chance to speak with the princess. He gave an elegant bow and smiled up at Alexis. Thank you for saving our city again, Your Highness. Mother let me watch your heroics from the inner wall with her monocular, and it was so exhilarating, the boy gushed. The princess smirked at Dominic, then patted the boy on the head. Our entire guard has been working very hard today to keep the city safe, but I appreciate your consideration. Tell me, what was your favorite part? That seemed like a strange thing to ask a child about combat, but if he was watching it from kilometers away, atop a hill using a telescope, then it was more like watching a movie, and he wouldn't see the blood and gore in the same way. Oh, that is easy, when that returning scout group charged the back of the goblin lines, and they had the lances, and boom, just ran right through the goblins. I don't know what happened after that, I looked away, just in case, but the horses were all right, so I think they won, the boy replied. The princess nodded, not knowing the incident that he was referring to, but it sounded a lot like when Dominic and his group had arrived. There weren't many other times when someone attacked the back of the goblin lines today, as the invaders were all around the city. The Duchess led her young son away before he got too excited and annoyed the princess, but he was immediately replaced by more well-wishers who knew that the princess had been in combat today. Is this the sorcerer that you returned to the city with? He's exquisite, isn't he? I heard that he doesn't even go to combat with the clinic witch's potions on him, one of the young noblemen commented. There are plenty of clerics around during the battle, but he was returning from Eramo's village today after a long journey. Might I introduce you to young Master Dominic, the apprentice to our new royal weaponsmith, and a leading candidate for this year's apprentice intake, Princess Alexis replied. The noble laughed, then paused and looked at the princess. Oh, that wasn't a joke. I just can't picture him inside a forge. What are the commoners thinking, sending such a beauty to the forge instead of to a noble's bed to elevate their status? Surely, it wouldn't be an issue to have gotten him an engagement. Dominic wasn't sure if he should be offended or impressed by this man's boldness. Clearly, he had a very distorted idea of the common people's view of the nobles, but he said it with such confidence that Dominic actually felt that the noble believed he was paying Dominic a compliment. Plus, who would want to marry a noble just for a bit of status? People in the big cities smelled funny, and the forge was warm even without anyone in your bed. Don't let the small arms fool you. Magic users have their own ways of working the forge. Just look at the weapon on his hip, Princess Alexis suggested. Dominic reluctantly unclipped the sheathed dagger from his belt and held it flat on his hands for the curious noble to inspect. An uncommon magical dagger, now where is the maker's mark? Ah, here. Dominic wavemates. My word, perhaps he does belong in the forge, the noble gasped, then moved back from his close inspection of the workmanship. To think that an apprentice has skills and craftsmanship like that. No wonder your master was tagged for the position of royal weaponsmith. The young noble was pulled away by another conversation, and Dominic gave the princess a harsh look for exposing his skills before the trials. It wasn't unheard of for outsiders to simply go missing in the days before the selection. Don't worry about it. You are under the palace's protection as an intake candidate and Pop's apprentice now, so nobody will try to steal you away. Even an apprentice royal tradesman demands a level of respect from the children of the noble houses. It will most likely be you and Pops making their next set of equipment, after all, the princess chuckled. Ah, the greatest of leverage, the ability to control who gets properly armored, Dominic joked, causing Alexis to nearly choke on her drink. It's best not to joke about sabotage, she whispered. Who would do such a thing? I'm just saying that schedules are limited, and certain projects are given priority, Dominic shrugged. Alexis laughed. That's the same thing that your master threatened the first time that we tried to call him up from the forge at the staging area. What can I say? I learned from the best. Princess Alexis smiled back at him. It's a good thing that with the emergency, they have moved up the intake trials for the craftsmen. We can't have the two top weaponsmiths finding ways to sneak out of the palace to work at a private toolmaker's forge again. Dominic shrugged. I make no guarantees for Pops. He's quite fond of his regular customers, after all. A bell was rung, and the party slowly moved inside to a large dining room. Dominic was seated toward the end of the table, across from a man in green robes with feathers on them, and a witch that smelled like medicine and strong liquor. The seat next to his was empty when he arrived, as was the seat at the foot of the table, which presumably was reserved for whichever noble was unlucky enough to end up at the tradespeople's end of the table. Dominic had no idea how such functions worked, but when Pops was escorted to the seat next to him, leaving only the foot of the table open, he began to relax. It's good to see you again. I would have ended up at the forge if the princess hadn't found me on the way into town. The neighbors have instructions to send you here if they see you. I'll let them know tomorrow that you made it home safe. How was your first trip as a smith? He asked, smiling beneath his thick beard. Other than being attacked by goblins constantly, even when having breakfast at the local crusader's family farm. Not bad. I learned a few useful things about the steam carriages that I didn't know before. Dominic replied with a smile. The witch nodded in agreement, while the man with the feathers only looked concerned. Attacks, you say? The animal spoke of unrest. Perhaps it will reach here soon. He commented. Dominic nodded noncommittally. If he didn't already know the city was under attack, there was no point in telling him now. The old witch gave him a motherly smile. I remember my first trip outside my home coven. We got rained on for 10 straight days, and when we got to the village that was supposed to be buying our medicine, the river had broken its banks and the whole place was flooded. 10 days. 10 whole days we walked to bring medicine to a town that didn't even exist anymore. But lucky for us, the refugees brought the same sickness to the next town over, and they still needed the potions. The oversized chair at the foot of the table was pulled out, and an aging noble with scars all over his hands and face from a lifetime of combat took his seat. Pops cleared his throat. General Fox, I would like to introduce my apprentice, Dominic Wavemates. The old soldier smiled at Dominic. I know, I have been hearing his name all day. First on the battlefield, then in the common district, where the word is that he has captured as many as 3 young princesses' hearts, and then in the garden, where word of Princess Alexis' new sorcerer that can craft magical weapons is the talk of the nobility. What do you think of the fine rumors that have started around you, young Master Dominic Wavemates? At least 10% of that is true, Lord General Fox. Dominic replied formally. The drunk witch cackled with laughter, tears running down her face, and the feathered man rolled his eyes. He might be a good match for that oddball of a princess. He is a Wavemates. The man snorted with derision, subtly mocking Dominic's presumed connection to the fallen royal family of Wavemates. Come now, Oracle. She's not such an odd one for not wanting to get married early. How old were you when you first got married? The general asked, and the man pointedly ignored his question. Dominic took that as him being a lifelong bachelor, so he kept his opinions to himself and decided to chat with the general instead. General Fox, surely the gossip can't have assumed that a man they saw for the first time was the princess' new consort after they found out that I was the royal smith's apprentice? Dominic asked. You must be new to the boredom and petty intrigue of palace life. I assure you, should the princess not dissuade them of the notion, there will be complaints by the end of the month that she has not set the date for an engagement party. If you were from a known noble family, they would have assumed that the engagement was already formalized by the time that you stepped out of her carriage in the courtyard. Pops patted Dominic on the shoulder. Welcome to palace life. It only gets more chaotic after this. The meal was served, or at least the first course was served. Dominic looked at it in concern for a moment, as it seemed to be nothing but a small cube of steak with a leaf on top, but the others chatted happily as they slowly ate, and then the plate was taken away, and more food replaced it. That process repeated 6 times, until finally a dessert came out, and the mood in the room changed. Dominic took that to mean that the meal was nearly over, as the guests seemed to be getting ready to go home. So, is it time to head to the forge and see the rooms I've been assigned for the intake trials? Dominic asked Pops after the 2 across the table from them had left. The forge. Oh, are you in for a shock? The royal forges are used by all of our smiths and metalworkers, nobody lives in them. Your room is somewhat closer than that. The general laughed. Pops got to his feet and pulled back Dominic's chair for him, while the general straightened his coat. I will escort you, as the princess seems a bit preoccupied. He teased. I suspect that having the princess in my personal rooms might be a bit more scandal than the royal family is ready to deal with today. Dominic laughed. Pops snorted in amusement and shook his head. There is much worse going around the scandal mill every day, most of it untrue. Just the other day, there was a rumor that one of the Arcane Academy precepts had been buying his grades from the headmaster. If it were true, both of them would have been ejected from the academy and banned from the city. A princess dating a sorcerer is a small thing in comparison. In fact, it's not even unlawful. The walk down the halls was a short one, and then the general indicated a room to their right. These are the rooms for the royal weaponsmith. I will accompany you in if you don't mind. I am looking forward to your expression. Pops opened the door, and a luxurious sitting room, complete with a small library and a drafting table, appeared in front of Dominic's eyes. It was incredible, a single room with more knowledge than he had ever hoped to see at once. The dining room is to the right. The master smith's rooms are to the left, 4 rooms in total, each with their own in-suit facilities, in case he has a large family. Then, if we head through the hallway, straight ahead is the servants' corridor to the kitchens, and here is the cleaning supplies closet, and finally, the apprentice quarters. Fully soundproofed, for the days that your tasks take you late into the night to complete. The general explained the layout as he led the way down the narrow corridor, carved from well-polished stone, but completely bare of ornamentation, unlike the opulent main room. The room was 4 meters by 6, simple, with a bed along one wall. His inventory cube had been set on top of the blanket, and a simple chest sat at the foot for personal belongings. The rest of the room consisted of a small magical forge, a workbench with a collection of dusty tools, and a small door that seemed to lead to a water closet and shower. Not bad at all. It's got its own forge and shower. Plus, my room is nearly as large as the front store at the old forge. We're moving up in the world, Pops. Dominic laughed. The general smiled at his excited expression. Now that's what I was hoping for. Not jaded by the world. Just wait until he finds out that the royal smiths, even the apprentices, have access to uncommon magical weapon recipes. If you're lucky, you might even score an armor recipe from the new armorer's apprentice. They usually like to trade so that they can diversify their skills. You're still a probationary apprentice until you can pass the intake, but as the royal weaponsmith's existing apprentice, you get all the privileges of a royal apprentice in advance. Maybe living in a palace isn't all that bad. There are all sorts of chances to learn, and it even smells better here than it does in most of the city. Dominic agreed. There are no coal-fired vehicles allowed within the palace confines, and that helps a lot. But the smithy will still have plenty, since the soot is needed, or so I'm told. The general explained. That's fine, the smithy always smells better than the outside world. Pop shook the general's hand, and the older man turned to leave. You've got an interesting one there, Pops. Take good care of him. Dominic was too excited to sleep for long, and it was still hours until dawn when he woke up, fully intending to go check out the library in the front room. Then, he realized that he had totally forgotten to clean his actual clothes after arriving in the palace yesterday, and the only thing he had to wear that didn't need to have more goblin filth scrubbed from it was the mage robe he was wearing to dinner, which was completely unsuitable for work. There might still be some clothing from the last few hours' worth of drops, though. At least, he hoped there was. He hadn't actually been paying much attention, just stuffing every magic item he could get his hands on into the cube. Even if it was a poor quality magic shirt and pants, he could wear them until he had time to scrub his usual outfit. But when he opened the inventory cube, Dominic got a real surprise. There was a large box in his inventory that definitely hadn't been there before, marked with the royal family's crest. Carefully, he took it out, in case it was too heavy to hold, and set it on the floor. Inside, the box was filled with leather and cloth. 2 new sets of casual clothes suitable for the forge, emblazoned with the royal crest, marking him as an apprentice under their employment, plus a long leather coat for working around hot metal, and 3 elegant mage robes plus a cloak with no hood that would be suitable for dinners and other occasions around the palace. Why they didn't think that he should be dressed in a suit was a mystery to Dominic, but he really didn't know enough about royal etiquette to know if being a sorcerer meant that he should be wearing robes as formal wear. It's not like being part dragon was a profession. Or, if it was, Dominic had never figured out how to monetize it. Every item had the same crest on it, so they must have been a formal uniform of sorts for the staff, but they were all beautifully made by the royal staff tailors. The rest of his clothes had been meticulously scrubbed clean and folded in a simple bag. Even the drop items from the goblins, which were always filthy when you got them, had been laundered. Dominic was briefly outraged that someone had gone through his belongings. They didn't appear to have taken any of his scrap parts or manacores, though. So, Dominic made a mental note to apologize to whoever had to clean the rags that the goblins dropped. At the very least, he did have clothes to wear to work today. Once he was showered and changed into his new uniform of black pants and a buttoned shirt that was definitely going to be annoying under his apron, Dominic headed for the library to see what he could find before Pops woke up and told him where to find food. The library shelves were carefully organized by weapon types, with the scrolls sorted by item rarity within the shelf. The common items began around waist height to just over Dominic's head, and then the uncommon ones were at the very top of the shelves. They should have a rare item scroll or 2 here somewhere, he was certain, but they were likely locked away in the master's room, and inaccessible to anyone who might happen to make it into the main area. But the uncommon magical item plans were still plenty for Dominic. He had a total of 3 blueprints in his inventory at the moment, and only 2 of them were weapons. Plus, it was a revolver and a gunsword, both of which were specialized weapons that most of the guardsmen didn't use much. If he was going to impress whoever was doing the intake, he needed something more practical. So, he started with the most obvious. The uncommon quality broadsword. That should be the mainstay of the Royal Guard, he assumed. Most of the guards used a broadsword and a spear as their primary weapons during the battle against the goblins, so those would be his priorities today. The details for making an uncommon grade blade were surprisingly easy. The blade itself was essentially the same as Pops had taught him to make any other blade, and then there was a single circuit that should be etched into the blade to draw mana to it and charge the magical crystal in the hilt. That was it. Just a simple Magitech circuit with a few branches to keep the edge strong and sharp, as well as integrating the socketed enhancement gem in the hilt. The more he looked at it, the better he understood the circuit, and the more clearly Dominic understood that it was no different from making a light turn on from a battery, except that the battery in this case was wireless and magical. He had learned that as a child, and with years of repairing other people's junk for spending cash, he understood far more than most about how the circuits needed to line up in order to function, and what some of the most obvious ones did. Daydreaming about new magical weapons, and a glorious life recognized as a great arcane engineer, he began to draw out plans for new weapon designs in the notepad as his mind focused on understanding the magical pathways that made a Magitech weapon function. Dominic didn't realize that he had gotten lost in his doodling, drawing in one of the fresh notebooks, trying to improve the design of the broadsword plan that he had found, until Pops woke up and greeted him. "It looks like you've gotten ahead on your coursework already. What makes you think that will be a functional weapon?" he asked, indicating his drawing. "Well, it's the simple circuit from the uncommon Magitech sword here. That's nearly impossible to mess up. But that seemed a bit boring, so I added a layer of energy shielding, the same sort of solid energy barrier that is used for security doors. In theory, it will extend from a short sword to a broadsword with a bit of mana. The inscriptions are still in place, and it's a simple bit of magical circuitry, so I think it should still create an uncommon blade," Dominic explained, hoping that his idle ideas wouldn't get him in trouble first thing in the morning. "And how are you going to keep the energy field from breaking the first time it hits something?" he asked. "Still working on that part. I know an armor recipe, and it's got a magical rune and circuit in it to enhance durability. If I add that here and here on each section, it should activate with the blade extension and make it durable enough for actual use," he suggested, hopefully. "All right, after breakfast, we will go to the forge, and you will try out your plan, so you can see whether you are right or not." Pops agreed. "Or, you could tell me now, and I could fix it before I get to the forge and make a fool of myself." Pops laughed and shook his head. "No, you need to actually make your plans, or you won't truly understand the practical matters of making a complex Magitech weapon. It's all part of the learning process, Apprentice Dominic." Breakfast was brought to them by ringing a bell marked kitchen. Pops pulled the string, and a few minutes later a preteen girl in a maid outfit rushed in pushing a cart with 2 trays on it. "Good morning, Master Smith and Apprentice Dominic. Your meal is served." "Oat porridge and toast with dried fruits," she offered, then set the plates on the table and rushed away. "There's water and tea in the kitchen there. Brew us a pot, would you? It's an apprentice's job to have the tea ready in the morning." Pops informed him with a serious look. "Got it. No more ale for breakfast. I'll have the tea ready every morning." Dominic agreed. Pops laughed and poured himself a pint of ale from a keg in his storage item, then sat down at the table and uncovered his plate. "No more breakfast ale for you. And only one for me because the tradesmen here are sticklers for the rules, and it wouldn't do to show up to work smelling of drink," he joked. He was also dressed in a uniform outfit, but much fancier than Dominic's, with actual gold thread and bronze ornaments attached to it, compared to his completely plain outfit. First things first, though. You need to wear your trade skill core in the open while you are in the forge. The heat won't hurt it, and the rules demand that everyone proves their skill on demand. Where do you have it now? Pops asked. In the pocket of my apron. Dominic shrugged. Nothing he wore while working had sockets, it was all disposable other than the apron, which didn't have any adornment. I thought it might be something like that. Here, I bought you a tradesman's bracer set. Put the blacksmithing core in one, and if you've got another gem attuned, stick it in the other. He instructed. Dominic took out his blacksmithing core and the Magitech orb of minor skill gain rate increase that he had gotten from Bella as part of the price for the mana revolver. I should likely level these up a little bit. I've got plenty of goblin cores, but I was saving them in case I needed them to craft stuff. I could likely use half of them to get some levels on the gems. Dominic suggested. What sort of trip did you have that the blacksmith ended up killing goblins? I swear that we went over this. Pops asked. It was chaos. Everywhere we went, there were more of them. But I also went out hunting once with the guards and some friends I met in Aramo's village, and then there was the defense of the farms when the hobgoblins led an attack. So in all, I've got like 40 cores. Dominic shrugged. Pops laughed and patted him on the head, squashing his hair flat. That's more than enough to get you some respect for your skills. It looks like your trade skill core is already up to Apprentice 3, and growing well, but a bit of a bump to Apprentice 5 would put you in the ranks of senior apprentices, and halfway to being able to challenge the advancement to journeyman. I'll let you keep your secret on how you managed to get the core to level up twice in the same week when you didn't know any recipes at all, and only one forge rune, but you should put at least one level into that trade skill core. Alright, let's see how it goes. Dominic agreed. This would be the first time that he had ever performed the process of transferring the magic from one core to another or to a Magitech item, but in theory it was simple enough. Hold it in your hand and focus the energy on the destination. Dominic focused on the first of the goblin's mana cores and pushed the magic out of it into the trade skill core. A hint of magic flowed through him from the enchanted gem, giving his mind a hint of the knowledge that Pops had embedded inside. That was what he was after, so he continued the process, going through 3 of the cores before he managed to get it to level up, and then another 12 to get it to level 5. That solidified a bit more of the crafting knowledge from the trade skill core in his mind, and left the trade skill gem just a bit brighter and a bit lighter yellow than it had been. As Dominic's skill as a blacksmith advanced, the color would slowly go from a flickering yellow to a solid and bright yellow, then gain flickers of blue as he advanced through the journeyman ranks. When he reached the entry to Master Smith, it would have advanced as far as it could, and from there on it was up to him to craft a masterpiece item suited to his trade skill to accept the knowledge of a master artisan. Pops had hidden his masterpiece for years, pretending to still be a journeyman, but in the end, nobody had believed that he hadn't advanced, and now he had been recognized as the Royal Master Weaponsmith. At Apprentice 5, Dominic was halfway through the apprentice rank advancement, which got exponentially harder with every step. Good training could get you through the early stages with relative ease, and Dominic's luck at getting a rare blueprint had made that process incredibly quick. But there wasn't much now that would accelerate the process like that again. Another rare recipe would help, but not as much as the first. Going from rank 2 to 3, as he had when he got the mana revolver recipe, was dozens of times easier than going from apprentice 5 to 6. That was where the minor skill gain rate Magitech orb came into play. Advancing it would help his bring other skills up more quickly, and although it was the lowest grade of Magitech orb, it was by far the most valuable item that Bella had traded him for the revolver. As he held it in his hand and felt the attunement finalize, Dominic prepared to transfer the majority of his cores to the device, hoping to get it to rank 3. Advancing Magitech items was more tricky than a trade skill core. The trade skill would progress in a linear fashion, absorbing magic to fully attune to the user and unlock all the knowledge contained inside. But for other enhancement gems, and especially Magitech items, how well they attuned to you made a significant difference in how much effort it took to make them advance. Not just everyone was well suited to every enhancement, after all. Every person's body and mind were different. The first goblin core settled into the Magitech orb, and it seemed to come to life, awakening from its dormant state to welcome him. The device buzzed in his hand as the magic was integrated, and Dominic continued to add cores to the growing sense of attunement that it was generating. After 25 cores, Pops called a halt to his efforts. That is enough for today. You'll run right out of them if you don't stop now, and it's not going to reach another level before you do, he warned. Dominic paused his fueling to look at the orb. It had just broken through to rank 3, glowing with a dim but steady golden light between the delicate gears inside its protective cage. It was a beautiful sight, and it would be a shame not to wear this one all day. Put them both in the bracer, and let's get to the forge. You've got a design to test. Dominic tidied up the blueprints he had been studying and tucked the notebook he had been working from under his arm. This was going to be a trial by fire, somewhat literally, to see if his ideas about how he would design something, versus how to repair it back to the original spec, were actually functional. Along the way, they met up with a pair of farrier's apprentices, the ones who made almost all the horseshoes and other equine equipment that the royal family needed, including the tack for the mechanical horses, as they wore through them just as quickly as any other horse. So, how does it feel to be the master weaponsmith, old man? I hope you brought something impressive for that journeyman armorer. He was pushing hard to be chosen for the spot, and I hear he's pretty bitter. The farrier greeted Pops as they walked. I'm not showing him shit. If he wants to impress someone, he needs to at least get on my level. Hell, he's barely on par with my apprentice, and I don't care what his trade course says. Pops snorted in derision. The farrier laughed and gestured with his chin toward the forges. Look at that, he's even come early to wait for you. Don't mind us if we stay for the show. The portly man standing by the door sneered as he greeted them. Well, look what the gutters coughed up. Finished slumming it with the gate trash? The man asked. If his apprentice is this disrespectful, I can only imagine what the guy who wanted to be granted the rank of Royal Master Smith is like. Dominic mock whispered to Pops, deliberately loud enough to be heard, and pointedly ignoring the bright blue trade skill gem on the man's necklace. If he wasn't already technically a master, he was very close to it. Why, you little? Are those horns? Did you pick a sorcerer as an apprentice? Just when I thought that you couldn't get any lower, you managed to surprise me again. The man snarled, addressing Pops. They're horns. We were so short on decent smiths in town that I took in the first waif that came to my door looking for work. Good thing, too. He turned out so much better than the last noble who wanted to be my apprentice. He's got actual skills. Pops replied. The man's jaw ticked and a vein in his head looked like it was going to burst, but Pops guided Dominic right past the enraged smith and over to the forges. Everyone, listen up. It's my apprentice's first attempt to craft a magic item that he designed himself. It's an ambitious one, but as usual, and in my role as his master, I will be hosting the betting. Pops announced. The forge filled with cheers and shouts as Dominic rolled out the blueprint and the other apprentices ran to get his materials. Don't be expecting this treatment again, but we're wagering on you winning. One of the young men informed him as he placed the required materials on the bench. Thanks, I just hope I won't let you down. This really is a design that I made, and my first time trying, he replied. Pops wouldn't lie to us, we knew it would be true. Just keep focusing and you'll get it. That plan looks solid, so even if part of it doesn't work, you should still get a common grade out of it, and that's not a complete fail on the bet. Even if Dominic turned out a mediocre creation, or a partial success, everyone would get their money back from Pops. The only one who would lose out was Dominic, as it was his reputation as an apprentice weaponsmith at stake. a weaponsmith about to be judged by his journeyman peers during the official apprentice selection, which was clearly riding on his ability to succeed with an unknown blueprint of questionable quality. The materials that they had found for him were all top quality, already refined up to weapons grade standards by the forge helpers, the junior workers who were hoping to get taken in as someone's official apprentice while they did the drudge work. Without a chance to do real blacksmith work, they rarely got any skill gains, so they were stuck at level 1 if they even had a trade skill core, but they were young, and most of them were working on building up their bodies to the stamina and strength levels that the journeyman demanded. The other workers all looked over the plans that Dominic had laid out before they placed their bets, and he could tell that the majority of them were tending toward him failing. The project was considered too ambitious for an apprentice to take on, especially with the magical barrier that was created solely by the Magitech circuitry. Normally, the life of a smith was very direct. They were born from a family of smithy workers, they got a job with the smithy, they got an apprenticeship in the smithy, and that was that. Most of them were barely educated enough to read the blueprints, and the number of them who were familiar with Magitech device design and repair without going to the artificer's school was close to zero. In a way, that was Dominic's greatest advantage, and today it was the unknown factor that he hoped would sway the betting toward him not owing Pops for a huge gambling loss. With that in mind, Dominic got the metals into the forge to soften while the forge workers operated the bellows. "How about we make a proper bet?" the journeyman armorer suggested to Pops. "Oh, what would you like to wager?" "How about we go for a month's wages? You know, make it count for something," he offered. Dominic could almost feel Pop's smile as he looked at the antagonistic armorer before agreeing. "You've got yourself a deal." Then Dominic dug out the circuitry shapes in the sandpit by his workstation, where the bronze would be poured to create the rough outline of the magical circuit. That could cool while he worked on the intricate design of the double-edged short-sword blade, and the core of the sword on which the Magitech circuitry would be mounted. He whistled happily as he worked, ignoring the crowd that was neglecting their own work to see how he was doing, and began to hammer out the basic components while the brass liquefied. Well, he at least knows what he's doing with the hammer. "I'll be back to check up on him in an hour," the farrier informed Pops, with a friendly pat on the back. That was the signal for most of the others to disperse to their tasks, with only the master armorer remaining behind to keep an eye on Dominic's progress. Dominic got the feeling it was so that Pops couldn't cheat and help him out or replace his design with one of Pop's own. But Pops wouldn't make life that easy on him. He wanted his apprentice to learn where he had messed up on the blueprints, and to see if he would catch it on his own or if he would have to try again. The blade would be created with a notch in the middle, and then an outer plate on one side of the fuller would be pinned and pressed to hold in the core, so that the delicate circuitry would not be damaged when the weapon took a hit. That added a lot more difficulty to this than just creating a standard blade. Fortunately, the Royal Forges already had a tool to shape the blade around, and he wouldn't have to mock one up. The core, which included the majority of the structure of the hilt, bent into shape rather smoothly, and Dominic was reaming out the peg holes for the grip so they were perfectly round when the brass was finally ready to pour into the circuit paths, once he had carved them out of wax and surrounded them with sand to keep it from running. But when he looked over to the sand table, someone had put a hand on his patterns, messing up 3/4 of the designs that he had sketched out. While that was annoying, it wasn't the end of the world. A quick swipe with the leveling board, and he sketched out another set of designs from the blueprints, while the bronze lingered in the forge. Then he poured the bronze and let it set up as he worked on the outer shell of the blade. The hard part would be getting the moving portions of the circuit's actuation relays to perfectly align without having pre-made mold stamps. Artificers would, and anyone who regularly made gears and Magitech circuits, like the repairmen, but this was a Royal Military working forge for standard issue weapons, armor, and horse supplies. They weren't the ones that you went to for that sort of fancy thing. But Dominic knew a simple trick to making the layers of circuit work together. He just had to make them all identical, and then space out the mounting points until they met properly. And that was what he did. He lined up all the layers of thin brass so that they met perfectly, then center punched the marks for the holes in the frame that would slide into the center of the blade to mount the pins. Drilling hot metal wasn't all that hard, and the forge here had outstanding tools, which had Dominic looking over his assembled weapon by lunch. He had made one minor mistake as he created the circuit. The original design would have only enhanced the durability of the outer shell, not the interior magical workings. If the blade was used, the thin brass would warp the first time someone blocked it, or the blade hit a solid object. Something like ogre armor. Fortunately, he had noticed in time to make the corrections, so he could pretend like he hadn't come within minutes of creating absolutely useless decorative trash. All that was left was to inscribe the final magical pathways into the circuits, then attach a gem of some sort to either give it an enhancement or hold the potential for a spell to activate with his own mana. He had designed the hilt to hold a spell gem, but he didn't have any unaligned gems of his own. A minor oversight on his part. So, the gem was the only thing that he didn't have available. There wasn't one in the pile of stuff that the other apprentices had assembled, and he didn't see any of them around in the supply room. In fact, there likely weren't any, as they were a precious resource for everyone, and only the Magitech orbs could be created. All forms of gems had to be obtained from the monsters or mined, cut, and polished. He would have to figure that out later, and for now, Dominic would just crush a monster core over it, the way that they had done for the first weapons creation lesson at Pop's Forge, and hope that it turned out for the best. That was the best plan that he could come up with. Adding a crushed goblin core and a load of mana, with the durability and energy barrier Magitech circuit, should be enough to make this blade an uncommon magic blade, even without a gem attached. A few final touches to the Magitech circuitry engraved between the blade and the gem mount, and it was time for the moment of truth. The armorer whistled loudly as he was finishing the carving, nearly making Dominic scratch the last line improperly, and everyone gathered around him. Dominic carefully ground a core from one of the hobgoblins into dust while the blade heated, and then hesitated. Everyone knew he was a sorcerer, so maybe he could use the dragonfire to make a better demonstration piece. It would definitely win the bet. But he really didn't want to show off that particular ability in public. Wiz's family seemed reliable, and he trusted them, or at least their rural location, to keep the important parts to themselves. But he didn't know anyone here but Pops, and he had only ever heard how treacherous the palace culture was. Perhaps it was better if he didn't show off any unusual skills. The blade was up to temperature to add the core dust, and as Dominic sprinkled the core dust, he added a pulse of magic, which turned the blade shining silver. Dominic focused on sending mana through the circuitry as the blade's creation finished, and the blade lit up with a solid red energy barrier as it flicked from inert to active and back again at his directions. Rare item created. Energy Sword of Rage. Level 4 enchantment. Grants the user 4 Fantram strength while in combat. Added damage and durability. Having the trade skill core on his wrist where he could see the notifications within the gem made life so much easier. You've got to be kidding me. The apprentice designed and crafted a rare Magitech weapon. Oh, George will be so pissed. Dominic heard someone mutter. George, the journeyman armorer with hopes to be the Royal Forge's new master before Pops was called up, was not impressed at all. There is no way that he made that on his own. I don't know how you did it, but you have cheated. He insisted. A few of the other smiths laughed at him, and an old man with skin nearly as dark as the coal they used to increase the carbon in the steel thumped George on the head. You think they fooled all of us? I've been watching as well, and I saw the boy improvise when he realized he had messed up the plan. Unless they're secretly psychic, you lost fair and square. Now pay the man and take it as a lesson not to be stupid in the future. The master armorer insisted. George reluctantly pulled a bag from his inventory item, a fancy golden rectangle that hung off the side of his belt. So, what do you plan to do with that now that you've made it? Pops asked, while gesturing to Dominic's new sword. Well, it's nice and light, so I had considered stabbing something with it. But maybe I should trade it for good stuff. Dominic shrugged. You would stab someone with a rare sword? One of the apprentices asked in shock. Something for sure. Possibly a goblin. But it's a sword, that's what they're made for. He replied. But you're a blacksmith, not a soldier. The apprentice reminded him. And a sorcerer. So stabbing them is somewhat redundant, as I can cast spells, but it is still rather satisfying, Dominic agreed. Pops laughed and shook his head at the silliness of their argument. Both of you have work to do. But if you don't want to keep that blade, I can have it sold to someone who needs it. Pops suggested. The other apprentices gave Dominic envious glares. Nothing that they made belonged to them, it was all the property of either their master or the royal forge. But that didn't hold true for rare magical items. They didn't come about often, so the royals only demanded a cut of the sales price for the ones made in their forge. I have the recipe, I can always make another. However, right now, I need enhancement gems or Magitech orbs to help with my skills and my spells. Dominic explained. Do you think it's so easy to just make a rare magic item? One of the other apprentices asked. The recipe is right there. I don't see what the problem is. Why not ask your master if you can make one as well if you're hard up for cash? Dominic asked. It was only natural. If you had the skills to make what people needed, you made it, and you traded it for what you needed. However, Dominic was not human, and the way that he imbued the weapon with mana as the mana core dust was absorbed into the blade was not something that your average human could do. Dominic could do it, and Pops could do it. But they were both born with magic. Other than the two of them, there might not be another in the forge who could actually use that technique. In short, no. The apprentice couldn't simply make one for himself, even if he had the plan in front of him. The apprentice laughed ruefully, while a journeyman came over with a set of materials in his hand. That's an excellent idea. All the apprentices will spend the day recreating those blades for sale or distribution. If there is a rare item created, the apprentice will get the full creator's cut of the funds. The journeyman weaponsmith announced. Pops chuckled and placed a crude drawing in front of Dominic. This is what you're doing today. I want 50 enchanted spearheads out of you before you return to your room tonight. Lunch will be served soon, and dinner comes straight to the forge, no need to waste time going anywhere. The smug dwarf informed his apprentice with a demanding look that promised that Dominic was not getting out of his daily quota of work, even if he had won Pops a couple of extra months' salary. Dominic got the iron for the spearheads, and then realized that he had no idea how he was supposed to enchant them without using up all of his own cores. Hey, are there more mana cores here somewhere for the regular weapons? Pops wants enchanted spearheads. He asked. The apprentice beside him shook his head. The best we've got are the enchanted oils from the alchemists. Dunk the annealed and glowing spearhead to temper it, and it should absorb a bit of mana from the oil. If you've got fresh oil, it's usually about a 50-50 whether it holds a common enchantment. So that was how they were doing it. There was a bucket of quenching oil by his station, but Dominic hadn't had to use it when he was creating the sword with the monster core. But Pops wanted him to hammer out 100 spearheads by the end of the day, just to make 50 enchanted ones. That was plain unreasonable. Well, he could just cast them and then forge an edge, but that was liable to introduce bubbles and make for crappy, brittle metal compared to Pop's usual standard of work. It might be the only way to finish, though. So, he took one of the half-completed spearheads from an unattended station and pressed 10 molds into his sand table, then returned it and got to work. The forge workers had metal already heated for him, sitting in the forge waiting for him to get to it, and Dominic gave them a polite bow. As we said, don't count on it, but you won us a bunch of money today, and we're feeling generous. The boy whispered. Dominic poured the first 10 spearheads, and waited while they cooled in the wet sand enough to begin to work with. Then he took a punch to cut notches and hammered the first one into a nice serrated edge that would cause a savage wound both going in and coming out. Then he hammered the leading edges to a wedge shape for the cutting edge. After that, he just had to use the rasp and file the spearhead to a decently sharp surface, and Dominic sighed at the slipshod workmanship. The magical upgrade would have to compensate for the fact it was not pretty. After grabbing a spear handle and hammering the cupped portion of the spearhead into notches cut to hold the head in place, he noticed that much of the hobgoblin core dust he had crushed was still in the crucible. He had some regular goblin core dust as well, which he took from his inventory cube and dumped into the oil to make room for the hobgoblin core dust in its container. Then he infused the oil with a bit more mana, giving it a shimmering glow, before he dumped the spearhead in it. Uncommon weapon created, brutal spear, his trade skill core flashed. Dominic smirked at the success of his crafting hack and began to hammer another one into shape. It would take hundreds of dunks to wear out that shimmering oil, he just needed to add mana. Maybe being a sorcerer really was suited to the job of a weaponsmith. He used the tongs to pull another one from the sand and pounded it to shape, then repeated the process. Uncommon weapon created, brutal spear. Finally, someone noticed what he was doing as he was finishing the third one. Journeyman Jones, the new apprentice is glitched, he shouted. A middle-aged man came over and watched Dominic hammering out a strangely vicious spearhead, then mounting it to the shaft before tempering it in the enchanted oil. Common weapon created, brutal spear. That time he didn't add more mana to the mixture, but it still turned out a fairly decent result. That seemed to be the great difference between crafted items. He could innately use magic, Pops could use magic, but very few others could without relying on the spell gems or Magitech orbs, which did them no good here, unless they had a spell gem designed to add mana to an alchemist's oil-based potion. Are you in a rush to get something done, Apprentice Dominic? The journeyman asked. Pops says he wants 50 of these enchanted before bed. I'm assuming that means just pound them out to a common grade magical item or better. Or am I supposed to be making them all uncommon? Because that sounds like a real pain. He replied. The journeyman laughed. Go ahead then. If you think you can get 50 enchanted spears done and still make it to bed tonight, I wish you the best of luck. When Pops woke up the next morning, the first thing he did was to check the apprentice quarters to see if Dominic had made it to bed or if he was still working. There was no need to go inside the room. The door wasn't fully closed to soundproof it, and he could hear the boy snoring away and mumbling in his sleep about spearheads from down the hallway. It was a rite of initiation for the new apprentices to work day and night most days until they got their speed up to par, and none of the journeymen actually expected that the apprentices would be able to get the first task that they were assigned done by dawn. Instead, they would pretend to relent in the morning after breakfast and send their apprentices to bed for a few hours, only to drag them out of bed for lunch and put them back to work finishing the previous day's tasks. So, as the new apprentice candidate had made it back before he woke up, Pops went to the forge after breakfast to see how Dominic had done. As he walked, the old dwarf realized this vetting process was all just for show. There were no other weaponsmith apprentices in the forge for the intake exam. There were farriers, one armorer, and a number of other trades, but no other weaponsmiths. How could Dominic lose a contest when there were no other competitors? The palace had tricked him into a guaranteed placement. The royal family knew his personality well enough to know that he wouldn't simply abandon his apprentice once they were already settled in here. Pop strolled into the forge, where he was met with a round of thunderous applause, and a line of smithy workers forming a walkway to the workstation where he had left his apprentice working last night. The first thing that he noticed when he arrived was the sand table that had been set up to make spearheads 10 at a time, and the row of forged tools carefully rearranged on the wall in the order that they were needed to craft spears, instead of the standard order that they had been in the day before. Then he saw the bundle. 50 spears, tied together in a bunch, like a sheaf of wheat. Where are the failures? Pops asked as he took in the workstation. There aren't any. He worked until the small hours of the morning, but he didn't fail a single spear, they are all right there. One of the forge workers informed him. Were you on night shift? Pops asked. I was. But you can ask Journeyman Deckard as well. He was on this side of the forges all night overseeing the other apprentices who had work to do, and he saw everything. Naturally, most tradesmen would take the word of a journeyman over that of a forge worker, but Pops just nodded. He had somewhat expected this, and the boy's reputation would be ruined if the others found out that he'd lied to the new master weaponsmith. Pops opened the bundle and spread the spears out along the wall. Nice uniformity. A bit of an odd stylistic choice, but they should be combat effective. Perhaps that is part of the secret to his success. 2/3 are uncommon. That's highly unusual for an apprentice. Where is his oil bucket? Pops asked. I believe he took it with him, sir. Something about it being a lucky bucket. The forge worker replied. The other smiths laughed at that. Superstition among craftsmen was pretty common, and he wouldn't be the only one that had a lucky tool that they used all the time. Though, none of them had heard of a lucky oil bucket being blamed for their success. The journeyman who had been on duty for the night shift tilted his head toward the row of spears. I must say, for a first day at the forge, he certainly made a good impression. Once he attunes more closely with that blacksmithing core, he's going to be a monster. If I didn't know better, I would swear that he was cheating somehow. The forge attendants nodded in agreement, while one old master chuckled quietly to himself in the corner, where he was etching ornate pinstriping into a piece of plate mail. You lot didn't notice at all, did you? Of course, the sorcerer was cheating. Why would he not cheat? The assignment was to make 50 magical spears, not to make life as difficult as possible for himself. The old man quietly muttered to himself. The armorers near him all turned to catch his words. The old man always had good advice, but he hated people, so he rarely talked to them directly. Armorer, what do you mean by cheated? Did he not make the spears himself? One of the other weaponsmiths asked. Of course he made them himself, you half-wit. They've all got his maker's mark on them. But what can a sorcerer do that you can't? He scoffed, gesturing with his hands to emphasize his point, then his voice dropped back to a more normal volume, and he coughed for half a minute before continuing. He added mana to his oil bucket every time he made a weapon so that they would all turn out magical. How did you watch him all night and not figure that out? Perhaps you spent too much time staring at his horns instead of his hammer. If you weren't so damned stupid, you would have been a journeyman by now. The old man ranted. All right, that's enough. No making the apprentices cry this week, you promised. Journeyman Deckard reminded him. Not my fault if he cries because he can't see what is in front of his face. Deckard gave the old man a glare, and he huffed, then returned to his work, decorating the ornamental armor piece he was working on. Pops bundled the spears back up into a sheaf before looking out over the gardens outside the forge. I should probably send my apprentice to take his spears out to the line. They're going to need them soon, and they should know who they come from, since Dominic's maker's mark is a new one to them. He decided. He did get the job done in one night. We might have to update the way that the rest of our apprentices make spears, though. Those look vicious, and they're sure to cause some real damage as you pull them free. Journeyman Deckard noted. Well, he's been asleep for a few hours. I'm sure that he's up for another goblin bloodbath with the princess. One of the farriers joked. Pop sighed and rolled his eyes. He couldn't even refute that. If he sent the boy to the front lines with a bundle of spears, he was definitely coming back covered in goblin blood. He had likely killed more of them than the rest of the apprentices in the forge combined, and he was the only one under journeyman level that was fully familiar with the proper use of core dust. Raising a proper apprentice really was a hassle. But Pops wasn't one to give up halfway. He would just have to push the palace to formalize the intake early and make him a proper apprentice. Pop supervised the apprentices and journeymen for a few hours, as there were no orders for master-crafted weapons at the moment, and then went to collect lunch for himself and Dominic, who was still mumbling about spears in his sleep. The lucky oil bucket in question was sitting next to the forge in his room, still laden with mana and suspiciously shiny. Pops kneeled next to the bucket for a closer look and realized that he had dumped a bit of core dust into the oil for added effects, and then included some of his own mana to improve the efficiency. It was a devious measure that he wasn't sure even the old armorer had fully appreciated. "Dominic, wake up, it's time for work," Pops shouted from right beside his bed. "5 more minutes, I paid for the full night," he mumbled as he snuggled deeper into his pillow. "They're going to take your oil bucket if you don't get up." Pops tried. That made him open his eyes a bit, and magic flared at Dominic's fingertips before the bucket seemed to disappear as the stool shifted across the floor, and his eyes closed again. "Did you just cast invisibility on the oil bucket?" Pops asked. "Sleeping. I'm sleeping," Dominic complained as he slowly realized that it was Pop speaking, and that he wasn't at a hotel with soft beds. He rolled to an upright position, then stretched his arms over his head and rolled his neck to get the stiffness out. "It's not invisibility, it's just a minor illusion. I made it look like the work stool. Serves them right if they sit in the bucket," Dominic grumbled. Then the smell of roasted meat wafted into the room as the staff brought in lunch, and the exhausted Dragonkin began to look more awake. "Get dressed to go for a walk through the city. There should be a uniform for that. Once you've had lunch, you will go deliver your spears," Pops informed him with a smile. "Oh yeah, spears. How did you like them?" "It took me nearly all night to finish." Pops patted the short blonde sorcerer on the head. "They're excellent. I'm sure the spearmen will love them. That's why you're going to deliver them personally. Now, get some food in you, they will be needing those spears. I heard that they're seeing more large monsters along with the goblins again. Something strange is going on out there, and it looks like it will get worse before it gets better." Dominic thought about the ogres he had seen fighting alongside the goblins. That wasn't normal. The ogres didn't take goblins as slaves or workers, so they shouldn't have much to do with each other. Someone or something else must have been organizing them. They made their way back to the forge after lunch, where they found the whole weaponsmith's area in shambles, with tools scattered all over the floor and the bundle of spears thrown everywhere. The area was suspiciously empty, except for the old armorer working in the corner. "That failed apprentice of yours sure has a temper," the old armorer noted as they walked past him. "What's his problem today? Seems like he wanted to get his money back, so he made a wager with Deckard that your boy wouldn't get done before noon today." The old man replied with a smirk. "Well, as long as he didn't break the weapons, they all need to go out to the front lines right now." Pop sighed. "Nah, he wouldn't go that far. He didn't have the guts to get written up by the Lord General for damaging Royal Guard property, so he just made a mess and stormed off. If you see him, tell him that Deckard is looking for him and wants his money," the old man added. "Will do. Dominic, collect all your spears and get them to the front lines along with any other enchanted weapons that the apprentices turned out last night. The ones from the journeymen will be brought to the guard officers here in the palace," Pops explained. That made sense. The officers got the good stuff, and the rest of the guard got the leftovers. Well, most of the time. There were numerous uncommon grade spears in the batch today, and that didn't seem to be the norm for these weapon deliveries. In fact, out of the entire wagon that they loaded, there were only 2 other uncommon grade magical weapons made by the apprentices. The 2-wheeled cart was pulled by a mechanical donkey, and had a spring-mounted seat in the front, like the stereotypical farmers' carts of children's stories. Mostly farmers couldn't afford mechanical donkeys, and had larger wagons, but the stereotype continued. "I will see you all soon." Dominic laughed as he vaulted up onto the seat of the wagon. The donkey came to life as he tapped the reins, walking through the palace grounds, while Pops and the old armorer laughed at the excited sorcerer. Dominic bounced along the cobblestone roads with everyone moving out of the way of the palace wagon, knowing that it had the weapons for the guard who were out fighting right now. The donkey wouldn't go faster than a slow trot, but it was still fast enough on the bouncy seat of the wagon. He left through the noble quarter gate, the closest to the forge, and the moment that he passed the gates, the stench of dead goblins in the sun assaulted his nose, and the sounds of battle doubled in volume. "What are you delivering, apprentice?" A guard sergeant yelled from near the line, struggling to be heard over the din of battle. "Royal weaponsmith apprentice, Dominic, with today's weapons. I've got plenty of uncommon spears and a collection of blades and axes," he yelled back. "I'll take them. The hobgoblins are breaking weapons faster than we can replace them." "How many spears do you have?" he asked at a more normal volume as the wagon covered the 100 meters to the front lines. Dominic fired an arcane blast into a hobgoblin that was gaining an upper hand on a pair of guards and pulled the donkey to a stop. "I've got 50 spears, mostly uncommon," he replied. "Well, ain't that sweet? The journeyman did something nice for the enlisted for a change," he muttered. "Oh, I wouldn't count on that." You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Their gear goes straight to the officers. I made the spears yesterday. See, they've all got my mark on them," Dominic explained. "Uncommon weapons in bulk from the new apprentice. I must say, we got the best end of the deal when they hired Pops." One of the guards joked as he began to ransack the wagon for a new weapon. He had a broken short sword on his hip, so Dominic found him a replacement, and the guard ran off. "How do we do this? Do I just roll along the line, handing weapons out like candy? Or are you coming with me to get them out the way you like?" Dominic asked. "I will walk beside the cart. Hand me what I ask for, and I will be sure that it gets delivered." The sergeant agreed, then gestured for a runner to come to them. "Boy, give the weapons out as I hand them to you," he instructed the errand boy. Dominic threw out more spells as they talked, picking off the wounded monsters, or the ones that looked like they were getting the advantage. "Do you always cast spells at everything you pass?" the sergeant joked. "Only the ugly things. You have no idea how hard it is not to cast on some of the nobles," Dominic replied with a wink. The man's smile highlighted an old scar that ran the length of his face, then he whistled, and threw a whole handful of spears toward a unit beside them. "Treat for you gents from the new apprentice. Try to take good care of them," he instructed. They were almost out of weapons to distribute when a shout from the line in front of them caught everyone's attention. The ogre that had just reached the line had activated some sort of magic, and his two-handed blade was glowing with black energy as he hacked at the soldiers. The blade was slicing through shields, pushing back the defenders, and about to cause a breach in the lines that dozens of goblins were waiting to exploit. "Let's go. I will distract it with spells, but they won't do much to an ogre." Dominic volunteered as he pulled the empty cart to a stop and hopped to the ground. "You're a scrappy sort, are you? All right, let's go." The sergeant laughed as he pulled an uncommon grade broadsword and shield from his inventory item. The oversized ogres seemed to notice their intentions and gestured in their direction. Two nearby ogres suddenly stopped fighting a defensive battle against the guards and shoved their opponents to the ground to charge at Dominic and the sergeant, while goblins behind them piled on the downed soldiers. "We should have kept a couple of spears," Dominic joked as his next arcane blast dissipated harmlessly on an ogre's face. "Just watch, I'll show you how the guard deals with ogres," he replied. The sergeant charged forward under the club of the incoming ogre and cut a shallow gash all the way across its stomach before sidestepping and stabbing into its ribs. Unfortunately, the blade didn't cut deep enough to hit organs, but it did put him on the far side of the ogre so that the monsters couldn't both attack him at the same time. The reserves from the back lines of the guard formation, soldiers who were catching their breath or recovering from injuries, ran over to join the battle and fill the gap that the ogres had left in their defenses, while Dominic momentarily blinded the other ogre with Arcane Blast and moved back out of its line of sight. He couldn't do much while it was facing him, he wasn't that good of a fighter. But once it turned to face the guards, he could try the cutting it down at the knees trick again. The guards had thought the same thing, and as the ogre turned toward the noise and blinked away the minimal damage to its eyes, a bola wrapped around its ankles and took the huge creature to the ground. The guards whooped in joy as the ogre got to its knees and swept them away with its club, but didn't do any significant damage. Dominic dug into his inventory and took out the rare blade he had created, then activated it with a surge of mana, extending the energy barrier to create a broadsword that was rather oversized for someone of Dominic's stature. His technique was crude, but the ogre wasn't paying any attention to Dominic as he charged, and the blade cut deep into the flesh of its back, then slid between the ribs and sunk deep into its chest. Thick black blood gushed from the wound, soaking Dominic, and the ogre let out a gurgling noise before toppling forward. He pulled the blade free and felt something enter his inventory cube as he touched the body to loot it. Then, a sense of dread overcame him, and a shadow fell over his vision as a massive club descended toward his head. He had forgotten that the other ogre was close enough to reach him, and now its club was too close to dodge. A thunk, much like the sound of an axe hitting a log, sounded right beside his head as Dominic rolled backward away from the strike. Then the broken half of a magical blade embedded itself in the ground next to him as the club swung just wide of his head. The sergeant had sacrificed his blade to knock the club away from its target. He threw the broken stub of a blade to the ground and pulled a hand axe from his belt with a grim look. "Here, use this," Dominic yelled, and tossed his blade to the sergeant hilt first. The sergeant nimbly caught it and danced under the ogre's next strike, while his team surrounded the beast with spears raised. The rare magical blade sliced smoothly through the leathery flesh of the ogre, and intestines spilled from the fresh cut as the sergeant went on the offensive. One massive hand moved to hold its innards inside the wound, while the sergeant hacked one of its legs off at the knee joint. The ogre began to spasm as it hit the ground, right before the sergeant took its head off with the blade and sighed in relief. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Yeah, thanks for that. I thought I was about to get pounded into the ground like a 10-penny nail." Dominic sighed. The sergeant extended the blade back to him, but Dominic shook his head. "Give it back after. There's still that big thing to take care of, and you need it more than I do right now." One of the guards tapped the second ogre's body and smiled, then held out a small gem to the sergeant. "Here, put this in your shield. I know you've been looking for one," he insisted. It was an enhancement gem of minor repair, which would slowly mend tears and cracks in equipment, but wouldn't go as far as to repair a fully broken sword unless the pieces were held together tightly. "Perfect. Now, I just need a new blade." The sergeant laughed. A full set of uncommon quality magical gear was the peak for enlisted guardsmen, unless they got very lucky, and a repair gem would keep it all in top condition unless something outright shattered like his blade had done. Dominic climbed to his feet and sent a spell at the goblins in frustration. He had lost track of his surroundings and nearly lost his head. That just wasn't acceptable behavior. He was smarter than that. He kicked a corpse on the way by and felt something enter his storage cube again, so he took a second to look at what he had received. On top of the pile, the newest item was a spell gem, one of the magical crystals that would allow the use of a new spell once they were attuned. Dominic pulled it out to see what it could do and smiled softly to himself. Minor damage reduction gem, reduces damage taken at the expense of magical energy. That was incredible. Any defensive spell gem was a huge bonus to someone like him, who could access enough mana to make the spell truly worthwhile. But there was something sparkly underneath it as well. The pile of cloth seemed to shimmer in the darkness of the cube's interior. Sorcerer Robe, rare quality clothing. Grants additional spell power. This item may only be removed by the wearer unless destroyed. Now that was a valuable item. It might not be a plate armor item, but it was still rare quality armor and would take a lot to cut through. The only downfall was that it was cloth, so it would provide almost no protection from the actual physical impact of an attack. But then, as everyone was fond of pointing out, spellcasters weren't supposed to be standing in range of blades and clubs. The spell gem would take time to attune, and Dominic wasn't about to strip down and change clothes in the middle of a battle, but he did take the time to strap his cogwork plate armor over his uniform. "Oh, now that's nice. Where did you get that?" the sergeant asked. "I made it. I likely should have put it on before we fought the ogres, but I don't think it would have saved me anyhow." "There's no helmet," he replied. The other soldiers near him laughed at his understatement. No helmet would have prevented him from having his head driven into his chest cavity by that blow if it had landed. The squad moved forward toward the ogre with the fancy blade, which had driven all the guards away from it with its long reach, allowing the goblins to run under its feet and advance in an attempt to swarm the guards. "How do we deal with this?" one of the guards asked. "Call up the gunners and bowmen. We just need to stop it for a moment, and they can shoot it down. Sound the trumpet for noble officers, we are going to need some rare weapons," the sergeant decided. The guard sounded a series of notes on the horn, and a few seconds later a small group of men in shining armor came charging their way with fancy rifles over their shoulders. "What's the problem, and who is that?" the noble asked. "We need that ogre lord dealt with from a distance. We can't get close enough with the goblins charging. This is the new apprentice weaponsmith from the Royal Forge. His cart is right behind us," the sergeant replied. "Where did you get that Magitech sword?" one of the other nobles demanded. "Also from the smith's apprentice," the sergeant declared. "Give it here, it doesn't belong with the commoners," the nobleman decided. "Sir, that weapon is up for auction soon. It's not available for trade at the moment. If you speak with my master, he might be able to arrange something," Dominic informed him. The noble gave him a disgusted look, then a greedy look at the weapon. "I will pay your master for it. Now turn it over. Rare weapons don't go to the commoners." Dominic took out his notebook and wrote up a receipt. "If you will just put the imprint of your noble's signet here, the weapon is all yours, at the standardized price determined by the forge master for a rare Magitech blade, with a single open spell gem socket." He agreed. That made the noble hesitate. The forge master didn't like him at all, and the old man would certainly gouge him for at least twice what the blade was worth. One of the others took advantage of his hesitation to take the notebook from Dominic's hand and stamp it with a bit of wax heated on the recently fired barrel of his rifle and the signet on his finger. "You snooze, you lose. I've signed for it, and I'll talk to Pops about payment tonight. Now, if you would." The rifleman laughed. The sergeant reluctantly turned over the blade, which the noble deactivated and put into his holster, replacing an uncommon short sword, which he tossed over to the sergeant. "I'm assuming that your primary weapon was broken, since this was on loan. Here, it's from the Royal Armory anyhow, they won't mind if it's reassigned," he explained. "Thank you, my lord," the sergeant agreed. The riflemen set up in a row, still mounted on their mechanical steeds, and unleashed a volley into the ogre lord. It staggered a bit, and the spearmen took the chance to hurl a dozen weapons into its thick flesh. Then another volley from the riflemen had the ogre lord coughing up blood, and the nobles smirked in satisfaction. With rare quality rifles and powerful enhancement gems, they had no problem taking out the beast while the guard held it off, but the enlisted guards could only dream of such luxury. None of the nobles had fought for the majority of the cores they used to enhance their gems and Magitech orbs. They bought them all from the royal treasury after the enlisted guardsmen brought them back from combat. "Superb. It was a pleasure doing business with you, young apprentice," I will see you this evening, but for now, we shall take our leave." The noble who had bought the blade announced, and the horsemen rode back to the wall. "Bunch of pompous assholes," the sergeant muttered once they were well out of earshot. "But you know what they didn't do? They didn't check its body. That seems like a leader who should have valuable information on him to me," Dominic suggested. The guards grinned at each other. "And since they didn't claim it, then the reward for any information that we find is split between the guards and the zone." The sergeant agreed. While the other guards in the area fought the goblins, Dominic cut a path for the sergeant with Arcane Blast, and the rest of the team blocked for him as he rushed forward to loot the Ogre Lord. As soon as he had it, he retreated with a huge smile on his face and a leather satchel in his hands. "Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that we have the enemy's official deployment orders. Let's get these to the duty commander and get back to work." Dominic patted him on the shoulder. "Hop in the wagon, it's faster than walking, and I'm headed back into the city anyhow, now that the weapons are distributed." The sergeant motioned for the others to rejoin the fight, and climbed into the cart. Dominic spurred the mechanical donkey up to its programmed trot and headed for the closest gate, where the officers could be seen planning deployments, smoking and lounging around waiting for the call to deploy at a potential breach of the line. "Sergeant, what takes you away from your deployment?" the guard officer at the gate asked. "We have recovered enemy intelligence that needs to be brought to command," he replied. "Understood, proceed." They slowly rolled through the camp until the sergeant pointed at a tent. "That's the spot. I'll put in the good word for your performance, but you should stop at the shower tent and rinse off quick. You're filthy." Dominic chuckled. "At least ogre blood doesn't smell as bad as goblin blood does." "Thanks, I'll get clean before I go back and get in trouble for fighting during the delivery." Dominic made his way to the shower tent, which actually featured separate showers for common soldiers and nobles, and a third one with attendants for noble ladies. Technically, there were 4 showers in total, as one was also designated for servants. However, Dominic wasn't sure what a noble servant would be doing on the front lines, where they'd get dirty enough to require an emergency shower. The nobles section was, naturally, staffed by several maids and servants, and a fire burned outside to provide warm water for the privileged children. The commoner's version, however, had a cogwork pump that you cranked tightly, and it would then pump water for a short period until it unwound. Dominic was quite familiar with these pumps, and this one appeared to have a decent timer, so he quickly got to work, scrubbing himself and his clothes clean before redressing in his wet uniform, intending for it to dry on the ride back. No one seemed to notice his arrival or departure, and he wasn't bothered on his way back, allowing his uniform to dry in peace, without anyone being wiser about his foray onto the battlefield. Or so he thought, until he returned to the forge to find a very proud noble, holding a brand new Magitech sword, speaking with Pops. He had completely forgotten that small detail. "Oh, my apprentice, welcome back. I see you found a most fascinating way to advertise your weapons for sale," Pops greeted Dominic as he parked the wagon outside the forge. "I admit it was unconventional, but the offer was so good I couldn't say no." The noble chuckled, stroking the sword's handle with reverence. "I'll admit, I was startled to discover it was an apprentice-made weapon. But a contract is a contract." "You still have the original contract with you, don't you?" he asked. Dominic handed the purchase receipt to Pops, who quickly read it and nodded in satisfaction. "It's a good thing you came to me and not the forge master. He's been in a bad mood all day since Journeyman George made a mess of the place in a fit of temper." "I agreed to your price, and we can consider this deal complete," Pops announced, then signed off on the contract with a note of, "paid in full." The noble waved goodbye, and Pops thumped Dominic on the head. "What were you thinking, taking that out around the Royal Rifles? Their rank means no one here in the forge can refuse them. Fortunately, we got a good price for it, and we didn't have to pay the forge master an extra commission for the sale. He traded you a sorcerer spellbook for it." It's a rare magic item too, and according to him, only those born as a sorcerer lord can actually use it. Do you have any spell gems, besides the one on your necklace, to test it with? Pops asked. Yeah, I've got 2 more, mage armor and minor damage reduction. I haven't finished attuning either yet, though. That's fine. With this, you don't need to, Pops explained, then handed Dominic the book. Just touch the book to the gem, and you will understand. Dominic touched the book to his necklace, and the book flipped open. Spell added, minor illusion, then he touched the spell gems from his inventory to it. Spell added, mage armor, spell added, minor damage reduction. The spell gem still wasn't attuned to him, but now the book was, and he could use the mage armor and damage reduction spells through it. It's a form of Magitech orb, but in the shape of a book. In theory, you can store spells in it to cast through it, and they will all cast at the affinity level of the book. The problem is that nobody has ever managed to attune to it. But if it did work, it would theoretically allow you to use any unbound spell gem that you come into contact with, literally in contact with, Pops explained. What a nobleman was doing with such an item was a mystery, but perhaps he had also traded for it and was looking for the right buyer when he saw the sword. So, what you're saying is if I can find more spells, all I need to do is record them here, and I only have to upgrade one item to improve them all? Dominic asked, a huge smile on his face. Were you not listening to the part about it being defective and unable to attune? Pops asked. Dominic shrugged. Works fine for me, see. The old man smirked. Oh, he's going to be furious when he finds out you managed to attune to it. He probably thought he'd pulled a fast one on us, and when a viscount gets insistent, it's hard to say no to him, even as a royal smith. Well, it's attuned now, so at least I know it's mine, Dominic replied. An attuned Magitech orb or item was like an attuned gem, useless to anyone but the attuned user. Unfortunately, unlike gems, that attunement would end upon death, but even for a greedy noble, making a royal apprentice disappear was no easy feat, and this book was unlikely to be useful to anyone else. Did you get anything else out of the day? He said you were covered in ogre blood when he met with you. He almost didn't recognize you, despite having seen you at dinner the other day, Pops asked. Just that spell gem and a fancy new set of mage robes. Well, I hope it's fancy or at least decent looking. I haven't tried it on yet, Dominic joked. Save it for the next time we're called to dinner. For the rest of the day, you need to work on weapons for the guard. You've been volunteered to go every day, since the others are all scared witless of being murdered by a goblin if they go outside the gates right now. Dominic smiled at the master smith. Pops really did understand him well. He hadn't gotten many goblin cores today, but the ogre core was a powerful one, which would be useful for crafting later. I think that should work out well for everyone. They need more of everything on the front lines. The goblins are getting more reinforcements from the ogres, and there are too many hobgoblins in the goblin ranks. They also know to stay out of range of the majority of the ranged weapons on the walls. They're smart, he agreed. All right then, it's settled. The guard commander says they're short on war picks today, so we will be making hammerheads. Now, go get your lucky oil bucket and get to work. War picks were a great option. They could be hammered out from hot metal in a relatively short amount of time, and they rarely needed sharpening or maintenance. Against lightly armored targets, they were an excellent option. Dominic was 20 war picks into the day, all of uncommon quality, when a messenger jogged into the forge and handed him, Pops, and a handful of other journeymen and their apprentices a folded letter on thick paper, sealed with the royal emblem. They all seemed to be taking it in stride, so Dominic picked up one of the chisels and gently popped the wax seal free. You are cordially invited to dinner this evening in the third dining room of the palace main building. Dress code semi-formal. It wasn't signed, but it seemed everyone who received the letter got the same message, and they were all preparing to pack up for the evening to get ready. Dinner was in an hour and a half, and they would need most of that just to get clean and changed. Wait, before you go, I have to try your lucky oil bucket. One of the other apprentices called as Dominic finished packing away his tools for the evening. Sure, have fun with that, he laughed. There was still plenty of core dust in the oil, as it hadn't been refilled and wouldn't need to be for weeks, but he hadn't put any mana into it after his last creation. There was a nearly guaranteed chance that the apprentice would get a common grade item out of it, but it was unlikely he would do any better. Two smiths came over with their freshly created war picks and dumped them at the same time. Both items flared with magic from the oil, and both were pulled back up as common grade weapons. Damn, it is a lucky bucket. The smiths laughed as they admired the dull black heads of the freshly quenched hammers. And that's why I'm keeping my lucky bucket close. See you gentlemen at work in the morning, Dominic replied, then jogged out of the forge with the bucket in hand. He had limited time to get clean for dinner. An hour later, Dominic was scrubbed properly clean, though he was forced to give up on some of the black under his fingernails, which he thought might never be free of forge soot again. He was now staring at the pile of silky cloth that comprised his new sorcerer robes. They didn't come with a hat, so he wouldn't be able to hide his horns at all. But he only had one other semi-formal option, the black robe he got from the princess, which he wore last time. Dominic might not be a noble, but he didn't want people to think he only had one presentable piece of clothing. At least, not now that it wasn't true. Instead, he styled his hair into a curly mass that made his short golden horns at least a little less noticeable, while keeping his hair out of his face. It went well enough with the robe, but he did exude a bit of a Magitech vibe with the mass of curled blonde hair. So, when Pops knocked on his door, he was as ready as he could be. I brought you a gift. I know how hard it is to get the forge out of your hands, but this will help hide it, he explained as he handed Dominic a small jar of what smelled like paint. Nail polish. I'm told it's quite fashionable to have golden nails these days, he added. It's very shiny. Do you think it will be dry in time? He asked, admiring the shimmering paint. It only takes a minute, so keep the lid on the bottle, or it will dry up on you as well. Dominic nodded and carefully opened the lid, which had an attached brush. I have practiced painting intricate designs, the old dwarf laughed. That was true, he painted them on magical items all the time, but these were fingernails. Not that he cared about the difference, as he held Dominic's fingers in place and quickly coated each nail with shimmering gold paint. Next hand. Let's get this done so we're not late for dinner. I hear that they want to thank us for a job well done, and that usually means bonus pay, Pops informed him with a wink, and Dominic noticed that Pops was putting on a pair of white silk gloves. That would have been the logical option here. If Dominic had any. You should have said I could just hide the mess earlier. I could have spent much less time cleaning and scrubbing, Dominic complained. You think you could get away with that? I don't. Do you have any cologne? You smell like the alcohol-based scrubbing soaps, Pops asked. The scrubbing soaps are as close as I have to scented products, he shrugged. All right, once we get paid, I'll make sure you get a day to go shopping. Being stuck in the palace, we've all got to pretend like we care about appearances more than the average citizen, he sighed. Well, at least there's a chance of a bonus, and we're almost guaranteed good food again tonight. The palace kitchens really do live up to their reputation, Dominic shrugged. They made their way to the dining room, and Dominic resisted the urge to laugh at the other smiths and apprentices' attempts to look formal. Most of the apprentices didn't own a fancy outfit, so they wore their formal uniform instead. While it technically met the dress code, it felt more like they were working the event and not there as guests. If you turn the dress uniform coat inside out, it has a gold lining. That hides all the badges and gives you a splash of color. Then take your black kerchief and fold it in the pocket like this, and you're set, Pops whispered to the group of forge apprentices. How come he gets such a nice outfit? Is it from the princess? I heard he was escorted to the palace from the battlefield by the royal lady Alexis on his first day as an apprentice, one of the other apprentices asked. It's actually a drop item from an ogre I killed, Dominic replied. The boy turned to stare at him, then tripped over his feet and nearly ended up on his face before his journeyman caught him. Come on now, Rico. I thought you were going to put on your best show and impress the new apprentice with your experience. Where are those slick moves now? Maybe show him your muscles, the journeyman smith taunted his shocked apprentice. You really killed an ogre. Rico stammered. Well, not alone, of course. The guards tripped it with Ebola, and I stuck it through the ribs with that Magitech sword you all watched me make the other day. Rico looked a bit pale as he stammered out, How did you end up fighting ogres during a delivery? They broke through the defensive line near the smithy cart. We couldn't let them get to the weapons, so we fought them off before finishing the deliveries. You're as crazy as the adventurers, Rico sighed, as he gave up on trying to impress the new apprentice. Then he straightened his coat, which was now turned inside out to show off the gold lining, and continued heading for the dining room. The other apprentices smirked, as they knew he was going to try to impress the noble ladies, and the journeyman traded a few coins as they settled bets on his chances. They entered the dining room and found it nearly empty, with only a handful of guard officers present. The officers smiled at them and waved them over. Good work, gents. We owe you for the influx of good weapons to the lines. Those uncommon spears have been wrecking the ogres all day long. Are there any more coming? One of the officers asked. Not tomorrow. We were making war picks all day today. So you will be getting smashing tools tomorrow, then maybe more spears if you need them, and the boss says yes, Dominic explained. The officer laughed and patted Pops on the back. Pops, buddy, old pal, you can get us some more of those spears, right? The enlisted men have seen more uncommon magical weapons in the last 12 hours than in the last 2 months, he asked in a conspiratorial voice. I'll see what we can do. But surely weapons aren't all that you need, Pops replied. True, but we still need a load of them. With this much use, everything is wearing out, and the ogres are hard on weapons, he replied. The others present were mostly from the armorers, along with the master farrier and his apprentice, an odd boy with a deformed face and so much muscle his shoulders seemed to start at his ears. The damage to his face was semicircular, so he had most likely been kicked by a horse while working. That meant he'd worked with real horses. Dominic had only seen one working horse in the last few years, the one at the Wiss family farm. Farms that used animals usually preferred oxen. They were stronger and tasted better when they were too old to keep working. The entry of the rest of the guests marked the start of the dinner party, a small affair that turned out to include only the Smiths, the guard officers, Princess Alexis, and royal advisor Morgana, a techno-witch. The techno-witches were an odd bunch. They were somewhat like artificers, but their devices didn't actually work without magic. Instead, they added magic to broken and non-functional items and made them work as intended. Something about that just felt off to Dominic, like they should pick one or the other, either technology or magic. But that was not their way, and the items they made were powerful. Inventory cubes and other storage items were mostly made by techno-witches, since wizards who could use space magic were much less common. But the ones the witches made just felt creepy to Dominic for no apparent reason. It wasn't like they did anything unusual to make them, not like the alchemists and their potions. The magic just felt odd to Dominic. The princess cleared her throat and greeted the room. Welcome everyone. I am glad that you could all come on such short notice, but we have an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with before morning. There have been signs that a hidden force is behind the attacks on Cygnia City and the surrounding villages. So, we are organizing missions to send out the reserve regiments to hunt for the suspected leader of the attacks. For those of you who haven't seen it before, this means a full mobilization of the army, including sending out support staff with the regiments to keep them operating. The army has most of the logistics staff, the cooks, the tailors, and such. But the smiths, the tailors, and the artificers in the employ of the palace will all be called upon to send members with the regiments. You are the senior staff in the forge, along with your apprentices, who are the most likely to be called upon, so we have brought you here today to discuss any concerns you might have. If I can't answer your queries, then the officers here will be able to. The journeymen looked at each other, while the apprentices mostly began to look a bit ill at the prospect of ending up on a battlefield. Princess Alexis smiled. I know that most of you have never considered going to the battlefield, and that only one of the apprentices here has any combat experience at all, or even any training. But you will not be on the front lines. You will be in camp taking care of the equipment while the soldiers spread out among the villages to hunt for the source of the problem. Some of the master's personal apprentices are currently up for examination, and on a temporary contract. Those contracts will be made permanent before you leave. Congratulations, applicants. That helped their nerves a little bit. At least the other apprentices didn't look like they might vomit before they even had a chance to eat dinner. However, the announcement that they would just be approved for the position without any additional contests felt a lot like a posthumous honor given just a few days too early. Pop spoke up first. If we're sending away our personal apprentices, then both the quality and quantity of the weapons going to the front lines around the city are going to drop. They're the ones that send the weapons to the enlisted men, and the lesser apprentices and general forge workers can't keep up that standard. The officers winced at his blunt warning, but the princess nodded. That will be inevitable. But we have a plan to deal with it. There are a number of weapons stockpiled in the officers' armory, and those will be distributed to the ranking enlisted. We will also be sending more officers to the line, instead of having them in command posts inside the city. While their safety as nobles is important, it is also important that the preservation of noble lineages doesn't cross the line into cowardice. That really got the officers present concerned. These were line officers, not the most senior staff, but if the princess ordered the entire officer corps forward, the pampered senior officers would be the ones leading the squads. The princess looked around the room. Let me be clear, it won't be a glorified version of the riflemen, putting down their cigars twice an hour to shoot down a troublesome monster. The officers, including the riflemen, will be embedded with the front-line units. While they are doing that, we are asking that the masters and senior journeymen take a break from instructing and begin mass crafting for the sake of the army while their juniors are away assisting the reserve regiments. Pops chuckled at that. He had been running a tool forge until this week. The others had gotten used to doing a minimum of work to keep the officers supplied. They hadn't worked like the apprentices in a long time. After all, that was the entire reason they kept apprentices. When will we be leaving? Dominic asked, when it became clear that the other apprentices were too nervous to speak. Tomorrow at noon. I do hope that doesn't interfere with your plans. Princess Alexis asked in a teasing tone. Dominic smiled back at her. No, Your Highness. I will make the weapons delivery in the morning so that I still have time to make certain that my hair is immaculate for my departure. The princess chuckled, as did the forge workers, who had seen what he looked like an hour and a half ago when he left the forge, covered in soot and sweat. But the officers looked more concerned than anything. You are worried about your hair, one of them asked. The princess turned to answer before Dominic could think of a good response. I believe that in his case, that means without any ogre blood in it. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors, as well as the report from the lines yesterday regarding the ogre lord. Dominic nodded in agreement. I won't make that mistake again. I'm still a bit new to working near the front line during combat, and I hadn't expected that much blood when I stabbed the ogre. And the solution for next time is, the princess asked. Well, since they're magic resistant, I suppose I should learn to throw a spear, or use a gun or something. Your Highness, Dominic replied, hastily tacking the honorific on the end. Something about her just set his mind at ease, and he was already beginning to feel too comfortable around the princess. That could be bad for a commoner's health. If there are no more questions, we can enjoy our dinner, and then everyone can go prepare for tomorrow's events. The guard officers will have a list of recommended belongings to pack, as well as travel packs to load your gear in. For those that do not have a storage device, Princess Alexis informed them. Through it all, the advisor had remained silent, but she had a look of approval regarding how Princess Alexis had handled the notification. The younger twin princess didn't have a lot of royal family responsibilities, but it seemed that even she couldn't escape this one. After dinner, Pops led Dominic back to their rooms with an annoyed look on his face. First they made me the royal weaponsmith, now they're taking my apprentice away to go fix swords for the reservists. They could have hired apprentices from any repair shop in town for that. Hell, they don't even have to be real apprentices for that. A shop assistant without a trade skill core could sharpen swords and replace hammer handles. He grumbled. Dominic frowned. I probably should make myself a new weapon as well. The officers claimed the magical sword, and it was the only thing that would properly cut through ogre flesh. Just trying to stab them with an uncommon grade blade was difficult. Rare grade weapons are the way to go. Well, in that case, maybe I should make you a little something special. What recipes do you have so far? I know you've been in the books. Pops asked. Well, I learned the standard uncommon sword recipe, even though the mana oil bucket is easier. Then I noticed that the others are the same, or I can just add mana to the tempering oil to achieve the same results. But I also know the energy blade, a common gunsword, the uncommon grade cogwork plate armor that I wear in combat, and a rare mana revolver recipe. Pops nodded along with each recipe he listed. No wands, artificer tools, or anything else. I know you had an interesting childhood. Dominic shook his head. I can fix a lot of them, but I don't have any sort of blueprints to make a new one from scratch. Well, there's no time for that tonight, but I will see what I can find for you while you're gone. Instead, I will prepare a weapon for you that should suit you well enough for the moment. Pops headed for one of the side rooms, which looked like a personal forge for the master weaponsmith to work in, and Dominic followed behind him, only for Pops to stop him with a hand on his head and turn him around. Go to sleep. This will take half the night, and you've got a very long day tomorrow after you deliver the weapons. He insisted. That didn't sound like a lot of fun from his point of view. So instead, Dominic returned to his room and pulled some of the palace-provided iron ingots out of the storage chest and heated the forge. If he was going out of the city gates with a group of enlisted soldiers, he wasn't going with poorly armed ones. Hammerheads weren't difficult to make, and he had been doing them all day, so it wouldn't take him long to finish at least half a dozen of them for the unit's sergeants and corporals. Dominic wasn't sure how large the team was going to be, but it seemed like a unit larger than 50 might be too many men to effectively move around to hunt for whatever or whoever was organizing the goblins and ogres to attack. Morning came far too early after his hours spent at the forge, and Dominic barely had time to shower, get into his uniform and rush out to the forge to load up the wagon before it was time to go. The mechanical donkey seemed to be cooperating a bit better this morning, and the trot seemed to be smoother as it carried him to the same gate to begin his loop. Hammers and picks were faster to make than spearheads because they didn't need a good edge on them, which was the most time-consuming part of the blade-making process. That gave the shipment a much larger number of total weapons, and uncommon grade magical weapons, than they had received the day before. The same sergeant was on duty near the gate, and flagged Dominic down as soon as he saw the wagon. "What you got for me today, Stabby?" he joked. "War picks. A bit of smashing to go with your stabbing. I was planning to head the other way around the city today so that they don't feel left out," he informed the sergeant. "That works for me. Same process as yesterday, I'll toss out the weapons to the ones who need them." "How many uncommon weapons do we have?" he asked. "We've got about 30 of them. I would have helped you out a bit more, but there was a meeting last night," he explained with a frown. "Yeah, I heard that they are sending out the reserve regiments with the lesser princes to go hunt for the one behind the attacks." He agreed. With the princes. The sergeant nodded. That's what we heard. 10 princes, 10 reserve regiments. It might not be true, but if you got picked, best be ready to end up with some royal ordering you around for the next few weeks. They passed out weapons in silence for a few minutes while Dominic casually tossed out arcane blasts at the nearby goblins on the other side of the defenders. Everything seemed to be going much more smoothly this morning, with no signs of impending breaches. The sight of the spears that he had made being used on the front lines brought a warm feeling to Dominic's chest, almost like a paternal pride at seeing his metal children doing well. It was an odd feeling, and he wasn't sure that he would be able to explain it to others without sounding like either a nut job or a sociopath, but it was still there. They were almost done the weapons distribution again today when they saw a group of goblins, led by a team of 10 hobgoblins, running to get in place along the line in front of them. You know, they did this same thing yesterday. They sent those ogres to pick a fight with us, and today they're sending reinforcements to the point just after we should run out of weapons. The sergeant noted. You think that they recognize the wagon, and they're deploying based on where we should be weakest because the whole line can't get improved weapons every day? Dominic asked. I think they do. There's only one way to know for sure, though. He decided. What's that? Stop the wagon and pretend we're out of weapons while I have a smoke. If they stop circling the line and charge, then they are waiting for us to finish. If they keep going, there is a chance they were sent to a specific point, which might be an estimation of where we would run out, or might be a weak spot in their attack. The sergeant decided. They paused, and the sergeant lit his pipe to take a deep draw of his cigarette, as if he were on break after doing the deliveries. Just as he had thought, as soon as one of the hobgoblins locked eyes with him and Dominic, they turned to the line and charged, hoping to push through. Shit, fuck, son of a three-balled goblin whore. The sergeant cursed, then grabbed the remainder of the new magical weapons from the cart and ran for the line to reinforce them. Dominic was about to join them, but realized that he had to be ready to leave at noon, and if he got up close and personal with the goblin, that was not going to happen on time. It would take too long to wash the smell off. So, he stood back and focused on his new spells. Mage Armor created a thin barrier over his body that he hoped would keep any stray goblin filth at bay, but he remained close to the wagon and fired Arcane Blast at the hobgoblins every time he had a clear shot. The guards were quickly turning the tables with the influx of replacement magical weapons, and the hobgoblins were becoming frustrated. They were after something, and they had been denied it. Dominic had to agree with the sergeant. They had pegged the wagon as the distribution system for new and improved weapons, and they were organizing their attacks around it. Dominic stood on top of the wagon to get a better line of sight to the hobgoblins with his spells, but that proved to be a mistake. They mistook his presence as the commander of this unit, and began pointing and shouting as he cast spells. The noise attracted the attention of a team of goblin archers, who began to fire arrows at Dominic, mostly landing well short of the wagon, but forcing him to hide inside the wagon's box for a moment until the volley ended. Once the arrow stopped, he got up and threw an arcane blast at one, taking its head off and causing the others to scream in rage while charging toward the soldiers. Way to go! Now you've pissed them off. One of the soldiers yelled. Isn't that better than having them fire arrows at you? Dominic yelled back as he finished off a hobgoblin with a spell to the shoulder that took its arm off. Not when they're trying to stab me instead. The soldier yelled back, dodging a goblin blade. Dominic took pity on the soldiers he had pulled the archers toward, and eliminated a few of the vile little monsters, while the sergeant led the others against the hobgoblins. The line momentarily cleared as Dominic blasted a hobgoblin in the face, then hopped down from the wagon bed to return to town. The sergeant motioned him over to where he was standing, and made a subtle gesture toward the larger bodies. I didn't see anything, and they didn't have anything. He whispered. Dominic shook his hand and subtly tapped the 3 closest hobgoblin bodies with his foot. Take care of the wagon tomorrow. I won't be here to make the delivery, and they're likely going to send some forge assistant that's scared of his own shadow. The sergeant sighed and looted the rest of the hobgoblins. I'll do what I can. If they're really bad, I'll have them stay at the gate and send runners to get the gear. We've had to do it before. Now that things were settling down on the lines, and the extra forces that had come to try to breach where the fresh weapons ran out had been defeated, Dominic turned his wagon back to the city gates. He was going to have to make it back to the smith's quarters in the palace and get everything packed up and ready in 3 hours, then have lunch before the assembly at noon for the forces to head out on their hunting trip. Now that he knew that the majority of the royal princes would be accompanying the groups, it had a wholly different feel than when he thought it was just some reserve guard regiments going on a walkabout in hopes of finding something. They wouldn't send such well-trained and respected members of the royal family out without an excellent reason, Dominic assumed. It might be some sort of test to see if they were qualified for the roles that they were taking on in the future, or even the ones that they held now. But it did seem like the king of Cygnia was taking the possibility that an outside force was organizing the ogres and goblins against him very seriously. For once, Dominic even managed to return to his room from the front lines without any blood at all on him. But he still went for a shower, enjoying the last hot water he was likely to see for a while, unless one of the rigs had a proper shower rigged up instead of stopping by a river. It wasn't like travel showers didn't exist. The stores even had multiple options in both mechanical and magical heating devices, but for a traveling military group, the conservation of stored water was often more important than the temperature. They didn't want to waste it unless they had a water witch or a wizard with them who could replenish it. Once he decided that he smelled decent enough, Dominic packed a few of the scented soaps in his inventory cube and looked around for anything else that he might need. He swapped the lucky tempering oil with the oil from the sealed bucket for his traveling forge setup, and then double-checked his belongings. It looked like all the important stuff was here. He didn't own enough to have to consider how much would fit in the cube. A few outfits, the tools, and his pile of spare parts and trash drop items came to a little over half its capacity. Today's hobgoblins hadn't given him anything good but the mana cores, but that was enough to keep his forge working with its usual efficiency. Or, he could feed them into his new spell book and start leveling it up. With every spell cast at the same level, he would be at a huge advantage once he had a few more spells and some levels into the book. Dominic did briefly wonder why it worked for him, when Pops had said that the device was defective and shouldn't actually be able to attune to anyone, and therefore shouldn't ever have spells higher than level 1. But no matter how long he examined it, the device remained a mystery to him. He would need some books on the artificer's trade to understand how it worked. On his bed was a rectangular wooden box, with his name on it, written in Pop's precise script. Dominic tossed it in his inventory cube to inspect later, planning to open it when he needed a pick-me-up or a pleasant distraction, then decided what he would likely need to wear for the day. Armor, definitely armor. If they were going hunting, that meant they were at risk of being ambushed. With his cogwork armor on under his uniform coat and a hat firmly affixed to his head with hairpins, he was ready to head out to meet his traveling companions. Dominic stopped in the kitchen on his way, where a massive woman blocked his way. "What do you need, adventurer?" she demanded. "I'm headed out with the reserve regiments, and I was hoping to get something for the road." "I'm Master Weaponsmith Pop's apprentice," Dominic explained. The massive woman, who smelled more like an ogre than actual ogres often did, smiled down at him. "I like that. Keep calling him Pops, it keeps that old bastard humble. All right, I'll get you a bag full of meat buns so you don't have to starve with the slop the soldiers call stew." The head cook agreed before stomping away across the kitchen. The bag that she returned with would certainly feed a dozen people for the day, and it would take up the majority of the spare space in Dominic's inventory cube, but he could see apples, bread, cheese, and what looked like a whole smoked ham in addition to the large bag of meat-filled steamed buns that had been promised. There. Now you don't need to worry too much about food. You will be in the forge carriage anyhow, so no need to worry about how to heat or cook it. The chef insisted. Thank you, I won't forget this generosity, Dominic replied. Then I'll be counting on you the next time I need a knife replaced. You have no idea how much of a pain requisitions can be. Dominic chuckled. I think I can save you that trouble. Knives aren't that difficult to make, and I have plenty of practice getting razor-sharp edges on tools, not the hack-and-slash edges on swords. The kitchen staff waved goodbye to Dominic as he jogged off to the training grounds to meet the teams, but secretly they were all praying that he would be all right. He was far too cheerful to be going into combat, in their opinion. The old soldiers were always hard men who had seen too much and came back bitter and jaded. It would be a shame for a cheerful and helpful young smith to end up like that. On the field, rows of soldiers and carriages were lined up in orderly rows, and a palace clerk stood at the front of each line with a placard indicating what team they belonged to. A staff member with a clipboard greeted Dominic at the front of the field. Name and department? He asked. Dominic Wavemates, weaponsmith. He replied. The staffer checked his clipboard, then pointed down the line. You're in Group 6 under Princess Alexis. Your carriage is the 5th in line. Check it to make sure that there aren't any essential tools missing. We have had some issues with the apprentices from other departments pilfering the good tools to replace their own. Dominic nodded and headed for his ride. A guard was standing outside the door, waiting for him to arrive. Ah, Apprentice Smith. I'm sure the receptionist warned you, there was an incident this morning. We've been watching the trade wagons since then, but please let me know if your wagon is missing anything. He greeted Dominic. What other trades are traveling with the reserves? It's a bit uncommon to bring trades with you for a mission. Dominic asked. We have a leatherworker, technically a shoemaker, for leather armor and tack repairs, and some kind of witch who's supposed to help with potions. He looked at his list, then shook his head. Scratch that. No potions for us. Our witch is Advisor Morgana, the techno-witch. But that means she can fix the things that shouldn't be reparable in the field, which is better than a few healing potions. That was most likely true, since they had at least a few clerics with them. Dominic could see the church wagon from here, with the white-robed cleric standing out front. One of them was wearing chainmail under his robes and carried a brutal-looking two-handed flanged mace, so the clerics weren't all heels, but that was the primary purpose of their presence. The interior of his carriage was immaculate, with the tools neatly laid out in rows, waiting for him to inventory them and put them away for transit. It had all the good stuff, the magical forge, all the usual tools, a compressed gas torch, a handful of threaded die sets for rebuilding important bolts, and some spare metal if a part couldn't be salvaged at all. Dominic stuck his head back out the window and gave the guard a thumbs up. It looks like they didn't mess with this one. Everything seems to be where it was left. I'll start putting everything away and let you know if there is a spot left empty that shouldn't be. It was a quick process, and everything was away and waiting for the last of the group to arrive before the official noon assembly time. They were only missing a few people now. Some of the camp supporters were late, and the shoemaker seemed to be missing in action, possibly hiding until after they left so he couldn't be forced to go along. A new leatherworker was found a few minutes later, an old cowboy from the saddlemaker's shop, according to his uniform, but he had a gunfighter trade skill core and the leathery skin you could only get with decades in the sun. All that mattered to Dominic was that the man could stitch a straighter line than he could, ensuring he wouldn't be asked to do the leatherworker's job too. Group 6, we're heading out now. Princess Alexis shouted, and with a series of clunks and bangs as the carriages were shifted into gear, they began to roll. The route that they were taking out of the city would take them down the road past Aramo's village, and Dominic wondered where exactly Princess Alexis was planning to go look for the enemy leader. Once they got past the village, there should be just a bunch of forest. However, they already knew it was full of goblins, and the problem there hadn't seemed to get much worse, as the villagers were more afraid of the side between them and the city when he left. But the convoy showed no signs of slowing or changing courses. Even when one of the late support staff ran up alongside the last wagon and swung on board with a backpack full of whatever they had deemed necessary for the trip. It looked like they had packed far too much, in Dominic's mind. But they might know more than he did about what was needed for an extended military campaign. After his parents died in the village that they lived in was razed to the ground by invaders from across the border, including the hut in the woods that Dominic's family lived in, he had spent a lot of time in the wilderness, camping along the way to various towns which had all proven to be short on work. He had spent years doing odd jobs until he finally reached Cygnia City a few weeks ago. So, Dominic knew about camping, and he knew about long walks, but he didn't know what an army needed to keep them going. Once they reached the forest, Dominic climbed up out of the enclosed body of the carriage and took a spot on the roof, waiting for an attack to begin. He had been down this road twice recently, and both times there were goblin attacks in the woods. Got bored already? You know, you don't need to keep the armor on or impress anyone while we travel. The driver informed him. I'm expecting a goblin attack any minute now. Last time I was down this road, they attacked right up ahead at the corner. The time before that, the first attack was just after we entered the trees, he explained. Then what are you doing out of the wagon? You should be inside with the steel shutters closed. He laughed. I'm a spellcaster, see. It makes everyone's life easier when I take out goblins from a distance. The driver smiled and nodded. I guess you're not as sheltered as the other apprentices. All right, be sure to give a shout if you see anything that might damage our ride. They didn't have to wait long. As soon as they rounded the corner, where the front wagons disappeared into the trees, sounds of combat erupted, forcing their wagons to a halt. You called it. The driver chuckled grimly as he took his shotgun from the holster beside his seat. The attack seemed to be focused on the front of the convoy, but the drivers were experienced. They all knew that it was just to get the guards focused on one end of the convoy before they attacked the supply wagons at the back. But they kept waiting, and the fighting kept getting more intense at the front, which drew more of the guards up to join them, as the goblins intended. Dominic sighed as he watched more of the guards move forward to join the fight. It was out of sight around the corner, but it was taking an impressive amount of manpower to deal with. Then, the sound of large creatures moving through the woods caught their attention. Those were definitely not goblins. An entire unit of hobgoblins charged through the trees toward the carriages near the back, where the terrified camp supporters were gathered, with only one truck full of guards bringing up the rear. They spread out to block the incoming attacks from both sides of the convoy, and the guns of the drivers began to fire, letting everyone nearby know that they were under attack. Dominic considered his options for half a second and clipped a dagger and his saber to his hip, then began to hurl arcane blasts toward the enemy. While he did, he checked the box that Pops had given him this morning. Considering their trade, it might be a valuable weapon. A hobgoblin dropped as his spell hit it in the face, flaying away the flesh. Dominic took the chance to take out the box and open it, then stared in confusion at the item inside. It was a scepter. More accurately, it was a war scepter, topped with a metal ring studded with spikes around a central gem, and an engraved handle designed to be wielded like a mace. These weren't typically meant for actual combat, they were for spellcasters who anticipated being attacked. War Scepter of Power, rare quality magical weapon. Adds a moderate amount of spell power. Increased durability. Dominic smirked at the last line. Pops knew him very well, and had made the scepter extra durable so he really could bash goblins with it. His next spell tore a huge hole in the chest of a hobgoblin, and Dominic whistled, appreciating the added spell damage. He really needed an upgrade to the spell power gem that he had gotten from Bella. With twice this much enhancement, he'd be able to drop hobgoblins even without a headshot or prior injuries. It was the enhancement gems that made all the difference for the veteran troops. The magic allowed them to move more smoothly, hit harder, cut deeper, and even use spells to enhance their attacks. It was an enviable situation, but they had years of advantage over Dominic in building up their repertoire. The guards kept the majority of the goblin cores from their kills, while the rest of the battle loot was sent to the warehouse for distribution as needed. In theory, at least. Most of it was just trash melted down for raw materials and recycled. The hobgoblins were stopped by the remaining guards and the combined firepower of Dominic and the drivers, but with the fight at the front still ongoing, it felt like they were missing something important. Almost all the guards were at the front now, and the fighting showed no signs of slowing. But none of the remaining members of the convoy could go up to check on them. They were all needed back here in case another attack came. If the fight back here had escalated, they would have had heavily damaged carriages. Dominic could already see one with a broken spoke he'd have to replace before they moved on. Yell if you see anything. I'm going to start making a replacement spoke for that while we wait to see how things turn out, he informed his driver. Got it. I'll keep you up to date as long as you can keep casting those spells. The driver readily agreed. The sound of the driver's shotgun, followed by dozens more guns firing, was all the warning that Dominic needed to tell him that the fighting around the wagon had recommenced with brutal intensity. The shouting and sounds of steel on steel began seconds later, while he was climbing out the window to move to the roof of his carriage. What the hell? I thought we were under attack by goblins, Dominic shouted at his driver. No time to warn you, just kill them, he replied as he reloaded his shotgun. The pump-action weapon only held 5 rounds, but they were 5 deadly rounds. The downside was that in a long fight, there were long downtimes unless you had a second shotgun and a loader. The group attacking didn't have a single regular goblin in it. Instead, it was entirely hobgoblins with a trio of ogres backing them up. Against an enemy at that level, even the shotguns of the drivers weren't a sure kill, they just wounded the attackers. Focus on the ogres and I'll work on the hobgoblins, Dominic instructed as he sent an arcane blast into the face of one of the huge green humanoids. Got it. But we're not going to have enough guards here to hold them off forever. The sound of the driver's guns paused again as most of the team had to reload, and the ogres began to push forward, trying to move the guards back enough that the ogres' longer reach could attack the carriages. They knew that if they crippled the humans' mobility, they would be able to encircle them and claim all the loot for themselves when the survivors fled. Horns blared in the distance, the sound of reinforcements that had been drawn by the noise, and for a moment the ogres hesitated. But their numbers were high enough that they were certain they could take care of this convoy and still get the loot before the distant horns reached them. Dominic heard screaming from the next wagon up and realized that the hobgoblins had managed to get past the guards behind him and tear one of the shutters off the camp supporter's carriage. Dominic decapitated a hobgoblin with a well-aimed spell, then smashed the skull of another when it tried to jump onto his carriage. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. The driver finished it off, and the body fell to the ground, but even more of the creatures were getting past the guards as their numbers increased. Where are they even coming from? There should have been scouts in the woods to send up a warning, but these hobgoblins just keep coming. The driver of the carriage behind them complained over the screeching of terrified workers beneath him. Dominic's driver laughed. Well, that's what we're out here to find out, isn't it? How is your ammunition doing? About half. Then I'll have to get down and start using the sword. Dominic chuckled. No need for that. Hobgoblins are tall, stay there, and they'll come to you. The driver laughed as he continued to fire. Lad, that's the one good thing about being overrun, you don't need to go anywhere to find a target. The non-combatants were gathering their belongings now and preparing to flee as soon as there was a gap in the battle lines. It was Cygnia's standard procedure to get them out of the way so that the guards didn't have to deal with protecting them during a last stand. It wasn't always possible, but against bandits and smaller numbers of powerful enemies, it worked well enough. They were also still fairly close to the city, and if they could make the tree lane around the farms, the guards from the city patrols would see them. They were gathering near the rear, where there weren't any attackers at the moment, and a small group of guards had surrounded them to stop anything from following them. Things were already taking a turn for the worse, as the guards were now pulled to both ends of the caravan, with just the drivers and the apprentices left in the middle. They had a good pair of apprentices, with the gunslinger in the next carriage happily firing out of the open windows at anything that got close to them, and Dominic on top of his with arcane blast. It didn't make up for the lack of actual soldiers, though, and the excess hobgoblins were beginning to turn away from the guards to come back to the middle of the caravan, which was now unguarded. They weren't the only ones, though. The sounds of fighting at the front were getting closer, and Dominic could see the golden glow of holy magic being used only a few wagons away, coming into sight around the corner. The cleric with the chain mail and glowing mace led a group of charging guards coming to their relief, and Dominic recognized them as Heir's village guards, including Bella and Wiz. He fired off a spell at a hobgoblin that got too close to the big crusader, who smiled up at him while hacking the head off the wounded hobgoblin. Bella was snapping off shots with the mana pistol as they advanced at the head of the guards, who were running to keep up with the two villagers and the cleric. "Keep going, they need the help at the back," the gunslinger in the carriage in front of Dominic yelled to the guard when the cleric paused. "The three of us will stay here, the rest of you move along," the cleric agreed, sending the other 20 men forward toward the fight. Bella and Wiz gave the group a casual salute, then moved to engage the hobgoblins that had come from the side to attack the center of the line. "Do you have any idea where they're coming from?" Dominic called down to the cleric. "The Heir's guards think that they do. I don't know the details, but things are almost cleared up at the front as long as no more show up." There were nearly 100 bodies in sight along the roadside, just in the center section of the convoy, enough that it would have made a solid reinforcement group for the battle that was ongoing around the city. Someone on city defense would be delighted they never showed up, but the numbers were greatly concerning for everyone else. Dominic slid down from his wagon to go loot the hobgoblins with a wink at Wiz, who smirked as he realized what the little blacksmith was doing. The cleric didn't mind, and the gunslinger was only a step behind him once he realized what Dominic was doing. "No point in letting the royal guard get all the chances at good stuff," he whispered as he joined Dominic in looting the bodies. "Exactly, call it an employee benefit. But if you get any blacksmithing recipes, I'll trade you for them," he agreed. The veteran cowboy laughed. "If I get one, it'll be a miracle. The monster blessing has a way of giving you what you need, and I have no use for a recipe I can't use." They checked all the bodies in the area while the cleric waited patiently for them to finish. "I reckon that the gods won't mind, as long as you share with the drivers," the battle cleric informed them as they returned. "Got it, holiness. We'll split the loot with them," the gunslinger agreed. Not an even split for sure, but the monster cores certainly would be split somewhat fairly, as well as the common grade magical. The sounds of combat from the front were rapidly fading, and the weary guards were beginning to return to their places further back down the line as the guards from Heir's village helped the rearguard clean up. The support staff had returned their supplies to their wagons now that it looked like the fight wouldn't be lost, and the guards were pushing the last of the ogres back away from the passenger carriages. There was a considerable amount of damage to some of the cargo trucks, and Dominic sighed as he realized how much work he had ahead of him. He hadn't even looked at the mess at the front yet, and he already knew he had a half-day's repair work before they would be mobile. "Why do you look so depressed, young man?" "The battle is won, and soon enough we will be on our way again," the war cleric asked when he noticed Dominic's mood. "I'm the smith," he replied simply, and the priest began to laugh. "Well, I suppose that's a good reason to be more concerned about the aftermath than the actual battle," he agreed. The cleric gave him a consoling pat on the back as Dominic returned to the forge wagon to get the heat going and finish the spoke for the first damaged wagon. It was the only one that he saw with damage to its running gear, but there was water pooling under one further up the line, so it likely had damage to its steam vessel or one of the valves. There was a small selection of spare valves in the parts bins, so that wouldn't be too bad, but he would get to that after he fixed the wheel. The cowboy swung the door open and smiled up at him. "What are you getting to first?" he asked. The spoke on that rear wagon. I don't suppose anyone else knows how to change out the spoke, he replied. Yeah, any of the drivers, or me. Toss me the new one and I'll make sure it gets done. Then go check that water leak. We've got the witch with us, and she can make water, so as long as you get it sealed, that's not a problem. Dominic handed him the new spoke, a piece of rolled iron tube with tapered ends, and climbed down to check out the other carriage. With a toolkit, the torch, some welding and brazing rods, and a couple of extra valves, he should have a good chance to fix whatever was wrong with it. As soon as he got close, it became clear what the issue was. A sword had cut a hole in the side about a meter long, and the boiling water had spilled everywhere. That was easy enough to fix if it was a clean cut. Torch it and pull the pieces together, then weld the seam. But this had been torn, so he returned to the forge for a copper plate before returning to patch the hole. Come on over if your wagon is busted and let me know what it needs to get moving, he called before he started to seal the plate over the gaping hole in the pressure vessel. Shouldn't you cut the damage away and replace the whole plate? One of the noble officers asked as he inspected the damage to the carriage that he had been riding in. Do you want to leave today or tomorrow? Dominic asked. Today, of course. How long could it take to replace the plate? He demanded. About 3 hours with all the rivets, and then every other damaged carriage. But we don't have enough copper to replace the entire plate, so someone would have to run back to the city for materials, he explained. Why aren't we carrying enough plate? I thought this caravan was well stocked, he demanded, which earned him an eye roll from the other officers nearby. One of them decided to intercede so that the smith could get back to work. Because the smith is here to patch it and get it running. The specialists in the city will make it pretty again when we get home. Remember that favorite pair of gloves you patched during training so you didn't have to go to the shop to get another pair? Same idea here. By the time the plate was sealed over the hole, both Advisor Morgana and the front 3 drivers had all gathered to talk to Dominic, who was just happy that the damage had all bent inward so he didn't have to bang and swear too much to get the patch plate in place. All right, who is next? Advisor, this one should be able to hold water again, he asked. The Techno-Witch nodded. You should go look at the front for yourself. One of the drivers nodded, while the one closest to his frowned. And bring a notepad. There is a lot of damage to fix before they'll even roll again. Dominic sighed and pulled the notepad from his pocket, then passed his toolbox to one of the drivers. They weren't joking about the damage. The first wagon had multiple dents and a couple of cuts in the pressure vessel, with one wheel broken off at the hub. The one behind it had a lot of body damage, but the only thing broken in the driveline seemed to be a pushrod linking the rear axles, while the third carriage in the line was nearly melted to slag. What happened here? The whole control set is gone, and the back of the tank is slag, Dominic asked. An ogre mage cast a fireball at me. I jumped out the far side, but it hit my seat, the driver shrugged. Well, that's not field reparable. I can pull the shafts, and we can hook you to the carriage in front of you with a rope, but that's the best it's going to get. Just give me a bit, and I'll mock up a new steering shaft and wheel. That should be enough to get you rolling. Can I get a new seat as well? The driver laughed. He knew even before Dominic had come to take a look at the damage that it would never run again, and that the whole thing was no better than spare parts now. Can someone get a jack from the toolbox, as well as a spare wheel? I'll get to the front wagon after I get the pushrod and the steering gear sorted out, Dominic requested, which sent a pair of guards running. Nobody wanted to be in these woods any longer than they had to be after the scale of attack that they had endured. Even Dominic was rushing through the process, grabbing a broken lever to torch into a set of handlebars for the steering shaft, which turned out to be operational once he cut one melted bracket free and welded a strap over it to hold the rod in place. There you go, steering. Now to find you a seat. Oh, I know, Dominic laughed, then pulled a supply box and a pillow from the carriage. Voila. You're good to go. I'll talk to the boss about getting this one swapped out when we get to the village. The driver laughed. You can try that. Maybe she'll listen to you. The princess is extra enthusiastic about killing every monster in the woods right now, especially while she's immobile. Immobile. The driver nodded. An ogre club hit her shield hard enough to break her arm and some ribs. It's all healed, but the cleric told her to keep it in a sling for the day. You'll likely need to take the dent out of her armor as well. She won't be able to get it back on until you do. Dominic smiled at the driver and moved to the second vehicle to see if there was anything that he had missed the first time through. The controls all worked, the valves were good, and the pressure tank under the hood was holding pressure. The body was destroyed, the roof was torn away, and a chunk of the floor was bent down by half a meter, but once the pushrod was replaced, it would be able to move again. The old pushrod had also been melted into slag by a fire spell and had melted completely in half, which caused some concern for the rest of the undercarriage, but the flames seemed to have been contained. It was a flaming maul, the driver explained. That makes sense. Your lot had it rough up here. I only had to deal with a couple of 10 dozen hobgoblins and some ogres in the middle of the row, Dominic agreed. We didn't do half bad, but it's not all good news. We will be burying 3 officers and 7 guardsmen. All things considered, it could have been much worse. Hell, even the princess had a close call today. Can you get someone to cut me a log 2 meters long? That will be easier than making a new metal pushrod, Dominic asked, changing the topic. Yeah, that will work. I'll have someone go right away. Do we have the metal to fix it right if we need to? He asked. Yeah, I can make a new rod, but it'll take a couple of hours to get it rolled into shape. If the old one was just bent or broken, it would be no problem to fix it, but I can't bend a puddle back straight, Dominic laughed. But when he looked back at the really destroyed wagon, he got a good idea. The top beam of the box was only bent, he could hammer that straight and use the log to reinforce it. That would be better than either of them separately. While he congratulated himself on his ingenuity and used the torch to cut the desired beam from the ruined box, a log was rapidly procured, and holes drilled in it for mounting. With a piece of angle iron strapped to it with a handful of welded-on metal bars, the truck was good to go again. Now it was just the lead vehicle left, and that was going to take some work. Princess Alexis stepped out of the woods as he approached, followed by a servant who was clearly trying to get her to sit down and rest. Blacksmith Dominic. How are the repairs going? She asked. This should be the last one that isn't mobile, but one of the others is going to have to be dragged back to town. There's no fixing it, not on the road, and not at the village carriage works either. It's done for. I will get to your chest plate once I'm done with the truck, though I'm told that it was dented too badly to put back on. Alexis gave him a grim smile and nodded. The arm plates as well. They're nearly flattened, but the straps broke, and they came off easy. Dominic nodded. I will have the leather worker fix them then. The princess took a seat on a fallen tree near the road while Dominic worked to get the lead vehicle ready. Advisor Morgana really should be in on this one, since he was a techno-witch that could keep the truck running with pure magic, but the woman seemed to have vanished after coming to check on the back of the convoy, so Dominic couldn't convince her to make his job easier. The noon start counted for very little by the time that Dominic was finished, and the trucks were all up and running again, ready to finish their trip. The sun was still barely up, and the guards hadn't stopped for a proper dinner yet, which Dominic had every intention of doing the moment that he got to the forge. The princess's armor was sitting on the workbench, and dozens of blades, maces, and other weapons were on the floor, along with a few other armor pieces. Mostly, those whose armor had taken enough damage to need emergency repairs didn't need it anymore, but the weapons would need to be tended to. The guards carried a spare, but it was day one of their trip, and they had suffered a lot of equipment damage. There were a surprising number of bent blades and metal handles, thanks to the immense strength of the ogres, but only a few weapons were outright broken. They were also all enlisted men's weapons, common-grade magical weapons provided by the guard armory to the reserves. The armor that they got wasn't even enchanted, all it got was a sloppily painted guard emblem, and it was sent out the door. Their coats, on the other hand, were the same brass-buttoned blue long coats that the other guards wore, so at least on the outside they looked like proper guardsmen. By the time that the mess was cleaned up and all the bodies were looted, Dominic had Princess Alexis's armor back in proper shape and ready for replacement fasteners from the leather worker. However, the repair of the weapons was going to take him a lot more time, with the slowly bouncing vehicle hampering his work as the convoy prepared to head out again. The whistle to signal that they were about to move sounded right before the door of his forge popped open, revealing Wiz and Bella standing outside. "Got room for riders?" "They say the convoy is headed for the village overnight," Wiz asked. "For you too?" "Always." "How have things been on the farm?" "I heard it was pretty crazy out here, and from what I've seen, they're not joking," Dominic asked as the other two found their seats. "It's not just that there are too many monsters, though there certainly are. There are far too many of them, but they're deliberately avoiding the town. We can find them everywhere in the woods, but they've been diverting around the town to attack the city. That makes no sense at all. We're the easier target, and everyone is on high alert, ready to run to the walls at a moment's notice. But they're staying 100 meters or more into the trees, like they don't want trouble with us, or they've been ordered not to delay." "But who can order around goblins and ogres?" Wiz asked. Dominic shrugged. "That's why we were sent out here with the princess and the reserve regiments. Everyone is sure that someone is guiding them, but nobody knows what or who. Well, on a brighter note, we got to meet up again sooner than expected. We heard the attack alarm and joined the guards as they ran by, but we're headed back to the farm in the morning. The caravan will probably be camping outside the city walls. They're not opening the gates unless the princess demands it," Bella added. "In that case, enjoy my nice, loud forge. I've got a lot of work left to do." Bella laughed while Dominic picked up the first bent blade to fix, and began to pump the bellows for him. "It's the least we can do for the ride. Your carriage is the best armored because it can't be made of any flammable materials," Wiz informed him with a wink. The convoy wasn't moving anywhere quickly, but they made it out of the woods without any more issues, and into the open grasslands full of fields for Aramo's village. "We will be right up against the walls for the night. That's the safest spot for us, and we won't disturb the town with our work. Even the ones who didn't send their gear in for repair have some mending to do before they're done for the night, and the leather worker will be riveting new straps on all night long." The guard riding outside their door explained as the trucks rolled down the road. Dominic nodded in understanding and returned to his work as the driver pulled the forge wagon to a stop in the middle of the gathered transports. Now he could work with a bit more speed and try to get all the weapons fixed before midnight. With the help of Wiz and Bella, they had done pretty well during the trip, but there was simply too much damage to get it all repaired before the sun went down. They hadn't even stopped to join the rest of the caravan for dinner, and had chosen to make a simple meal of reheated steamed buns and the sandwiches that Wiz's mom had packed for the pair before they ran off to accompany the guards. Late in the evening, once the repairs were made, the trio laid out their bedrolls on the top of the carriage. It was not nearly as hot as inside, but the metal still held much of the heat from the forge, so it was an effective ward against the early morning chill. Dominic was roused from his sleep by a brisk knock at the door, then a lady's maid in palace uniform opened the door and climbed inside. "Is Her Majesty's armor ready yet? Why are you still sleeping?" she demanded. "Her Majesty's armor is on the rack at the rear of the carriage. The rest of the weapons are complete, and my work is finished for the moment, unless there are more repairs to be done to the transports." Dominic replied with a sleepy sigh. These palace people got up even earlier than Pops did. The sun wasn't even properly up yet, and already they were here demanding to know why he slept in the dark. If he wasn't trying to become a royal apprentice to get vengeance for his home village, Dominic would have already given up on dealing with such pretentious people and moved on. Aramo's village seemed pretty welcoming, and he was sure they wouldn't mind having a weaponsmith in town. But instead of complaining, Dominic packed up Princess Alexis' armor and the weapons from her royal bodyguards for the servant. These go to the princess team. Please ensure that they make it to their proper owners. The woman looked insulted, and he suspected that she was about to refuse the guard's weapons. Then she smiled and reconsidered. Not in a malicious way, Dominic hoped. In truth, the maid had seen an opportunity. The princess' personal guards were mostly unmarried young nobles, assigned by the king to help encourage her to choose a husband. But that also meant that they were free for the taking if the princess didn't wish to choose one of them. Wedding the third son of a middling noble might not be a huge accomplishment for the princess, but it was for her maids. Dominic fired up the forge, preparing for the day's requirements, and warming it up to cook breakfast, in case the soldiers weren't making anything edible. Growing up, he had heard horror stories from the soldiers about the gruel that they ended up eating on missions, and Dominic wasn't quite that desperate yet. Fortunately, though these were reservists, the king had provisioned them well, and the porridge looked decent, with some spices and dried fruits added in. But what he hadn't expected was to return to the forge wagon to find the princess and her advisor waiting outside. "Your Majesty, Advisor Morgana." He greeted them with a formal bow. Morgana the techno-witch's eyes flickered with magical lightning as she motioned for him to stand. "No need for all that, it only makes ranking members better targets. The Aramos city guards have high praises for your skills with magic, and that has raised some questions." She began. Dominic nodded. "I always appreciate praise, and I can answer anything you would ask. If I know the answer, that is. Would you like to sit? The forge is merely warm, and the carriage is private." The creepy techno which entered the forge wagon, then Princess Alexis motioned for Dominic to enter before her, so she could guard the door from the outside. Morgana cast some sort of spell over the walls, and Dominic belatedly realized that he might be in trouble. "Now, let us begin. Where were you born and what is your purpose in entering the palace?" Dominic hesitated, trying to decide how to answer, but found that his mouth was already moving, as if compelled. "I am from the Westover Manor region, in the Westover River Valley. Formerly on the border between Wavemates and Cygnia, now overtaken by Dagos. I entered the palace as Pop's apprentice, but I was intending to become a royal apprentice to use my one boon to request that Cygnia avenge my home." Dominic clamped his mouth shut, knowing full well that it wouldn't stop her magical compulsion from forcing him to answer anyhow. "You are not attempting to make your way into Princess Eleanor's bed using a savior complex?" the witch demanded, and Dominic laughed. "No, most definitely not. She's like 13 years old." There was no need to try to resist that answer. "And what about Princess Alexis? Are you fond of her?" Dominic wasn't sure how to answer that, but the compulsion didn't care. "I like her. And I like her attitude. But I also like my head firmly attached to my shoulders. Foreign sorcerers don't mix with royalty in Cygnia. Not in that way, at least." Advisor Morgana frowned. "And where did you think that the royal family got their inherited divine magic from?" "The gods." Now it was the techno-witch laughing. "I will provide you with a weapon blueprint, and you will spend the day creating as many of them as possible. We need at least 6 before sunset." That wasn't a compelled statement, but Dominic nodded anyhow. It was his job to make weapons for the convoy, or repair what they had. Besides, there really wasn't a reason that he wouldn't want another blueprint for his repertoire. Morgana handed over a rolled blueprint, and Dominic unrolled it against the wall, then pinned it in place. It was a simple lever-action rifle blueprint, firing lead balls of .30 caliber using a chamber that was primed with compressed air. The priming process would take dozens of strokes, but then it should be able to shoot through all 10 balls before reloading. It was far less efficient than the mana revolver, Dominic decided. but it had enchantments on it to add power and penetration to the projectiles. So, while it would be a nuisance after 10 shots, those 10 shots would count. You need 6 of these as soon as possible. I can get started on that right away if you've got the materials. I have the metal, and I can make a rifling jig. But I don't have the mana cores we will need for the creation. If you want this to be a rare or even a strong uncommon weapon, I will need them. Preferably ogre cores, as they are the strongest targets we have faced. Morgana nodded and placed 20 ogre cores on the bench at the front of the forge. That is what the Royal Guard collected yesterday. Make them count, she announced, then left the forge. Dominic was about to go out and let Wiz and Bella know that he was busy, but the guards were already leading them away, and a pair of Royal Guard had been stationed outside his door. Dominic didn't miss the way that Princess Alexis winked at him as she left, clearly having planned his busy day, and the transfer of the valuable blueprint. Then he blushed as he recalled the questions that Advisor Morgana had asked him. No, not thinking about that now. He got right to work, making the 3 tubes for the rifle. 1 for the air pump, 1 for the ammunition, and 1 thicker for the barrel. The receiver of the rifle was easier, then Dominic started on the trigger guard lever that would load the pellets and press them into a uniform oblong shape. Instead of precision manufacturing, the projectiles would be pressed to the desired circumference at the time of use. That was a bit odd, but it did make sense if they were using regular ball crucibles to mass-produce the munitions. The first one took over 2 hours just to create the parts for, and another 2 to inscribe and assemble for testing. All the parts functioned as intended, though it took most of his strength for the last few strokes to charge the compressed air chamber in the butt of the weapon. The user would have to set the pressure regulator as they used the weapon, but Dominic placed it somewhere near the middle of its range and dry-fired, nodding in satisfaction at the crack of compressed air being released. Then, he ground the first ogre core and sprinkled it over the weapon as he held it in the forge's heat. One side, then the other, and the rifle turned shining bronze, though he had made it of cheap iron alloy. Creation successful, level 15 ogre hunting rifle. Rare quality. Increased projectile velocity and mass. At first, Dominic thought that was a bit shabby for a rare rifle, especially one with such an exaggerated level thanks to the ogre core. But then he understood. It was an ogre hunting rifle, and ogres were resistant to magic. A more deadly conventional projectile was precisely what you wanted for them. This blueprint was even more valuable than he had expected, every bit as good as the steam rifles that the noble riflemen used, with their bulky pressurized backpacks. It was just painfully slow to recharge. A bit of rough work with a blade and sanding file created the wooden stock, and the first rifle was ready. The second rifle took only 2 hours in total, and the third an hour and a half. That was as fast as Dominic could slap the rifles together. It was getting late in the evening when he had the 6th rifle finished, but Dominic continued working as he ate. Every one of these would be going to the Royal Guard, he had been informed. But there were 10 of them in total, so a few more rifles would be a good thing. The design called for a spell gem socket in the stock of the rifle, so they would also give the user a spot for one more enhancement gem, presumably something like targeting, as the rifle's simple iron sights didn't seem all that great to Dominic. Well, he understood how they worked, in theory. But he'd never actually used a rifle, so maybe they were more accurate than he had assumed by the sight's limited adjustment. By midnight, 5 more were made, and Dominic was ready to collapse from exhaustion. But not before putting the first one he had created into his storage cube for safekeeping. The guards were bound to break at least one in the next battle, and that way he could trade it out while he did the repairs. Removing a socketed spell gem only took a moment, and it didn't matter what it was socketed in, only who was trying to use it and that it was accessible. Advisor Morgana arrived the next morning with Princess Alexis and the entire Royal Guard detachment. "Smith, have you finished the order?" The Techno-Witch demanded. "Indeed I have. I even found you 50 kilos of shot for the rifles." It's from the detachment's reserves, but I can make more. We have plenty of lead. Then Dominic held out the first rifle, which was the last he created. After the first, they had gotten a bit higher quality in workmanship, and the last was a true work of art, so it was the first sample he demonstrated to the princess and her entourage. Rare quality, fully loaded, all the expected buffs are in place. Excellent work, Blacksmith Dominic. Princess Alexis commended. Dominic nodded and took out the other 9 rifles. He leaned them against the wall of the forge carriage and heard an appreciative whistle from above. I was wondering what you were up to all night long, for a second day in a row. That's mighty impressive, the driver announced. The guards each took one of the rifles, then loaded a bag full of lead shot. Good work, Master Smith. These will serve beautifully to clear the path. One of the royal guards commended. Dominic just tapped the apprentice-level trade skill core in his bracelet and bowed in appreciation. Flattery would get you far in the world, and the royal guard wasn't above making friends with a promising royal employee. Especially one that the princess favored. Dominic had no idea what sort of intelligence they had gathered during the last day, or what they had even been doing, as he hadn't stuck his head out of the forge wagon. But what he did know was that he still had over half of those ogre cores sitting in his storage cube, along with 1 spare rifle, and a bit of time to work on more gear to improve his smithing skills. With the windows of the wagon open, it wasn't quite so stifling in the forge. The additional light was a pleasant change, as well as the ventilation. But more importantly, Dominic could see the squads coming in and out of the camp, hunting for traces of monsters. It was most of a kilometer to the trees, with a number of small farms in between. That took the patrols a little over 10 minutes to cross, each of them headed out in a different direction. The extra strength and stamina from the magical gems that the soldiers socketed in their gear made a huge difference to long-distance travel. It was all small squads leaving the area, but after they had been attacked by such a significant force on their way here, Dominic presumed that the orders would be to immediately retreat and relay enemy movements. Dominic noticed that the reservists preferred spears and broadswords with shields as their standard equipment, or perhaps that was all that they had been trained with. But none of the spears were magical. They had gotten all the rejects from the attempts to send magical weapons to the city guard. That was a bit of a pain, as attempting to quench a failed weapon again wouldn't change anything. But they also hadn't broken enough of them to justify him making a whole new batch of spearheads with their limited spare metal. So Dominic practiced his craft, repairing gear in peace, until the craftsmen were called for dinner. Soldier soup, they called the stew that the army had put on, and Dominic sighed as he realized it was mostly rice and beans. Hopefully, it was somewhat spiced, but you never knew what the humans would come up with. Most of their food was mildly flavored, where Dominic liked the vibrant flavors of dried peppers and citrus fruits. He caught himself quickly. He was with the Cygnia City Army and Princess Alexis on this trip. There was no humans versus me on this trip. Just bumpy rides and plenty of mediocre food. Very mediocre food, as he discovered. It seemed that while the stew pot had a large portion of game bird in it, the closest thing it had seen to seasoning was a bit of garlic. Dominic had just washed his bowl when the sound that no soldier wanted to hear began to echo through the woods. The sound of war drums. They were somewhat faint, but still instantly recognizable. With every passing minute, they got closer, but they were also moving from left to right through the woods, bypassing Aramo's village to attack the city. Princess Alexis was just getting ready to marshal her forces to make a move on the force when war drums began on the other side of the grasslands around Aramo's village. Then, the worst possible outcome happened. Both sets of drums began to approach, and they would be meeting in the middle, right where Aramo's village stood. Get the followers into the village. Guard the wagons. Everyone stock extra ammunition. The orders began to roll in, and Dominic found himself swamped with requests for everything that his transport had in stock. He had all the extra lead balls for the riflemen, but the camp supporters who would normally distribute munitions had just been ordered into the city. So, that left him to hand out the bags of ammunition, the last of the weapons under repair, and to fire up the forage in preparation for the next round of requests. Beside him, the old gunslinger who was doing the unit's leather repairs was just as swamped, as the wagon on the far side was full of rations, and the workers had all left. Everyone was preparing for a long fight, and that involved grabbing snacks for their pockets, as well as water. They would need it before the fight was over. Dominic could see farmers running for the town, carrying children or bags of essentials. Hopefully, they would make it in time. The town would certainly lock the gates before the fight actually started. Dominic waved as Wiz's family ran past, then noticed Bella and was on the city walls. The big crusader had a longbow in his hands, and a whole barrel of arrows set between him and the next archer over. So, the Eremos village guard would hold the walls, while the soldiers under Princess Alexis would engage the converging forces right where they were camped. Orders were being shouted to get the troops into position, while the gunslinger looked longingly at his pistols. If only I had a bit better luck in this life. Did you see that lovely young lass with the rare pistol yesterday? The one that reloads with mana? He asked. Bella. Yeah, I know the one. But she's young enough to be your granddaughter. Dominic teased, attempting to lighten the mood. The old gunslinger laughed. I'm not after her, you little brat. That gun. If I had a pair of those, I could just go wild without ever running out of ammunition. Dominic sighed. Those revolvers took half the day to make, if not more. By the rate that the drums were approaching, they had about 15 minutes left before the battle. So, he just smiled back at the old man. Well, if we still have wagons full of spare parts after this, I'll see what I can do to make you a mana revolver or two. No guarantees that they'll be of that same quality. The charge came from both sides of the village at once, a tidal wave of hobgoblins being chased by clusters of ogres. Well, it's been nice knowing you. The old gunslinger sighed as he reached down into his wagon to grab another bandolier. He methodically loaded the rounds from boxes of ammunition as they sat on the roof of their wagons and watched their doom approach. Going inside the village was unlikely to change much except their time of death, and their skills would be needed on the battlefield. The gates of the city slammed shut, and Dominic heard something being piled against the back of them. Most likely wagons full of rocks to keep the ogres from smashing in the gates. But that also meant that the slower-moving farmers had nowhere left to hide. So, they all turned towards the capital and continued to run. The attackers wouldn't care about a few unarmed families, and if the threat was here, then anywhere else should be safer. Dominic placed his scepter on his legs as he sat on the roof of his wagon and ate a meat bun. 5 more minutes. But there was something he could do to increase his odds of survival. Bella had traded him for enhancement cores of mana recovery, spell power, and endurance along with the recipes when he traded her the pistol. Endurance would be necessary, but 1 level worth of enhancement would be enough to get him started. All the other mana cores, other than the ogre cores that Advisor Morgana had given him for the project, were dumped into the spell power enhancement gem. The Magitech item lit up with power as Dominic enhanced it. Through level 1, then level 2, and level 3. Dominic stopped there, as he only had 2 ogre cores left. Those, he put into the Sorcerer's Spellbook, and hoped for the best. Nothing, still somewhere in level 3. But with the scepter, and the level 3 buff of the spell power gem now hanging from Dominic's necklace where the minor illusion spell gem used to reside, he was as ready as he was going to get. The tide of monsters were still nearly 300 meters away when the crack of rifles began, and multiple ogres staggered, then collapsed. That was when Dominic truly understood the name of the blueprint. Ogre hunting rifle, not ogre hunting rifle. So that was the power of a rare quality rifle made with the strongest ogre cores that they could find. Only a few shots per monster, and they were falling dead from hundreds of meters away. When the hobgoblin tide made it to 200 meters, more rifles joined the battle. Then, at 150 meters, the first wave of arrows arched through the sky. For one glorious moment, it seemed that the battle would be easily won. Then, the counterattack began. Massive fireballs hurled from the ogre lines exploded among the reservists, shattering formations and morale at the same time. The riflemen of the Royal Guard focused on the ogre mages, but they couldn't all be eliminated before another wave of fireballs could be launched. Over half the reservists were dead, and they hadn't even gotten to draw their swords. Then the hobgoblins raised a wall of shields in front and above themselves, letting the waves of arrows crash harmlessly against thick wood. Fuck, who taught them to use a phalanx? The old gunslinger muttered as the enemies on both sides changed tactics. Nobody on the battlefield that day had ever heard of such a thing as hobgoblins using trained military formations as a cohesive unit. Most assumed they didn't even have the intelligence to manage it. The ogres were falling fast, but the hobgoblin tide crashed upon the wall of reservist spears as Dominic began to unleash a barrage of arcane blasts upon them. With the upgraded damage, where the spells hit, hobgoblins died. But there were thousands upon thousands of them, and the second rank was climbing over the bodies of the first to overwhelm the spearmen. Dominic activated mage armor over his cogwork plate, and prayed to whoever might be listening that this went better than he was expecting it to. Blades crashed upon blades, and the smell of burning leather came to Dominic's nose as the gunslinger reloaded his pistols again, the barrels faintly glowing from rapid firing, and his gloves burning from the heat as he reloaded. Soon, he would have to dunk the pistols in water between reloads to keep the ammunition from overheating. The defensive line was falling into a smaller circle around the core carriages, where Dominic and the gunslinger were firing as their numbers dwindled. The enemy was well inside the range of the archers and gunners on the wall of Aramo's village, but with their numbers, it didn't matter. They were cutting through the defenders so fast that no amount of archery support would change the outcome. The gunslinger dropped his pistols into a bucket and grabbed another pair, ones that weren't overheated from rapid firing. Dominic fired out arcane blasts as fast as bullets from the pistol, but he could feel himself becoming lightheaded from the exertion. Well, he was sitting down anyhow. There was nowhere to collapse to except the roof of his forge. At least it was warm. The fight ground to a stalemate as the riflemen could now cover a smaller area, so Dominic took a quick breather and began to toss the Royal Guard fresh bags of shot as they paused to reload. They had to be running low by now, but they were becoming incredibly proficient with the charging levers, and they had even learned to operate them one-handed with the rifle against their legs as they reloaded the lead balls. Then, Dominic saw humans on horses racing their way at a full charge from the side opposite the city. Could they be saved? If this was another of the Royal Investigation teams, they would only need to hold out for a few more minutes. The sound of hooves brought renewed hope to the defenders, and after tossing a chewy trail mix ball in his mouth, Dominic rejoined the battle. Just a few more minutes to salvation. The cavalry was close now, close enough that Dominic could see a very familiar, cruelly scarred face. A face he would know anywhere. After all, he had been 10 years old when he put those scars on the man's face with his own claws after that monster had burned his village to the ground. The cavalry charge ran right through the remaining hobgoblins, taking them by surprise as their allies turned on them. The front rank of infantry fell to their lances before the cavalry dismounted and began to push forward, cutting down Cygnia reservists with brutal abandon. The scar-faced mercenary commander pointed in Dominic's direction, and then hit the ground as an arcane blast came for his head. The officer behind him died without ever knowing he was in danger, but Dominic didn't stop. If he couldn't get vengeance for his whole village, just a little bit on the man who had led the attack would be enough. 5 more blasts hit soldiers before one finally got through, crashing against the man's defensive magic and causing it to flicker out for a half second. Just long enough for a bullet from the wall to hit him in the forehead. Behind Dominic, Bella smiled. That was one enemy commander down. An explosion below him threw Dominic into the air as his forge exploded, targeted by a spell from one of the enemy mages. He felt himself rolling, and then a solid metal boot stopped his progress. He was about to cast again when he realized that Princess Alexis had her foot on his chest, stopping him from rolling into the still-burning campfire in the center of the Royal Guard's formation. It was just a dozen of them, against over 100 enemy cavalry. But these soldiers weren't wearing any nation's livery. They looked more like mercenaries than anything, half feral and filthy. The battle came to a halt as the arrows from the town walls stopped, unable to target the groups so close together. But the Royal Guards were the only ones still standing, with the princess in their center. She motioned for Dominic to play dead, and he hesitated. She had to have a plan. After all, she was trained all her life for battle, right? After a few tense seconds, a mage stepped forward with an eerie smile on his face. Very loyal. I must commend you all, but it's over. Put down your weapons and surrender the princess. The mage demanded. Exhausted, but unwilling to give in, the Royal Guard waited for the princess to give an order. Dominic heard her take a deep breath, and then the princess fell to her knees, with her hands in front of her. Archmage, I surrender, she announced through gritted teeth. The mage smirked, and Dominic saw the princess's hand shift under the hanging end of her tabard, to where a hidden weapon lay. She nodded at Dominic, and he realized this really was it. A heroic last stand wasn't quite how he had expected this mission to go, but his body was already instinctively moving. Arcane Blast caught the mage off guard, causing him to stumble back as Dominic launched himself through the crowd of knights with his saber and dagger in hand. The blade of the saber punched cleanly through soft cloth, and the mage's eyes went wide for a second before Dominic slit his throat, then rolled onto his back and unleashed dragon flame into the mercenary knights, burning his throat. Pain lanced through his back as he felt his ribs and back shatter under massive amounts of blunt force. Then he was flying, and the world went black. After Dominic threw himself into the Archmage, defying all odds by actually taking out an Archmage with his insane attack, Princess Alexis put the poison capsule away and drew her blade again. Knights, forward! She shouted as the Royal Guard engaged the enemy, and the defenders from Eramo's village ran across the gap between the two forces. With the Archmage dead, and their magical reinforcement gone, the mercenaries fell like goblins under the blades of the revitalized Royal Guard. Moments later, the Eramo's city guard was into the back of the attackers, taking no prisoners, and the battle was over. Dominic! Dominic! Alexis heard someone shout. Where did the sorcerer go? He was sent flying by a strike with a maul, and she couldn't see him. Princess Alexis followed the most likely path, and stuck her head into the shattered remains of the forge wagon, whose door had been knocked inward by an impact. That must be where he landed. Fearing the worst, she stuck her head in the forge, and then choked as the soot and dust overwhelmed her. The explosion that had destroyed the truck it was mounted to had knocked over the forge carriage, and everything had spilled onto the side that was now downward. But through the chaos, she could see something small and gleaming gold, like Dominic's horns. She carefully stepped inside, and took in the shattered body of a small golden dragon. It had been crushed, its limbs all broken and its chest caved in. But as she watched, the body rearranged itself, limbs healing and ribs setting as rich golden blood was sucked back inside the body. Then with a ringing noise and a flash of golden magic, the dragon opened its eyes, before shifting back into the familiar shape of the Dragonkin sorcerer. Dominic gasped for air as the darkness faded from his vision, and looked into the tearful eyes of Princess Alexis. He had been certain that he was dead, but she must have rescued him with a healing potion. How do you feel? She asked carefully. Like I got hit with a truck. Thank you, by the way. I thought that I was a goner there. He most definitely was, Alexis realized. It wasn't even a close thing. The damage done to him should have killed him 3 times over. Yet there he lay, breathing and smiling at her, with golden blood leaking from his mouth as he coughed. It was insane, impossible, but undeniable. The little blacksmith was truly dragon-blessed. And it seemed that he had no idea. None could know of this. If anyone realized that the blood of dragons ran so powerfully through his veins that it could stave off certain death, the nobles would go to war for his progeny, or the alchemists would dissect him for potion ingredients. If you can move, get up and go loot the battlefield. You will need as many of the manacores as you can get your hands on, young blacksmith. Don't forget to thank the gods for your survival. Princess Alexis turned to leave, and Dominic smiled. Yes, thank the gods, and whatever healing potion she had given him. Dominic was aimlessly wandering the battlefield, kicking corpses and collecting the dead mercenary group's storage items, when he felt a presence behind him. "Hey little man, you're all right," was greeted him, looking much better than Dominic felt. "You came out. It's good to see you." "I'm on loot duty," he explained, still confused and disoriented from the last blow he had taken in the battle. "I see that, but you seem a little lost and disoriented," was said softly as he put a hand on Dominic's shoulder to stop him. Dominic looked around and saw that he had made his way out to the early parts of the battle, where the waves of ogres and hobgoblins had first begun to fall. He gave a weak smile. "Yeah, a little. I hit my head during the fight. But I'll be all right in a bit. There are just too many manacores to collect." Was smiled and gestured to the bag Dominic was carrying. "Do you have an empty storage device? I can help you, as I don't have one of my own. I normally keep them in my pockets, but there are too many of them here for that, and everyone knows the penalty for looting a military battlefield," he suggested. "Sure. How is Bella?" Dominic asked carefully as he checked the reservist storage devices. It only took a moment to find one with only gear in it, and transfer that to another device. "She's all right. She also has medical training, so she is with the clerics at the wagons. There were some survivors among the defenders there, so they're working hard." Silently, the pair made their way through the thousands of corpses as the storage devices filled with manacores. The scale of the devastation was overwhelming. The dead monsters outnumbered the dead soldiers at least 10 to 1, but the number of survivors of the battle didn't even fill the campfire area between the circled vehicles. They finished before dark, checking bodies, ensuring there were no hobgoblins playing dead to go raid farms in the next few nights, and no survivors among their own that the medics could try to save. Unfortunately, with the hobgoblin offensive having driven through the entire line of defenders, there were precious few who might have stood a chance even minutes after the battle, and none at all who were still breathing when Dominic was moved through to clear out the attackers' bodies. That left only one question when they finally made it back to the camp. "What should we do with the enemy soldiers?" "I don't know the protocol for that," Dominic asked. Advisor Morgana, who had been sent into the village with the other non-combatants, shrugged her shoulders. "That is mostly up to the princess. Some of them are recognized as former officers of foreign armies, but they are all dressed as mercenaries now. If we treat them as military troops under the Archmage, this is an act of war between both nations. But if she chooses to treat them as bandits, then it's a private matter of a rogue mage and his private force. In that case, the one who killed them may keep their belongings as a bounty, by international law. I don't believe that she has made a decision yet, as there are political implications to suggesting that the Archmage went rogue and incited an army of hobgoblins to attack the Cygnia royal family. It would involve the right to eliminate 3 generations of his bloodline, and some of them are palace royals within the Cygnia and Dagos kingdoms, as well as other nations. So, it might be war either way, or public shaming and stripping of titles. The third option is to pretend that none of us know who it was, burn the body to unidentifiable ashes, and claim what he had on him as our own." Dominic nodded, then did a double take. "Wait. That third option sounds like just calling him a mercenary, but it's not, is it?" Advisor Morgana shook her head. No. If he was killed as a hostile mercenary, then either you or the princess, as your commanding officer, would have the right to his property. All of his property, including the peerage and manor houses that were registered in his name. The assets registered with multiple national treasuries, and the grimoire of spells that made him famous, would all be transferred as part of the bounty. Which is, incidentally, a national treasure of Cygnia. That sounded like a rather important person to have fallen to a single, arcane blast, and a couple of stab wounds. Something was definitely not right with this situation. Advisor Morgana watched as Dominic's curiosity turned to concern, then suspicion. I am thinking what you are thinking, your sorcerer. I believe that he was framed. There is a good chance that this is not really him, but someone altered to look like him. The issue is that we will need an authentic article of clothing or Magitech that belonged to him for the verification of death spell to work. She continued. Dominic nodded. Then got a great idea. I have an idea. You can tell how old a Magitech item is by looking at the magical arrays. Does he have any on him? If they're all new and force leveled, then we should likely start trying to find out what happened to the real Archmage. How old is he, anyhow? The Techno Witch laughed. 54 years old. And he's been trying to convince the king to let him marry both of the twin princesses since they were learning to read. Princess Alexis says that this man put on a very convincing act, and she did not immediately suspect that it was a fraud until he died to a single attack from her blacksmith. Was chuckled from behind Dominic. It's good to see that everyone has such faith in your combat abilities. Morgana gave a snort of amusement. One of the Archmage's signature spells is Indestructible Body. Even a rare magical blade should not have easily penetrated his skin if he had his usual precautions active. The young crusader's eyes lit up with excitement. Do you think there might be a scroll of it on him? An unbonded spell gem. Morgana rolled her eyes. You really do get easily sidetracked, big man. No, my suspicion is that this is one of his apprentices. They knew many of his spells, but that one was a life-saving measure that was not shared with just anyone. With the area cleared, was returned to his house to check the extent of the damage. It wasn't in the direct line of attack, but the hobgoblins had burned many of the farmhouses on their way by, just out of spite. Fortunately, hers was still standing, but that didn't mean there was nothing hiding inside, or damage to the property. Dominic returned to his forge, and found that it was in shambles, with the undercarriage destroyed, the interior demolished, and the door smashed in, with the entrance now facing the sky. He remembered waking up in here after the battle, but the door opened outward and didn't have a lock. There was no reason someone would have had to damage the door to let him in to rest and receive healing. Come to think of it, this place was totaled. There was no reason to bring him here, when it was already blown to pieces before the end of the battle. Had he been hurled through the door by an attack? Everything about the battle was becoming a bit foggy in his mind, and trying to think about it just gave him a headache. Or at least the later part of it after he had been knocked off the roof of his forge. The first portions were entirely too vividly etched in his mind. Most importantly, he would need a new spot to sleep. This obviously wasn't going to work, and it would take him all day to clean it up and gather the undamaged tools. Instead, he went to the cabinet at the rear of the carriage on the outside and grabbed the tent and bedrolls that were there for the occupants of each vehicle. Come set up here by the fire, little Smith. The princess asked us to look out for you. One of the royal guards called as Dominic was about to begin setting pegs. Dominic moved over to where they were sitting with the old gunslinger, who was now missing one leg at the knee, with his pant leg rolled up. The aging gunslinger smiled at Dominic, and then lit a cigarette. Well, at least they can't force me to go on adventures anymore. With this, I'll be well and properly retired from the royal army. One of the guards chuckled. I don't think you'll get that lucky, friend. After today, you're going to be called a war hero. You'll have a long future telling stories to students and extolling the virtues of learning a trade skill after you already know how to fight. The laughter of the royal guard caught the attention of the Eremos village guards who were nearby, treating the survivors. The royal guard was a bit terrifying to the average town militiaman or city guard. Not only did they have royal authority to enforce laws, but they had made it to the end of the battle without a single casualty. They started with 10, ended with 10, and the equipment that they wore was still functional. Heavily damaged, coated in blood, but functional. Dominic turned to the guards. That reminds me, did any of you damage your rifles? I made a spare. The gunslinger laughed, and the guards smiled at Dominic. The perfect professional. Half an inch from death in the afternoon, and checking on the survivor's gear before bed. But to answer your question, no. The rifles worked flawlessly, and we all stored them before we got into close combat, so they haven't taken any damage. We even still have a few hundred rounds of ammunition left from the last bags that you tossed us. Good work with that, by the way. It was just in time, and with the reload, we didn't have to slow down our firing rate at all. One of the survivors from the reservists rolled over on his medical cot to face them. Forget about the rifles, did you all see the blacksmith firing off spells like a gunslinger? Those bolts of magic were flying overhead every couple seconds the whole battle. Only when the archmage set off an explosion spell under his forge did the spells stop. The man's voice was low and raspy, but the other soldiers nodded in agreement. To think that half our strongest fighters were in the trade wagons. One of the other wounded soldiers laughed. He's still young, isn't he? Maybe they'll give him a royal commission into the officer corps. One of the other soldiers asked, and Dominic realized that the man's neck was in a brace, so he couldn't look around. Very young. Hardly an adult, but his trade skill core is halfway through apprentice already, maybe level 6 even. One of the others agreed. Just unroll here under the awning. It's not calling for rain tonight, and it will be warm enough with all the royal guard inside. The man beside Dominic whispered, so they didn't disrupt the conversations around them. After unrolling his bedroll, Dominic realized there was something missing. None of the staff had come back out of the city, as the gates were blockaded closed, and the guards who had come to reinforce them had rappelled down the walls. So, there was no hot food. Nothing was cooked, and they were just using the dry rations for the evening. Silently, he passed some of the meat buns from the palace kitchen around to the royal guards and the few wounded soldiers nearby. It wasn't much, but a cold meat bun was better than dry protein biscuits and water. That small gesture was enough to brighten the mood of the soldiers, and everyone began to relax. Then a wineskin began to make the rounds around the campfire, and they drank their troubles away while talking about their lives back in the city. It wasn't long before they were all asleep, with the Eremos village guard standing watch for them. It was a peaceful night, but not one that would last long. Dawn brought a runner from the palace, along with an entire battalion of the royal army. That wasn't a great sign, Dominic decided. The royal guard were set up so that the entrance to the princess' sleeping quarters were through theirs, and Dominic had noticed that not all of them were asleep. Nor were the ones beside him the same as when he had gone to bed, so they had to have been rotating watches during the night. You louts, get up. The princess has a visitor. Someone demanded, rousing Dominic from the last of his lingering slumber. She has a visitor if I say that she has a visitor. The leader of her royal guards insisted. Dominic heard the rattle as the guards shifted to put their hands on their weapons, and sat up from his bedroll to distract the intruder. What's so important that you're chasing the survivors of a major battle out of bed at the crack of dawn? If it doesn't involve fighting or fucking, it can wait until Her Highness is showered, and her guards are fed. He insisted. The man in a brightly colored coat with a strange frilly collar turned to stare at Dominic, and all the guards equipped the armor they had removed to sleep. Who are you? The man demanded. Dominic, Royal Smith, attached to the princess unit. Who do you think you are? The man's eyes went to Dominic's horns, then he sneered as he looked back down. You don't have the authority to ask. But I have the authority to kill intruders. What's the worst that will happen if I'm wrong? If you're not an intruder and your family misses you, I might get a month in the palace dungeons and my pay docked. I can live with that. A feminine voice from behind him laughed, and the princess stepped out with 2 of her guards. It would be better if you didn't. This is Colonel Fall, son of Baron Fall. The crown frowns upon the accidental deaths of its strategists. Now, Colonel, follow me to the command tent and we can talk. Blacksmith Dominic, I will be meeting with you immediately after. Get showered and fed. Princess Alexis insisted. Understood, Princess. Pleasure meeting you, Colonel. Dominic went to find fresh water to wash up, and then changed into the set of mage robes that he was given by Princess Eleanor. When the colonel came back out of the meeting and saw Dominic standing off to the side, waiting next to the royal guards with mage robes on, his expression became complex. Dominic wondered what he had learned, and what his purpose was in coming here so early. They should have known that the battle was over before dinner, but they hadn't come until morning. So, they weren't reinforcements. If they were just here to escort the princess back to the palace after this disaster, there was no need for a whole battalion of troops. Send in the smith. A guard called from inside the command tent. Dominic nodded to the guard beside him, and the man clapped him on the shoulder. See you soon. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Don't let her scare you. The guard whispered. Dominic stepped inside, and found the princess with 2 royal guards, and 6 guard officers in uniforms of another regiment. Lord Sorcerer, please sit. This could take some time. Princess Alexis insisted, with a gesture at a metal folding chair. Lord Sorcerer sounded entirely too formal. Suspiciously polite even. Dominic sat down, and one of the newly arrived officers pulled up a seat to face him from much too short of a distance, with their knees nearly touching. The man had chosen to sit between Dominic and the desk, instead of on the far side, which would seem more natural, as the princess was standing beside the desk. Lord Sorcerer, I am informed that you contributed greatly to the battle yesterday. You have the crowns thanks for your efforts to secure the life of the princess. The man began. The unspoken but lay heavy in the air, so Dominic simply nodded and waited for him to continue. I am told that you have collected many of the belongings of the reservists as well. The officer continued after a moment's hesitation. He had clearly wanted to say something else, but changed his mind. If he was wearing a badge of rank, it would be so much easier on Dominic, but the ornate uniform was enough to place him as someone higher ranking. Indeed I did. However, I no longer have possession of them. I turned the belongings of the Cygnia forces over to the Royal Guard this morning. The bodies of the deceased are in their respective storage items, in the cases where they could be identified and matched. I don't have a copy of the regulations for such things, but it only seemed right to prepare for the corpses to be returned to their loved ones. Dominic explained. And, do you have the remainder of the spoils of war from the invading force? The officer asked. That I do. They are separated into 3 storage items, due to the pure volume. They are mostly grouped by the location on the battlefield, but I didn't discriminate. This one is the closer ring of the battle near the reservists. This one is the western region before full engagement, and this one is the eastern region. Dominic explained, then took the storage cubes out of the pouch at his waist and tossed them to the princess. The officer seemed annoyed by his action. He might be able to use his influence to claim them from a royal employee and inspect them for treasures that wouldn't be missed. But now that the princess had them, he wouldn't be able to skim off the top before the official count. Do you have any insight into where the humans orchestrating the attack may have come from? The officer asked, changing the topic. One of the men was formerly a military officer from Dagos. We had previously met during the invasion of Wavemates, when his unit captured the Westover region containing my hometown, and the scars left on his face from my claws were unmistakable. Claws? The officer asked. Dominic held out his hand, and tried not to laugh as he realized that he still had badly chipped gold nail polish on them. But his fingernails had to be shaped with a metalworking rasp. They were not the same soft material as human fingernails. In my youth, I kept them sharp so that I could climb trees. Dominic explained. So, you grew up feral? The officer asked with a hint of disdain. Not at all. I grew up in the estates of the Westover Manor, raised by a well-respected Magitech crafting family. But entertainment is limited in a small town, and playing hide-and-seek in the forest is a childhood tradition. The officer looked shocked. In the forest. Sorcerer, remember. I'm not afraid of most wildlife. Besides, there are hunters, trappers, woodcutters, and dozens of others living near town in the woods. It's not like the kids will get lost. Dominic explained. And you are certain that man was the same one from the attack on your village? Dominic nodded. Yes. But none of them were in military uniforms. I can't speak to his current employment, only his former. However, the remains of his body are in one of those cubes. He's still identifiable. Is there a possibility that you have any measure of royal or noble lineage? The officer asked cautiously. Dominic shrugged. I am a Wavemate's Dragonkin, both in talents and name. Naturally, I have at least a distant relation to the former royal family. It never really mattered where I came from, as 2/3 of the town could claim the same. Nobody ever mentioned noble ranks of any sort, though I'm sure that I did hear the property referred to as an earldom estate on occasion, and it was my eldest uncle who led the branch of the family in the manor house itself. I was only 10 during the invasion, and such matters were far from my mind, as I was planning to follow my parents on the path of the artificer. The officer nodded. Every village in Cygnia would at least have a baron overseeing it. Especially a border village. If he was thinking of the right instance, then the village had been an earl's peerage, with a large detachment of guards and a collection of his distant relatives living within the village. So, there was a near certainty that the sorcerer was distantly related to not just nobility, but royalty, which would make it much easier to grant him rewards. We will have to investigate your family lineage. Among other things, you are due for a royal reward for your service and recognition of your status as a royal sorcerer. Dominic didn't know that was an actual position. Perhaps it was both a magical specialty and a job title, like the techno-witches that they employed. The officer got up from the seat, and another man, this one obviously a mage by the energy flickering in his eyes, sat down in the same spot. Dominic felt a nudge against his thoughts as the man cast a spell, and then the interrogation truly began. At first, he didn't ask any questions, then his mouth turned up into a smile. It seems that you have had an interesting life, young sorcerer. Did you know that your skills are far beyond what most others of magical bloodlines are capable of before full maturity? He asked. I don't really know many sorcerers. It might come as a shock to you, but those born with actual magic are not incredibly popular in the cities of Cygnia or Dagos, and we don't tend to congregate in groups. Dominic heard a few of the others chuckle at the comment. He had a knack for exposing the elephant in the room. Indeed, they were only questioning him because they were unsure where his loyalties might lay. Princess, I do not detect any foreign loyalty in his mind. No signs of tampering, mental influence, or corruption. If anything, he might be a bit too innocent to be joining the palace, even in his current role as a weaponsmith. The mage decided. Princess Alexis nodded. Understandable. Thank you, Magus. Now, did anyone else have questions before I finalize the requests for the king to consider? One of the men, a grizzled veteran of a soldier with more scars visible on his hands alone than Dominic could count on his entire body, placed his hands on the desk and stared down at the seated Dragonkin. I have one question. What were you thinking, attacking an archmage, even a fake one, with a knife? Dominic smiled. Given the options, I was not going down without punching him in the face at least once. Stabbing him seemed like an appropriate alternative from my position. The visitors appeared to be satisfied, and Princess Alexis smiled at Dominic. You may move to the side. We still need you in attendance for the rest of this meeting, she explained. Dominic wasn't certain what his role here was supposed to be, but he stood along the wall between a pair of military officers who were taking notes on everything that had happened so far that day. The next man that came in was wearing a palace servant's uniform and held a whole armload of documents. Your Highness, we have gathered the documentation on all the groups that were targeted yesterday. 7 of the 10 royal investigation groups were targeted, along with 5 other villages. Here are the details of the lineages and known alliances. The top page is a summary for your consideration. The servant explained. The princess scanned the document, then paused and pointed at a line. They targeted elder brother Alex. How did that go for them? She asked. The servant looked nervous, as they hadn't memorized the information. But one of the soldiers stepped forward to speak. Your Highness, I was made aware of that situation this morning. As you might be aware, your elder brother just finished advancing his trade corps as a battle mage to the 40th level, and he specialized in area defense. The attack on his unit was an infiltration attack, and 9 assassins were eliminated without casualties. Princess Alexis nodded. So, the attackers had information on the abilities of the royals who were with the groups, and the organization to target them based on their weaknesses. Were any of the royals lost? The servant nodded nervously. The 3rd and 5th princes were lost along with their entire units. The princess sighed and made a sign of protection in front of herself. How did the other attacks compare to this one? How many forces did the enemy manage to muster against us? She demanded. The numbers on the page are the relative forces. H stands for human, HG for hobgoblin, O for ogre, and G for goblins. The royal servant explained. Princess Alexis read the sheet and her frown grew continually deeper. So, the majority of the attacks were not by monsters, but by mercenary forces. Or have we confirmed that this is an attack by Dagos? The servant bowed in terror at her anger. That isn't yet confirmed, Your Highness. The information wasn't in the royal briefing. The princess glared at the stack of documents on the desk, then looked out the tent flap at the battlefield, which was still being cleared after the battle. They couldn't leave the monster corpses there to rot, they would poison the farms. So, there would be mass graves and cremations here, then again all over the region around the capital as the soldiers were commemorated. What of the situation at the capital? Alexis asked. The battle has ended. The attackers withdrew yesterday afternoon, hours before we got notification of the attacks on the royal investigators. The meeting wore on, discussing details of the various attacks, but slowly Dominic was noticing that there was a pattern to them all. The timing was off. If it was a planned ambush to get the royals killed, they should have all attacked at the same time, except for possibly the assassination attempts. That would have made the most sense, and prevented the instance where 2 of the older royals had managed to merge their forces to withstand 2 successive attacks. Either the ability to control the attackers was limited in numbers, which seemed unlikely after the attacks on the capital, or the same person was leading them all, and couldn't be in multiple places at once. If the others had noticed, they weren't saying anything. Dominic also wasn't sure what his position here was. They had addressed him as Lord Sorcerer, which was much more polite than expected, but that didn't mean that he had suddenly gained the right to speak his opinions in the presence of the royal advisors unprompted. Fortunately, the scarred officer noticed his dilemma and called on Dominic. Sorcerer, you look like you have some insights. What do your instincts say? He asked, causing everyone to turn and face the startled Dragonkin. The attacks don't overlap. Going through the timeline, starting with the retreat from the capital, through all 10 attacks, none of them overlap. They were all done one after another, though the troops that executed them were already in motion. I suspect that there is someone, possibly a powerful magic user, guiding the attacks. He began. Then the scarred officer began rapidly flipping through the notes of the man beside him. 10 minutes from the end of the attack to the start, roughly 30 to the next, then 10 minutes to the next. They might not have been there for the whole battle, but it looks like when the troops actually engaged, the timing is right for a single general to remotely oversee all the battles. He agreed. That changed the opinions in the room drastically. The veterans were aware that there were actually items that would allow such a thing. One was a potion of suggestion, which would make it easier for a mage to enter someone's mind. Then, if they also used a remote viewing type spell and telepathy, they could order the leaders of each force in battle. Who was last? The scarred general asked. The assassination attempt on Prince Alex was the last strike, and the battle here ended 3 minutes before the assassins made their move. So, the fake archmage was most likely not the real mastermind behind the attempts. This should be reported to the palace in person. When are we planning to move? One of the other officers asked. In 3 hours. We need to have the surviving supplies reloaded on the functional vehicles. We will commission the carriage maker here in Aramo's village to deal with the others. Staying here to have a single smith deal with it all will take too much time, and all of the members of this assignment will be needed once we are back. Princess Alexis insisted. What he would be needed for, other than his work in the forge, was a mystery to Dominic, but with only a few dozen survivors, mostly still in recovery, they would have to borrow people from the newly arrived battalion to drive for them. Once the meeting broke up, the troops moved into action. The damaged vehicles were unloaded and stripped of their gear and supplies, which were then moved to the vehicles brought by the new battalion. The injured soldiers were moved to racks in an ambulance truck, and all the gear from Dominic's smithy was transferred to storage in an empty cargo truck. Where is the smith? I was told that they survived the battle. One of the officers shouted, assuming that the man must be further away. Sir, no need to shout, I'm standing right next to you. Dominic informed him with a smile. The royal sorcerer is also the group's only smith. What sort of insane deployment order led to this? The officer demanded. I am the personal apprentice of the royal master weaponsmith, as well as a freshly promoted royal apprentice weaponsmith. See, I've got the trade skill core and all. Dominic explained. The officer took a longer look at the trade skill core on Dominic's bracer and frowned. Why would you pick blacksmithing as a trade when you can use magic? Dominic smiled. I'm actually so good at being a weaponsmith because I can use magic. I can reliably make uncommon grade magical weapons in the Royal Forge, even as an apprentice, and once my skills have improved, I should be able to produce quality weapons faster than any of the other journeymen. The officer in charge of transferring the smithy goods now looked intrigued. Oh. Have you picked a weapons specialty yet? Dominic shook his head. I have been commissioned to make a number of firearms lately, but I haven't had an opportunity to specialize yet. Most of my official work was either tool making at Pop's Forge, or making weapons for the enlisted soldiers of the garrison in the Palace Forge. That was understandable. Apprentices were busy all the time, and only once they had passed the initial trials and proven that their work could keep up with the demands of the forge would they even get a say in what they were making for the day. Getting to specialize was more common for the journeymen of the forge, but most of the apprentices who applied had already chosen what they wanted, even if it wasn't official. In a way, it was better to have an apprentice like this one. Capable, but without any grand ideals and preconceived notions about what their job was going to be in the future. For most of the apprentices, those grand plans that they had would never pan out. In fact, many of them would resign from their dream job at the Royal Forge and go look for other jobs, using their time served as a reference. "Have you managed to turn out something noteworthy yet?" the officer asked, while Dominic hesitated, wondering how much of what he did was confidential. He was rescued from answering by a member of Princess Alexis' guard. "He made all 10 of these rifles for us before the battle. Unconventional, to be certain. But I am told by Advisor Morgana that he managed 10 successes at rare quality in under 24 hours. The guard took out his rifle for the officer to inspect, then laughed as the man's expression went from skeptical to shocked to impressed. "What do you know, it really does say that he made that rifle. At least, it does if his name is Dominic Wavemates," the officer admitted. The princess guard smiled. "And that is a large part of why the princess intends to reward him so heavily. Having even 10 rare quality rifles specialized for killing ogres changed the entire flow of the battle. I wish I could say that they saved many lives, but that was not how the battle went. I can say that the early elimination of the ogres was the primary reason that there were survivors among our group, and likely the only reason there is still in Eremos village. The workers finished transferring the gear from the destroyed forge to their transport truck, and the royal guard nodded in satisfaction. All finished. Please come with me, Master Dominic. You have been requested to ride with the princess in the lead carriage. I recommend that you wear armor for the journey, given recent events." Dominic nodded. "I will change in one of the damaged vehicles. Give me a few minutes and I will be ready." The cogwork plate wasn't difficult to equip. It was only leg plates, arm plates, pauldrons, and a chest plate, all designed to self-latch once they were pushed in place. Dominic put most of them under the sorcerer robe he had gotten while fighting at the capital, which had a bit of spell damage as its enchantment. Then he got to the chest plate, and realized that it was too mangled to even be easily repaired, much less worn today. So, he went through the loot he had gathered from the monsters and mercenaries on the battlefield and placed in his own storage. There was a piece in there, uncommon grade and roughly the right size, and in nice brass inlaid steel. That would have to do for the day. With the substitute chest plate over top, he was visibly armored, and still identifiable as a sorcerer, so there would be no doubts about his identity. Plus, this robe had a hood, so he could cover his horns if he had to talk to strangers. Going against a lifetime of practice still made him uneasy, even if he knew he would have to take the hood down when they entered the palace. Princess Alexis smiled as she saw him coming. "Well, don't you look fancy today? Are those new, or did you just not have time to change before yesterday's battle?" Dominic smiled back. "It seemed a bit inappropriate to take the time to change out of my work clothes when I was needed before the battle, so I just put the armor over them. This chest plate is a substitute, though. Mine took some damage and hasn't yet been repaired. Fortunately, it didn't have any marks that would identify the origin. It wasn't Cygnia army issued, and it didn't have the marks of a foreign army on it either. So, Dominic could continue to wear it until he fixed his own equipment. Once the teams were loaded, the whole unit began heading back to the city at a much faster pace than usual. Sitting in the carriage for the bumpy ride, Dominic did his best to ignore the strange looks that he was getting from the 2 older generals, who were unsure why the princess had asked Dominic to accompany them. They weren't saying anything, though. And that was just making things awkward. Finally, Dominic chose to break the tension. "So, I don't suppose that anyone brought any ivory polish with them, did they? Gotta look my best for the walk of shame back to the forge." He tapped his horns, and Princess Alexis did her best not to laugh as the pair of stern-faced generals remained silent. Tough crowd. Finally, one of the generals spoke. "Your Majesty, I must say that I hold reservations about your plan. Even if the lineage check comes back with positive news, it's not a good idea to pursue this path at this time." Now Dominic was lost, but the princess was just smiling indulgently at the general. "Noted. But it's bound to happen one way or another. The crown recognizes those with the talent, she replied. Then they fell silent again for hours as the convoy raced back towards the city. This time there was nothing trying to stop them. No signs of goblins in the woods, no surprise attacks, no breakdowns. They didn't even slow down until they reached the edge of the city, and they prepared to have the unit staged at the southern barracks, while the officers accompanied the princess and the tradesmen back to the palace. As soon as they got out of the armored transport, they were surrounded by soldiers, and an officer stepped forward with a silver strap in his hand. "Sir, please extend your arm," he insisted in a tone that said he was not taking no for an answer. Dominic held out his arm, and the silver bracelet was locked around his wrist. Then the soldier smirked. "Well, that's a relief. Most of the time they try to fight when they find out you're going to strap them," he joked, while the princess glared in his direction. They were all escorted to another carriage, and this time Dominic was loaded into a separate one from everyone else, with a smirking guard across from him. "How does it feel to be without your magic, mutant?" the guard asked. "Have you ever looked down out of your window and watched a small dog barking up at you? This feels kind of like that," Dominic replied, then stealthily checked his ability to use mana. As expected, the strap blocked all internal mana activation. But that was not how Dragonkin used magic. At least, not their innate magic. But he would be unable to activate any of his spell gems, magical items, or even his trade skill core. The guard looked insulted as Dominic relaxed against the wall of the carriage. He would find out soon enough what was going on. They were headed for the palace, and he was still an employee. They stopped at the entrance to the palace, and Dominic found himself unceremoniously dragged out of the carriage, while the palace staff looked confused. Nobody had said anything about an arrest, so why was a blacksmith apprentice being dragged around like a criminal? Then trumpets sounded, and the reason for the sorcerer being restrained suddenly made sense. The king had come to greet them. By imperial decree, no weapons were allowed in the king's presence during official functions. That meant that all mages had to be restrained, as they were a weapon if they were allowed access to their magic. Normally, they would wear an accessory to block mana use as a formality, akin to putting your storage item in a bag, even though one could remotely access it to retrieve weapons in any case. Locking a mana-blocking strap on Dominic like a criminal was just rude. As the king approached, everyone dropped to one knee, except the princess, who curtsied politely. "Your Majesty, it is an honor for you to come greet this junior princess at the palace gates," she greeted him. "Alexis, welcome home. Are your advisors and guards all here?" the king asked. "Yes, Your Majesty. All 10 of my guards survived the incident, and I have brought Advisor Morgana as well as Brevet Advisor Dominic," Princess Alexis replied. The king nodded, then turned and motioned for them to follow. Dominic stood up along with the royal guard, but the soldier next to him quickly forced him back to his knees. Then, the royal guard himself kicked the soldier in the chest, knocking him over. Advisor Dominic was summoned by the king. "I will be speaking to the guard commander about your lack of qualifications." The royal guard hissed quietly, making the soldier turn ashen gray in the face. They followed the king into the palace, and the guard leaned over to whisper to Dominic, "Ignore that idiot." His commander overstepped when he refused to accept that the princess had designated you as an advisor and ordered his people not to treat you as one. "It's just a palace power play." Dominic sighed and rattled his wrist. "Don't worry about it. Not the first time I've been strapped. Probably won't be the last." He did notice that Advisor Morgana had a custom one made that could easily be clipped on and off, like any other bracelet. Is his attitude common in the palace? The soldiers on the line didn't seem to care at all. Dominic whispered as they walked. "Not common, but not entirely uncommon either. It's more of an inferiority complex. With his common birth and record, he will never move up from his current position, and it makes that sort jealous of anyone who is getting ahead. The royal guard went silent as they approached a room full of well-dressed royals and royal guard teams. Dominic was led by the royal guard beside him to an empty spot along the wall, while the princess went to stand in the middle of the room with the other royals. There were two very conspicuous gaps at the front after she filled in her spot in the last row, as well as two gaps in the guards along the walls. A man in a butler's uniform stepped out from behind the princes and princesses and spoke in a commanding voice. "Your Majesty, all of the potential heirs have gathered." Dominic didn't miss the way that the emotions in the king's eyes shifted when he saw the empty spots in the front row where the third and fifth princes should have been standing. As you must all be aware by now, tragedy has befallen Cygnia in the last 24 hours. Not only one, but two strong contenders for the position of heir apparent were killed by foreign forces. We have traced the source of these attacks back to the King of Dagos and his advisor, known as the Archmage. That provocation cannot go unanswered. But first, there are commendations to be made and ranks to be reassigned. A group of palace servants stepped forward and placed boxes in the hands of the royal family members who had been attacked. Then the king cleared his throat and began to speak again. There are additional subjects who are due special consideration for their roles in the battle, and those announcements for the commoners will be released in the near future along with the awards. However, there are three names that cannot be overlooked. Royal Guard Jerome, for your role in the protection of the fourth prince, you shall be awarded the title of Baron, and a barony estate of your own. Royal Guard Amelia, for your role in protecting the eighth prince, your title shall be elevated to Countess, inheritable by your offspring. And finally, Dominic Wavemates, apprentice smith at the Royal Forges. For your role in protecting the 13th princess, you shall be awarded the title of Royal Sorcerer and the privileges that come with it. Dominic bowed in response, as the others had. But he was unclear what the title of Royal Sorcerer entitled him to. It sounded very fancy, but it was unlikely to amount to much when he got back to the forge in the morning. Perhaps it came with a salary. Many of the titled residents among the palace staff got a lifelong salary. That would be quite the improvement in lifestyle, having two sources of income at once. The king stood and left the room, and the guard beside Dominic turned to him with a smile. "I will make sure that the staff knows to keep you abreast of all the mandatory and optional events within the palace, Lord Sorcerer." He joked. "Wait, there are mandatory events." The other royal guards all laughed. "Indeed. In fact, the same ones that we are obligated to attend as noble employees of the crown while we're stationed in the palace. We might not have inherited a title, but the royal guards still get the basic privileges of noble status. Attending functions, a clothing allowance from the royal tailor, an additional salary on top of our military ranks. Or, in your case, your trade rank. You could also now marry a lady of the nobility without it being a stain on her honor, so be sure that you dress up well when you go out. Many of the barons are struggling to get by with what their barony produces, and sending a younger daughter to a royal smith with the royal sorcerer's title would ensure her future." One of the other guards smirked at Dominic. "And, if the city gets attacked again, you'll be expected to fight alongside the noble officers, with rights to any loot you obtain through your own might." Dominic smiled, and the guards began to laugh. "I thought that might get your approval. Royal sorcerers are a bit like the advisors, but with a lower position, unless you become someone's personal sorcerer. Perhaps one of the princesses would like a cute bed warmer once you're old enough." One of the guards teased. "I'm nearly 20 summers old. I'm just short. Wavemates Dragonkin grow slower and live longer than others." Dominic muttered. "Oh, that's unfortunate for you. By the time that you can be the handsome, slightly older sorcerer in the eyes of the nobles, the debutantes will be young enough to be your daughters. Though, I hear that some of the guards are into that." Someone behind Dominic's shoulder joked, and he saw everyone's head turn to one of the guards. "Firstly, screw you. Secondly, it's an arranged marriage, and she's the only daughter, while I have no sisters." The accused guard, a man in his early 40s, retorted. The guard beside Dominic, who had appointed himself as Dominic's assistant for the evening, chuckled. He suggested that she marry one of the nephews, but they're not in line to inherit the barony, and her family didn't approve. But I hear that she was quietly adamant that it had to be him and nobody else. No accounting for taste, I guess. Dominic chuckled. You haven't seen what young ladies read in their spare time, have you? Older, muscular, tattooed royal guardsman with a secret noble title and a spare club. That's peak romance novel right there. The royal guards burst into laughter. I did not expect you to know about such things. Who has been corrupting the apprentices? Suddenly, arms were wrapped around Dominic's shoulders, and the clang of armor on armor rang through the room. No corrupting the new Lord Sorcerer. We've all got work to do, and rewards to collect. Come along now. Princess Alexis insisted from right beside Dominic's ear. Dominic and the guards fell in behind her, and they made their way up through the royal wings of the palace to the courtyard reserved for the secondary royals. That was the children born of concubines, the offspring of the king's siblings, and their families. Most of them didn't live there full time, but tonight, everyone had been summoned back. Princess Alexis stopped them as they entered the courtyard. Prepare yourself for chaos. We had the largest attack, by far. And we only have a dozen survivors who all get a full share of the mana cores, with a smaller share to the enlisted and commoner workers who were part of the battle. They have to speak the count out loud and verify it as they hand it over, and it's going to cause some resentment among the other royals and their guards. The other 10 didn't seem surprised by that, but Dominic thought it was a bit petty. Hadn't they gone through hell for this reward? The other royals appeared to be waiting for Princess Alexis to go first, as there was nobody at the desk where the royal clerks were waiting anxiously to begin the distribution. The princess stepped up, and the clerk looked relieved. Your Highness, we have your reward prepared. Please bring your attendants forward. The guards pushed Dominic to the front of the line, and the other royals laughed quietly at what they expected to be the highlight of the evening's show. Dominic wavemates. The clerk nodded in confirmation, and set their finger on a line of text. Magical recordings of the battle by Aramo's village guards report 608 confirmed kills. In addition, a commendation for rare-grade weapon construction has been added to your payment, as well as your first month's stipend as a royal sorcerer. The clerk motioned to the man next to him, who dumped out a massive amount of treasure onto a pair of tables pushed together. As the rightful share of the battle's distribution, we present 304 mana cores, 10 gold coins for the crafter's reward, 5 gold for a royal sorcerer's monthly stipend, and 12 uncommon grade magical items, randomly selected. Please confirm receipt. Confirmed. Dominic quickly noted, while trying to control his breathing. His heart was pounding in his ears, and he could feel himself becoming dizzy as he collected the items back into the storage device that the clerk handed him. He wasn't quite sure what happened next, but after a moment, he realized he was sitting on the edge of a planter at the edge of the courtyard. Not bad, Lord Sorcerer. We thought for sure you would pass out. One of the royal guards joked. It was a close thing. Dominic agreed. You were definitely on autopilot for a while. But our turn is over now, we can head back. I will escort you to the smithy area, as even now, you don't have clearance to be wandering the secondary royal quarters unattended. The guard offered. Thanks. Pops is going to freak out when I get back. Hell, with this many mana cores, I could likely push straight for journeyman on my trade skill core. The guard laughed. I wouldn't recommend that. There is a diminishing return on doing things that way. You'll want to save it for when you're close to journeyman, and then push through right before review. Every 3 months, the tradesmen are considered for promotion. If you get a move to journeyman in the first placement, it would be a miracle, even if your core was there. First, they would need a position open. But second, there are other apprentices who have been waiting longer and have accomplishments in the forge as well. Dominic shrugged. Being Pop's apprentice isn't a bad gig anyhow. Plus, now that the battle is over, we should be able to catch up with the requests for new weapons in a week or two. The guard laughed and shook his head. Were you not listening to the king? They found evidence that Dago's government leaders were behind the attacks. If anything, we're likely to start ramping up for a full-scale war soon. Not just the capital, but the whole nation. Once that starts, there won't be enough high-quality weapons in the entire world to fill the demand. As they turned the corner, Dominic recognized the hallways that led to the Master Smith's quarters, but that was not where the Royal Guard was headed. Instead, he led Dominic straight to the smithy. Check in before you retire for the night. It's considered standard protocol to let them know that you are back and will be available for tomorrow's roster. He insisted. Dominic was going to point out that he literally lived with the master weaponsmith who set his schedule, but followed the protocol anyhow. The moment that they stepped through the doors, a great cheer went up as the forge welcomed him home again. Apprentice Dominic. We heard all about your adventure. Welcome home. That grumpy old bastard might finally stop treating us like slaves. The greetings of the forge workers made Dominic laugh. Where is the weaponsmith? He asked, not seeing Pops in the forge. A hoarse voice came from the corner where the old armorer always sat to do his ornamental work. He's down at the barracks, delivering a load of weapons. We didn't expect you to be finished with the formalities so fast. But these lazy louts had better get back to work before he really does treat them like slaves. They're already behind schedule. That chased the workers back to their stations, and the Royal Guard clapped Dominic on the shoulder as he turned to leave. Good luck, sorcerer. Don't forget, I'll drop by in a day or two with the schedule of mandatory events. Actually, I will inform the head maid that you are on the list, and she will take care of making sure that you are ready for them all. Yes, that is much better. Then, he was off, and Dominic headed for his usual station at the forges. Everything was right where he had left it, arranged for making war picks. Armorer, what are we working on today? Dominic asked. Journeymen are making officers' sabers, the masters are making lumber axes. They'll need them to cut trees for siege weapons, you see. The old man explained. Dominic looked around and realized that there were no other apprentices in the forge right now. At least, no other apprentice weaponsmiths. Are the other apprentices off shift? He asked after doing the mental math, which told him they couldn't have sent everyone with the reservists. The old armorer smiled. The weaponsmith got sick of their whining and told them that they could either make the deliveries or work night shifts, and the journeymen would make the deliveries. So, we haven't seen one in here while the sun was up since you left. Now that he mentioned it, the journeyman actually appeared to be in a much better mood than usual. Maybe sending away the apprentices was the right call. Normally, nobody wanted to work the night shift. It was just for unfinished work and emergency on-call duty. Getting all the apprentices to volunteer to move over was a stroke of genius on Pop's part, if his goal was to get a quieter forge. Pops came back in a moment later, as Dominic was considering whether he should be making weapons for the officers or mass-producing axes. Likely the axe heads, as they were easier to make than some ornamental blade. Ah, apprentice. Welcome back. I see that you made it back somewhat safely. But I come bearing excellent news for you. You have the next 2 days off from forge duties to repair your equipment after your journey and prepare yourself for the next weapons push. Dominic smiled. Are you certain? I see that you're making axes, and I'm not bad at those. Pop snorted in amusement. I made my 10,000th axe before your father was born. Now shoo. You've got plenty of repairs of your own to make, and you will be expected to have suitable formal armor for social events involving the military beginning next week. That had not been in the briefing, but Dominic left the old man alone with his work and returned to his room. His very crowded room, as there were parcels all over the bed and floor. New work uniforms, formal outfits, hats, a new coat. No, make that 3 new coats. Mage robes, and even night clothes, all in higher quality than his standard apprentice-issued versions. It was a good thing that he had been given a second storage device with his reward inside, Dominic realized. Just putting all of this away would take up the majority of the room in the one that he had grown up with, and if he had to consolidate all the rewards from this trip plus all the new clothes, he would not have enough space. But the new item, a plain gold ring with no identifying marks, held nearly 4 times as much as his beloved storage cube, despite being a tiny ring, and not a palm-sized cube of Magitech. This had to be proper spatial magic, not a Magitech device. Dominic couldn't see any way that the workings of a storage cube could be condensed into an object that small, much less one so oddly shaped. That one had much more space, but Dominic preferred to keep all his personal belongings separate from the valuables. At least that way, if someone robbed him, they would likely only take one or the other. There was also one more advantage to the ring-shaped storage device. If you didn't need anything out of it, you could hide it much more easily. The number of cores that were currently in Dominic's storage cube were as many or more than most smithy workers would be likely to ever have on them, so if he hid the ring, then nobody would be suspicious about hidden wealth. With that in mind, Dominic removed the ring from his finger and carefully slid it on his toe. Once his socks were on, and back in his boots, Dominic found that he could actually access the ring just as easily as the storage cube that he wore inside his robes. Why he had associated the distance from himself with a distance from his hands, he didn't really know. He had always kept the cube at his waist, where he could touch it to move things in and out. But in his sock, he was always touching it, and the smooth ring didn't chafe. At least, not that he could tell so far. If it did become uncomfortable at work, he would reconsider his plan. However, Pops was right, he had a lot to do, and that started with repairing his armor. The forge in his room was well stocked, but the cogwork armor that came from his recipe only bore the name thanks to the gear-shaped magical circuit pattern that was emblazoned on the chest plate. There were no other gears involved, and the armor fastened with magic and metal latches. The spell closed the latches when you put the piece on, and held it closed until you, or someone else, deliberately attempted to open a latch. The plate he had been wearing was completely destroyed, to the point that even the enchantment was damaged. There was no salvaging that, so Dominic used the metal as a base for the rebuild, and then the supplies from the forge to blend a better alloy which might survive a hit or two. He had a couple of days, so Dominic planned to redo the whole set. If they were supposed to go fully armored to some of these events, he could at least not embarrass his skills as a blacksmith while he did it. Dominic quickly checked his new storage item to see if he had gotten a recipe from among the loot, but found that it was just a collection of goblin and ogre-crafted common-grade magical weapons. So that left him with no other options for armor other than the cogwork plate. He got to work right away, and then realized that he could actually make these armor pieces much better than the ones he had previously been wearing. Crafted equipment relied almost entirely on the materials, especially the mana cores. Assuming that you were crafting an item with that method, and not the mana oil bath. He had a number of ogre mana cores in his storage right now. They were originally intended to be for the creation of the rifles, but they were all level 15 and 16, and the bonuses that they could create on an item were far beyond what he could get from the much lower level mana cores sourced from goblins and hobgoblins. With that sort of upgrade, he would have defensive abilities on par with any of the officers, even if it was still an uncommon grade plate. That shouldn't draw anyone's attention, as it was issued to sergeants and others among the enlisted soldiers, so Dominic didn't see a good reason not to make the armor the best he could. Creating rare items might cause him headaches in the future if they were going to be worn exposed around the palace, but everything under that shouldn't be an issue. So, instead of rare items, Dominic focused on making himself durable armor with a decorative chest plate. As his formal outfit was sorcerer's robes, long and flowing, there was no need for the majority of the armor to be highly ornamental. The only part that anyone would see would be the plate over his chest, his gloves, and possibly his boots. But that gave him a great idea. As he was supposed to be a ranged combatant, he didn't need to make a full suit of plates, with all its fitment issues. The forge in his room had a chain-weaving loom in it for doing repairs to armor, as the apprentice's suite was devoted to a master smith, not the weaponsmith in particular. He was about to start weaving wire for a hauberk when one of the armorers passed by the courtyard outside his window. "Hey, armorer, I forgot your name. Care to make a trade?" he called out from his small second-floor window. The young man turned, and then smiled when he saw who was waving at him. "What did you have in mind?" he asked, coming close so they didn't need to shout. "I need a chain-mail hauberk or a decorative chestplate and pants, size to fit me. Unfinished, as I will be enchanting them for my own use," Dominic explained. "And what do I get in exchange?" the armorer asked. Dominic held out an ogre's massacre, and the man's smile brightened. "Now you're speaking my language. That's a level 15 core, right? Throw in 5 goblin cores and I will trade you both right now. I've got a training set from when I was a kid which was never enchanted." Dominic resisted the urge to sigh. "I will be right down." The armorer was much larger than he had looked from above, Dominic realized as he reached the courtyard. He didn't even stand as tall as the man's shoulder, and he was only half as wide. "Well, you might need to take it in at the side seams, but it should be adjustable enough. It's got short sleeves, meant to be worn with bracers and plated boots, so the overall length should be good." The armorer held up the 2 pieces in question, and Dominic nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were just simple chain armor, the same as the reservists wore under their plates. "Thanks. I have events coming up which require full formal military wear," Dominic explained, and the armorer smiled. Wearing a full plate set under and over a robe is a pain because the pieces are designed to interlock and overlap, but they can't if you slap a robe in the middle. "So, you're thinking a chest plate over and chain under. You'll sound armored when you move, which is right, and nobody will be able to accuse you of being underdressed. If you can get your hands on some iron pyrite and brass, you can use them to plate a set of bracers and make them look like gold. It's better than having them in raw iron. I don't recommend doing the same to your chest plate, though. Too much gold looks gaudy. Are you sure you don't want to just commission a set?" the armorer asked. "Later. Right now, I need to repair the armor I have, as I've only got a few days off from the forge and then there will be mandatory events." Dominic handed over the massacres, which the armorer tucked away, looking wary of anyone seeing him make the exchange. "Pleasure doing business with you. Now, I need to get all of this, plus those bracers you suggested, polished up and ready for finishing touches," he quietly informed the armorer. They both returned to their duties, and Dominic sighed in relief as he realized that he really might have a full formal armor set ready before he had to head back to work. A quick acid bath to get the chain ready for upgrade was enough, and Dominic got to work on the bracers while the ruins of his old chest plate went through the cycles of heating and working to improve the metal quality and pound out the lingering magic so the metal could be reused. Once the bracers were shaped, Dominic looked through the standard stamps and found one with the outline of a dragon. That was carefully hammered into the surface of both bracers, and then he went looking through the materials for plating metals. There was a salt and electrode kit for white bronze, which was almost as shiny as silver. That would do just as well as fake gold, and he could polish it on the buffing wheel. The bracers turned out beautifully, and Dominic hadn't even noticed as the sun went down, and then back up again. He only noticed that time was passing as he smelled breakfast being brought in while he was painting the dragons etched into the bracers. Dominic came out to the smell of food, and noticed that Pops was laughing at his sweat-soaked and filthy appearance after a whole night in the forge. "Did you sleep at all?" he asked around a mouthful of bacon. "I didn't realize it was morning. I've only got a bit more to finish on the rough shaping of the new chest plate, and then I will go to sleep and do the detail work later. I've still got all day today and tomorrow off, right?" Dominic asked. "That's right. But be sure that at least one of those days is dedicated to sleep. We've already started to ramp up production, and you'll be back to long hours every day of the week. Pops warned. Got it. No production quotas, just smash until we run out of materials. Pops nodded. If we can manage that, we might even get to go home early one day. But I will be moving you off the standard apprentice lines. His Majesty the King has given orders that we are to equip a natural children's regiment of riflemen. You are skilled with ranged weapons, so you will be joining the journeymen in the creation. Make whatever you want, as long as it can be made with the materials they give you. The nobles will learn to live with it. Natural children. Dominic asked. Pops chuckled at Dominic's innocence. It's a polite way of saying bastards and sons by mistresses and concubines. Those who will inherit nothing but a few drops of noble blood and the smallest affinity for magical items. Once he had eaten, Dominic rushed back to his room to put the finishing touches on the chest plate. He was using the uncommon plate armor designs from the bookshelf outside, which looked more fashionable, but it was still quite plain and functional in design. So, Dominic decided to add some scrollwork around the edges, stamped into the hot metal with a die and hammer. It wouldn't be as pretty and intricate as what the master armorers made by hand, and it would be repeated every arm length, but it was good enough to make the piece look like it belonged on a noble, and the design of the chest plate was the three-section style which was currently coming into fashion, with a curled short gorget to prevent arrows from sliding up under the wearer's hood. But as he finished it, Dominic realized that he could make it extra fancy without much extra effort. There was plenty of white bronze left for plating, so he could make it shiny. Then, he could enamel paint the inlay around the edges and call it done. That took the better part of 3 more hours, but when it was finished, he had chest and bracers that matched, as well as freshly cleaned and slightly size-altered chain mail. He had newly issued boots that were still undamaged and serviceable, so he didn't worry about those, and focused on what he would do for the pieces he had. Pops came in to check on him during the lunch break, and saw the suit of armor, all laid out on a stone table for inspection. That's mighty fine. Have you decided on an enchantment? He asked. Dominic shook his head. I was thinking of using a good mana core and hoping for the best. It's pretty enough that nobody should give me a hard time about it. I have an idea. Why not carve a channeling circuit into the back of the plate? It will make your mage armor spell more effective, or whatever other spell you cast on the pieces. I see that you already followed the basics of the cogwork plate pattern circuitry on the standard design, so it should self-latch as well. Between the two, it should be enough to push it close to rare grade, or even over the threshold. Dominic gave him a curious look. Won't that just cause issues for me? I mean, remember what happened with the sword. It would be embarrassing to have someone strip me of my armor at a formal event. Pops laughed. No more need to worry about that. A royal sorcerer isn't much of a noble, but they are technically a noble, and trying to take your armor in public would just shame the one bullying you. Besides, I heard that the princess favors you. She was the one to put in a good word with the king that got you recommended for rifle duty starting the day after tomorrow. Not that you weren't going there anyhow, but a royal recommendation is a strong sign of future advancements. Then Pops picked up a chisel himself and began to carve the circuit into the back of the armor plate. Wait, you can make proper Magitech items? Dominic asked, shocked by the revelation. What do you think a master smith is? You don't get the title just by pounding your hammer. You need to know more than any journeyman, and then prove it. A bit of Magitech circuitry is nothing when you've been working the forge for half a century or more. Pops laughed. The old dwarf's knowledge never failed to amaze Dominic. While the circuit was simple, it was functional, and would make it much easier to sustain a spell on the armor. If Dominic cast the spell focused on the chest, and then let it spread to the rest of his body, it should save him at least a third of the effort of the casting, while making it easier to reinforce the spell after it took damage. This time, he really might be able to take a hit. Well, once he had put a few more levels into his spell book, that was. The Magitech artifact currently held all his spells, while his bracers would hold his enhancement items. Mana recovery, spell power, endurance, plus his trade skill core. Minor skill gain rate increase could be moved to his necklace, where it was no longer visible, but still effective. No need to advertise that one. That made 2 items per bracer, and the blacksmith's trade skill core was easily transferred from his work bracer to the ornamental one. He would need to put a few more levels into them when he had a chance, but increasing the levels of his spells would be a stealthier and more effective way to improve everything but his physical attack power. Come to think of it, the only truly useful spell he had in combat was Mage Armor. The others were Minor Illusion, Alarm, and a spell to purify food and drink. While they were useful in certain situations, they didn't really need the extra levels. What he really needed was some additional combat magic. A few spell gems would be enough. Just a few more ways to fight, or to defend a group so that he could be considered a proper magical asset in the group. That was probably not the approved way of thinking, though. While Dominic wanted the magic power to impress others, he was truly more valuable to the kingdom in his role as a weaponsmith. Keeping himself alive if he was attacked was more important than what sorts of magic he could use outside the forge. Inside the forge was another story, and now that the basic Magitech circuitry was completed, Dominic knew just what he needed to do to activate the items. Pops watched as Dominic ground the best of the mana cores that he had, a level 20 Ogre Lord core from the previous battle, and carefully coated all the armor pieces he had laid out on the stone table. Why Dominic hadn't heated them to make the core dust integrate immediately was a mystery, until Dominic took a deep breath and bathed the whole stone table, armor and all, in dragonfire. Dominic poured mana into the items as the flames raged, and stopped only when he could feel that they had completed their transformation. Plate of Effortless Defense, rare quality. Created at level 20, Crushing Chain Suit, rare quality. Created at level 20, Bracers of Draconic Might, rare quality. Created at level 20. Pop smiled as he looked over the pile of shining armor on the slightly melted tabletop. Well, it looks like you will be the best dressed in the room for some time now. Congratulations on the new armor set. The next morning, the maids came to Dominic's room with a list of events coming up soon. Most weren't planned too far in advance, but there were 3 holidays during the next season, all of which were scheduled, and then there was a war preparation luncheon that very day, called with 6 hours' notice. Full military formal dress was requested, and Dominic breathed a sigh of relief that he had actually finished his gear. "Is there anything else that you require?" the maid asked. "Where do I go to get more nail polish? It's impossible to get my nails clean enough, and I don't like wearing gloves to lunch," he asked. "Was there none in your supplies?" she asked. Dominic checked the storage ring quickly and shook his head. "There is some makeup, likely to hide bags under the eyes, but no nail polish." "Oh, there are gloves here, a number of them. That must be why there is no polish. Am I supposed to be wearing gloves to events?" The maid giggled at his confusion. There should be a chart of clothing requirements in there somewhere as well. But gloves are acceptable for all events, though not mandatory for any. I would recommend scrubbing your hands as well as you can get them clean and then wearing the gloves. They go with the sorcerer's robes better than most other coats and shirts," she replied with a shrug. Dominic set out the pile of gear that he would need to be fully armored for the event. "Do these often happen on short notice? I'm still new to the forge, and I am unsure what the policy is on leaving in the middle of a shift for a mandatory event," he asked. The maid smiled. "Normally, there are very few of them that are mandatory attendance. Most are voluntary, and the lower nobles are strongly encouraged to attend, but not at the expense of leaving their duties. Mandatory ones like this are more uncommon, and if there is one, you are generally excused from duties for the day." Dominic smiled at the maid. "And of course they schedule it on my day off." The maid laughed, then gestured to the common area. Breakfast is served. You will probably want to talk to your master before he leaves for work. Thanks for the warning and the assistance, Dominic replied. The maid smiled. Head maid would have my head if I let someone on my rotation miss the start of a mandatory event. But I'm going to be here nearly every day now. Now that the new weaponsmith is settling in, the head maid has assigned the quarters as part of the regular rotation. Dominic joined Pops at breakfast, and the old dwarf smirked at him. Looks like you get to put on a show earlier than expected. Pops chuckled as Dominic removed the cover from his breakfast plate. You make it sound like you know what this meeting is about already, he asked, while trying not to laugh at the way the mates pointedly ignored the fact the dwarf had filled his ale mug nearly halfway with whiskey before adding the ale. You do as well. It's about the natural sons regiments. It's a big thing for the families with too many sons. There aren't many chances for the discarded children to advance in the world, and now they will finally have the chance to prove themselves in battle. If the war ends well, there is even a chance that they will be able to earn a peerage of their own and become proper landed nobles, despite their more humble upbringing. Dominic nodded as he finally understood the significance. For these nobles who didn't inherit anything, if they couldn't claim a title or peerage of their own, their children would simply be commoners from a noble family. More likely to work as servants of the main branches of the family or get a trade skill, as they were unlikely to see another rise to noble titles, unless it was a pretty daughter or an especially talented soldier. Putting your life on the line for the slim chance that you would get some official royal recognition was a long shot, and not exactly the average noble's idea of a good time. Only a few oddballs like the twin princesses and Princess Eleanor actually enjoyed going into combat. Once breakfast was done, Dominic went back to the forge in his room and decided to make a few pistols. He was going to the firearms production group, and while they were making rifles for the soldiers, a couple of rare-grade mana revolvers would make for great bargaining chips to get things he really needed. Like spell gems. He really did need more spells to add to the book. Everyone seemed to have a great time reminding him he was a sorcerer, and he couldn't remain a one-spell wonder forever. But once Dominic got back to the forge, he realized that there were certainly spell gems in the palace somewhere. He just needed to learn how to obtain them. The monsters occasionally dropped gems. Most of them were turned in by the guards. So logically, there had to be a place that they were stored and available somewhere. Even if they were a high-demand item, the most common drops should exceed the number of people who needed them, as duplicates did you no good. But there should also be Magitech orbs with spell effects available for purchase in the city. He just didn't want to go through the hassle and embarrassment of being thrown out of shops until he found a place to purchase one. Either he would find that place, or he would find someone who could trade him what he needed in exchange for a rare-grade mana revolver. But first, he had to make the revolvers to trade. Having done it once, it was not nearly as difficult the second time. Plus, he had much better materials available to him now than the tool steel that he had made the first one from. Not that it was a bad choice, tool steel made wonderful pistols. But for trade, they would want slightly fancier. Dominic considered his options, and then looked over the blueprint that he had for the mana revolver. The actual Magitech circuit that made it reload with magical bullets was not incredibly complex. It took up the majority of the pistol, but as far as the actual circuit, it was mostly just 6 loops designed to put a magical charge on the cylinder and fire when the hammer hit the chamber. Like the actual weapon, it was simple and efficient. But Dominic realized that he didn't have to waste a whole mana core on this. If he wasn't dedicated to making it a rare-grade weapon, he could inscribe the circuitry and dump them in the mana oil with a large measure of his own mana added. The higher-grade mana core dust could be recharged to a higher standard, and while that would take more time to recharge between uses, making pistols wasn't a fast process to begin with. He had under 5 hours before he would need to start getting ready for the event. That should be enough time, if he could find the jigs to precisely create duplicates of the weapon parts. Ah, there they were, tucked away in the main room storage closets. Dominic grabbed all the jigs, including the barrel rifling core and the mold release agent. With everything ready, he made the imprints for 2 pistols on his casting sand table and prepared the rough blanks. Knowing that you were making a magical weapon allowed a lot of corner cutting, Dominic noticed. For example, he could smelt aluminum alloy, which was much faster and easier to prepare than steel, as well as being cheaper if he had to pay for the materials he was using. If you weren't using actual ammunition in the weapon, most of the drawbacks of the alternative metals no longer mattered. So, as soon as the metal was workable, he began surfacing the pieces and drilling every fitting. But he was still only at the rough finishing stage when the mates came to inform him that he needed to get ready for the event. It seemed that the lowest ranking were expected to be there first, and that meant him. The older of the 2 maids who had come to assist him smiled at the flustered Smith. "You can finish after. The event is a late luncheon. It will only run for a few hours at the most. Now, hold out your hands. We will get them scrubbed and prepared as well as possible. Then shower, change, and we will lead you to the dining room," she explained. Despite being whipped thin, somehow she still had a motherly air to her. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. So much that Dominic found himself obeying unquestioningly, just as he had when his own mother had given orders. As promised, they were talented, and had grooming tools to get most of the soot from his hands. Then a quick shower with the palace's signature soaps and shampoos had him ready to put on his armor and his new formal black robes. "Is this right for the dress code?" Dominic asked as he came out of the shower, wearing his armor and black robes. "Perfect. Don't forget your gloves." The dining room was on the other side of the castle, near the public entrance, so that the nobles in the city didn't need to pass through more than a few rooms of the castle. As a mandatory event, there were hundreds of people here, and the grand ballroom had been set up with long rows of tables. You just sit wherever the staff put you. It's all arranged in advance by noble title and status, very rigidly structured. The maid whispered as they approached the door. "Thanks." Dominic replied quietly, then followed a staff member to the spot he had been designated. He was seated among a group of young noble merchants and officers, all of whom looked confused to see a sorcerer with his horns showing at the table. "Good morning. I'm Dominic, royal sorcerer and apprentice to the royal weaponsmith." He greeted them, just as the notes that came with the clothing list said he should. "I'm Jack Syra, son of Baron Syra. I run a jeweler on High Street." "That's Donald Cooper, son of Baron Fall. He runs the steamsmith across from me." The man across from Dominic introduced himself and the man beside him. The others nearby just grunted a greeting and returned to speaking with each other. The steamsmith smiled at Dominic. "I don't suppose you have any advance notice of what we're here for, do you?" "You do live in the palace?" Dominic nodded. "I have a pretty good idea. But I don't know the details yet." He was about to continue when a large group of senior nobles came in together, and a uniformed prince stepped to the stage. "Everyone, please find your seats. I will make this as fast as possible so we can all eat," he announced. Dominic realized that he didn't recognize this prince. Could it be the 4th prince? Maybe the 7th. They all looked so similar that it was nearly impossible to tell them apart at a glance. Oddly, he didn't have that problem with the twin princesses. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice. I assure you that this is not a frivolous waste of your time. Today we are announcing 2 royal measures. First, the draft will be reinstituted, and every landed noble will be expected to field a certain number of militiamen for the war effort." That didn't surprise anyone. There was a war on, and you couldn't fight a war without soldiers. Secondly, and the reason that this is a mandatory attendance event for those living in the capital, we will be forming a new regiment of natural children. Every volunteer member will be given special training with rifles, equipped with the latest Magitech equipment, and assigned an officer's rank in the military, with all commensurate benefits. That got the attention of the nobles. Even if they didn't have any real interest in joining the army, they knew that there was a chance they would be drafted anyhow, or chosen by their parents to go to war on behalf of their holdings. So, the chance to become a proper officer, with Magitech gear, which they would expect to be allowed to keep after the war, was a far superior option to joining the militia. Dominic nodded as the prince finished that part of his speech, but the prince was not planning to go into any more detail than that, and instead pivoted to the militia recruitment that would be expected in the first round of recruitment. "You don't look concerned," the man on Dominic's left noted as the prince finished his speech. "Who do you think will be making those magical rifles for the new regiment?" "That's my new assignment, and I will be starting on them tomorrow, right through the end of the war, most likely," Dominic replied with a shrug. The young noble nodded in understanding. "I get it. Normally, a sorcerer-led unit is shock troops, first in, never out. But as a weaponsmith, your magic is so much more valuable here that they can't afford to send you anywhere else." Dominic chuckled. "I know we're not really popular in the noble district, but damn." The young man belatedly realized what he had said, and a man behind Dominic began to laugh. The man on the other side of Dominic snorted in amusement. "You'll learn to develop a thick skin for these functions. I think it's better that you flaunt your horns. Half the families present have a sorcerer on staff, and the other half wish they could afford one. A sorcerer is just one generation too old to be called a wizard," he joked. An older man thumped his hand on the table. "Enough of that talk. Officially, we're all humans here, and all of noble blood." Then he smiled at Dominic. "Besides, I heard you say that you're on rifle duty. I don't suppose that you have a test piece that you might be willing to trade in advance." Dominic smiled. "How deep are your pockets?" "Because I might have a demonstration model designed for the Royal Guards that I would part with for the right price. As you said, a test unit that wasn't quite suited for the purchaser, but still serviceable. Let's talk in a sitting room," the older man insisted. They left the table together, and Dominic followed the man into a sitting room, where maids brought in their meal. "Crap, we were supposed to be at a function," Dominic realized, while the man laughed. "Don't worry about it. We're still at the function, just not in the main room. Now, you said that you had an item available." "I have one rifle ready now, made at level 19 enhancement. A rare quality ogre-slaying rifle. If you prefer revolvers, I am working on a pair of mana revolvers now, but they won't be ready until tomorrow at the earliest. Quality is yet to be determined." The noble nodded. "And what do you want for the test unit of the ogre-slaying rifle?" "I need a collection of spell gems, preferably combat-based. But I will take utility spells as well." "What ones do you need?" "The best stuff gets sent to the Mage Academy right away, but if you are short on the common spell gems, I can trade military merits to get them from the warehouse for you," the soldier suggested. "My only spell gems are minor illusion, mage armor, alarm, and purify food and drink. That's why I need combat gems, so that I'm not completely reliant on my innate magic. But other utility magic would be great. I might be working as the smith, but the next time that they send me out on the field, it would be great to be able to refill damaged steam vessels and canteens, or cast an attack or barrier spell to assist the guards," Dominic explained. The soldier nodded in understanding. "That shouldn't be a problem. You see, there is a standard package for the military mages. The ones who can't afford tuition at the Mage Academy, but have the talent. They get recruited to serve with the regiments, and they're all assigned the most common spell gems. Those ones are cheap and plentiful in storage, and I will add a few more valuable sorts to make it worth your rifle. Assuming it is all that you say it is," he offered. Dominic took the rifle from his storage cube and placed it on the low table between them. Oh, well, now that is a beauty. Now I understand why you would ask for multiple spell gems in exchange. It is certainly worth it. He rang a bell, and a maid came in to see what they needed. The soldier quickly wrote up a list and handed it to her after stamping it with wax and his sigil. Be a dear and go grab that for me so we can complete this transaction before the luncheon ends. Yes, General Merlot. The maid ran off while the general examined the rifle. What was this chambered for? He asked curiously. The standard. 30 caliber lead balls. It stamps them to precise shape when they're chambered, and the enchantment adds projectile speed and impact force. The side lever charges the compressed air, good for 10 shots, the same as the ammunition capacity. The trigger guard lever loads the next round. The recharge time is a bit long, as it takes some work to pressurize the chamber. But when it's freshly loaded, 2 shots a second on target was no problem for the Princess Royal Guards. Dominic informed him with a smile. So, they did get to use them, then? General Merlot asked. To great effect. I don't know if you heard how Princess Alexa's trip went, but things got intense. Dominic sighed. You were with them. And you're still thinking of going into combat again. I must say that I admire your guts. After their first defeat, most of the survivors need months of rehabilitation before they're mentally ready to go to war again. Dominic shrugged. I am something of a realist. If they call, I won't be able to say no either way, so it's better if I am ready to go. General Merlot smiled. That's the spirit. The maid should be back in just a minute with your goods. The storeroom is only a minute's walk from here. The maid did return in only a few minutes, carrying a wooden box in her hands as if it were a poisonous snake she was eager to get rid of. She set the box on the table and retreated away as quickly as possible, which made even the general suspicious about what was in the box. Dominic activated mage armor and delicately flipped the lid on the box open. The interior held 6 round balls, all perfectly mundane as far as Magitech items went. But Dominic didn't sense any traps, and nothing jumped out at him. General Merlot chuckled. Oh, I get it now. They sent us an actual recruit box. This box is their final exam, in a way. You see, if they don't have enough affinity for magic and the spell gems, they will take backlash. You just have to twist open the orbs and the gems are inside. Then the general placed 2 more items on the table. A Magitech orb of create munitions, which would create lead balls or pistol cartridges when imbued with mana. And a spell gem of chain lightning. Dominic smiled and accepted the items. Once they were safely in his storage, Dominic looked at the 6 orbs, wondering what military mages got that wasn't from the academy training. The first twisted open to reveal an area barrier spell. That would definitely be something that Dominic could use in the future. Even if he could only protect his own forge, it would be worth the effort. The next was Fireball, the tried and true classic of military magic. Then, Group Stamina Refresh, Create Water, Campfire, and Repair Item finished out the boxes. Impressive, you didn't take any backlash at all. You must have exceptional magical talent, Royal Sorcerer Dominic. I know they're not the most glorious of spells, but they are precisely what a military mage needs. General Merlot insisted. Dominic stared at the 6 gems before placing them in his storage cube. If you have to give spell gems for these practical spells to military mages after they graduate the academy, what do they even learn there? Dominic asked. The general burst into laughter, and the maids did their best to hide their amusement. Nothing useful. Mostly, the mage academies teach magical item creation and arcane magic. You know, like mana golems, levitation, teleportation, flying, grand arcane circles of doom. That sort of thing. Dominic chuckled. And nowhere in that do they learn to make a campfire. The general got a weary look on his face. Have you noticed how few of them are with the army? There is a reason for that. We don't actually want them, they're useless. They can light candles all through a ballroom with a flick of their fingers, but creating a durable magical fire that doesn't use what is beneath them. After all, they can just order a commoner to get firewood. Mages are all noble by default once they get their title, after all. Much like yourself, Lord Sorcerer. But without the practical common sense you managed to retain as a weaponsmith. Dominic chuckled. I wonder if I can get one of them to teach me the grand arcane circle of doom. Maybe I can summon an army of demons to assist us in battle. General Merlot laughed as he speared a potato on his plate. Wouldn't that put a burr up their britches? The mages hate the warlocks with a passion because they cheat and borrow power from others. But between you and me, even the technomages and arcanists look down on most of the mages. Everything that they can do, a Magitech device can do better, with less effort. The mages just don't need all the fancy tools to do the task. They finished their meal in peace, and then returned to the main room, where the staff was about to bring out dessert. Their seats were still empty. Keeping to everyone's formal seat assignment was a serious thing, Dominic realized. But it also served to highlight the number of people who had left for one reason or another before the luncheon was over. It was only 24 or so in total, out of hundreds. But the empty seats were glaringly obvious. When the dessert came out, so did the prince, along with a group of clerks with notepads. General Merlot chuckled grimly. Oh, I get it now. The reason this was a mandatory event. So that they could verify everyone's physical state on the day of the draft. I would wager that the majority of the men in this room will be under my command soon enough, or one of the other generals in the room. The clerks didn't say anything as they passed by, though they did give Dominic a strange look. But the prince didn't wait for them to finish before he went back to the stage and made another announcement. Those chosen to join the Natural Sons Regiment will be notified by official mail within the week. Please do not stray far from home, as the Royal Mail Service will probably be seeking you, or your parents. Those of you who are craftsmen, there is no need to fear for your shops. Even if you are drafted, the most probable outcome is that your work will simply change customers. Now, I have an update on the military situation that you should all be aware of as citizens of Cygnia. The Dago's army has approached the border, 300,000 men strong, and they have a regiment of airship paratroopers with them. The draft will be expedited, as will the equipping and training. Those of you with family peerages near the border, please send messages home, as the Royal Mail may be targeted to keep the barons unaware of enemy troop movements. For those who are not called upon to serve, you may still volunteer, and gain an additional bonus for your courage and patriotism. The prince announced. A few of the gathered young men chuckled, and the prince smiled. He knew as well as they did which ones would be volunteered by their families for the draft. So, they might as well sign up in advance and get the bonus. The end of the prince's speech was the sign for them all to disperse and start making plans for what was going to come next. Dominic returned to his room to finish the mana revolvers. He knew that it was going to take him the rest of the day to finish them, but it would be a good backup for his new magic once he learned to actually use the pistols. Once all the inscription work was finished, Dominic faced a dilemma. If he used the usual method of sprinkling the weapon with mana core dust, it would use up a whole core to do the 2 pistols. That wasn't really resource efficient. So, he crushed an ogre core into a fresh bucket of the tempering oil potion and imbued it with as much mana as he could, then put the first heated pistol into the oil. Flames rose from the oil as the weapon was dumped, and the structure turned bright silver. Mana revolver, created at level 17, rare grade. Dominic assembled the fine parts for the trigger mechanism, and then put the grips and the side covers back on the pistol before testing the mechanics. It dry-fired smoothly, and cycled effortlessly. Perfect. The process was repeated with the second pistol after reloading the oil with mana, which took him nearly 10 minutes. Mana revolver, created at level 17, rare grade. Perfect, a matched pair of rare grade pistols. Being a sorcerer really was a cheat code for crafting. Dominic put the pistols in the storage ring around his toe and went to bed early, as Pops had warned him to. The breakfast meal was delivered at first dawn, an hour earlier than usual, and before it was even finished, there was a soldier waiting at the door for Dominic. "Apprentice, I am your escort for the morning. Each gunsmith will not go anywhere unattended," he announced in a dry monotone. Dominic gave Pops a confused look, but the old dwarf only shrugged helplessly. He wasn't in charge of increased security measures for the forge. If someone thought that the gunsmiths might be targeted, then they got a guard, and that was that. Dominic finished his meal and made sure that he had put the special oil into his storage space, and put a bucket of regular oil out, in case someone went into his room. The chances of that seemed extremely low, but it was still better to be safe. Once he got to the gunsmith's station, he would see if he could get materials to do the same, as they were expected to make higher-grade weapons. The guard wasn't leading Dominic to the forge, and he was becoming suspicious as they moved down into a basement level of the palace. Activating mage armor might cause issues, but Dominic was ready to cast a defensive spell at any moment. The escort didn't appear to care. He just led the way down through the palace until they reached a freshly renovated basement level that clearly used to be a dungeon, as Dominic could still see the manacle mounts on the walls and the outlines of the cell bars. But it had been equipped with forges for them, and there were journeymen there already preparing to work. "Apprentice Dominic, this is your station. Materials are on their way." The instructions were to hold them in the storage area until each smith had arrived. The guard explained in a bored tone. A cart was rolled out with an assortment of rare metals, mana cores, gems, and pre-made Magitech circuitry, mounted in wax sheets, that could be melted to place the circuit on the weapon, presumably a rifle by the size. "What are our instructions? I don't see a set blueprint to work from, so are we just making whatever sorts of rifles we feel like?" Dominic asked. "Do you have multiple rifle blueprints of your own?" One of the other smiths sneered. "Technically, one is a gunsword, and one is a rifle. But, yes." Dominic replied with a shrug. One of the older journeymen gave the arrogant journeyman an annoyed look. "They want uncommon quality or better, and at least 2 rifles per smith per day. How you get to that standard is up to you, but don't expect anyone to pick up your slack. That goes for the rest of you as well," he insisted. If they weren't going to share a blueprint to get uniform weapons for the regiment, then Dominic was free to make whatever he wanted, within his abilities. So, he could make the ogre hunting rifles, but he could also make the gunsword, which was nothing more than a long-barreled revolver mounted to the back of a sword blade. Those were much faster to create, and less complex. Plus, there was a chance that he could make the Magitech circuitry for a mana revolver work on them. Dominic looked over the pre-made circuitry prepared on the cart, and saw that indeed there were loops for the creation of mana bullets, the same as he had so painstakingly carved into every cylinder of the revolver. But when he looked around the room, everyone was making conventional firearms, mostly the steam rifles with pressurized backpacks that the riflemen of the officers' corps traditionally used. Dominic looked at the items around him and decided to ask one more question before he began. "Are we making weapons for an all-rifleman unit, or do we also need pistols for gunslingers and sidearms? I also have a pistol recipe." A familiar deep voice replied, and the old armorer who traditionally sat in the corner of the forge engraving armor entered. "The unit is all riflemen. You can make pistols after you finish your daily rifles if you want the extra military credits, but they're not the primary weapon of the Natural Sons. They will be placed behind the main lines, so they can exercise their longer range." Dominic bowed in recognition of the old armorer's knowledge and skill, and then began to arrange his tools to make ogre-slaying rifles. Or at least a mass-produced knockoff based on the design. There were plenty of mana cores here, so he wasn't lacking in resources, but Dominic wasn't naive enough to think that the bare minimum of 2 rifles a day was going to be anywhere near enough. That was more of the standard to avoid punishment, not to measure success. Dominic considered how he could accelerate the manufacturing process. If he didn't use a wooden gun butt, and instead opted for a metallic shell with a leather back pad, it would save him at least 15 minutes per rifle. That was a good start. They also had pre-made rifle barrels, forged and machine-milled with standardized rifling and an octagonal exterior. If he cast the receiver and used the provided pressure canisters, he could save another 15 minutes. At that point, he would be rushing through the whole thing in an hour, with no sense of finesse. Just enough time to check tolerances and file things roughly flat, the way he had for the first batch. They were not works of art, but they had been produced on a very limited timeline. Of course, so were these ones, as the attack had most likely already started. The faster they sent rifles to the training grounds and front lines, the more lives they could save. Dominic got to work heating metal and bending tubing for the pressure release and charging mechanisms. He took a bit more time than usual with the trim pieces, and at least brought the exteriors to a smooth surface before stamping a dragon in flight on both sides of the metal but shell to hide the imperfections. Making them an all-metal left Dominic with a bit more surface to alter, so for the first rifle, he added a checkered pattern to the guard under the barrel, making it easier to grip when wet. They even had sights pre-made for the rifles, a standard front post and sliding rear sight style. Much prettier than the notched plate version that the original design had called for, and adjustable for distance. It almost felt like he was in a factory, slapping together pieces of a product, and not a smithy. Sure, he needed to make the base frame, and add all the Magitech circuitry, but they had parts of that pre-made as well. The cast frame and receiver combinations were ready after 3 hours, but by then, he had the rest of the 10 rifles assembled. With so many pre-made parts, Dominic just had to pick the ones he needed. However, he could hear the other gunsmiths laughing at him as he worked. They were using 1 or 2 stock parts for their rifles, mostly barrels. The rest of the parts were custom-made as they went. Dominic happily milled the receivers and ground everything perfect before he started on the loading mechanism, which was specific to the ogre hunting rifle. That took nearly as long as the rest of the rifle had. But when the sound of maids coming their way signaled lunch, he had all 10 of them assembled and heated, ready for an oil bath enchantment. He had used one of the cores they provided, a level 10 mana core of indeterminate origin. Ground into his oil and loaded with mana, the first rifle went in, and then came back out sleek black as the magic activated. Then another went into the oil bath after a half-minute for him to recharge the mana. Over and over, Dominic charged the oil and dumped the rifles, then hung them to let any remaining oil drip out of their workings before he mounted the leather butt pads. The old armorer walked to Dominic's station and stared at the rifles with admiration. 10 rifles by lunch, all uncommon. No failures, no flawed successes. Not bad for an apprentice. He grumbled, but Dominic could tell that it was more of a jab at the other smiths than praise for him. The journeyman beside Dominic stared at the rifles. But where is the sense of class? The pride in creation that a Magitech weapon should have? No matter how I look at them, they're nothing more than uncommon rifles for common soldiers. Dominic nodded in agreement. Did we need to make them pretty? I can make 2 rare rifles this afternoon up to a much fancier standard, with some of the rare materials, if that's what we need. He asked the old armorer. The grumpy old man chuckled. Let the others make those. At this rate, you'll be arming a unit a day, while they arm the commanders. Then the old man walked to the lunch cart, ignoring the outrage. But that was nothing compared to the outrage when General Merlot came in to collect Dominic's creations and hung a chalkboard on the wall with the total weapon count. 10 uncommon for Dominic, 1 uncommon rifle each for 3 of the 20 other gunsmiths. It was so insanely lopsided that the rest of the group, who had been hoping to impress with rare rifles, keenly felt the bite. If their creation failed to meet the standard, they would be struggling to make two uncommon, or an uncommon and a rare, on the first day. Dominic got another batch of receivers and frames cooling in the sand casting table, then went to get lunch. Slowly, the others came over, and the snobbish journeyman decided it was a good chance to taunt Dominic again. "Don't you have any pride in your work?" he asked. "Of course I do. I even stamped my signature dragon on the gun butts. When the soldiers put their hands on it, they'll know it's one of mine at a glance. I double braze all my joints, and I extended the braces, so even the roughest of treatment won't damage the pressure tubing. Those rifles should be reliable through an entire war, and then some." In the woods, the hunters wrap their Magitech rifles with cloth so that the metal doesn't reflect the light and spook the animals. When you're actually using a weapon, nobody cares what it looks like. Pretty is for formations and formal events. The other gunsmiths listened to Dominic's response with great amusement. The new apprentice was putting the journeyman in his place, and he had already shown that he had the skills to back up his boasting. "What do you even know about how things are in battle, apprentice?" The journeyman sneered, trying to salvage his argument. Dominic gestured to the royal guard at the door. "No need to take my word for it. All of the royal guards were gathered when we got our rewards." The guard smiled. 608 confirmed kills for the royal sorcerer. "I dare say that he has more military merits than every other craftsman in the room combined, excluding the master smith. He was even given an official title for his military accomplishments." That shut the journeyman. They finished lunch in silence, and Dominic went back to his work, assembling the basics for another 10 rifles while the castings for the other parts cooled. Once he started milling the parts and tapping the threads, Dominic noticed that the guards were watching over his shoulder. "That's such a simple mechanism. How does that even become a Magitech weapon?" one of them asked curiously. "It really is insanely simple, especially compared to the steam rifles. It's all in the Magitech circuits. If you can't use the mana to charge the circuit, it's just an air rifle. Nothing special, but the Magitech circuits here connect to the expansion chamber and imbue the bullets with the magical effects. That's why I chose this design. To arm an entire regiment takes hundreds of weapons, and I can do these in bulk with only a half-dozen holes to be drilled and the airlines to connect. Even the valves are pre-made for us." As the other gunsmiths said, there are 2 levels to this art: true art and mass-produced reliable trash. The second is what I am making, but that doesn't mean they won't work. In fact, because they're so simple, they're nearly impossible to destroy without crushing them. There are only 2 external mechanisms, and that's just the levers. If you break the charging lever off, you can weld a new one on in seconds, or even just jam the cleaning rod in the broken arm's mounting hole and use it as a lever. That made the guard laugh. "You know, someone is going to actually do that, right?" Dominic nodded. "If it breaks off cleanly, or you can extract the stub, the bolt hole is just large enough for the cleaning rod. I give it 2 weeks before someone realizes that in the field." A few of the other smiths chuckled as they realized that the blueprint for this rifle was absolutely brilliant. Whoever had designed it was a true friend to the soldiers, so they suspected that it might be the work of a commoner-born master gunsmith or technomage. It was also carefully designed so that the bedding of the action could be done only on the desired raised points, without accidentally hard-mounting a critical stress relief area. Dominic simply poured a spoon of epoxy into the 2 notches, and then added a dab to the bolt holes when he mounted the action. It would cure fully overnight, and while it might not make the most accurate long-range rifle, it would be good enough at anything under 300 meters. One of the other gunsmiths looked at Dominic's work and tapped his chin. "This is a rare recipe, isn't it? But it needs an entire higher-level core per rifle to meet the rare item standard, right?" he asked. Dominic nodded. "With a level 19 or 20 mana core from an ogre, it will certainly be rare quality. But we don't have any of those in the supplies today. Level 10 isn't half bad, though, and I don't use up the core with every creation this way. They're reliably coming out as uncommon, and that's the standard that was requested. The other gunsmiths thought about that answer. The sorcerer was right. He was doing exactly what they were requested to, and doing it faster than anyone else. He didn't hold on to the pride of craftsmanship that a normal artisan would, he just slapped out something functional and called it ready for deployment. The mere thought of that pained the others, but they understood his point. Given the option, the soldiers would rather have a mediocre quality, plain-looking weapon right now than an outstanding one 3 battles from now. All right, let him keep doing it that way. The army wants rifles, and he's making rifles. Now, I won't insult my own name as a crafter to do the same, but I will endeavor to turn out larger quantities of passable quality pieces. One of the smiths reluctantly agreed. The others didn't say anything, and a few gave him disgusted looks for compromising and making anything less than a masterpiece every time. But when they got back to their workstations, Dominic couldn't help but notice that the pace had notably increased, even among those who already had one rifle produced for the day. He also noticed that the next cart full of supplies were in sizes much closer to what he needed, limiting the wasted time altering them. This supply must have come from the Royal Army's Spare Parts and Repair Materials Department, the same source that had stocked his forge when he went out with Princess Alexis and the reservists. He never had a chance to meet any of the people who worked in that department, as they were at the far end of the forge complex, in another building. But they would be working overtime to restock what the smiths were using, as well as what was being shipped out with the army. The assistants brought over a second sand table for Dominic to forge the rough parts in larger quantities. So, he finished the second batch and then set up the tooling for another 20 to be finished the next day. As he finished up the last of his second batch and screwed the layered leather butt pads on before test firing them without ammunition, Dominic mentally calculated how long he would need to finish the same number of rifles tomorrow. If he drilled all 20 receivers one after another, they would go much more quickly. Do the same hole on each, so he didn't need to change tooling, and he could prep a whole day's work in the first few hours of the shift. You seem like you're deeply lost in thought for someone who is 16 rifles ahead of the next gunsmith. The man on Dominic's left joked. Dominic smiled back at him. I was planning how to approach tomorrow. When these have cooled enough to be worked, I can prep them all in the morning and then just go part by part and assemble at the end. It should go more smoothly than today, as I will only have to switch tools every 20 repetitions. Efficient. You know, that's not a bad idea. Instead of making a third, I will prep the hardest parts for tomorrow, and guarantee that I have enough time to finish. He agreed. The first day's performance surely wasn't going to negatively change the palace's opinion of them if they could pick up their pace in the following days with a bit of prep work. The next morning, Dominic went straight to work milling the parts for his rifles that weren't standardized and provided on the cart. He was immensely grateful that they didn't need to make their own barrels, as that alone would take multiple days for 20 rifles, not to mention all the different metals needed for the trigger actions they were provided. Unless they greatly increased the size of his forge and gave him the specialized tools needed for barrel making, that was. This morning, Dominic noticed that the loading levers, a hinged action that covered the trigger, had been stacked on his cart. He had made them yesterday, but someone must have tasked another forge worker to make an entire box full of them for him last night. That was one less part to deal with, other than the single hole he needed to drill in them for mounting. If they kept this up, his job would be more like a precision fitment worker than a gunsmith. But yesterday it took him a little over 17 hours to assemble 20, and 3 hours into the day, using Magitech tools, he had the receivers for 20 more ready and a jig built to hold them in place while precision guiding each hole. Another 4 hours to grind threads for bolts, shape and fit all the parts that were on his cart, and he was ready to start assembly. The other smiths had gained many new parts for their builds, but Dominic did notice that many of the gunsmiths disdained them and preferred to use only parts that they hand-made themselves. The old armorer came over to see how Dominic was doing, and he flagged him down to ask a question. Where are all these parts coming from? The royal forges aren't that large. Dominic asked quietly. There are 2 factories in the city dedicated to nothing but making rifle parts for the royal gunsmiths. They have 100 men working 3 shifts a day. At that rate, they're producing far more parts than we need, but they will switch to another project in a month or 2, once there is enough stockpile to cover the expected use for the year. The armorer explained. Well, that made more sense. You know, if we sent them one of these, and they duplicated it for me, I could save a few hours a day. Dominic joked. The old man chuckled. No, there's only so much the king is willing to outsource to a factory. Besides, it all needs to come here anyhow, as without an appropriate trade skill core it's impossible to activate any of the enchantments. Dominic gave him a curious look, and the old man shook his head. It's impossible for a regular human to activate any of the enchantments. Maybe a sorcerer with no skill core can just draw a new Magitech circuit and expect it to work with a touch of mana, but it doesn't work that way for most of us. Dominic shrugged at the explanation. Magitech was basically science, but with mana. Making it work wasn't all that hard in his experience. Dominic spent close to 3 hours assembling and testing the clearances of the 20 rifles, then began to do the enchantment. Each was carefully hung to dry, freshly matte black from the enchanting process, which allowed Dominic to prepare his parts for the next morning again. It was somewhat amusing to look at the other workbenches, with their carefully arranged tools, and then his own, with 10 different drills, 3 sizes of thread taps, and a complex framework built over the bench. It looked like he lived in chaos, but when he went home only 12 hours into the day, his duties done, there were many envious glares. But on the 3rd day, his chaotic-looking workbench wasn't alone. For more of the benches had a jig and tooling frame built to speed up their work. But even better, someone had found him a new router and a Magitech lathe. The Magitech tools had a precise guide for depth and travel, which allowed Dominic to do the majority of the milling work in under 5 minutes per rifle, instead of doing it all by hand with a rasp, or heat and a hammer. On the 3rd day, he didn't even start assembling a single rifle for the first 12 hours. He just mass-produced parts. Now that he had multiple days' worth of them, he only had to do the assembly and enchanting. It made for a long day, but he only had to assemble rifles for the next few days, and that was a 10-minute process, if you ignored the drying and curing time. His luck wasn't going to be that good, as Dominic realized the next day at 10 in the morning, when he had assembled 20 rifles from parts and was preparing to enchant them. You're not expecting to just knock out 20 rifles and leave before noon, are you, Apprentice Dominic? The old armorer asked. Of course not, Master Smith. Once I finish these, I'll make some more parts. The old smith simply waited with the same disapproving look on his face until Dominic relented. I'll finish another batch and then make some more parts. Dominic tried. That's better. Everyone in the forge is working close to 16 hours a day. We can't be having the apprentice going home early every day. It looks bad on the gunsmiths. Dominic sighed. If the others weren't so picky, they could be turning out more than 2 rifles a day and going home at a reasonable hour. Fortunately, precision milling was a relaxing pastime for Dominic, and the satisfaction of seeing his pile of parts refill was immense. If it wasn't, he would have to rearrange his day because assembling 2 batches of rifles and oil bath enchanting them only took half the time that the others were expecting to be at work for. With practice, the parts moved smoothly through the lathe and router stations, moving from box to box, so Dominic knew how many were left to mill for the next batch. He rough-finished all the materials he had before the end of the day, and then returned to his room, where Pops was waiting with freshly delivered late-night food. I hear that you're doing well in the rifle forges. Pops greeted him. Mass production wins every time. I've got a pretty good system down now. Dominic agreed. The old dwarf chuckled. They sent 50 of your rifles to the training grounds today, for the new regiment to train on. The way they're going, I suspect the entire new regiment will be using your rifles, and the rest will be going to restock the officers of the other units. I don't know what you've been doing over there, but I filled all the tooling and equipment requests that they made. Hopefully, they're working out for you. You made the new lathe and router. They're wonderful. They turned an hour-and-a-half process into under 30 minutes a rifle. I've got enough parts stocked now to keep up the pace for weeks, but you know how it is. Can't go home early, or everyone will think that we're slacking and not taking our job seriously. But the regiment is only so large. Eventually, we're going to have more rifles than men trained on them. Dominic joked. The process repeated for the next 2 weeks, with Dominic making 40 rifles every day, then milling parts to keep his stockpile up. That was when they got their first visitors since the gunsmiths had been sequestered, the Crown Prince, Claudius. He arrived along with his royal retinue of 4 advisors and 20 royal guards, filling the gunsmith's forge. They stopped at the bottom of the stairs, and the prince looked around as the gunsmiths pretended to ignore his presence and keep working. All except Dominic, who had hearing protection on as he worked the router, milling receivers for the next few days' production. He was facing the wall, and moving through the metal blocks with practiced smoothness. Your Highness, it is an honor to have you here. What brings you all the way down to the gunsmith's forge? The guard at the door asked. We have fully equipped the Natural Sons Regiment. 500 matched rifles, with spares for deployment. My younger cousin, who was in charge of equipping the regiment, noted that all the rifles they were given came from a single gunsmith's forge. That made me curious how you were doing things here, but I don't see a factory assembly line, with one master smith doing all the enchanting, he explained. You see, we have a 2-tier process going here. Most of the journeymen and master smiths are making traditional pieces for the regular army officers. The rifles for the Natural Sons were all provided by apprentice Dominic. He's a bit of an odd one. None of the flair for the artistic that you would expect, but he's got an efficient setup going there which turns out rifles like toys off a factory line. The prince could see Dominic working, though not exactly what he was doing, as his body was in the way. Yes, I recognized the practice from the hinge makers. Their men move through the process at their station the same way, with their mind on autopilot. Does he assemble and enchant the rifles himself, or just stamp his mark in the parts? Prince Claudius asked. He completes the entire process. He has been assembling and enchanting 40 rifles every morning, then making the custom parts that we can't order in for the rest of his shift. With the help of the master weaponsmith, they've managed to get him everything he needs to only make the last few critical components himself. Even the rifle stocks were changed to wooden ones last week, to save metal. And they come shaped to his blueprint, so he only has to bolt the parts to them. It's a bit of a pain, as the metal frames were less of a headache to work with during the enchanting process, but it's much faster than making them himself. The prince smiled at the chatty guard. He had answered every question that the prince had without raising any suspicions at all. It really was the royal sorcerer who was making all those rifles on his own. There were many in the royal palace who had been curious about the sheer number of matched weapons that were coming out of the gunsmith's forge. Asking artisans to share their precious blueprints was akin to asking them to share their favorite daughter around, yet suddenly, there were so many weapons and a new design coming out of the forge. None of the nobles would have believed it was one gunsmith's work if he had not seen it himself. So, the apprentice has turned out more rifles than the rest of the forge combined. The prince asked, carefully. The guard, who coincidentally was the one who escorted Dominic to and from work every day, smiled. The royal sorcerer has turned out more rifles than the rest of the forge. And he uses fewer rare materials. See that long vat of shimmering oil. It's got crushed mana cores in it, and he only has to add new mana core dust every few days. Most of the plans require a core for every rifle to guarantee uncommon quality or better rifles. But he can do some magic thing to the oil and just keep succeeding. It's really quite remarkable. Whoever recommended him for this spot deserves recognition for their foresight. The prince nodded in agreement, then went to speak with Dominic, who finished one last item, and then swapped the full and empty boxes before turning around and removing his ear coverings. "Your Highness. My apologies, I didn't hear you enter." "Welcome to the gunsmith's forge," he greeted. The prince looked at the trade skill core on Dominic's wrist, which was bright gold with streaks of blue, marking his progress as 2/3 of the way through the apprentice ranks. "Royal Sorcerer. On behalf of the Natural Sons Regiment, I commend your hard work. But I have a request. Might I see the process that goes into enchanting one of these rifles? Not the full production, as I understand that takes significant time, but your unique enchanting process." The Crown Prince asked. Dominic shrugged. "Certainly. Outwardly, it looks much like the standard mana oil bath enchanting that is done in all the forges. But as a sorcerer, I have some advantages. There is mana core dust in my oil, and I top off the mana between uses. So, if you will allow me a few minutes to assemble a rifle, I can show you." The prince nodded, and Dominic assembled the rifle, taking a bit of extra time to ensure that everything was perfect. Then he hung it over the forge for a few minutes, heating the metal, while he prepped the epoxy bedding on the wooden stock. Once the metal was hot, he assembled the rifle with thick gloves on, and tightened the 2 bolts that held the wood to the metal assembly, then dumped it in the oil and finished the process with a touch more mana before removing the rifle and wiping away the excess oil. When that is dry and cured, it will be ready to use. As it is, the epoxy needs to cure, and the wooden stock is still wet with oil, though I've wiped it down. But it's fully enchanted, Dominic explained. How long before that rifle is ready for use? The Crown Prince asked. I normally ship them out in the late afternoon. 4 hours is close to the minimum, though in theory they should be ready in half an hour after I finish. The prince made a motion, and one of the guards slipped his gloves on and angled the rifle for better viewing. Uncommon quality, level 10. The same as all the others. Thank you, Royal Sorcerer. You have enlightened me today, the prince announced, then turned and left. Dominic turned to look at the old smith. This one counts for tomorrow. Don't go giving them ideas about me being able to make more than I am. Dominic put the spare rifle in his storage cube and went back to milling the parts for tomorrow's orders. So far, everything appeared to be going well, and if they had finished arming the regiment, then the front lines would soon be getting a reliable increase in firepower. On the other side of the palace, the Crown Prince strode into a meeting with purpose, not even caring that the door slammed open to announce his presence before the attendant was able to. Father, I have the information you requested. It is the sorcerer making the rifles on his own. As you suspected, he has no issues comprehending magical blueprints. He just looks at them and makes the parts like any other common tool, except these are meant for war, he announced. The king's advisors turned to him in shock. You mean, he can turn out Magitech rifles as if they were shovels? The defense minister asked, but everyone simply ignored him as the king and his oldest son stared each other down. After a few tense seconds, the king sighed. That's what I was afraid of. The veil doesn't apply to dragons and their ilk. Magic is no different from math to them, and they will not fail if they follow the steps properly. The others in the room looked horrified, but in the back, the twin princesses smirked at each other. They had been wagering on this fact since Dominic had produced 10 rifles from spare parts in only a few days. They might not have been the highest quality weapons ever produced, but the magical power on them was reliable and uniform. In his hands, craftsmanship meant nothing until it was so bad that the weapon failed. But when a human artificer tried to produce a Magitech weapon, every hand movement, every adjustment, every imperfection on the parts added up to the outcome. If they tried to just throw parts together and dump them in mana oil, they would more likely burn the forge down than make a fully capable Magitech weapon. What do we do about it? The defense minister tried again. Well, he works for us, does he not? There was a reason that the sorcerer put in so much work to try to gain an apprentice's position. Does anyone know what he wanted to ask of the crown? The king asked. Princess Alexis cleared her throat, and her father spun in his seat. He was born in a Wavemates border village that was burned to the ground about a decade ago. He wants vengeance, and to bring the region under Cygnia's control, she explained. A sorcerer with nationalist sentiment. One of the nobles scoffed. The crown prince chuckled, and the twins smirked at each other. Before they could speak, the crown prince did. I suspect that nationalism has nothing to do with it. His village was on the Wavemate side of the border. However, he doesn't know the names or identities of the soldiers who burned his village to the ground. So he's willing to turn out mass-produced Magitech weapons until every soldier who might have been at the massacre of his village is dead. It's not nationalism, it's vengeance. The dragons might pretend that their actions are driven by some noble sentiment about maintaining stability, order, or some other nonsense. But when you anger a dragon, they burn everything to the ground. It's in their nature. A Dragonkin sorcerer just has a bit more patience. Dominic didn't really strike the princess as the vengeful sort, but when they were under attack, he certainly didn't cower in fear. The king looked at the deployment map on the large table. 10 years ago, at the former Wavemates border. Is that not here? The crown prince nodded. Yes. We took it in the first week during an encircling action to force the Dago's army to go the long way around the river valley. It is now back under Cygnia's control, but nobody lives there. The whole area is barren and abandoned. It hasn't been occupied since the fall of the Wavemates kingdom. The agriculture minister gestured to the location. It's actually been 12 years since the farms there were raised, and the army reports that Dagos never sent new farmers to work the area after killing the residents. Everything is fully overgrown, and no attempt has been made to clear the area. They even found skeletal human remains in some of the residences, as well as 3 different battle locations. But the manor house still stands. The army received supplies there this week, and they have a battalion stationed in the manor for defense of the region. The king of Cygnia sighed. It seemed that nobody in the Dagos nobility had actually cared about that land after the lord working it had passed. Who was responsible for it before it was raised? One of the younger ministers asked. The king cleared his throat. It was a cold palace for one of the Wavemates regent's imperial concubines and her family. When she lost favor, she was exiled to the border with her staff, and later brought her brother to her manor after his branch of the family also fell from favor. I believe that most of you knew the Earl, second cousin to King Wavemates. That made sense to the other nobles. It belonged to the crown, and as nobody was using it, and nobody was sent to retake it, the property was forgotten by both sides of the conflict. The crown prince looked at the map with consternation clear on his face. They went to all that trouble to raise the farms, kill the townsfolk and even the rural peasants, but left the manor intact after killing the concubine's family. That doesn't make sense. Nobody kills off the peasants without a good reason, he noted. Princess Alexis chuckled grimly. They do if the residents aren't human. The concubine was a techno-witch, her brothers were all Dragonkin mages of questionable lineage, and most of the locals were as well. In fact, the apprentice you were investigating today was apparently born to a member of the concubine's family, though our records say that his mother worked as an arcanist, not a techno-witch. The crown prince looked startled that she had looked that far into the apprentice's records, but realized that they had fought together, so the sorcerer had likely provided much of that information himself. None of them knew that she had seen him clearly healing from fatal injuries with draconic magic. Might I know why the lineage of a gunsmith matters? One of the nobles in the strategy meeting asked. Because he turned out 500 uncommon rifles for the army without a single failure. But more importantly, he might be able to innovate new recipes on his own. His accomplishment for the war effort has been nearly 20 times the required rate, and the merits that he has accumulated will certainly be called in soon. If he happens to have foreign noble or royal blood, it will be of vital importance to our future decisions, the king retorted, as if the man was an idiot. Princess Alexis smiled softly to herself. Dominic likely didn't even know how many royal merits he had accumulated, or what they could be used for. If he did, he would have made a request by now, even if it was for additional days off in exchange for his excess production. We will discuss this later. For now, we need to shift the Natural Sons Regiment into position at the border. I want them mounted on mechanical cavalry for rapid deployment as a ranged cavalry rifles unit. See that they are prepared by morning, the king decided. Late that night, Dominic finished his work and returned to his room to find a fresh dinner plate and a note waiting for him. Your hometown has been retaken by the army. P.A., Dominic smiled. They certainly hadn't done it for him, but it didn't change the fact that he had seen a bit of vengeance done. The next morning, the guard picked him up as usual, but led him down a different route than usual. Did you forget something in your room? Dominic asked as they rounded an unfamiliar corner. The guard chuckled. Not at all. Your workstation has been moved. You will get further instructions once you are there. Now that they had reached their goal, and had a few dozen extra rifles, Dominic assumed that the army had no more need for him to continue at that pace, but he had nearly 100 more rifles worth of parts waiting for him to finish them. As soldiers fell, and weapons took damage, they would need the replacements, and there wasn't anyone else in the gunsmith's forge who could do it. They didn't have any blueprints for the rifles he had been making. The room that Dominic was led to was indeed a forge, though it appeared to be in a suite much like Pop's room. He could even see the presumably unused bedroom next to it. But the room wasn't empty, as there were 2 older, gray-haired women in plain dresses, and 1 preteen boy waiting there for him, along with all of the tooling and jigs that he had prepared for the rifles. So, perhaps he wasn't stopping the production, but doing it in private. That could mean that they wanted some higher quality weapons out of him but didn't want to advertise it to the other gunsmiths, but the presence of these 2 random women was confusing him. Royal Sorcerer Dominic, meet Lady Camilla. She was the governess for the twin princesses, and now she will be tutoring you in courtly manners and regulations until such time as she deems that you have grasped the fundamentals. Beside her is Miss Lucy, who will be tutoring you in arcane engineering for the foreseeable future. After your lessons each day, the Crown has requested that you continue to assemble a minimum of 5 rifles per day, to keep up with replacements and demand. All of your spare parts have been brought, and you may arrange your schedule as you see fit. The rooms here are vacant, so if your day runs overly long, the guard on duty will call for your meals, and you may remain in this suite. Dominic nodded, and Lady Camilla smiled. It seems that the young sorcerer has learned the most important part of noble etiquette. Not interrupting with questions. Perhaps this will be easier than I was led to believe. Young Miss Alexis had implied that he might share some of her personality traits. Dominic smiled, and refrained from laughing. He could see how a matched pair of battle-obsessed princesses might have driven their governess to drinking. Once they were finished speaking, Dominic bowed politely to the 2 women. Tutors, it is a pleasure to meet you both. Please excuse the mess, the tools of my trade do take up a rather significant portion of the room. Lady Camilla nodded in response, while Miss Lucy just shrugged. It will only get more cluttered in here, which is why you will be learning here and not in your own suite. We were informed, in no uncertain terms, that your master will not accept the movement of all necessary tools into the shared suite, she explained. Dominic would have paid good money to be there when they asked, though. No way was Pops going to surrender half his suite to a gunsmith's forge and an arcane engineering lab. Dominic didn't know what tools that was going to need, but the trade was unlikely to be less space-intensive than the gunsmith's forge was. The guard retreated to the door, and Dominic turned to the young boy, who was still standing silently in the corner of the room. "And who might this be?" he asked. "That is Miss Lucy's grandson. He will be on his best behavior as he observes today's lessons to determine if a career as a tutor is well suited to his personality, Lady Camilla explained, with a sharp look at the boy. Dominic understood. Chances are the boy made a fuss about whatever career path his parents had chosen for him, so he was being subtly punished by needing to stand in the corner of a room and watch others teach all day. There was no chair where he was stationed, and leaning against the wall would only give so much relief from the strain, unless he was sent to run errands or fetch items. Lady Camilla brought out a textbook and placed it on the table, facing Dominic. "Now, let us get started. How many years did you study this tome during your youth?" she asked. Dominic looked at it, and then brought out a book of his own, salvaged from the ruins of his home. "Tutor, this is the etiquette book that I studied as a youth," he explained. His version was much smaller, and definitely less fancy than hers. It was also written to be a children's introductory primer, or a crash course for a commoner elevated to a barony, not a comprehensive etiquette guide for the royal family themselves. So, it covered important things, like proper table settings, greeting guests, and how to turn down requests without insult, but didn't cover much royal etiquette or anything on international relations or trade policy. Dominic was bad at that part. The turning down requests, that was. It was so rare that people asked him for things that he just instinctively said yes, even when he knew that it was going to be troublesome. But sometimes that worked out well for him. Not long ago, when he was moving through Dagos on his way to Cygnia, he had nearly been caught and interrogated by a military patrol. He was saved when a merchant, whose watch he had repaired for free, hid him in a false bottom of one of the wagons. That was the first day of what Dominic would later not so fondly refer to as Hell Week. It was the first week of his training to be a proper royal sorcerer, as the tutor described it. Compared to the etiquette and history lessons, the introduction to arcane engineering was positively sublime. However, Miss Lucy did everything by the book, and if Dominic dared to skip steps or take shortcuts on simple devices, she would insist that he started over. The fact that it worked and that he already knew this much as a child was not relevant to her lesson plan. She was pleasant enough about it, but very protective of her craft, in the same way that other gunsmiths wouldn't even consider a process like the one he was using. After a full week of the introductory basics, which Dominic moved through with ease, things were starting to look up, and the material was beginning to cover a few things that he didn't already understand. But that was when they ran into the first clash between Dominic's understanding of magic and the arcane engineering textbook. "Tutor Lucy, why does this activation circuit use a variable output resistor when the effect is an on-off function?" he asked. "These circuits exist to vary the output of the spell effect. Increasing the power in stages activates more of them, to a total of 10 stages. But that's not appropriate for a door lock. You only need one, as the state is either locked or unlocked, and the other 9 are redundant." Miss Lucy looked at the circuit he was describing and noticed that he was correct. But all Magitech locks were standardized. Only the most complex used a magical key and 9 damaged circuits, so that only the correct key would open the door, even if it activated the mechanical lock. But that was a lesson much later in the textbook. The tutor pinched the bridge of her nose and admitted to herself that the student knew much more than he logically should. It is a standardized design, so that any Magitech lock can be upgraded with a magical key. The key is attuned to one of the circuits, and the others are damaged by the locksmith, so that only the proper key will work, even if someone duplicates the physical key shape. It makes the lock exceedingly difficult to pick, and it is viewed as the pinnacle of Magitech security. "Only the most advanced of locksmiths can open them," she replied with a hint of pride in her tone. Dominic looked at the Magitech circuit and frowned. "You have an alternate idea?" she asked, and then set a lock on the table, designed for a magical key. Dominic looked it over for a second, and then grabbed a small etching pick from his smith's tools. A quick slide and wiggle of the pick and then a burst of mana to the hasp of the lock, and it simply fell open. "How?" the shocked tutor asked. "A trained mage, or someone like myself, can apply mana to the other side of the circuit and bypass the process entirely, or simply flood it with mana until it activates. But if I close it again, it's securely locked, as if nothing ever happened, no damage to the lock itself, Dominic replied, as he manipulated it in his hands, then showed her that it was locked again. Lucy stared at the confused Dragonkin with increasing unease. That was not how a Magitech circuit was supposed to work. It was only designed to accept mana from one point at the start. Without matching the magical signature, the circuit should have remained open, and the lock immobile. Flipping the switch from the other side of the circuit should not be possible. "Do you routinely open magic locks, Apprentice Dominic?" she asked. "Why would I need to? Nobody tries to lock me out of anything that I want to be in. There isn't even a lock on the door to my suite, much less a magical one. We just have gossiping maids, which are way more reliable at finding and preventing intruders anyhow." That made the tutor smile fondly. Once upon a time, she had been one of those gossiping palace maids. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode.